taken aback. How could a little girl know what liking someone is? I can tell that Ningning's eyes are full of Mr. Su. I know my dad very well, but don't worry, Ningning. Mr. Su is an exceptionally outstanding man. Excellent people should naturally be paired with other excellent people. Among everyone present, I guess only Sister Ningning is worthy of Mr. Su. Xiao Ningning smiled. It's amazing that a little girl can say so many profound things. What do you know, you're just a kid. Xiao Ningning gave a bitter smile. Was she being too obvious? He actually managed to see through his thoughts with a girl who had just turned 18. How could I not understand? I also have someone I like. Hearing this, Xiao Ningning became interested. It turns out Shi Yun has someone she likes. In this way, she won't have any competitors. As for the others, they pose absolutely no threat to her. After all, if Su Chen liked someone else, he would have liked them long ago. But Shi Yun might be different. Not only is she young, but she's also very gentle. Maybe Su Chen likes this one. Yes, although he is not as outstanding as Mr. Su, he is at least unique to me. Xiao Ningning smiled. What a brat. I'll bring you here another day so I can see it. I'd like to see what kind of person is worthy of a beauty like you. Xiao Ningning instantly took a liking to Shi Yun, this little girl. People are selfish. As long as Shi Yun doesn't like Su Chen, she won't consider Shi Yun a rival. I'll accept you as my sister. Shi Yun nodded. Then I'll accept you as my sister. Hurry up and win over Mr. Su, I'll call him brother-in-law. Mentioning this made Xiao Ningning blush. Did she win over Su Chen? It sounds a bit strange. But if that were really the case, she certainly wouldn't let it go. She wasn't quite sure what Su Chen's attitude towards her was. Let's take it one step at a time. The two women also had a few drinks. After being bombarded with sweet talk, Su Chen couldn't resist the sugar-coated bullets from so many people. They called Xiao Ningning and prepared to leave. Shi Xiaowang quickly asked Shi Yun to escort them downstairs. Downstairs, Shi Yun and Xiao Ningning walked hand in hand. Su Chen and Shi Xiaowang walked ahead. When Su Chen arrived downstairs, he was about to say goodbye to the father and daughter. 1343, Chapter 1343. The Old Man's Good Stuff. At this moment, Shi Yun called out to Su Chen. Mr. Su. Shi Yun looked around, then leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered a few words. Su Chen paused for a moment, then smiled and said nothing. Xiao Ningning was also completely confused. What did that girl say to Su Chen? After getting on the bus, Xiao Ningning was very conflicted. She was very curious about what Shi Yun and Su Chen had talked about. She had originally wanted to wait for Su Chen to speak to her personally. But clearly, her expectations of Su Chen were a bit too high. Su Chen, being such a taciturn person, simply couldn't possibly tell her much. What did Jun Yun just say to you? Why are you being so mysterious? Xiao Ningning couldn't resist her curiosity and asked. It's not a very important thing. Just a few simple words. Seeing Xiao Ningning's speechless expression, Xiao Ningning patted him on the shoulder. Tell us what you said. Su Chen looked at Xiao Ningning, who was practically dying of curiosity, and felt a sense of helplessness. Are all women like this? They get so curious about everything. She said not to pay any attention to her matchmaking efforts, because she already had someone she liked. The reason Shi Yun whispered these things to Su Chen was because she didn't want her father to hear. Otherwise, father will definitely be disappointed. After all, her father had always wanted her to become Su Chen's woman. But she knew that even if Su Chen really had feelings for her, she could never be the only one. Moreover, she believed that her abilities were worthy of Su Chen. That's all you wanted to say? Xiao Ningning frowned. She clearly saw Shi Yun say several sentences, but Su Chen only said one sentence. Otherwise, what else do you want to hear? Xiao Ningning fell silent. Maybe she misread it. That girl Shi Yun wouldn't lie to her. At the same time, Guo Wei, who was hiding in the shadows, got into a minivan. He smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the photos he had just taken. After waiting all day, he finally found something of value. What he didn't expect was that the Chen family's good-for-nothing son-in-law actually knew the mayor of Mohai. Moreover, the mayor's attitude towards Su Chen was clearly very respectful. For a moment, he was completely baffled. But these are not things he should care about. There's only one thing he should care about. How can I get that 10 million? One day has already passed, and he has 6 days left. Back home, Su Chen made a phone call to Old Manly. Old Manly asked him to come to his house tomorrow. He had something for him. The things that Old Manly can take out must not be ordinary items. The next morning, Su Chen drove himself out. We arrived at Old Manly's house. There sat Old Manly in the courtyard, polishing a precious sword in his hand. Su Chen went inside and took a closer look. This sword is of good quality, a level 3 spiritual weapon. Old Manly nodded. But why isn't it sharpened? He looked at the still dull blade with a puzzled expression. Old Manly chuckled twice. Kid, have you ever heard of the saying, a heavy sword without an edge is better than one with an edge? Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew by. The precious sword in Old Manly's hand moved as lightly as a feather. With a single slash, the sharp sword instantly cleaved Old Manly's courtyard in two. Su Chen gasped in shock at the sight of such destructive power. The crack in the ground was a full 30 meters long and looked to be 50 centimeters deep. And it was just a random move. Of course. This also depends on the strength of the person making the move. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Old Manly. Old man, your strength is probably no less than the 7th rank. Su Chen hadn't paid attention to this matter all along. 1344, Chapter 1344 The heavy sword has no edge. He always thought that Old Manly was just an ordinary forging master. Even if he has some strength, he's probably only at the initial stage of the spirit realm. Judging from his current appearance, he has roughly calculated Old Manly's strength. Ah, that's all in the past. Now it's your turn, the young people's turn. How do you feel about the power of this precious sword? Su Chen hesitated for 2 seconds and then nodded. In terms of destructive power, it should reach the level of a mid-grade spiritual weapon. The Old Manly suddenly threw the precious sword from his hand and to Su Chen. Su Chen subconsciously reached out to take it. However, a terrifyingly heavy feeling suddenly came from my hand. They even wanted to press his body down. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately used all his strength to barely suppress the precious sword. Good heavens! Why is it so heavy? Su Chen placed the treasured sword on the ground, and 2 of the bricks inside were crushed. But why did Old Manly swing it so easily just now? That's the magic of this precious sword. Try using your spiritual power. After Old Manly finished speaking, Su Chen did as he was told. In an instant, the precious sword felt as light as a feather, and it was very comfortable to hold. If it is driven by spiritual power, it will achieve the best effect. But if you use brute force, what you will experience is 100,000 kilograms of celestial iron. When you use spiritual power to attack others, each attack adds an extra 100,000 kilograms of force. Su Chen gasped. This is absolutely a killer weapon. If you're not careful, even a 5th or 6th tier expert could suffer a great loss without realizing it. Just like now, if it weren't for his strength, reaction speed, and physical prowess. The mere moment he caught it was enough to injure him. If it were a 5th tier opponent, they would definitely be severely injured. Below the 5th rank, one careless move and you'll be instantly killed. Old man, give me this thing. Su Chen instantly took a liking to this precious sword. Although he couldn't use it, he knew there was someone who could. After all, he already has the bloodthirsty sword, so he doesn't need this precious blade at all. I knew you'd want it. Follow me. Old Manly did not refuse. Clearly, he invited Su Chen over today to give him something. Su Chen followed Old Manly to the cellar. It turns out there's another hidden room on the other side of the cellar room. It was filled with lots of things. After Su Chen went inside, he was greeted by a dazzling array of items. I told you, I would help your Wanyao company overcome the economic crisis. These things, if you choose any 5, will be enough to turn your Wanyao company around. Old Li crossed his arms. He has at least 10 magical artifacts here. Each one is above the intermediate grade spiritual artifact. It must be said that although Old Man Li was eccentric by nature and somewhat lazy, but the craftsmanship is truly superb. 5 items, not counting this precious sword? Old Man Li was speechless. What do you think? Su Chen gave a wry smile, still hoping to fool the old man a little more. But he also knew that the old man's things couldn't be taken for free. If you can fool him, he'll have to pay back double the amount later, so there's no need for that at all. He had a rough estimate of the value of this precious sword. Those below the 5th rank are simply no match for it. Such a precious sword, 200 billion is probably only the starting bid. Of course. He would never use it for auction. After all, he should keep such a good thing for his own people, it would be such a waste to sell it. After searching for a long time, Su Chen still couldn't find anything that suited his needs. Now he has the bloodthirsty sword, something that can save his life in critical moments. Therefore, when looking at other weapons, they naturally seem somewhat inadequate. 1345, Chapter 1345 Defensive Necklace. Su Chen selected 4 of the most valuable spiritual artifacts. All 3 are offensive weapons. A suit of armor. A defensive necklace. Su Chen has thought it all through. He gave the precious sword to Huang Xiong. When he felt the power and effectiveness of this precious sword, the first person he thought of was Huang Xiong. Because Huang Xiong has always been daring and willing to take risks. This precious sword can greatly enhance combat power, making it perfect for Huang Xiong. Among the offensive weapons he selected was a dagger. A level 5 spiritual weapon, capable of cutting through iron like mud. It was also forged from extraterrestrial black iron. He intended to keep this dagger for self-defense. Because it can hide and disappear temporarily. This is absolutely a must-have for every home, and a deadly assassination tool for murder and robbery. The remaining offensive weapon is a level 6 scimitar. Old Li said that this scimitar is one of his masterpieces. Su Chen has no use for it at all. The people around you also can't use it. But this kind of good stuff is definitely worth exchanging for money. Of the 5 magical artifacts, he wouldn't sell 4, he decided to sell only this pair of curved blades. The value of this pair of scimitars is probably over 80 million. When Su Chen wanted to take the curved sword away, Old Man Li wanted to refuse. After all, this thing is priceless. One sword is completely equivalent to the other 4 items Su Chen chose. But he had already said it. Although he can play the rogue and deny it. But his shamelessness is useless, Su Chen will probably only become more shameless than him in the end. Thank you, old man. After saying that, Su Chen threw out 2 bottles of soul-nourishing pills. Come find me when you're done. Su Chen was overjoyed. What he cared about most wasn't actually the precious sword. It's not a scimitar either. It wasn't his dagger either. Instead, it was those 2 defensive magical artifacts. A level 5 suit of armor. A level 5 defense necklace. That 5th tier defensive necklace can withstand attacks from all experts below level 5. Even those above the 5th rank can persist 3 times. This is what he values most. Moreover, the necklace's defensive range can reach 50 meters. In other words, this necklace can be most effective within a 50-meter range. If applied to Tianhe Villa, that would be within the area where her mother is located. Unless it's a 6th-tier expert, no one can threaten his family. Having obtained the magical artifact, Su Chen left the cellar. Then Huang Xiong was notified by phone. Huang Xiong has been in the Demon Sea all this time. She would also help him train his subordinates from time to time. It's safe to say that half of the people have already chosen to follow him. When Huang Xiong heard there was something good, he naturally ran very fast. Su Chen returned home, where Huang Xiong had been waiting for him for a long time. What good stuff, did you refine a pill that can help someone break through to the spirit level? Huang Xiong's eyes lit up. If it really is that kind of pill, then he will be extremely grateful. Huang Xiong is known as a madman by everyone outside. Many people are afraid to mess with him. That's because he knew these people were terrified of him. But he also knew that his potential lay right there. Without a great opportunity in this lifetime, it's very difficult to break through to the 6th rank. Forget about the 7th tier. Without the right opportunities, the best you can achieve is the 6th rank. Go outside and display it. Su Chen led Huang Xiong out of the living room. We arrived at the huge square. Hai Shashan was also there. He wanted to see what good stuff Su Chen had mentioned. The two of them looked at Su Chen. Suddenly I felt the ground tremble. A precious sword appeared in Su Chen's hand. Huang Xiong wasn't excited, he just looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. An unsharpened treasured sword? The item is good, but what's the use if it's not sharpened? 1346, Chapter 1346 A Generous Gift. Su Chen didn't explain much, and picked up the heavy sword to use it as Old Man Li had instructed. The sword's immense power and sharpness astonished Huang Xiong even more than when he first saw it. Such immense power. Huang Xiong's eyes lit up. Su Chen nodded. The entire knife weighs 100,000 jin and is forged from extraterrestrial black iron. Ordinary people can't use it at all, you have to infuse it with spiritual energy. You can give it a try. Su Chen handed the treasured sword back to Huang Xiong. This time, Huang Xiong didn't foolishly resort to brute force. After infusing spiritual energy, he was able to successfully feel the comfortable grip of the treasured sword. Although it has no sharp edge. But its power is even more formidable than that of Yufeng. This treasured sword is really for me. This thing is definitely no less than a mid-grade spiritual weapon, it's far too valuable. Huang Xiong was excited, but he also knew that if he accepted this precious sword, he would have a hard time repaying the favor in the future. But he also wanted to obtain what he was thinking about. After all, this precious sword is indeed very suitable for him. After using it, it will definitely raise his strength to a whole new level. He could probably fight even a 6th tier expert. Good things are meant to be kept for later use. This is something I picked out especially for you, so just take it. I might need your help to protect my family in the future. Su Chen smiled faintly. Huang Xiong is the strongest among the people around him. Coupled with his reckless and daring behavior, not many people wanted to take on Huang Xiong. Now that we've obtained this precious sword, coupled with Huang Xiong's mad behavior, even a 6th tier expert probably wouldn't be at a disadvantage. In the future, this may play a very important role in protecting his family. Hearing Su Chen's words, Huang Xiong sighed. Su Chen has already said all this. If he refuses, wouldn't that be a clear message to Su Chen that he's unwilling to help? He also knew what kind of person Su Chen was. He has never been opposed to helping Su Chen. Alright, since you trust me, I certainly won't let you down. I'll take this precious sword, it's truly perfect for me. Huang Xiong smiled and decided to accept Su Chen's offer. Hai Shashan was extremely envious. That's a magical artifact, and a very high-level one at that. Although with the Hai family's current wealth, acquiring a magical artifact is not a big deal. But Huang Xiong's treasured sword is definitely a rare find. Of course. He didn't blame Su Chen for not giving it to him. After all, his strength has only reached the 1st level, so even if he takes it, it won't have a significant effect. Instead, they wasted such a good weapon. As for the necklace, Su Chen didn't take it out yet. He still has a year of safety period left. He has already given the token that Old Man Li gave him to his mother. Smash the token if you encounter danger. In addition, with the level 6 armor worn by her mother, her safety was greatly guaranteed. He gave the level 4 armor that Old Man Li gave him to Hai Shashan. Many people now know that Hai Xiaoshan is one of his men. At first, he considered whether to give it to Hai Xiaoshan or his apprentice Xiao Jiang. After thinking it over, he decided to give it to Hai Xiaoshan first. Not many people know that Xiao Jiang is his apprentice. That kid is secretly growing too. His future achievements will surely surpass those of Hai Xiaoshan. Xiao Jiang is hiding in the shadows, so there's no need to worry about his safety. But Hai Xiaoshan is different. This guy is basically exposed, and it's only a matter of time before he encounters danger. Big brother, is this really for me? Hai Xiaoshan was overjoyed. He never expected that he would have one too. Although this thing is not as good as Huang Xiong's treasured sword. But level 4 armor is definitely not a low level. It can be said that once he puts on this armor, even if a powerhouse below the 4th rank stands still, he will be unable to do anything to them. Just as Su Chun was about to answer, his phone rang. It was Jin Song who called him. Jin Song usually calls him when something has happened. 1347, Chapter 1347. Come with us. When the call connected, Jin Song quietly told him that it seemed like someone had been following him from yesterday to today. Su Chen calmed down for 2 seconds. Then I sent someone to investigate. He's a lawyer from Zhengzhou, the top lawyer in Zhengzhou, Guo Wei. He seems to have come on behalf of the Chen family father and daughter, but I wonder what it's about. Commander Su, this concerns Miss Chen after all. Should I continue to have people investigate? Jin Song was also very conflicted at first. If a major power in Zhengzhou wants to investigate Su Chen, then of course he will investigate to the end. But unexpectedly, it turned out that Chen Zixuan was the one behind it all. You should know that Chen Zixuan is Su Chen's wife in name only. Although he now holds great power over Su Chen, there are some things he can't do just because he wants to. Su Chen frowned immediately. Chen Zixuan is investigating him? Is there something wrong with this woman? Have someone go find this Guo Wei. If there's a next time, he shouldn't be allowed to return to Zhengzhou. After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. He wasn't afraid of Chen Zixuan investigating. Instead, they exposed the information. After all, he doesn't want outsiders to know about some of his hidden methods. If Guo Wei finds out anything, he won't be afraid of it falling into Chen Zixuan's hands. I'm afraid it will fall into the hands of the Su family in Tianmen. At that moment, Guo Wei had parked his car 500 meters away from the Tianhe Villa area. He stood guard at the door at all times, waiting for Su Chen to appear. Based on his initial assessment and the information provided by Chen Zixuan, Su Chen's entry into Tianhe Villa was merely a pretense. After all, with that useless son-in-law's abilities, how could he possibly stay at Tianhe Villa any longer? But they've been inside for hours, and no one has come out yet. Tianhe Villa has only one entrance and exit. This made him increasingly suspicious that Su Chen might still be inside. But thinking of the 10 million reward, he endured it again and again. When it's mealtime, I just eat bread. When it was time to sleep, he slept in the car. They even brought the law firm's high-tech equipment. Initially, Su Chen's facial data was collected and entered into the computer. The cameras were pointed at the places Su Chen frequented. The computer will issue an alert as soon as the target task is completed. Otherwise, he might not have been able to complete such a huge workload on his own. After all, who dares to say they don't sleep or pee? If you're not careful in the slightest detail, you might miss Su Chen and let him go. Just as he was munching on his bread, 3 figures walked up from the front, their eyes fixed on his car. The 3 of them walked up to the car and knocked on the window. What's up? Guo Wei looked up at the window. Our boss invites you. The 3 men didn't give Guo Wei a chance to explain, they simply opened the car door and dragged him out. What are you doing? Are you trying to commit murder in broad daylight? I'm a lawyer, and what you're doing is a serious violation of laws and regulations. Guo Wei spoke loudly. The 3 men escorted him to the entrance of the Tianhe Villa district. Jin Song is also here. Upon hearing Su Chen tell him to stop Guo Wei's actions, he immediately brought his men over. You're working so hard guarding this place, why don't you come in and sit down? Jin Song sneered and ordered his men to escort him to the villa area. What are you guys doing? I was just resting by the roadside. Aren't you afraid I'll sue you for doing this? Guo Wei's shouts were completely useless. A sense of fear welled up inside me. He lives so far from Tianhe Villa. Moreover, the secrecy surrounding the tracking of Su Chen was kept so tight. How did these people even find him? Has the fact that the Chen family hired him to investigate Su Chen been exposed? That kind of trash, Su Chen, is probably impossible. The group arrived at the villa without any obstacles. Jin Song took the lead and encountered no obstacles whatsoever. The people at the door were even looking down in confusion. Upon entering the villa, Hai Shashan told Jin Song that his older brother was upstairs. Hey, is this how your Hai family treats ordinary people? Guo Wei shouted, trying to use morality to get the Hai family to release him. 1348, Chapter 1348. My name is Su Chen, and I'm also Su Tiandi. But Hai Shashan completely ignored him, treating his words as nothing at all. Why did you arrest me? Guo Wei couldn't hold back any longer and asked angrily. Jin Song turned around and looked at Guo Wei. Attorney Guo, do you think what you're doing is very covert? To use a phrase from your professional jargon, we may remain silent, but everything you say can be used against you in a court of law. I'm sure I didn't say anything wrong. Guo Wei's expression suddenly changed. The other party actually knew his name. As for what he wants to see you about, you'll find out when you meet him. Besides, isn't that what you want to see him about? After saying that, Jin Song pushed Guo Wei into Su Chen's study. Guo Wei also subconsciously sensed something was wrong. Could it be that he was really being shown up to Su Chen? Commander Su, the person has been brought. Su Chen sat in the chair and glanced sideways at Guo Wei, who had been brought in. When Guo Wei saw him, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Su Chen actually managed to get into this villa. Moreover, it seems that the Hai family is very respectful to Su Chen. What on earth is going on? The man who pushed him and called Su Chen handsome Su. What exactly is going on here? Attorney Guo, right? Please sit down, I have a few questions for you. Su Chen pointed to the chair next to him. Guo Wei was completely bewildered. For some reason, the closer he got to Su Chen, the more unfathomable he felt. Is this guy really that good for nothing from the Chen family? You must be kidding. Can someone so useless live in Tianhe Villa so easily? Is this how the Hai family treats someone who is worthless? But Su Chen's information does show that he is the son-in-law of the Chen family. What are you standing there for? If Commander Su tells you to sit, then sit. If all else fails, you can kneel if you want. Jin Song roared. Guo Wei was so frightened that he quickly sat down. Did Chen Zishuan ask you to investigate me? Guo Wei immediately shook his head. Tu don't know what you're talking about. Why should I investigate you? Guo Wei has no intention of admitting it now. After all, admitting it would mean the mission would fail. Failure is equivalent to losing that 10 million reward. He's not so stupid as to honestly answer every question Su Chen asks. Is that so, he? Su Chen gave a wry smile. What Chen Zishuan wants to investigate about me is not important. I don't care. But you have to tell me what you found out? Su Chen's face suddenly darkened, and his expression became very serious. Fear gripped Guo Wei's heart. After all, we're under someone else's roof now. Regardless of Su Chen's identity or his relationship with the Hai family. If they really wanted to kill him, a Hai family could do it without anyone noticing. You must have misunderstood. Why would I investigate you? After considering it, Guo Wei decided not to admit it. Su Chen gradually lost his patience. He stood up and slowly walked up to Guo Wei. It seems I need to introduce myself again, otherwise you probably don't know my basic information. Attorney Guo. As the foremost lawyer in Zhengzhou, I am very pleased to have met you. My name is Su Chen. At the same time, some people also call me Emperor Su. This is our first time meeting, and I don't think I should be too abrupt with you. However, when Su Chen said his last words, Guo Wei's face had turned ashen and bloodless. Emperor Su. These 3 words are very clear. It's fair to say he didn't hear a single word of the others, but he heard those 3 words perfectly. You. Guo Wei suddenly became incoherent. He looked at Su Chen in a panic. You are Emperor Su. Aren't you the son-in-law of the Su family? How did you become Emperor Su? The name Su Tiandi signifies a taboo figure in the Demon Sea. Throughout the entire Demon Sea, and even the entire central continent, people would avoid these 3 words. But now it's standing right in front of me, alive and well? And she has become the subject of his investigation. Son-in-law? Heh, it's all in name only. I think it's time to have a serious talk with me, isn't it? 1349, Chapter 1349 Taking the Initiative to Obtain Evidence. Guo Wei frowned. In those few short minutes, he had imagined that Su Chen might have some connection with the Hai family. It's also possible that it has something to do with Emperor Su. After all, how could they have received such treatment from the Hai family if they didn't have some connection? But in the end, I was thinking too simply. Su Chen does indeed have connections, and incredibly important ones at that. He never expected that Su Chen was actually Su Tiandi himself. And he had absolutely no doubt about it. Because, recalling that the person who escorted him in earlier had addressed Su Chen as Commander Su. This kind of title isn't something just anyone can have. Therefore, Su Chen's identity is definitely not simple. If Su Chen is indeed the heavenly Emperor Su, then everything makes sense. Before he came, he had already learned something about Su Tiandi. It is said that Emperor Su is currently residing in the Tianhe Villa district. He was supported by the Hai family. At the same time, Hai Shashan also personally handled matters for Emperor Su. Looking back, he overlooked too many details. That young man downstairs just now was Hai Shashan. But Hai Shashan also said, my older brother is upstairs. The person Hai Shashan calls Big Brother is also surnamed Su. Who else could it be but Emperor Su? Tu was sent by the Chen family. I'm willing to tell you everything. I only beg Mr. Su to show leniency. Guo Wei chickened out. Faced with absolute power, his little schemes were utterly useless. He didn't believe that his limited knowledge could rival the renowned Emperor Su. What is his purpose? Su Chen asked. So Guo Wei then revealed Chen Zixuan's purpose and the father and daughter's plans to her. Upon hearing that it was about divorce, Su Chen sneered. Does it really take that much effort to get a divorce from him? What about the evidence you collected? Su Chen asked coldly. Guo Wei quickly took out his phone and opened his photo album. It just contains some ordinary photos. The only slightly excessive ones were the ones where Shi Yun whispered in his ear. That's all, that's it? Guo Wei nodded quickly. With Mursa's status, even if I had the greatest abilities, I couldn't possibly investigate your actual situation. Please don't blame me, Mr. Su, since I meant no harm. Guo Wei was on edge. He knew very well that Su Chen wanted to kill him, and 100 ways would be too few. He had read countless books and traveled extensively, yet he couldn't withstand the overwhelming power of others. No matter how much knowledge and laws he possesses, he simply cannot shake a figure like Emperor Su. With just a word, he could kill someone in a matter of minutes. Why would I blame you? A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Not only will I not blame you, I'll also help you make that money. Chen Zixuan likes to use these little tricks, so I'll give him one this time. After saying that, Su Chen looked at Jinsong. Go and prepare some evidence, and have him take it back to Chen Zixuan. Make sure it's done perfectly. Without saying much, Jinsong nodded and left the study. Guo Wei stayed at the villa to wait for news from Jinsong. Guo Wei was in a state of anxiety throughout the entire process. After all, he was still in Su Chen's hands, so he couldn't relax at all. Jinsong handed the prepared items to him. A file folder, it feels so heavy. Take this and go to the Chen family to collect your reward. Where you go after that is up to you. Su Chen had no desire to continue speaking. He didn't want to waste too much time on such trivial matters. Guo Wei felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. It seemed that Su Chen had truly kept his word and hadn't made things difficult for him. He just couldn't understand why Su Chen would give him the evidence on his own initiative. Do you want him to send the money over later? Right. That must be it, otherwise he really couldn't understand why Su Chen would act this way. 1350, Chapter 1350 Conclusive Evidence. After leaving Tianhe Villa, Guo Wei hurriedly drove to the Chen family's house. Before setting off, I called Chen Zixuan to tell him that everything was arranged. Chen Zixuan was quite surprised. How long has it been? How could they find conclusive evidence in just 2 days? Chen Tianzong smiled with satisfaction. As expected of the top lawyer in Zhengzhou, his efficiency is truly impressive. Chen Tianzong was naturally very happy that he was able to collect evidence so quickly. In this way, that good-for-nothing Su Chen can divorce his daughter. With his daughter's abilities, as long as Su Chen is not restraining her, the Chen family will surely rise rapidly in the future. Daughter, don't let your grandfather come out yet. Let's examine the evidence first before we talk. Chen Zixuan nodded. To ensure everything goes smoothly, we really can't call Grandpa out first, otherwise, if there's insufficient evidence, they'll only get scolded. Half an hour later, Guo Wei, whom the two had been longing to see, parked his car in front of their house. Guo Wei truly lives up to his reputation as a lawyer. They can control their emotions and moods at will. The anxiety I felt before has been buried deep inside. Everything you've asked for is here. Guo Wei handed the file folder to the father and daughter. He had already seen it before he came. Besides the photos, the materials also contain many despicable things Su Chen did. All the facts point to Su Chen being a good-for-nothing. He really didn't expect to be able to gather all these things in such a short time. But he also knew that most of these things were fake. Chen Zixuan took out the photo and glanced at it, then immediately frowned. Su Chen has been caught having sex with other women. There was a fight. There are also arrogant and domineering ones. There are even photos of him naked with other women. Chen Zixuan was furious. At least they are husband and wife in name. Su Chen's actions betrayed their marriage and showed him no respect. Hateful. I'll deal with him after I show him to Grandpa. There's more information. The details of Su Chen's fighting and brawling are documented. There is also a record of Su Chen being caught stealing chickens and dogs. Attorney Guo, how did you find all this information? Chen Tianzong was also taken aback. That's way too detailed. And it was somewhat beyond their expectations. In their hearts, Su Chen was indeed a good-for-nothing. But they had never seen Su Chen do these things. Oh, Dad, do you even care where we found this information now? Have you forgotten how Su Chen always causes trouble and makes our family suffer the consequences? These things alone are enough to solidify his position. Therefore, this information is absolutely genuine. I'm going to find Grandpa right now. After saying that, Chen Zixuan took the documents and ran home. Chen Tianzong quickly led Guo Wei and followed behind. After Grandpa Qingud came down to the second floor, he looked at the thing his granddaughter handed him with a puzzled expression. Grandpa, you always speak up for Su Chen. Take a look at these things first. Today I'm going to show you exactly who he is. Chen Zixuan said angrily. Seeing his granddaughter so angry, Qingud was also a little puzzled. Take the contents out of the file folder. At first I was a little surprised, but then he remained expressionless. Look, Grandpa, take a good look. Does he look like he's already married? What on earth is he doing? I hope Grandpa won't stop me from divorcing him this time. Qingud looked at a small part of it and then threw the things on the coffee table. You went to investigate? Qingud asked calmly. Chen Zixuan nodded slowly, and then introduced Guo Wei. This is Guo Wei, a famous lawyer in Zhengzhou. Grandpa, don't worry, the information that Teacher Gui investigated is absolutely reliable and trustworthy. I saw through Su Chen a long time ago, and you, Grandpa, have been deceived all along. I just want to tell you, Grandpa, that he doesn't count as 10 men at all. So no matter what your attitude is, Grandpa, I just want a divorce. As long as he's around, he'll only hinder the Chen family's progress. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Zixuan said a lot in one go. 1351, Chapter 1351 Chen Gud's Rage. Bang! Suddenly, Mr. Chen Gud slammed his hand heavily on the table. Who gave you permission to investigate him? And what kind of bullshit lawyer is he, investigating all this baseless stuff? Old Master Chen Gud suddenly flew into a rage. The three people on the scene were completely dumbfounded. Grandpa. Chen Zixuan was filled with question marks. What's wrong with my grandfather? The evidence is right in front of you, why don't you believe it? Does Grandpa really hate to see her have a bright future? Does Grandpa really want to use Su Chen to bind her and prevent her from soaring to greater heights? Snort! Let's take a step back and say. You are husband and wife, and you, as the wife, are not fulfilling your duties as a wife. As a man, he naturally has no choice but to go out and look for it. Grandpa is speaking from the perspective of an observer. Su Chen did nothing wrong. Moreover, this information is completely inconsistent with the facts. Chen Gud knew Su Chen's identity very well. That kind of identity, coupled with this information? Even a fool knows how fake this information is. Guo Wei frowned at this moment. What's wrong with this old man? Chen Tianzong and Chen Zixuan believed it without a doubt, but old Master Chen Gud didn't believe it at all. And it seems they strongly support Su Chen. Does Grandpa Chen Gud know Su Chen's identity? If that's the case, then why did Chen Zixuan and Su Chen have such a falling out? He's really seen something new. Although he didn't say it aloud, he had cursed it countless times in his heart. Those two, the Chen father and daughter, are complete idiots. Su Chen is actually the heavenly Emperor Su, and this father and daughter had no idea. They even thought of pushing such an important person away. Even a miracle couldn't save them. Of course, he wouldn't reveal Su Chen's identity on his own initiative. Who knows if Su Chen deliberately hid it? If he reveals it voluntarily, he won't be able to avoid getting into trouble later. Besides, Mr. Su had also told him that the only purpose of bringing back the evidence was to make money. Old man, you're saying this evidence is fake, I don't know how you can say that. To make this money, he naturally has to prove the authenticity of the evidence. He's not afraid of the Chen family investigating. Even if they found out, in the end, it was Su Chen who gave him the evidence voluntarily. Su Chen is the heavenly Emperor Su, surely the Chen family wouldn't dare to turn around and bite him? Snort! No matter how hard you try, this evidence is not true. You want a divorce? No way. I told you long ago that Su Chen is an exceptional person. He is someone who can bring glory to my Chen family. If you get divorced, you will definitely regret it later, and you will regret it immensely. Old Master Chen Gud said sternly. Guo Wei's expression changed slightly after hearing this. It seems that Grandpa Chen Gud really did know Su Chen's identity. Grandfather. I've heard that hundreds of times. But I can't feel any hope in him at all. I have no idea what kind of spell you've been cast on. But I said I would definitely divorce him. Definitely. The last three words were almost shouted out. Smack. Chen Gud suddenly made a move. A slap left a bright red handprint on his granddaughter's face. The scene was silent. Everyone was looking at old man Chen Gud. If you dare, then don't acknowledge me as your grandfather. I absolutely do not have a granddaughter like you. After saying that, Chen Gud and Qin Su collapsed onto the sofa in excitement. The whole family was in an uproar. Dad. Grandfather. Grandpa, you're scaring me. Chen Gud was panting heavily. Because of the previous poisoning incident, he was in the process of recuperating. When emotions run high, it's natural for them to fluctuate greatly. Zishuan, you absolutely must promise Grandpa. I can't be with Su Chen, I can't get a divorce. 1352, Chapter 1352 Rescuing the Old Man. Grandfather! Chen Zishuan shouted. However, Mr. Chen Good was already experiencing shortness of breath and chest tightness. My life is in danger at any moment. Chen Tianzong immediately drove the old man to the hospital. Su Chen quickly learned that Grandpa Chen Good had been admitted to the hospital. Su Chen really hadn't expected this. He knew the old man might stop him. But he really didn't anticipate that things would escalate to the point of requiring a hospital visit. In the entire Chen family, only the old man knew that he was Su Tiandi. The rest of the Chen family simply didn't believe it. Therefore, Mr. Chen must have been under considerable pressure to oppose the divorce between Chen Zishuan and everyone else. Of course. This is not something he can control. Chen Good, who was admitted to the hospital, is still undergoing emergency treatment. Chen Zishuan was extremely anxious at this moment. It's all that brat Su Chen's fault. You've angered your grandfather like this, the Chen family is definitely not letting him off the hook. Chen Tianzong said angrily. The old man has been angered several times because of Su Chen. Every single time it's about my daughter's marriage to Su Chen. If Su Chen had agreed to the divorce earlier and decisively severed all ties with the Chen family, the old man wouldn't have been so angry. But at this moment, Chen Zishuan had no time to think about the divorce. She was very worried about her grandfather. Although she never agreed with her grandfather's words and opinions on Su Chen's matter. But her grandfather doted on her from a young age, treating her even better than her parents. Right now, she only has one thing on her mind. As long as Grandpa is safe and sound, whether or not we get a divorce is irrelevant. We can always wait until Grandpa is enjoying his retirement before making any plans in this regard. 2 hours later, the emergency room door opened. The whole family crowded around. The patient is fine now, but the stress caused by the anxiety is too much. Don't let the elderly person be further agitated. Hearing the hospital's words, Chen Zishuan breathed a long sigh of relief. Mom and Dad, please take good care of Grandpa. I'm going out for a bit. After Chen Zishuan finished speaking with a serious expression, she turned and left. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, Guo Wei rushed up. Miss Chen, our adult contract should still stand, right? I've already given you the evidence. Whether the divorce goes through or not is none of my business, right? Guo Wei asked with a serious expression. Actually, he hadn't wanted that 10 million for a long time. From the moment he learned that Su Chen was Su Tiandi. But Su Chen later confessed that his purpose was to get him a reward. So he didn't know if Su Chen would punish him if he gave up the reward. Compared to the Chen family, she was certainly even less willing to offend Su Chen. That's why he stayed at the hospital entrance. Regardless, let's get the payment first. Chen Zishuan thought for a few seconds and finally nodded in agreement. The contract they initially signed didn't actually stipulate that they would definitely get a successful divorce. All she asked was for Guo Wei to help her collect evidence. It turns out that Guo Wei had collected very complete evidence, but his grandfather simply didn't believe it. Okay, the money will be transferred to your private account in 2 days. I still have some things to take care of. After saying that, Chen Zishuan got into the car and left. Guo Wei didn't stop her, as long as Chen Zishuan agreed to give him the money. As a lawyer, he naturally has many habits when it comes to collecting evidence. For example, he recorded the entire conversation with Chen Zishuan just now. If Chen Zishuan doesn't pay, then this recording can become conclusive evidence. Driving, Chen Zishuan arrived at the Wanyao Company building. She dialed Su Chen's number. Su Chen did not refuse to answer the call. 1353, Chapter 1353 Searching for Su Chen. Chen Zishuan asked to meet him. They said it was a family matter they needed to discuss. I'm busy. Su Chen hung up the phone before Chen Zishuan could respond. Chen Zishuan stared at the phone that had been hung up, her anger rising. Where did Su Chen get the courage to hang up on her? When I called back, it showed that no one was answering. Left with no other choice, Chen Zixuan had to turn to Xiao Ningning. After all, Xiao Ningning and Su Chen have a good relationship now, so the only way to find Su Chen is through Xiao Ningning. You two are still husband and wife in name only, I have no say in this. If you want to find him, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Xiao Ningning was also in a meeting and didn't have much time to talk to Chen Zixuan. Chen Zixuan frowned as she watched the phone being hung up again. What's wrong with the people around her? Xiao Ningning and she used to have such a good relationship, but now it has changed so suddenly. Even my dearest grandfather was like that. What exactly is so good about Su Chen? Why is Xiao Ningning protecting him, and even Grandpa is protecting him? Although they are husband and wife in name, they don't speak any language at all. She didn't even know where to go if she wanted to find Su Chen. After much thought, Su Chen could only think of Tianhe Villa. Su Chen always said he lived in Tianhe Villa. Although she felt that Su Chen's words were completely unbelievable. But she still started the car and drove to Tianhe Villa. Through her grandfather's recent incident, she has finally figured it out. She could choose not to divorce Su Chen, but there were some things she needed to make clear to him. At this moment, Su Chen really had no mind to pay attention to Chen Zixuan. These past few days, besides resting, he has also been studying the third thunder pattern of the five thunder fist. The more he learned about the third lightning pattern, the more he wanted to study it thoroughly. The third lightning pattern, earth splitting. This is absolutely the essence of five thunder fist. Once he reaches the great perfection state, his strength will definitely be greatly enhanced. Not to mention the fourth lightning pattern that followed. Once he touches the fourth lightning pattern, his strength will definitely experience a qualitative leap. He estimated that he could even fight against two super strong individuals from Tianmen and the Spirit Alliance. He was very curious about how the Jiang family had developed the five thunder fist. With the power of this five thunder fist, if the Jiang family can hold out for 30 years and wait for Xiao Jiang to rise to prominence, then the Jiang family can return to its former peak. Unfortunately, the requirements of the five thunder fist are too high among the Jiang family's descendants over the past 100 years, only Xiao Jiang has been able to comprehend it. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long, and time waits for no one. The study of the third lightning pattern made Su Chen extremely agitated. I can't seem to grasp the key points, and when I reach a crucial moment, I always feel like something is missing. Perhaps only Xiao Zhang's elders can answer this question for him. But the entire Jiang family was hunted down and killed by their enemies. In the end, only Xiao Jiang and his grandfather were left. Could they have any other relatives? Although he felt the hope was slim, he did not give up. Xiao Zhang's information was sent to Jin Song, who then traced the origin of the information. Just as Su Chen was at his wit's end, the door to the training room next door opened. Su Chen got up and walked out. He could sense a subtle killing intent. The moment Su Chen opened the door, a dagger gleaming with cold light stabbed towards his head. Su Chen dodged even faster. Xiao Jiang. Su Chen frowned. Why did Xiao Jiang attack him? However, Xiao Jiang didn't say a word, and continued to attack Su Chen with the dagger in his hand. The training room was filled with a stench of blood. Xiao Jiang's attacks were noticeably more ferocious than before. 1354, Chapter 1354. Xiao Jiang emerges from seclusion. Xiao Jiang's moves used to seem so immature. While it has enough explosive power, it lacks true might. That is, the so-called murderous aura. Once the killing intent is gone, such an attack will be halved in its damage effect on any enemy. Compared to before, the attacks are much sharper now. But it's still not enough, it's just a little better than before. At least she's no longer the naive Xiao Jiang she used to be. Seeing Xiao Jiang's serious expression, Su Chen also became a little more serious. Having just come out of customs, it's time to test Xiao Jiang's progress. The first lightning pattern of the five thunder fist. In an instant, the entire villa was shaking. The immense power of the lightning damaged all the surrounding electrical equipment. Inside Inside the training room, the three people Su Chen had called earlier helped him out. They all had injuries, more or less. Xiao Jiang just didn't take their lives. Xiao Jiang, you did a great job. Su Chen smiled slightly. His goal wasn't to have Xiao Jiang kill the three people. Instead, it means knowing how to retaliate, while also clearly distinguishing between friend and foe. He arranged for these three people to be infiltrated. Of course they won't be enemies. But Xiao Jiang was able to break through his limitations after understanding this problem, and at the same time, he was able to save the lives of the three people. Xiao Jiang is now incredibly close to the pinnacle of martial arts supremacy. Otherwise, how could he have injured three peak level 7 experts? Xiao Jiang is very angry. He didn't understand why his master wanted those three to kill him. He initially thought he had met his family. After all, Su Chen can also use the 5 Thunder Fist. It was as if he saw his grandfather, who had once performed the 5 Thunder Fist, in front of him. But now this is the only family member he considers to be. He actually lets someone else kill him. Why? Xiao Jiang roared. Why, aren't you my master? Why did you kill me? Xiao Jiang roared angrily. Xiao Zhan's hysterical screams brought Su Chen to his senses. Xiao Zhan's mind was clearly still stuck on the day he was taken into the training room. No wonder. After all, Xiao Jiang lacked love growing up. After meeting him, she entrusted all her love to him. Finally, the incident at the training room occurred, which inevitably led to some twisted thoughts in Xiao Zhan's mind. Su Chen didn't say anything. He first tested Xiao Zhan's abilities. Only after confirming that Xiao Jiang had met his initial expectations did he grab Xiao Zhan's wrist. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Su Chen looked calmly at Xiao Jiang. Isn't that so? Xiao Jiang used all his strength to try to pull his hand back. But Su Chen's strength was too great, he was not on the same level as Su Chen at all. Young Master Jiang, you've misunderstood. The three of them helped each other as they walked over. Mr. Su never ordered us to kill you. Saying that I could only leave alive by killing you was just to stimulate your potential. Actually, he had already told us privately to be careful with our strength. Su Chen suddenly turned around and looked at the three of them. You three can leave now, go to Hai Shaoshan and collect your reward. Su Chen didn't let the three of them continue talking. He has never liked to explain himself. It's okay if Xiao Jiang really thinks he's that kind of person. It might even be a good thing. At least don't let Xiao Jiang become so dependent on him. But Xiao Jiang heard everything the three of them said. The strength in his hands gradually diminished. The anger I felt has started to dissipate over the past few days. At first, in the training room, he was beaten to a pulp by the three of them. But the three of them kept feeding him pills. It's like being injured, then treated, then getting injured again after being treated. Disinfect while disinfecting. He was furious. I'm not reconciled. 1355, Chapter 1355, The Only Relative. But there was nothing we could do. Because the three were too strong, he couldn't possibly fight them all by himself. But he got up again and again, filled with anger. He wanted to ask Su Chen why he treated him this way. Does Su Chen not consider his disciple a family member at all? I'm so glad you've grown. But your emotions are so volatile, which is the biggest flaw in this experience. Aren't you very angry? In that case, let me feel your anger. Unleash your full power. Su Chen let go of Xiao Zhan's hand. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's expression calmed down. The anger in his eyes had vanished, leaving only composure. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. This is exactly the state of Xiao Jiang that he wanted to see. Think calmly about everything and don't let your own thoughts control you. Without saying a word, Xiao Jiang launched another attack. This time it wasn't anger, and its power was greatly reduced. However, reduced power does not mean reduced threat. In the past, Xiao Jiang was known for his strength. Every strike he makes is incredibly powerful. This naturally makes it very clear to people where the limits of his power lie. But this approach has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can resolve battles extremely quickly. For the weak, perhaps they can only hold on for 2 moves. However, for a strong person, if someone figured out Xiao Zhang's method after he unleashed his full power, the result would be extremely dangerous. After all, once their strength is quickly depleted, they simply cannot maintain a fighting state for an extended period of time. But things are different now. Xiao Jian learned to filter his power, avoiding excessive consumption of himself, while also maintaining his attack threat level. Don't underestimate this dagger, it may only be a weak weapon. But every move Xiao Jiang made contained a deadly element. If they succeed even once, the opponent will be either killed or severely injured. Perhaps it was this calm and collected approach that allowed him to defeat those 3. Of course. Facing Su Chen, whose strength far surpasses his own, this kind of attack method is simply not very effective. He can only let Su Chen see the direction of his growth. Alright. Su Chen said calmly. Xiao Jiang immediately stopped. That's pretty good, but there's still room for improvement. Xiao Jiang nodded. Master, was what they said just now true? Am I important or not in your eyes, Master? Xiao Jiang's eyes were red. He has no relatives left in this world. To be honest, I do have relatives. That's Su Chen alone. If Su Chen abandons him, then he will truly become an orphan in the desolate territory. Just like when I was working in the factory before, I was all alone and helpless. Su Chen smiled faintly. We are all on the same path. If I didn't consider you family, why would I worry about your safety? Su Chen ruffled Xiao Zhang's hair. He would never normally say something like that. But he also knew that Xiao Jiang was still young. When he was that age, how could he not want to be pampered? And how could they not want to be pampered by their parents? But he's not qualified. So even though it was difficult to say, he forced himself to say it. Really? A single tear, the size of a bean, rolled down her cheek. Su Chen gave a wry smile. A man doesn't easily shed tears. I have something to ask you. Go wash up and come find me. Xiao Jiang nodded, then quickly walked towards his room. 1356, Chapter 1356. Taking Xiao Jiang out. Back in the study, Xiao Jiang followed shortly afterward. After changing his clothes, Xiao Jiang's demeanor became much more composed than before. He sat down opposite Su Chen. Xiao Jiang, would you like to go back to your hometown for a visit? Xiao Jiang was stunned. His hometown? He had no idea what his hometown looked like anymore. Perhaps that place is already deserted. Or perhaps it has become a scrap of the city. For a moment, he hesitated. That's where he was born and raised. He had thought before that he would go back and take a look someday. But now I'm a little afraid to go back. What can he do after he goes back? He looks at his fragmented memories but can't change anything. Su Chen walked up to him and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'll be with you. I've been wanting to visit your old home too. The third thunder pattern of the 5 Thunder Fist has been unable to advance for a long time. He was very anxious about this. Even with the Berserker Pill now, he can face any enemy. But the number of Berserker Pills is limited. He must improve himself as quickly as possible for the best guarantee. Relying on Berserker Pills all the time isn't a solution. Alright, Master, I'll go get ready. Su Chen nodded. Xiao Jiang, who was learning the 5 Thunder Fist, was still a child. It's unlikely that we'll get any more detailed information from Xiao Jiang. Only by going to the former Jiang family might there still be some possibility. At the same time, he also asked Jinsong to investigate the news about Zai Shijiang's family. If anything happens, Jinsong will tell him immediately. After packing their things, Su Chen took Xiao Jiang out together. Hai Xiaoshan originally intended to take them to the airport. But Su Chen refused. He wasn't in a hurry to go to the Jiang family's former residence when he took Xiao Jiang out with him. During this time, he also went to see Old Manly. After all, he didn't know how long he would be gone in 2 or 3 months, and Old Manly still needed soul-nourishing pills. He had to go and deliver the elixir to Old Manly. At this moment, Chen Zixuan was only 300 meters away from Tianhe Villa. Seeing Su Chen walk out of the gate of Tianhe Villa, Chen Zixuan stepped on the gas and sped after him. Master! Seeing the speeding sports car, Xiao Zhang quickly stepped in front of Su Chen. The sports car braked at top speed and came to a steady stop 3 meters away from them. Chen Zixuan opened the car door and got out. Master, who is she? Xiao Jiang asked in confusion. Even though the other person was a woman, Xiao Zhang didn't let his guard down. Because Su Chen once told him, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. The woman getting out of the car is very pretty, so she might be a con artist. Get out of the way. Chen Zixuan looked at Xiao Jiang and said coldly. Of course she didn't know Xiao Jiang. In her opinion, anyone who appeared with Su Chen was no good. What do you want to do? Don't even think about getting near my master. Xiao Jiang stood in front of Chen Zixuan. Chen Zixuan was stunned for 2 seconds. Master? Is he your master? Chen Zixuan smiled. He, but that's understandable. He's a martial arts supreme master, a bit of a waste, but he'd still be good enough to be a kid's master. Clearly, Chen Zixuan was extremely disdainful. So what if Su Chen is the martial arts supreme? She is also a martial arts master, and Su Chen may not necessarily be stronger than her. Get out of the way, I have something to say to your master. Xiao Jiang looked at Su Chen. 2 bodyguards from Tianhe Villa also came over. Su Chen's status in their eyes is such that if anything happens, they'll fight tooth and nail to get to him. 1357, Chapter 1357. Are you sick, woman? Su Chen slowly raised his hand, his meaning quite clear. Come back, Xiao Jiang, let her talk. Su Chen was too lazy to argue with Chen Zixuan. Trying so hard to find him can't possibly be anything good. After Xiao Jiang stepped aside, Chen Zixuan walked up to him. Su Chen, my grandfather was in the emergency room for 2 hours because of you, are you happy now? Su Chen wasn't surprised at all. Of course he knew about this. But what does this have to do with him? Was Chen Good hospitalized because of him? You're the one who angered the old man so much that he ended up in the hospital, and now you've come here to confront me? Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. It's none of my business if you throw a tantrum, but I'm not your punching bag. Go find someone else to vent your anger on. Su Chen said coldly. Chen Zixuan was clearly well prepared. She knew that Su Chen's words were often irritating, so she didn't take them too seriously. I don't care what you say, I just want to make my point clear. Marriage doesn't have to be dissolved. But you'd better stay away from my grandfather. I don't know what kind of bewitching methods you used to bewitch my grandfather. But sooner or later I will show my grandfather your true colors. I'll let Grandpa know that you're nothing but a clown. Su Chen smiled. He looked at Chen Zixuan, wondering why this woman always had such a high opinion of herself. She always thinks she's the best woman. You came all this way to see me just for this? Su Chen said, speechless. What do you think? I'm here to make you promise that you will never go near my grandfather again, and never go home once my grandfather is enjoying his old age. I will give you a sum of money, enough for you to live a worry-free life for the rest of your days. So, you shouldn't have the right to refuse this condition, right? Chen Zixuan crossed her arms. Xiao Jiang stared blankly at his master, Su Chen. Didn't his master already have more money than he could ever spend in a lifetime? Or is this woman in front of him even richer than his master? Otherwise, how could he have said he would give his master an endless amount of money? That's certainly a very tempting offer. But I spend money a lot. Are you sure you can come up with a price? Chen Zixuan hesitated for a few seconds. No matter what, Su Chen had been in contact with a woman of Xiao Ningning's caliber. When it comes to consumption concepts, one certainly cannot consider them from the perspective of an ordinary person. But how much spending power can a man who does nothing and is supported by others have? Name your price. Chen Zixuan said in a very domineering way. At worst, it'll be $1 billion or $2 billion. She had to show Su Chen what a real rich person was like. Su Chen held up 5 fingers. Chen Zixuan thought for a few seconds. Then he let out a cold laugh. 500 million? It seems that this is what you're looking for. Fine, 500 million is all I need, I'll grant your request. Chen Zixuan readily agreed. Su Chen's face darkened. Are you out of your mind, woman? Did I tell you it was 500 million? Chen Zixuan's expression changed drastically. Do you want 5 billion? Su Chen, you can be rude, but don't go too far. Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve to have 5 billion? Chen Zixuan's voice gradually grew louder. She worked so hard for so long, but the Chen family's assets are only worth 20 billion. Su Chen asked for 5 billion right off the bat. This can't even be described as excessive. 1358, Chapter 1358 500 billion. 50 billion? I'm talking about 500 billion. And at the rate I spend money, even 500 billion might not be enough for me. Su Chen said calmly. If you can give it to me, don't tell me I can't see Chen good. Even if I have to move away from the Demon Sea, it's not a problem. 500 billion is indeed not a very large number for Su Chen. After all, he spent hundreds of billions just on purchasing blood grass. It's safe to say that if you really come across something good, 500 billion could be yours in the blink of an eye. However, when Chen Zixuan heard the figure of 500 billion, her expression changed drastically. Is Su Chen toying with her? 500 billion. Even her entire Chen family combined doesn't have that much money. Su Chen. Chen Zixuan is furious. Do you think you're funny? Or are you really determined to bring disaster to my Chen family? What did our family ever do to offend you? Why are you making trouble for us? My grandfather, he's already so old. Are you only happy when you've killed him? Chen Zixuan believes that Su Chen did it on purpose, and that Su Chen has always acted like a rogue. If it weren't for his grandfather protecting Su Chen, someone like Su Chen would have been a rat crossing the street long ago. Can't you produce it? If you can't, don't waste my time. After saying that, Su Chen took Xiao Jiang and prepared to leave. You. Chen Zixuan was even angrier. Is this guy serious? 500 billion? Let alone the Chen family, even the richest family in the Demon Sea, the Hai family, might not be able to come up with that much money at once. Su Chen, I'll give you a maximum of 2 billion. You'd better know what's good for you, or you'll suffer the consequences. Chen Zixuan roared helplessly in the direction Su Chen had left. She believes that for someone like Su Chen, 2 billion is already the maximum. Let alone Su Chen alone, even 3 generations of Su Chen's family couldn't spend it all. But Su Chen didn't care about the 2 billion at all. Giving him 2 billion is like throwing money away to a beggar. Master, who is that woman? After walking a distance, Xiao Jiang asked in confusion. During the time he spent by Su Chen's side. I've met Xiao Ningning. I've seen the Azure Phoenix before. I've also seen other beautiful women. Although the woman from before was also very beautiful. But he really disliked her, always feeling that this woman was somewhat arrogant. Ignore her, she's just a crazy stranger. Su Chen didn't explain much. In fact, Chen Zixuan is his wife in name only. That is equivalent to Xiao Zhang's nominal master's wife. But Xiao Jiang probably wouldn't want to call a woman like Chen Zixuan teacher's wife. I took little Zhang Su Chen to old man Li's house. He left behind a sufficient amount of soul-nourishing pills. And he told old man Li that he was going out for a while. Hopefully, that evil artifact will have been repaired by the time I return. That evil artifact is no longer of much use to him. But he can leave it to Xiao Jiang. As long as Xiao Zhang can suppress that evil weapon, it will definitely become one of his trump cards. Of course. Xiao Jiang probably won't be able to suppress that evil weapon now. One must at least reach the level of a terrestrial immortal to have any chance of controlling that evil weapon. Before leaving, Old Man Li told Su Chen to be careful. They even gave Su Chen a formation diagram and 2 pieces of jade. He told Su Chen that this was a lightning-resistant array used to save his life. Hopefully, Su Chen won't need the specific effects. But if there is a real danger to life, the Thunder Defense Formation will definitely save you. Hearing Old Man Li say this, Su Chen was naturally very curious. Old Man Li was not unaware of his strength. 1359, Chapter 1359 accompanying you throughout. Knowing his capabilities, how could he still say such a thing? It seems this lightning control formation is no ordinary formation. Alright, old man, I'm not going to the battlefield. This trip isn't too dangerous. I'll study the effectiveness of the lightning protection array when I get back. After giving his instructions, Su Chen left Old Man Li's house. The master and apprentice went to the airport and bought tickets to Zhangzhou. Xiao Jiang was rather quiet the whole way. He was clearly a little apprehensive about going back to his old home. How could Su Chen not understand Xiao Jiang? Just like how he feels now that he has returned to the north. The last time I returned to the north, I only saw white sand. But he believes there are still many people waiting for his return. Xiao Zhang's feelings upon returning home were complicated. I hope some of my relatives are still alive. But I don't want to see my family. Because his grandfather had told him that the Zhang family had enemies. Even if you survive, it will be extremely difficult. So even if he still has relatives, they are probably suffering hardships that ordinary people cannot bear. Who else would have such a good mentor like him? After a short flight, the master and apprentice arrived at the Demon Sea 2 hours later. As soon as Su Chen got off the plane, Zhao Di was waiting at the door. Mr. Su, I will accompany you throughout your journey from now on. You can ask me for anything. Su Chen nodded and did not refuse. It must have been the Hai family who notified Zhao Di, which is why Zhao Di was waiting at the airport immediately. Do you know about the Zhang family from the past? After getting into the car, Su Chen looked at Zhao Di and asked casually. Zhao Di frowned slightly. The Zhang family? Are you referring to the Zhang family, the one that has a Thunder Dao Master? The Zhang family is famous for Thunder Fist, a glorious tradition spanning over 100 years. But it also declined because of the Thunder Fist, and now the family members are probably all gone. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Di sensed a change in the aura of the little boy next to Su Chen. He had heard of this child before. It seemed to be a disciple that Su Chen had recently taken in. It surprised them all at the time. Su Chen actually took on disciples. You should know that at that time, Hai Pangshan was willing to give up all his property in order to let his son Hai Xiaoshan become Su Chen's disciple. But Su Chen rejected him immediately, saying that Hai Xiaoshan didn't have enough talent. Clearly, anyone who can get Su Chen to take them as a disciple must be extraordinary. The kid in front of me doesn't look very old. Yet it possesses the aura of a martial arts supreme at its peak. Since you know about the Zhang family, then you can come with us for a while. Su Chen put one hand on Xiao Zhang's shoulder, suppressing his anger. Zhao Di nodded in agreement immediately. He was naturally very happy to be able to stay by Su Chen's side. Upon arriving at the Zhao family's gate, Su Chen had barely gotten out of the car when he saw a large number of bigwigs from Zhangzhou. Miao people. The Kai family. The Lei family. The Xia family. Welcome, Mr. Su. Everyone quickly and respectfully greeted him. They originally planned to go to the airport together to pick someone up. But when the Hai family informed them, they also said that Su Chen didn't like big fuss. So they always thought that Zhao Di should go and approach, and they could all just wait here. Su Chen glanced at the heads of each family. It seems the Zhang family has already made their choice. The absence of the Zhang family is enough to show that they have found a powerful backer. That's why they acted so recklessly towards him. In that case, there's one more thing to do coming to Zhongzhou. The Zhang family. I notified them before, but it seems they ignored it. I've heard that an agreement has been reached with the Su family. Mr. Su, please be careful. Xia Xiaoling stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and said. 1360, Chapter 1360 Zhang Family Castle. Really? Just as he had guessed. Zhang Lei must have a trump card up his sleeve for not choosing to join him. Otherwise, why would they be so fearless? However, Zhang Lei was far too naive. Do they think they can escape this calamity by seeking refuge with the Su family? Doesn't he know who the Su family is? He never gets up early for nothing, and he knows very well where things will end after he's used up the Zhang family. Despite the Su family's reputation, these people still chose to believe them. It's alright, I'll go to the Zhang family after I'm done with my work. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry. The Zhang family will definitely have to go sooner or later, but naturally not now. After having lunch at the Zhao family's house, Su Chen asked Zhao Di to arrange a car to take him and Xiao Zhang to the former Zhang family ruins. Zhao Di has quite a reputation in Zhengzhou, so naturally many people know him. There were only 3 people sitting in the minivan. Throughout the journey, Su Chen kept asking Zhao Di about the Zhao family. It is said that when the Zhang family was wiped out by a mysterious force, almost none of them survived. Moreover, the reason for the massacre seems to be a treasure belonging to the Zhang family. It's important to know that before the Zhang family was wiped out, they were the strongest force in the entire Central Plains. Even at their peak, the Pan family had to avoid direct confrontation. It has been more than a decade since the Zhang family was destroyed, and many people have forgotten this family that was once comparable to the 4 great families. Along the way, Zhao Di told Su Chen most of what he said. But the location where the vehicle was traveling was becoming increasingly remote. This place was once known as the city that never sleeps. It's because the Zhang family is here that this place is so lively. Even the higher-ups are encouraging us to vigorously develop this area. After its decline, nothing more was heard of it. We crossed the muddy road and passed through a bamboo forest. The vehicle slowly came to a stop. When the car stopped, Su Chen knew that they had arrived at their destination. Su Chen got out of the car and saw a castle in ruins. The entrance has weathered too many storms. The entire castle is several hundred meters long and wide. It's tens of meters high. It's clear that this place was once very glorious. At the top of the castle, there are 2 lightning bolts, each tens of meters long. This is equivalent to engraving the Zhang family's strongest martial arts technique. Xiao Jiang frowned and went inside first. He was very young when he left this place, but a flood of memories came rushing back to him. Although decades have passed, traces of the fight are still visible at the scene. Even some buildings inside the castle were destroyed. In addition, the castle has not been repaired for decades, which is why it looks so dilapidated now. This is the former Zhang family home. For decades, virtually no one has dared to come here. It's said that anyone who dares to come here to inquire about the past will face retaliation. The Pan family wanted to take over this place, and they sent people here to investigate first. But later, a mysterious force warned that if they got involved, they would be killed. Before coming, Zhao Di had naturally done some research. After all, I'm out on business with Su Chen, so I can't be completely clueless when asked questions. After entering the castle hall, Xiao Zhang's expression was very solemn. He looked left and right, clearly trying to find some clue. There should be a secret passage here. Xiao Jiang suddenly spoke up. Grandpa led me to escape through the secret passage back then, there must be something inside. Before coming here, Xiao Zhang's memory was very shallow. But when he saw the scene, he realized that the scene from the great battle was gradually emerging in his mind. How many lives did the family sacrifice to get rid of him? That's why he remembered the existence of that secret passage at this moment. Chapter 1361 Searching for the Secret Passage. Su Chen walked to his side and sighed helplessly when he saw his distressed expression. If you really can't remember, don't be too hard on yourself. We'll find out who the Jiang family's enemies are sooner or later. However, Xiao Jiang had already closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Su Chen and the others stood right in front of him without disturbing him. About 10 seconds later, Xiao Jiang opened his eyes and turned around. He looked around a corner. I lifted my leg and walked over. Su Chen and his companion followed behind. It's clear that Xiao Jiang has remembered something. As you turn the corner, a massive spiral staircase appears, leading directly to the second floor. Xiao Jiang went up. The entire castle is 9 meters high, and the stairs on the first floor have dozens of steps. As Xiao Jiang ascended the spiral staircase to the second floor, he didn't stop. Third floor. Fourth floor. Fifth floor. The entire castle is 8 stories high. There is only one room on the top floor, which is also the highest point in the entire castle. From here, you can see the entire Jiang family's territory in the castle. Upon entering the room, Xiao Jiang stopped again. When I tried to think about it again, I felt a splitting headache. Don't push yourself too hard, this is the last floor, there shouldn't be any clues here. Su Chen also knew that Xiao Jiang must really want to find clues about his enemies. But Xiao Jiang was still young at that time, and his memories are incomplete. Secondly, after experiencing something like that, everyone wants to forget it as soon as possible. This used to be my room. Xiao Jiang suddenly looked up and said, I remember, this is where Grandpa led me out of the castle. Upon hearing Xiao Jiang's words, Su Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. If they escaped from the first floor, that would be understandable. But this is the highest point, even a spirit-level expert who can fly wouldn't be able to escape. After all, the fact that the Jiang family was able to be destroyed shows just how powerful the other party was. At the very least, they are at the level of the 4 major families of Longdu. Families that reach that level always send out spirit-level experts. Escaping through the air is impractical. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Escape from here will be very difficult. Su Chen looked around and realized that the only other way to get there, besides the staircase leading directly to the first floor, was to jump down from the 8th floor. There were walls all around, and there was no secret passage that Xiao Jiang had mentioned. It must be right, absolutely right. Xiao Jiang said decisively. He has clearly recovered some of his childhood memories. Although the scene was extremely chaotic that day. But he clearly remembers shouting for his mom and dad when he left. Meanwhile, his parents stood in front of him at a distance until they saw him and his grandfather off. Now we've got a problem. Su Chen looked at the floor beneath his feet. Could there be a hidden passage in the ground? Setting up a secret passage at the top floor is a thought process that ordinary people could never come up with. But the more extraordinary one's thinking is, the more likely it is to succeed. Su Chen and Zhao Di then began searching the area to see if there were any hidden passages on the ground. A full half-hour passed, and still nothing was found. Furthermore, the rooms on the 7th floor are exactly the same size as those on the 8th floor, so the secret passage is simply impossible. For a moment, Su Chen and the others were all a little confused. Mr. Su. Suddenly. Zhao Di's expression changed drastically. He was standing right by the window. Look, there's someone down there. Su Chen walked over quickly. Below the castle, a disheveled man looked up at the castle and his gaze met theirs. There was also fear and dread in his eyes. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. Is this a homeless person passing by? 1362, Chapter 1362 The Strange Su Chen. Or are there homeless people living in this abandoned castle? No wonder. After all, the castle has been abandoned for more than a decade, so it's not surprising that there are homeless people living here. Don't worry about it, he's probably just a homeless person. Su Chen didn't pay much attention to him. The 3 of them started thinking about the secret passage again. An hour passed, and there was still no result. In the end, the 3 of them had no choice but to leave the castle. Before leaving, Xiao Jiang was reluctant to part. After all, this used to be his home. If it weren't for that massacre of his entire family, he might still be living happily inside now. Master, one day I want to take the castle back. He looked at Su Chen with unwavering eyes. Su Chen nodded. That day will come, and the future of the Jiang family will rest on your shoulders. I believe that's what your parents and grandfather thought back then, which is why they risked everything to send you out. The three got into the car and left. Su Chen just looked around the entire castle again, but still couldn't find a single clue. There are only two possibilities if you want to find anything left behind by the Jiang family. First, we must find the secret passage that Xiao Jiang mentioned. Secondly, find the Jiang family's enemies. Only by finding out who the enemy who destroyed the Jiang family was can we take back everything the Jiang family once lost. But all of this may not be possible to complete in the short term. They left no trace whatsoever, not to mention the secret passage. Even the Jiang family's enemies would have a hard time finding it. Unless human beings dig up the entire Jiang family castle 3 feet deep. But that is Xiao Jiang's home after all. If doing something like this is to find a breakthrough in the Five Thunder Fist for him, then it's going a bit too far. The three returned to Zhongzhou as soon as they entered the city. Jinsong turned on the phone. He told Su Chen that he had found a clue about the surviving members of the Jiang family. It is said that someone from the Jiang family went back 2 years ago. But he seems to have gone mad, and it's not entirely certain that he's a member of the Jiang family. It only appeared once, and then disappeared. We don't know if it's dead or alive. Parking. Su Chen suddenly spoke, his expression changing slightly. Alright, I've got my eye on this. You can continue the investigation. Su Chen hung up the phone immediately after speaking. Turn back, quick. Su Chen suddenly remembered something. According to Jinsong's information, we then contacted the scavenger who appeared below the castle earlier. Su Chen had a feeling that the person might be the Jiang family survivor that Jinsong had mentioned. What's wrong, master? Xiao Jiang's question. Let's go back and talk about it first. The driver sped along, and in about 10 minutes they were back in front of the castle. After getting out of the car, Su Chen immediately went to the place where the person had just appeared. But after so much time, the other party had vanished without a trace. Mr. Su, are you looking for that person from earlier? Zhao Di saw through Su Chen's intentions. Su Chen nodded and joined the others in searching the surrounding area. Bushes. Forest. They even searched the entire castle. Finally, Su Chen even climbed back up to the 8th floor of the castle. From this vantage point, you can look down and see everything around you, including any figure. Look around. Xiao Jiang was the first to spot the scavenger 500 meters away. There is a stream there, and a bridge over the stream. The scavenger lives under the bridge and is making a fire right now. They're obviously making food. Upon seeing this, Su Chen didn't hesitate and used the height of the 8th floor to fly out. Zhao Di, bring Xiao Jiang over here. Before he finished speaking, Su Chen had already gone far away. Zhao Di grabbed Xiao Jiang and flew over as well. Su Chen, who was ahead of him, had already arrived at the bridge. 1363, Chapter 1363. Come at me. The scavenger was startled and quickly ran to hide. Come out. Su Chen said coldly. Tell me who you are. However, these words had no effect whatsoever. The scavenger remained hidden and did not come out. Clearly, some people were afraid of Su Chen, the stranger. Su Chen wasn't so polite either, and stretched out his hand. A tremendous suction force instantly pulled the scavenger in front of him. The scavenger trembled all over and resisted desperately. The beard on his face. Dirty hair on my head. His appearance was completely covered. He waved his hands frantically, like a madman. It still couldn't make a sound, as if it were a mute who couldn't speak. At this moment, Zhao Di and Xiao Jiang had already caught up. They simply couldn't understand why Su Chen would do this. The other person is just a beggar, what's there to question him about? Stop pretending, I can see your meridians are normal and your pulse is stable. He just has a hidden ailment. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the only survivor besides old Master Jiang and that child when the Jiang family was wiped out. As soon as Su Chen said this, Xiao Zhang's expression changed drastically in the distance. His eyes were fixed on the beggar in front of him. Because they couldn't see the other person's face clearly, they couldn't recognize who the other person was. Besides, so many years have passed, even his parents' appearances have become faint in his memory, let alone others. However, the beggar did not react when he heard this, and continued to wave his hands as if he was stupid. I forgot to tell you, I'm an alchemist. No matter how much you pretend, it won't work. Besides, you don't need to pretend. Su Chen released the other person. Did you see him? Su Chen pointed at Xiao Jiang. When the beggar saw Xiao Jiang, his eyes changed slightly. That's right, you didn't see it wrong. He's that child from the Jiang family, the heir the whole family risked their lives to send away. Su Chen knew that in order to restore the other party to normal, he had to reveal his identity. Otherwise, even if he exposes the other party, they will still deny it to the death. Jade Dragon. The scavenger looked at Xiao Jiang and suddenly shouted out these two words. These two words made Xiao Zhang's body tremble slightly. Jiang Yulong? Su Chen looked at Xiao Jiang with a puzzled expression. Xiao Jiang nodded. My real name is indeed Jiang Yulong. Who are you? Xiao Jiang frowned. However, the scavenger became even more frantic at this moment. He no longer concealed himself, and his aura erupted. A massive surge of energy broke through Su Chen's restraints. An 8th tier expert. Su Chen was extremely surprised. This scavenger's strength has actually reached an astonishing 8th rank. Let him go, whatever the consequences, come at me. If you insist on exterminating us all, then I will perish with you today. The scavenger was covered in lightning. 5 Thunder Fist. Just as Xiao Jiang was about to speak, Su Chen stopped him. I also want to see just how powerful the Jiang family's former experts were. Su Chen drew his bloodthirsty sword. He has no intention of using the 5 Thunder Fist. If that happens, the other party might stop. Just as Su Chen drew his bloodthirsty sword, the other party rushed up. A powerful punch slammed into his sword. Every punch is the first lightning bolt. Clearly, the opponent doesn't have a second lightning pattern. Or perhaps they simply couldn't unleash a second lightning pattern. But the opponent's strength is indeed that of a genuine 8th tier expert. Without taking the berserk pill, Su Chen would obviously have a very difficult time dealing with an 8th level expert. 1364, Chapter 1364 Lightning Collision. Even wielding the bloodthirsty sword, he could only barely hold on. Faced with the opponent's powerful Thunder Fist, Su Chen was forced to retreat step by step. Even if he were to unleash such a thunderous fist, it wouldn't have the power to achieve this. It seems that the opponent has already mastered the first thunder pattern of the 5 Thunder Fist to perfection. Haven't you harmed my Jiang family enough? No one, young or old, will be spared. I will make you pay the price. The opponent's killing intent surged. The strength in his hands surged to its limit. Moreover, every punch he throws contains a deadly intent. It can be said that every move is fatal. Su Chen frowned with the opponent's strength. If he didn't take the berserk pill, he probably wouldn't be able to last 20 rounds. Is this the power of an 8th tier cultivator? Just how powerful has Su Tianyuan, now at the 9th level, become? And how terrifying are beings that surpass the 9th rank? Senior, you can stop now. We meant no harm. Having tested the opponent's strength, Su Chen no longer wanted to fight. But the other side was clearly in a killing frenzy. Perhaps they were blinded by past hatred. Now that he's in danger again, his instinct is to fight desperately from the very beginning. Die. They all deserve to die. The middle-aged man roared, each punch more powerful than the last. Every punch is enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Su Chen dodged repeatedly, and the two fought, turning into 2 balls of red light. I am not your enemy, don't let hatred blind you. Xiao Jiang is my apprentice. The purpose of bringing him back this time is to find his relatives. Su Chen explained while dodging. However, no matter how much you explain, the other party simply won't listen. His blood-red eyes did not diminish the strength in his hands at all. Master. Seeing his master at a disadvantage from a distance, Xiao Jiang couldn't help but feel worried. Zhao Di could only watch. After all, this level of battle was beyond his control. With his strength, going up there would be suicide. After a few more minutes of pursuit, Su Chen also suffered minor injuries. But the other party still wouldn't stop. Left with no other choice, Su Chen had to take out a berserk pill and swallow it. If we don't fight back now, we might very well die here today. If you keep this up, don't blame me for being impolite. Su Chen stopped. The two stood suspended in mid-air. Su Chen's voice echoed throughout the mountain stream. The other party grinned, staring at Su Chen with bloodshot eyes. If you insist on wasting one of my pills, then show me your true skills. Su Chen stepped forward and began walking in mid-air. The sky changed color as well. Su Chen's body was also covered in lightning power. Let me see just how powerful your 5 Thunder Fist really is. After saying that, he also unleashed his first lightning rune. The two men's thunderous fists collided. Although Su Chen knocked his opponent back several meters. However, his opponent was clearly several points better than him in terms of mastering the Thunder Fist. The other party was taken to town. But without flinching, he steadied himself and charged forward again. It was like a madman going berserk. For a time, he was evenly matched with Su Chen. The 5 Thunder Fist truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier martial art. Mastering each lightning pattern to its fullest extent can actually bridge such a huge gap. You should know that he now definitely has the strength of the 9th rank. The opponent was able to fight him to a draw in such a state. I really can't understand who could have wiped out the entire Jiang family during their heyday. Even the 4 major families of Longdu probably couldn't do that easily. Having realized the opponent's strength, Su Chen had no desire to continue fighting. 1365, Chapter 1365. Uncle and nephew recognize each other. At that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. The lightning appeared extremely violent. The raging lightning seemed to resonate with Su Chen, as if it were waiting for Su Chen's command at all times. It's over. The second lightning pattern. Boom. Su Chen raised his hand and gently pinched it. Countless bolts of lightning flew towards the other side. The other person's eyes were filled with shock. His bloodshot eyes had recovered somewhat. Isn't this the Jiang family's signature martial art, the 5 Thunder Fist? Moreover, it was the second lightning rune he had never even learned, Sky-Shattering. For a moment, the other party was dumbfounded, and even their resistance stopped. Master, please go back. Seeing that the other party was about to be attacked, Xiao Jiang immediately shouted. Su Chen also noticed that the other party paused, and his expression changed slightly. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of each other. He stretched out one hand. The third lightning pattern. Earth-shattering. The ground was also filled with the power of lightning. They instantly attacked from the same direction. The thunder in the sky collided with the thunder on the ground. In an instant, mountains and rivers collapsed, and the earth cracked. After the violent explosion, the area within a radius of 100 meters was completely leveled. Before the explosion, Xiao Jiang had already been led away from the scene by Zhao Di. After retreating to a safe position, Xiao Jiang looked back at the center of the explosion, his face grave. Don't worry. Given Mursa's strength, he'll definitely be fine. No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Chen flew over from a distance, still holding the middle-aged man from the Jiang family in his hand. Xiao Jiang, do you still recognize him? Su Chen helped the middle-aged man lean against the tree. Just now, without any warning, the opponent was knocked unconscious by the aftershock of the explosion. Xiao Jiang frowned and stepped forward. He looked at it carefully for a few seconds, then shook his head. I don't remember, but it looks familiar. Xiao Jiang doesn't remember this person, so it seems the only option is to ask him directly. Su Chen focused the light with 2 fingers. A stream of spiritual energy shot directly into his brow. The other person woke up instantly. He stared at Su Chen in shock. The 3rd and 4th thunder patterns of the 5 thunder fist. Who are you, and why do you know the Jiang family's secret techniques? Su Chen crossed his arms and glanced at him. Didn't I tell you, I am his master? Su Chen looked at Xiao Jiang. The middle-aged man suddenly realized that Su Chen had indeed said something like that. But at the time, he didn't care much. Jade Dragon. Yulong, it really is you, Yulong. The middle-aged man burst into tears and hugged Xiao Jiang tightly. Xiao Jiang was somewhat helpless at this moment, because he really couldn't remember who the middle-aged man in front of him was. Don't you recognize me? I'm your Uncle Tiangang. The middle-aged man said that she even lifted her hair to reveal her facial features. Xiao Jiang's eyes widened slightly, and suddenly half of them turned red. Oh my god, Uncle Tiangang. Yes, it's you. You are Uncle Tiangang. Xiao Jiang instantly remembered the other person's identity. Although more than a decade has passed, in his vague memory, he did indeed have an uncle named Tiangang. I doted on him when he was little and treated him like my own son. Yulong, I never expected to see you again. I knew it, I knew the old man would raise you to adulthood. Jiang Tiangang was already in tears, oblivious to the others around him. After the uncle and nephew finished catching up, Jiang Tiangang finally realized that there were 2 other people beside him. I'm sorry, you 2 must have found this amusing. 1366, Chapter 1366 The Key to the Secret Chamber. I didn't know you were Yulong's master. I was a bit impulsive just now, I'm really sorry. Jiang Tiangang treated Su Chen with utmost respect. He had already thoroughly tested Su Chen's strength. Although he didn't know why Su Chen's strength suddenly increased later. But if you really want to calculate it, Su Chen's strength is definitely above his. Moreover, Su Chen looks very young. You're too kind. I just wanted to test your skills, senior. Su Chen responded respectfully. By the way, senior, the Jiang family was wiped out more than 10 years ago. Why are you still in this area? When the Jiang family was mentioned, Jiang Tiangong's face revealed a sinister look. Because I want revenge. Jiang Tiangang clenched his fist. 12 years. I'm waiting for the day of revenge every single moment. At the same time, I'm also waiting for Yulong. He is the most talented genius in my Jiang family. I believe he will come back. However, with only my nephew and I left, how easy is it to seek revenge? Jiang Tiangang sighed. He is personally very strong, but his enemies are even stronger. No matter how talented Xiao Jiang is, he is still just a child. If we wait until Xiao Jiang rises to a point where he can take revenge, he might not even be alive by then. But anyway, the Jiang family carries too deep a burden of hatred. Even if he were alone, he would never forget such a deep-seated hatred. Uncle Tiangang, I am very strong now, and I will definitely avenge my family. Xiao Jiang said very seriously. Jiang Tiangang gave a wry smile. At Xiao Jiang's age, he's at most at the peak of the Grandmaster level. If you want revenge, you need to be at least a spiritual being. For Xiao Jiang, there is still a long way to go. Let's go to the castle first. Jiang Tiangang led the way. The 3 of them followed behind. Upon arriving at the castle, Jiang Tiangang recounted the events that had transpired in his life over the past few years. Our enemies have already placed the entire castle under surveillance. Especially in the years immediately following the massacre of their family, there were people guarding the area almost every moment. In recent years, things have been too quiet, and the other side has not taken the remnants of the Jiang family seriously, so they withdrew their people. But I know very well that they never really cared about the survivors in the first place. But first, we must obtain the Jiang family's secret techniques. It was precisely because of the Jiang family's unique skills that our family suffered a catastrophic disaster. Jiang Tiangang frowned. Su Chen also became curious instantly. Jiang family's secret technique? You mean the Five Thunder Fist? Jiang Tiangang shook his head. That's just one of them. There are other techniques that truly qualify as the Jiang family's unique skills. Su Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Besides the Five Thunder Fist, there are actually other unique skills. No wonder this family has been thriving for hundreds of years. The Five Thunder Fist alone is enough to make many powerful people envious. This is the true ultimate skill, and only those of the Jiang family bloodline have the opportunity to learn it. The reason for keeping it sealed in a secret room by each successive head of the family is to prevent it from being leaked. The other side is trying to find my Jiang family's secret chamber, which is why they have been guarding this place for years. Their goal is to lure us out and make us reveal the location of the secret room. Unfortunately, they miscalculated. This was stipulated when the family was still alive. The old man also said that when he took Yulong away. If the family perishes, do everything in our power to preserve the last lineage. If the last lineage doesn't appear, then no one is allowed to reveal the location of the secret chamber. 1367, Chapter 1367 Xiaozhang's Strength. Moreover, only the last bloodline can open the secret chamber. After saying that, Jiang Tiangang looked at Xiaojiang. This day has finally come. Let me see if you're qualified to open the secret room. Jiang Tiangong's aura was like a whirlwind. Xiaojiang looked at Su Chen. Go all out and show your uncle your true strength. Xiaojiang nodded, and then burst forth. His attacks are no longer just about brute force, as they used to be. Every move is deadly. The moment Xiaojiang made his move, Jiang Tiangong's expression changed slightly. Good timing. He only felt a chill on his neck. Xiaojiang's figure disappeared, and the next second, a cold dagger was thrust into his neck. Jiang Tian is even more fearless than Su Chen was before. The aura emanating from his body blew Xiaojiang dozens of meters away. But Xiaojiang didn't give up and rushed forward again. At the same time, Lei Quan skillfully used the dagger in his hand. I almost ran into Jiang Tiangang several times. Good fighting skills, but unfortunately lacking in strength. Jiang Tiangang felt a little regretful. Perhaps it was because he was away from home that Xiaojiang didn't receive the best guidance. This must be done step by step. Xiaojiang's growth will take a long time. Yeah. Uncle, you'd better be careful. Collapse. Suddenly, Xiaojiang's strength was unleashed to its fullest extent. The surrounding air trembled. Jiang Tiangong's expression changed drastically. What's going on here? You little brat. Jiang Tiangang narrowed his eyes slightly. A 7th level martial arts supreme. Xiaojiang's methods have been fully unleashed. A balance of strength and gentleness. Every attack contains an endless stream of deadly moves. This killing move is somewhat like that of an assassin. But it also resembles a wild beast hunting its prey. Uncle, you should try my Five Thunder Fist. After saying that, Xiaojiang's Thunder Fist had already landed on Jiang Tiangang. That heavy force slightly surprised Jiang Tiangang. This kind of power is definitely not something that an ordinary peak 7th level cultivator could unleash. Su Chen stood aside watching, and smiled with satisfaction. Xiaojiang played very steadily and did not hold back just because his opponent was a relative. Very good. Jiang Tiangang nodded in satisfaction. The footprints underfoot have moved back 30 centimeters. To some extent, Xiaojiang's strength is enough to challenge him. You must know, he's an 8th level spirit master. With his strength, he could kill anyone below the spirit realm with just a glance. Let alone the chance of running into him. Jiang Tiangong's outstretched hand sent Xiaojiang flying dozens of meters away. You are now qualified to open the secret room. Xiaojiang put the dagger away. Uncle, who exactly is our family's enemy, and where are my parents? Xiao Jiang asked eagerly. It's obvious he really wants to know these things. Zhang Tian just walked up to him. I'll tell you all this slowly once you unlock the secret room. After saying that, he told Su Chen and the other two to follow him. Su Chen also had his suspicions. It seems Zhang Tiangang still doesn't quite trust them, so he wants to confirm that Xiao Jiang really is Zhang Yulong. The only authentication is incredibly simple. That is, can the secret room be opened? After all, only the last bloodline of the Zhang family can open that secret room. If Xiao Jiang can open it, then it will be enough to confirm that Xiao Jiang is indeed the last descendant of the Zhang family. But if Xiao Jiang can't open it, the result becomes immediately obvious. Zhang Tiangang led the three of them to the top floor. Su Chen frowned immediately. Could the secret room really be on this last floor? 1368, Chapter 1368 Secret Passage. We searched for ages but couldn't find it. Where is it? Zhang Tian just walked up to the bedside. There was a huge portrait next to the bedside table. The portrait was carved with a lifelike auspicious dragon. Zhang Tian waved to Xiao Jiang. Your grandfather left your mark on this place when he took you away. Only you can open this door. If an outsider tries to open it by force, it will trigger the self-destruct device inside. All you need to do is pour your spiritual energy into those dragon eyes. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Xiao Jiang immediately did as he was told. After the spiritual energy was poured in, the pair of dragon eyes emitted a faint light. Then, the portrait moved, slowly rising to reveal a straight downward passage. Su Chen and Zhaodi's eyes widened. How is that possible? They had checked inside and out beforehand and there was absolutely no possibility of a hidden passage. Because there is only one room on the 8th floor, and every wall is very neat. The inside of this passage is now definitely more than 2 meters long and wide. There simply weren't thick enough walls to support this secret passage. This was designed by a foreign architectural expert. It utilizes the principle of refraction. Whether you look at it from the outside or the inside, it just seems like a thin wall. There's no way it could possibly hide any secrets. But in reality, it simply utilizes certain principles to cleverly conceal the secret passage within. It was precisely this master's work that allowed the Zhang family's secret chamber to be hidden. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at the master's skill. It's unbelievable that they were able to do that. They even fooled his eyes. What an incredible skill. The four of them jumped down the secret passage together. 2 minutes after they entered the secret passage, 5 masked men in black appeared on the 8th floor. 12 years. So the secret passage was actually here. We've finally found it. Report this immediately, leave no one from the Zhang family alive today. Including the 2 who came with them. A man with a 5-pointed star carved at the corner of his eye spoke with a murderous intent in his voice. At this moment, Su Chen and his group had already reached this point. This place is at least 30 meters above the ground. It's practically impossible to build a secret room in this place, even if you dug 3 feet into the ground. No wonder the Zhang family's enemies have never been able to find this secret room. If it were him, he probably wouldn't be able to find it in his entire life either. The secret passage was very spacious. The anteroom alone is estimated to be over 100 square meters. There is also a 3-meter-high stone gate in the center. Uncle, is this the door I need to open? Xiao Jiang looked at his uncle and asked in confusion. Zhang Tiangang nodded slowly, but his gaze turned to Su Chen and the other person. Gentlemen, I know you have been kind to Xiao Jiang. However, this is a family matter of my Zhang family, I don't know if it's possible. Su Chen nodded without saying anything more. Of course he knew what Zhang Tiangang meant. Uncle, my master will be alright, he's been very good to me. Xiao Jiang. You go inside with your uncle, we'll wait here. Moreover, it seems like we're being followed, you'd better hurry back. Su Chen interrupted Xiao Jiang. Of course he knew that Xiao Jiang trusted him. But Zhang Tiangang is different. How could someone harbor such a deep-seated hatred remain calm? Zhang Tiangang has already done his best to bring them here. Naturally, it was impossible to let them into the secret room. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Tiangong's expression changed slightly, and he looked up at the straight passage. He could also sense that there were several unfamiliar auras above. 1369, Chapter 1369 Oath. Clearly, the enemy's tail has been lurking in the shadows all along. Mr. Su, I can agree to let you in, because there is a secret passage inside. We can leave from there then. But you must swear an oath. They will absolutely not harm our Shao Jiang in the future. Zhang Tiangang looked at Su Chen very seriously. Although he could sense that Su Chen meant no harm, the Jiang family couldn't afford to be tormented. Su Chen is too strong if he really has malicious intentions, even he is no match for him. Not to mention Shao Jiang, who is just a child. To me, Shao Jiang is more like a younger brother, he's already family. Why make an oath? If he ever wants revenge, I, as his master, will be the first to stand before him. Su Chen's earnest words touched Zhang Tiangang as well. Although he wasn't sure if Su Chen was telling the truth or not. But the fact that Su Chen could say such a thing shows that he has feelings for Shao Jiang. I trust my master, uncle, please let my master go in with me. Zhang Tian hesitated for a few seconds, but finally chose to compromise. As for Zhao Di beside Su Chen, he wasn't worried at all. He's just a third-tier spirit master, he poses no threat whatsoever. If he wanted to, he could kill Zhao Di with a single thought. As long as Su Chen has no malicious intent, Zhao Di can completely ignore him. Infuse your blood into the stone gate, and the gate will open. Shao Jiang nodded and cut his palm without hesitation. A spurt of blood flew out. Shao Jiang enveloped himself in spiritual power and slapped the stone door. Several seconds passed before the stone gate slowly responded. The two stone doors opened, and Zhang Tian smiled with some relief. After waiting for 12 years, his wait was finally worthwhile. The Zhang family's hope has returned. Walk. They're coming down. Su Chen said in a low voice. The four of them immediately entered the stone gate. As the four entered, the stone door closed again. Just as he was about to close the book, Su Chen turned around and his eyes met those of the masked man who was coming down. All that could be heard was a series of tremors coming from outside the stone gate. They got here first. The masked men outside naturally dared not break down the door. After all, this place is 30 meters underground. If a collapse occurs, even a spiritual being would likely perish here. Let's go. Zhang Tiangang remained completely calm. He wasn't very surprised by the masked men outside. Perhaps he already knew that someone was secretly observing the castle's movements. The passageway is 50 meters long. According to Zhang Tiangang, the secret passage is about 3 kilometers long. It connects to the flood discharge outlet in the Central Plains Sea. When it was first built, it was from an unexpected angle. And sure enough, no one could have imagined that there was a secret passage leading directly to the city from 30 meters underground in the Jiang family's house. Otherwise, how could the old master of the Jiang family have successfully escaped the pursuit with Shao Jiang back then? This secret passage played an absolutely crucial role. 50 meters away is the front hall of the secret room. Zhang Tiangang led the group into the front hall. The front hall is only 60 square meters in size, but once you enter, you can see countless gold and silver treasures. This is the wealth accumulated by my Jiang family over hundreds of years. I never thought I'd see you again someday. Zhang Tiangang burst into laughter. With these things, they will play a crucial role in the Jiang family's future resurgence. Su Chen glanced at it and realized that the treasures on the ground were indeed countless. Moreover, many things cannot be judged by their superficial value. A family that has existed for hundreds of years naturally has a lot of cultural relics and antiques. 1370, Chapter 1370 Treasure. However, when faced with these treasures, Zhang Tiangang only mentioned them casually. His gaze fell upon the 3 jade boxes on the high platform. Despite being sealed for more than a decade, the jade box is as if it is cleaned every day. Neat and smooth, without a speck of dust. Jiang Tian waved to Xiao Jiang as soon as he went up. "Uncle, what is this?" Xiao Jiang asked in confusion. Jiang Tiangang looked at the first jade box. "I was fortunate enough to see them once, when those 3 boxes were still outside. The first box contains the Jiang family's foundational martial art, the spirit technique. Once mastered, you will be invincible below the spirit level. But once you reach the spirit level, this spirit technique becomes useless. But it can also ensure that my Jiang family produces outstanding talents and stands strong for hundreds of years." The original name of this martial arts manual was Spirit Technique. He had heard Xiao Jiang mention it before. Jiang Tiangang opened the jade box. It does indeed contain the spiritual manual. But next to the spiritual technique was another pill. Jiang Tiangang had no idea what kind of pill it was. But the fact that the former head of the family placed him here means he's definitely not a simple character. "Master, can you recognize him?" Xiao Jiang looked at his master, Su Chen. Su Chen walked onto the stage, picked up the pill, and smelled it. A 9th grade elixir is priceless. This pill has the same effect as the spirit-breaking pill I refined. Grandpa Jiang probably wants that one day, when little Jiang has grown to a certain level, he can take this pill and directly enter the ranks of spirit masters. After hearing Su Chen's words, Jiang Tian seemed to suddenly realize something. "Yes, my father once told me about this." He was somewhat surprised by Su Chen's ability to guess. They can even guess this kind of mentality. What about the second box? Xiao Zhang's gaze fell on the second jade box. The contents of the first box are simply priceless. Wouldn't the second box be even more valuable? If I'm not mistaken, the second one should be one of the Jiang family's unique martial arts techniques, the 5 Thunder Fist. Su Chen's expression gradually became serious. He came out this time specifically for the 5 Thunder Fist. And now it's right in front of him. Jiang Tiangang also turned his gaze to Su Chen. He knew Su Chen also knew the 5 Thunder Fist. But there was not a trace of greed in his eyes. Logically speaking, Su Chen should really want to get the second volume of 5 Thunder Fist. The first volume was deliberately revealed by the old man 20 years ago, and all his descendants knew about it at the time. Because of the unique nature of the 5 Thunder Fist, the family can't find more than 3 people who can learn the second thunder pattern in the first volume, let alone the second volume. So the old man came up with this idea. Once the technique is revealed, those who are capable of learning the first volume will inevitably want to learn the second volume. Anyone who wants to study the second volume will surely find the Jiang family. Then the Jiang family can use the next chapter to win them over, so that the family can continue to develop in the long term. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The Jiang family never got to see that day. Xiao Jiang slowly opened the jade box. All eyes were drawn to the 5 Thunder Fist. Xiao Jiang took out the first book. There's also a second volume of 5 Thunder Fist. A glint of light appeared in Xiao Jiang's eyes. Master. The first person Xiao Jiang thought of when he got his hands on the 5 Thunder Fist manual was Su Chen. Although Master has not yet fully grasped the first volume. But with Master's abilities, he will definitely be able to use both volumes in the future. However, Su Chen remained unmoved. His gaze fell upon an even smaller wooden box inside the main box. 1371, Chapter 1371 Thunderous Movement. Xiao Jiang, open the wooden box. Su Chen said calmly. He wasn't surprised at all by the second volume. He knew from the beginning that there would definitely be a second volume. But the contents of that wooden box are definitely related to the 5 Thunder Fist. What interests him most right now is what exactly is inside the wooden box. After all, even if you gave him the second volume of 5 Thunder Fist now, he still wouldn't be able to penetrate it. He hasn't even mastered the third lightning pattern yet. I can only say I've grasped half of it. I can never quite grasp the key points. Not to mention the fourth lightning pattern. The first volume contains a total of 4 lightning patterns. Only after learning the fourth lightning pattern will he be qualified to touch the next volume. Otherwise, if we give him the second volume, it will be nothing more than a stack of waste paper. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Xiao Jiang took out the wooden box. Gently open it, and inside are 3 pills. For a moment, all 3 of them were filled with doubt. The spiritual techniques and pills in the first box are a set. The second box should also be a matching set. Su Chen picked up the pill. The moment you pick it up, the elixir has actually developed lightning patterns. The pill, which was originally dull and lackluster, now faintly showed traces of lightning. This is the Thunder Spirit Pill. Jiang Tiangong's tone changed drastically. Su Chen and Xiao Jiang looked over in confusion and asked the same question at the same time. Thunder Spirit Pill, what's that? After the two asked, Jiang Tiangong's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Su Chen with a somewhat unnatural gaze. Although from the beginning until now he still felt that Su Chen was somewhat trustworthy. But faced with enormous profits, who knows if Su Chen truly has no ambition? But no matter what, Su Chen was his nephew's master, and he didn't want to hurt Su Chen's feelings. This Thunder Spirit Pill grants one a thunder body, making one's ability to sense lightning much more acute. In other words, after taking the Thunder Spirit Pill, practicing the 5 Thunder Fist will be twice as effective with half the effort. Every generation of our Jiang family has managed to learn the 3rd Thunder pattern in the 5 Thunder Fist. A person with exceptional talent can learn the 2nd lightning rune through their own abilities. Back then, Jade Dragon, your father was exceptionally gifted, having learned the 2nd lightning rune. As for me, I've only learned the 1st lightning pattern, I still can't figure out the 2nd one. But if I take the Thunder Spirit Pill now, my 2nd lightning rune will be much more acute, and I might even be able to learn the 3rd lightning rune. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression turned to shock. And this Thunder Spirit Pill is also a necessary ingredient for the 5th Thunder pattern of the 5 Thunder Fist. Su Chen looked at the Thunder Spirit Pill, perhaps this was exactly what he needed. Mr. Su, you have now comprehended the 3rd lightning rune. He can comprehend the 3rd lightning rune through his own abilities. In the history of my Jiang family, only my ancestor could have done this. And our ancestor finally took the Thunder Spirit Pill before he was able to refine the 5th Thunder pattern. So, Jiang Tiangong's words were quite clear, if Su Chen took the Thunder Spirit Pill, he might be able to master the 5 Thunder Fist. Su Chen gave a wry smile. Put it away, this belongs to your Jiang family, I won't take it from you. As for the 5 Thunder Fist, I am already extremely lucky to have obtained this technique. I don't even dare to dream of mastering it. Su Chen's words were also meant for Xiao Jiang. How could he not want to learn to the extreme? But a gentleman does not take what others cherish, he understands this principle. If the Jiang family were an enemy, he would naturally seize the opportunity without hesitation. But Xiao Jiang is his apprentice, which is also like family to him. Of course he wouldn't do such a thing. 1372, Chapter 1372. Let's go together. Xiao Jiang will definitely need this Thunder Spirit Pill in the future. Master. Yulong, do you understand your master's intentions? Quickly put them away. Just as Xiao Jiang was about to say something, Jiang Tiangang quickly spoke up. But right now, he only cares about the Jiang family. He doesn't know who Su Chen is, and at least not now, he can't easily trust him completely. The 3rd box should contain the Jiang family's strongest body forging technique. Jiang Tian just changed the subject. He didn't want Xiao Jiang to continue worrying about the Thunder Spirit Pill. Xiao Jiang immediately became interested. Upon opening it, there was still a cultivation manual inside. Thunder. This book, Thunderous Movement, is both a movement technique and a martial arts manual. Once mastered, the thunder body will be ever-changing, possessing the ability to break through all realms with lightning. It was precisely because of this book, Thunderous Movement, that my Jiang family attracted a calamity that had been hidden for 100 years. Su Chen was not surprised. Even without Jiang Tiangang saying a word, he could sense that this cultivation technique was absolutely powerful. It is absolutely not the same type of martial art as 5 Thunder Fist. There are no pills this time, so it seems all I need to do with this cultivation technique is learn it. Jiang Tiangang didn't say anything. But judging from the details on his face, if this thunderous movement were really that easy to learn, the Jiang family wouldn't have been destroyed. Just then, a series of tremors came from the stone gate dozens of meters away. Someone is chiseling at the door. It seems the opponent intends to break through the goal by force. Of course, if the opposing team has enough strong players, they can force their way through. Part of it uses spiritual power to support the top surface, preventing it from being destroyed. Some of them broke down the door with sheer force. Pack your things and leave quickly. Jiang Tiangang and Xiao Jiang began to collect everything in the secret room. Before leaving, Xiao Jiang took one last, reluctant look at the secret room. He never expected that his family would leave him so many things. Hurry, the door is about to break down. Su Chen grabbed Xiao Jiang and ran towards the exit. Just then, the stone gate was breached, and their fleeing figures were discovered. You all go first, I'll cover the rear. Jiang Tiangang was standing at the very back. Now that Xiao Jiang is back, he's taken what belongs to the Jiang family. I only hope that Mr. Su can treat Yulong like family. Jiang Tiangong's gaze hardened. He was clearly prepared to die. Only if he stays can he shield the family's hopes from these people behind them. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen grabbed him. Don't be silly, do you think you can escape just by blocking our way? Let's go outside first and talk about it later. Su Chen's words awakened Jiang Tiangang. The other party came prepared, knowing that they had taken all the Jiang family's treasures, and would certainly not let them go easily. They'll probably chase them to the ends of the earth and still not let them go. The group sped off. Jiang Tiangang led Xiao Jiang at the front, escaping at top speed. Su Chen then created difficulties for the other party from time to time from behind. Zhao Di was caught in the middle and felt extremely uncomfortable. His strength is inferior to that of Su Chen and the other two. At that speed, it would be very difficult for him to keep up. But to avoid holding the team back, he had to exert all his strength to barely maintain the situation. It took them 10 minutes to run just a few kilometers. But the moment they saw the exit, their expressions changed drastically. The flood discharge outlet is currently releasing water. A massive floodwater gushed down right before our eyes. If you rush out now, you'll probably be swept away by the flood. Hurry up! Jiang Tiangang didn't hesitate for a moment. This amount of flood power poses no significant threat to an 8th-tier spiritualist. Su Chen was the same. As he jumped, Su Chen grabbed Zhao Di. 1373, Chapter 1373 Breakthrough. The group crossed the floodwaters and soared into the sky. A group of people caught up from behind and quickly surrounded Su Chen and his group. I've been guarding you for years. We've finally got our chance. The masked assassin, with a tattoo near his eye, was all smiles. Su Chen glanced at the group of assassins around him. 5 are at the 7th rank, and 3 are at the 8th rank. There's another 9th-tier player. Given this distribution of power, things are likely looking grim today. If it were just him and Jiang Tiangang, it would be easier to handle. With their combined strength, it wouldn't be a problem for them to fight their way out. But there are Zhao Di and Xiao Jiang, who are their weaknesses. I'll hold off their 8th and 9th tier opponents for a bit. Take this opportunity and run away with Xiao Jiang and Zhao Di. As long as I can hold off the 8th and 9th tiers, the others pose no threat to you. Su Chen stood next to Jiang Tiangang and said in a low voice. Jiang Tiangang's expression changed drastically. That won't do, I'll hold them off while you take Yulong and the others and escape. Su Chen gave a wry smile. Can you hold them off? If a 9th tier expert makes a move, you probably won't last a minute. The outcome will be the same. Jiang Tiangang frowned for a moment. Although Su Chen's words were very realistic, they were undeniably true. He might still have a fighting chance against an 8th tier opponent. But when facing a 9th rank opponent, he simply didn't have the same combat power to hold them off. In that case, you might suffer losses for no reason. Alright, do as I say. Su Chen has made up his mind. Although he wasn't entirely confident he could hold off the opponent. But at least it's much better than Jiang Tiangong's hopes. Suddenly, Jiang Tian turned around to face Su Chen, his expression grave. Mr. Su. Jiang Tiangang clasped his hands and bowed to Su Chen. I, Jiang Tiangang, will never forget your great kindness to Xiao Jiang and your help to my Jiang family. Su Chen quickly helped Jiang Tiangang up. Your too kind is my disciple, how could I possibly ignore him? Don't worry, with me here, anyone who wants to kill him will have to ask me first. Jiang Tiangang looked at Su Chen intently. Then, his gaze fell on Xiao Jiang. Jade Dragon. Take out a Thunder Spirit Pill. Xiao Jiang quickly responded. Mr. Su, you should also be aware of the effects of the Thunder Spirit Pill. My Jiang family has no way to repay you. As for Thunderous Movement, I agree to let Mr. Su study it, as long as Yulong is willing. I hope Mr. Su can get out of here unscathed in the future. I, Jiang Tiangang, will definitely repay you with all my might. Looking at the Thunder Spirit Pill, Su Chen knew that Jiang Tiangang had finally fully accepted him at this moment. The reason why Lei Dong wasn't given to him along with the Thunderbolt might be because Lei Dong would bring even more deadly trouble. If Lei Dong were handed over to him in front of these people, he would likely face endless pursuit and killing from them today. I will accept the Thunder Spirit Pill, as it will indeed be helpful. However, the Thunder Movement is the Jiang family's unique skill, and I have already learned the 5 Thunder Fist. I will pass on the rest. Su Chen refused Jiang Tiangong's offer. Alright, let's prepare to break through. You must get them safely out of here. At this moment, the sky had quietly changed color. Several powerful forces overturned the boiling water. Even the floodwaters that were being released were hindered. What, did you agree on who would die first? The other party completely disregarded Su Chen and his companions. In their eyes, only Jiang Tiangang had any real power to intimidate them. The rest are a 3rd tier, a peak 2nd tier, and a kid who hasn't even reached the spirit level yet. Then let me experience your superior skills, shall we? 1374, Chapter 1374 1 against 4. Su Chen took a step forward. Upon seeing a peak 2nd tier cultivator emerge, the opposing group burst into laughter. Ha, who the hell do you think you are, just you? Jiang Tiangang, you can't be that afraid of death, can you? They actually sent a peak 2nd tier cultivator out to his death? Or do you think that a peak 2nd tier cultivator can change anything? Su Chen glanced at the group. Don't let him influence you. Since you look down on me, then let me see just how capable you really are. A burst of bloody energy suddenly appeared amidst the raging wind. The appearance of the bloodthirsty sword stopped the laughter of those people. But they didn't take it too seriously. After all, it was just a sword and couldn't change anything. Don't you want to obtain the Jiang family's secret techniques? The sky was filled with thunder and lightning. Jiang Tiangang looked at Lei Yun, constantly watching for an opportunity to break through. He knew that Su Chen would definitely go all out from the start. Only by going all out can we carve a bloody path for them in the very first instant. Master. Xiao Jiang frowned. Don't worry, your master is incredibly powerful, he'll be fine. Jiang Tiangang said earnestly. The second thunder pattern of the 5 Thunder Fist. Boom. Su Chen made his move. Lightning strikes from the sky are extremely unpredictable. Su Chen threw the Thunder Spirit Pill in his hand directly into his mouth. As soon as the Thunder Spirit Pill entered my mouth, streams of lightning transformed into liquid energy and flowed into my stomach. The third lightning pattern. Earth-shattering. Su Chen dashed out in one stride. At the same time, Jiang Tian grabbed Xiao Jiang and Zhao Di. Oops. They're trying to break through, stop them. The other side also realized something was wrong. This young man, who is only at the 2nd level, is actually able to unleash such formidable strength. By the time they realized what was happening, it was clearly too late. Get out of my way. Su Chen roared. The two devastating bolts of lightning merged into one and hurtled towards the crowd. In just 1 second, the defense consisting of 3 8th tier and 1 9th tier soldiers shattered instantly. This is not because Su Chen's strength is enough to overwhelm the combined attack of these people. Rather, it was because Su Chen's sudden burst of power was too unexpected. That's why these people were caught off guard. Let's get going, Su Chen said sternly. Jiang Tian just flew past him and passed through the breakout circle. Trying to escape? The 9th level expert immediately took action to stop Jiang Tiangang, who was preparing to escape. Your opponent is here. Su Chen's attack was already upon them. The berserk pill I took when I fought Jiang Tiangang before still has its effects. Therefore, Su Chen's strength at this moment was comparable to that of a 9th rank cultivator. Stop them. The 9th ranked being blocked by Su Chen then sent other 8th ranked individuals to block him as well. Give me a refund. With his other hand, Su Chen manipulated lightning, unleashing a second lightning pattern to block it. At the same time, the bloodthirsty sword in his hand flew out. Earth-shattering. Another person was stopped by lightning on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Tiangang and the two of them had already fled far away. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and chase after them. The 9th rank enraged. He never expected that the three of them, all at the 8th rank, plus himself, at the 9th rank, would be stopped by a mere peak 2nd rank. After the remaining 7th tier soldiers realized what was happening, they chased after Jiang Tiangang and his two companions. Watching the departing crowd, Su Chen could only hope that Jiang Tiangang and Xiao Jiang were safe and sound. Now, he can only focus on dealing with the 4 people in front of him. He can no longer help Jiang Tiangang. Kid! You dared to oppose my heavenly gate, you're really courting death. The 9th tier expert said angrily. 1375, Chapter 1375 I am a member of the National Martial Arts Academy. Tianmen. Su Chen's expression changed drastically. So it was you. Su Chen suddenly realized. He was a little puzzled just now. Among the 4 major families in Longdu, only the Chu family and the Su family possess a 9th level expert. The Su family only has one member, Su Tianyuan. He had seen the 9th ranked member of the Chu family before, and this man was not the one in front of him. Therefore, the 4 major families of Longdu can be excluded. That leaves only 3 possibilities. Spirit Alliance, Idle Forces, and Tianmen. The Spirit Alliance has always had a good reputation, so they shouldn't do something like forcibly seizing and annihilating an entire family. There are only 2 possibilities left. That is Tianmen and the scattered forces outside. Tianmen is notorious. Anyone who knows about the Tianmen organization has no good impression of it. Since you know about Tianmen, you should know that you can't afford to offend Tianmen. It's not too late to surrender now. Perhaps, after I get what I want, I might spare your life. Upon hearing the other person's words, Su Chen smiled. If it were any other force saying this, he might have considered it for a couple of seconds. But Tianmen? It's impossible in this lifetime, not even if the other person steps over his dead body. A 9th level expert from the Heavenly Gate, with 5 stars at the corner of your eyes if I'm not mistaken, you must be Elder Tianqing, a high-ranking and powerful figure in the Heavenly Gate, right? Tianqing narrowed his eyes slightly. They recognized him just by a 5-star tattoo. This guy in front of me seems to know a lot about his Heavenly Gate. Who are you? Tianqing also became alert. Could you be from the Spirit Alliance? The power Su Chen just unleashed truly shocked him. He also used a lot of elimination methods. There aren't many people who can reach such a level of skill. Throughout the entire Great Xiao dynasty, Tianmen knew every single person with a 9th tier combat power. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't find any information about the man in front of him. There's only one possibility. The other party is very likely to be a high-ranking member of the Spirit Alliance, a rival of their Heavenly Gate. Only a few high-ranking members of the Spirit Alliance were among those whose information Tianmen couldn't ascertain. Would you believe me if I said I was from the National Martial Arts Academy? Su Chen crossed his arms. Since the other party isn't making a move right now, it's good to buy some time. After taking the Thunder Spirit pill, my body experienced a surge of energy. Taking action against him now will do no good. We need to wait until the medicine takes effect and the lightning power stabilizes. National Martial Arts Hall? Impossible. Elder Tianqing immediately denied it. If you're from the National Martial Arts Academy, how could I not know who you really are? It's obvious that the National Martial Arts Academy also has people from Tianmen. It can be said that Tianmen knows all the information about the strongest people in the National Martial Arts Academy. There is no such person in front of me. Then there's nothing I can do, but I do indeed have some kind of destiny with your heavenly gate. Suddenly, Su Chen stretched out a hand. The bloodthirsty sword flew towards an 8th-tier warrior. The 8th-ranked man took advantage of Su Chen's distraction to chase after Zhang Tiangang. But how could Su Chen let them succeed? I may not be able to kill Tianqing, but I still have the ability to kill you all. If you go after him, I'll have no choice but to send you down to meet Yama, the king of hell, right now. The 4 men's faces were grim. It seems that without dealing with this kid, there's no way to catch up with the 2 remnants of the Zheng family. Kid, it doesn't matter if you're from the National Martial Arts Academy or the Spirit Masters Alliance. You can't afford the consequences of offending Tianmen. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right now, or else. Su Chen sneered. Perhaps I am no match for you, but stopping you is enough. As for the consequences afterward, I don't want to think about them. Su Chen was still stalling for time so that Zhang Tiangang and the others could escape safely. 1376, Chapter 1376 Struggling to block. Besides, are you really confident you can kill me? Su Chen sneered. In the long run, he might not be a match for him. But it won't be easy for these people to kill him. Given enough time for Zhang Tiangang and his group to escape, he can still manage to escape if he wants to. Take him down. Elder Tianqing said sternly. He simply couldn't expect those 7th-tier cultivators who caught up to him to be a match for Zhang Tiangang. Zhang Tiangang's strength is considered among the best in the 8th rank. Although there are 5 people at the 7th rank, there are even 2 at the peak of the 7th rank. However, for the 8th tier, simply having more 7th tiers cannot compensate for the lack of 7th tiers. Therefore, they need to hurry up and deal with the person in front of them, and then hurry up and chase after Zhang Tian to ambush and kill him. At this moment, the effects of the Thunder Spirit pill in Su Chen's body were gradually being absorbed. Su Chen could feel a surge of lightning power penetrating his entire body. It was as if he himself had resonated with the lightning. That heightened sense of the power of lightning. He had a feeling that, given time, he would soon be able to fully comprehend the secrets of the 3rd thunder pattern in the 5 Thunder Fist. But these people clearly won't give him that time. So he has to deal with the people in front of him first. 3 8th-tier individuals, along with Tianqing, a 9th-tier individual, attacked together. Su Chen dared not be careless at all. Thunder Fist and Bloodthirsty Sword used together. Anyone who tries to escape and chase after Zhang Tiangang and his group, they will all fall victim to his deadly move. After all, the difference in strength is obvious. Only Tianqing can rival it. The 3 8th-tier cultivators naturally dared not take this lightly. In the end, all they could do was face Su Chen, this formidable enemy. Suddenly, the sky exploded. Figures streaked across the sky, transforming into streaks of light. The commotion attracted the attention of many people on the shore. At the same time, Zhang Tiangang, along with Xiao Jiang and Zhao Di, had already fled over 100 miles away. 5 7th-tier fighters were hot on their heels. But they could never catch up with Zhang Tiangang. Even though Zhang Tiangang was with 2 other people. Even with 2 people, an 8th-tier speed is definitely faster than a 7th-tier speed. Therefore, the distance between the 2 sides is getting further and further apart. We've been at a safe distance for a quarter of an hour now. Yulong, quickly inform your master and tell him to get away as soon as possible. Xiao Jiang nodded and immediately took out his phone. He was also very worried about his master's safety. Although he still has one relative in this world. But Su Chen is also his family. It can be said that without Su Chen, he wouldn't be where he is today. He has no chance of finding his uncle. Of course, he didn't want his master to encounter any danger. What's more, it's all because of the Jiang family. Su Chen is still in the midst of a fierce battle. He was already showing signs of exhaustion as he faced the combined attack of 4 people. Moreover, the effects of the berserker pill gradually wore off. Tianqing also discovered this problem. Su Chen's strength seems to have shrunk significantly. Boy, you must have used some secret technique to reach this level of strength. The effects have now worn off, and you are at the very end of your life. Prepare to die. Tianqing sneered. The time limit for the secret technique has passed with only the strength of a peak second-tier cultivator. How can we contend with them? However, Su Chen also gave a cold laugh. He looked at Tianqing. Don't be so clever. After saying that, he took out another berserk pill. I feel a bit bitter. Eating too much of this is bad, especially eating 2 in one day. But there's no other way right now. After consuming the berserk pill, Su Chen's strength soared once again. Tianqing's expression changed slightly. 1377, Chapter 1377 Continuous Use. Pills? You actually have such a powerful pill. Tianqing frowned. You should know that in the entire Great Xia dynasty, the number of alchemists who can refine pills with such miraculous effects can be counted on one hand. Furthermore, he had never heard of anyone eating this stuff as a meal. Because these miraculous pills usually come with the same side effects. They've brought this upon themselves. After I kill you, all the pills and magical treasures on your body will be mine. Tianqing immediately took a liking to the berserk pill that Su Chen had taken. This thing can give a peak second-tier character such formidable combat power. If he takes it, wouldn't he be able to reach the current super level? It's even possible that their combat power will break through the limitations of the spirit level. If that's the case, then he'll rise to prominence in one fell swoop. He might even become the second in command of the entire Tianmen. Want to? You can give it a try. Su Chen wielded the bloodthirsty sword. As soon as the long sword was drawn, blood gushed forth. Su Chen, whose strength had once again reached its peak, caused the 3/8 level opponents to retreat in defeat. Snort! I don't believe you can keep this up for long. That kind of pill might give you superhuman combat power. But your spiritual power cannot be limitless. Although that's what he said, Tianqing looked very anxious. His purpose was not to waste time here with Su Chen. The longer the delay, the greater the chance that Zheng Tiangang will escape. He didn't have time to wait for the young man in front of him to run out of spiritual energy. Yeah. Su Chen took out 2 more pills. Nothing else. They have the most pills. After saying that, he swallowed the rejuvenation pill and the spirit recovery pill instantly. His injuries and spiritual power immediately began to recover. Hateful. Who the hell are you? At this moment, Elder Tianqing had already concluded that Su Chen was no ordinary person. Some even suspect that Su Chen has the support of a large organization behind him. Otherwise, who could possess so many insane pills? Even the 4 major families of Longdu probably couldn't do that. You'll find out later. He certainly can't reveal his identity right now. Because once his identity is exposed, Tianqing will probably kill him at all costs. His reputation in Tianmen is not good. Once the other party knows that he is Su Chen, they will probably give up tracking Zheng Tiangang and focus all their efforts on killing him. His phone rang right after he finished taking his medicine. This was the secret code he and Xiao Jiang had agreed upon. Once you've successfully escaped, immediately notify him via mobile phone. It seems that Xiao Jiang and the others are safe. In this way, he can also find a way to escape. Hey, fighting monsters with you guys is no fun. Why don't you leave? Maybe you can still catch up now. Su Chen concealed his aura, pretending to have lost his fighting spirit. But Tianqing was clenching his fists tightly. You dare to play us for fools. Tianqing just received the message too. The group of 7th-tier warriors who chased after them lost track of the person. In other words, Jiang Tiangang and his group have disappeared. Even if they chase after them now, they won't be able to find them. What's the point of them chasing after them? Since they've already escaped. Then pay with your life. Once we capture you, they will naturally show themselves. Tianqing came up with a plan, and the 4 of them slowly surrounded them again. Su Chen looked at the 4 of them. It seems that this battle is inevitable. If it weren't for my current poor physical condition. If he weren't not currently at his peak, he would have really wanted to keep Tianqing here. After all, this is an elder in charge of the Heavenly Gate. 1378, Chapter 1378 Sun Covering Array. If we can kill Tianqing, the higher-ups at Tianmen will probably have a real headache. After all, even a powerful force like the Heavenly Gate only has 5 9th-tier members. Everyone who falls is a huge loss for their Heavenly Gate. However, it is obviously impossible to kill Tianqing now. The only thing we can do is shake off these people as much as possible and leave this place. Alright, let's go then. I also want to see where your Heavenly Gate got its skills from. Su Chen's aura suddenly erupted. He must break through while these people are not paying attention. He'll be in trouble once those 5 7th-tier fighters return. Although a 7th-tier rank poses no threat to him. However, just like flies buzzing around him, disturbing his mind, they would also create an opportunity for Tianqing to kill him. Set up the formation. We absolutely cannot let him leave here today. Tianqing made a decision immediately. The 3 8th-level cultivators responded, and their spiritual energy soared into the sky. Instantly, a massive array appeared above his head. Let me show you the power of the sun-covering formation. Su Chen looked up at the array in the sky. In the center of the formation, a giant sword slowly appeared. It was a black giant sword. It's like a demonic sword. Su Chen frowned. That demonic sword gave off a very unsettling feeling. Even the bloodthirsty sword in his hand trembled. It seems that the demonic sword that emerged from the sun-covering array is truly extraordinary. Su Chen was no longer holding back. After taking the Thunder Spirit Pill, he gained a keen sense of lightning. The understanding of the 3rd lightning pattern became even clearer. If used now, it might be 80% effective. In just a short while, he had already gained new insights. The black giant sword is 50 meters long and at least 3 meters wide. After the sword appeared from the formation, it flew towards Su Chen. They had clearly locked onto their target, so the black magic sword would only attack him. The 3rd lightning pattern. Earth-shattering. It's much more powerful than when it was used before. Countless bolts of lightning rose from the ground, as if they had eyes. It flew past Su Chen and landed on the black giant sword. But the two did not collide. The lightning bolts, like vines, coiled around the giant sword, trying to pull it back. Compared to the lightning that could only attack before. At this moment, the lightning even seemed to possess a trace of sentience. Suppress them. Seeing this state, Tianqing instructed everyone to increase their spiritual energy output. The next second, the black magic sword broke free from the lightning's restraints. Su Chen quickly fled. He knew that he was unlikely to be a match for these 4 men on his own. The resistance is only temporary. The lightning vines held him off for about 10 seconds. Although it was short, it was enough for him. Thank you for your hospitality today, I will remember it. In the future, I will repay you 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Su Chen was about to run away after he finished speaking. Tianqing hurriedly formed hand seals. He snorted coldly. Snort! Despicable scoundrel! You won't escape today. the direction indicated by the two fingers. The black magic sword flew away at an extremely fast speed. Another chase ensued. But Su Chen's speed was actually slightly slower than the black demon sword. About 2 minutes later, the black magic sword was already 2 meters behind them. Su Chen's expression changed drastically. Is there no escape today? Su Chen turned his head and saw the secret passage from which he had just escaped from the Jiang family. Without thinking, he rushed in. It's highly unlikely that you can withstand that demonic sword with your own strength. The only option now is to hide. As Su Chen flew toward the secret passage, the demonic sword behind him did not stop. 1379, Chapter 1379 I must see him alive or dead. As soon as they entered the secret passage, the demonic sword behind them collided with the dam. The violent explosion blew Su Chen hundreds of meters away. The passageway also collapsed due to the explosion. Su Chen quickly got up and ran away. However, the dam collapsed. The expressions of Tianqing and the others behind them changed drastically. Once inside the secret passage, you don't know if you're alive or dead, so how can you capture someone alive? He can't escape. Hurry to the Jiang family castle and find him there. I want to see him alive or dead. Upon receiving the order, the three flew towards the Jiang family castle. The damaged dam caused the river water to flow downstream uncontrollably. Fortunately, the lower reaches are the vast ocean, otherwise disaster would have struck the central plains. Su Chen had gone several hundred meters into the secret passage and still hadn't reached a safe area. The secret passage behind him was like the Grim Reaper chasing after him. If he had slowed down even a couple of steps, he would have been completely buried 30 meters underground. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the door of the secret room once again. He hesitated for only 2 seconds before hiding in the secret room. It's not hard to imagine that the people of Tianmen would never let him go easily. If he dares to leave the Jiang family castle, Tianqing and the others above are probably already prepared to kill him. But hiding here isn't a solution, since Tianqing and the others will come looking for him. After much deliberation, Su Chen made a tough decision and cut off all his options. He also destroyed the passageway to the Jiang family castle with a single palm strike. Only the secret room remains, the rest of the place has been completely buried. In this way, even if Tianqing and the others catch up and see the collapsed passage, they will assume that he is buried inside. He can think of another way to get out after Tianqing and the others leave. After catching his breath, Su Chen sat down and took out his phone to tell Xiao Jiang and the others. But there was no cell phone signal at all, and I couldn't contact the outside world at all. Meanwhile, above the Jiang family castle, Tianqing held his long sword, his killing move ready. If Su Chen dares to show up, he will be blasted to death. But after waiting for a full 20 minutes, they still hadn't seen any sign of Su Chen. They went down there too, and there were no other passages at all. There are only 2 exits if you want to get out. Did the attack just now cause the entire passage to collapse? Let's go down and take a look. Tianqing said with a grim expression. Of course he didn't want that to happen. If that's the case, then they really will have to go home empty-handed this time. The key issue is that he has worked hard at Tianmen for over a decade, and now all his efforts have been in vain. He's the one in charge of keeping watch again this time, and I'm afraid he won't be able to explain it to the sect leader when he gets back to Tianmen headquarters. He knew the sect leader's methods. Even if he is one of the most powerful elders in the sect leader will not care about anything else when he gets ruthless. The group carefully reached down. We've arrived at the stone gate. When Tianqing saw the completely collapsed secret passage, his heart sank. A passageway several kilometers long. If it all collapses, no one could possibly survive. If someone dies inside, it will truly be like finding a needle in a haystack. Finding the body inside is definitely not something that can be done overnight. Elder, what should we do? An 8th rank elder spoke up and asked. Dig it, what else can we do? Tianqing said angrily. The 3 of them were finding it difficult to make a move. After all, this isn't just 2 or 3 meters. With just those few people, it would take them forever to dig this up. Useless, a bunch of useless trash. You bunch of good-for-nothings, if you were any stronger, that kid would have been dead by my hand long ago. Tianqing cursed loudly, clearly extremely angry. 1380, Chapter 1380 Lotus Terrace. After a while, Tianqing gradually calmed down. Let's go. Go back and report first. No matter what, if any remnants of the Zheng family still exist, we will search the ground 3 feet deep to find them. Also, investigate that guy's identity. If he has relatives, kill them all. After saying that, Tianqing left in anger. That's how Tianmen does things. Whoever makes Tianmen unhappy, Tianmen will make them unhappy in return. At this moment, Su Chen was recovering his spiritual power inside the secret room. He was unaware of everything that was happening outside. I don't know how much time has passed. When I opened my eyes, I didn't even know the time. Given the current situation, he really can't go out. Who knows if any of the people from Tianmen are still outside? After recovering 80% of his spiritual power, he got up and took a walk around the secret room. They were too clever for their own good, they didn't get a clear view of what was happening inside the secret room. Although everything had been taken away, he still wanted to see if there was any other way out. Otherwise, any movement outside will inevitably attract attention. He went around in circles, checking the ground and ceiling, but there was no passageway. It seems we'll just have to wait a little longer. Su Chen's gaze fell on the 3 display stands. The 3 display stands used to hold jade boxes. He immediately noticed that the material of the display stand was somewhat unusual. The fact that the jade box is spotless clearly indicates that it is not made of ordinary materials. After a closer look, Su Chen discovered that the display stand was also carved from jade. Moreover, there are traces of spiritual energy within the jade platform. In other words, these spiritual energies maintain the power of the display stand. Through these forces, the display stand and the jade box can remain spotless. It seems that not only the jade box, but even this display stand is a fine item. Now that everything in the Zheng family's secret room has been taken, this place will be of no use to us anymore. Of course, we should take all the good stuff. After having this idea, Su Chen directly uprooted the jade platform. But after Su Chen placed all 3 jade platforms, the 3 holes on the ground immediately caught his attention. There was a sliver of light coming from under the hole. Su Chen instantly became interested. Could there be something down there? Otherwise, how could there be light? Su Chen immediately and carefully dug the soil away with his hands. About 20 centimeters of soil. Within 2 minutes, Su Chen saw what was under the soil. This is... Su Chen glanced at it twice. At first I didn't understand what it was. A stone that glows with a green light. It measures 1 meter in length and width, and is circular. Moreover, it is surrounded by lotus petals. This is a prostitute. Su Chen touched it with his hand. A wave of pain washed over me. It's not that there are needles and thorns on the platform. Instead, the platform was filled with invisible lightning power. Su Chen's expression suddenly lit up. Is this for comprehending the power of lightning? Su Chen recalled an extremely terrifying possibility. If that's really the case, that's when this thing truly deserves to be called a treasure. Su Chen quickly dug up the surrounding area as well. The lotus-shaped seating area was completely exposed. That's what was emitting light just now. So there was this thing underneath the jade platform. Without thinking, Su Chen sat down and tried it out. Just as I adjusted my breathing, a subtle bolt of lightning coursed through my entire body. Su Chen couldn't help but tremble. Nice one. Su Chen was extremely surprised. Thank goodness he's back. Otherwise, wouldn't such a valuable item be buried forever deep underground in the Zheng family castle? Sitting on this lotus-shaped platform to contemplate lightning will definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. With the help of the Thunder Elixir and the Lotus platform. His third lightning rune will definitely be perfected very soon. 1381, Chapter 1381 Great Perfection. 3 days passed after Su Chen went to the lotus platform. He enjoyed a peaceful and quiet time all by himself during those 3 days. But the outside world was in an uproar. The people of Tianmen are tracking down Zhang Tiangang of the Zhang family everywhere. For some unknown reason, a large number of powerful individuals have emerged in Zhongzhou. Some were trying to find out about the Zhang family, while others were trying to find out about Su Chen. After escaping the pursuit of Tianmen that day, the Zhang family uncle and nephew went to the Demon Sea. They traveled thousands of miles by flying close to the ground before finally reaching the Demon Sea. All this was to evade Tianmen's pursuit. After arriving at the Demon Sea, Xiao Jiang waited day and night. 3 days have passed, and there's still no news of his master. Is the situation already dire and the chances of survival slim? At that moment, he had no other thoughts at all. His uncle told him to practice his skills diligently, because only by growing stronger could he avenge his family. Only then can I avenge Su Chen. But he had no interest in practicing martial arts at all. Upon returning to the Demon Sea, Zhao Di notified all the major families to send people to Zhongzhou to search for him. After searching for so many days, there was no news at all except for the collapsed secret passage of the castle. Some say that a young man rushed into the flood discharge outlet. But the place had already collapsed, and the chances of getting out alive were obviously very slim. But he simply didn't believe it. He believed in his master's abilities and was confident that he could turn the danger into safety. 3 days. 4 days. 7 days. 10 days. Half a month later, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. The lightning on his body made a hissing sound as it flowed. Su Chen looked at the lightning that had gathered in his hand with delight. After the third lightning pattern reached its peak, it was actually able to condense into a physical object. In other words, it is possible to condense individual spheres formed by lightning. Once thrown, it becomes a ball of lightning that unleashes power no less than a lightning fist. If you gathered hundreds or thousands of these together and threw them out, wouldn't that really be a case of being struck by lightning? Satisfied, Su Chen stroked his beard and stepped down from the lotus platform. I've been here for at least 10 days. Even though I can't see the weather outside, my phone is out of battery and I can't see the date. But he could judge the approximate time from the length of his beard. I wonder what's going on outside. 10 days or so have passed, so those people from Tianmen should probably not be outside anymore. He needs to get out of here quickly. Those people in Tianmen are utterly wicked and use extremely vicious methods. Who knows what those damned bastards will do if they can't find him and the Zhang family uncle and nephew. Upon arriving at the entrance of the secret room, Su Chen clearly saw the location of the passage. After all, it was just a collapse, and the soil should still be soft. As long as you control the force well, it's not difficult to open up a new passage. After calculating the direction of the entire force, Su Chen swung his arm. A massive bolt of lightning struck out. The powerful lightning blasted all the soil in front of them into dust. After all, it's only 50 meters away from the outside. If you control the force correctly, you only need 3 times. Of course, if you don't need to control your strength. With his strength, a single lightning strike could penetrate at least several hundred meters deep. However, we are worried about another collapse, so we must control the force carefully. Soon, Su Chen opened the passageway. He emerged through the secret passage. Then they cautiously arrived at the Zhang family castle. There was indeed no one around at that moment. It seems that, just as he thought, Tianmen most likely believed that he was dead. Su Chen sneered and leaped off the castle. Before we overthrow the heavenly gate and destroy the Su family. How could he possibly be willing to die so easily? Then, Su Chen left the scene quickly without stopping. After arriving in Zhongzhou, he did not shave his beard. On the contrary, he was wearing a baseball cap. 1382, Chapter 1382 The current situation. After leaving the Zhang family castle, he heard discussions in the city. The The discussion revolved around the events that had occurred at the Jiang family castle over the past 2 weeks. It is said that an unknown force has sent people to guard the area, and there was even a battle recently. This battle also involves people from the Demon Sea. Even the Su family, one of the 4 great families of Longdu, got involved. The 7 great families of Zhengzhou are no exception. Most of the 7 major families chose to help the Demon Sea, which was closer in distance. The Zheng family's choice was to rely on the Su family. Therefore, many people are curious about who caused this incident. The faction that even the 4 major families of Longdu were suppressed is clearly no ordinary force. After finishing his breakfast, Su Chen pressed his hat down as low as possible, placed the money on the table, and left alone. It seems there has been quite a bit of turmoil in the world during the 2 weeks he was away. It's amazing how many people have been implicated. He had originally wanted to find a place to let his family know he was safe, but it seems there's no rush for now. The Su family has someone in Zhengzhou. People from all 4 major families are also present. Even the Gu family might be involved. Su Chen randomly found a hotel, charged his phone, and then dialed Gu Jingwen's number. A shocked voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Su, I'm so glad you're alright." "Too thought you," Gu Zhengwen said excitedly. Su Chen chuckled twice. "Thought? What did you think I was doing? Did you think I was dead?" Gu Zhengwen also realized that what he had just said was a bit off, so he could only cover it up with laughter. "Does your Gu family also have people in Zhengzhou? Do you know the current situation of the various families in the entire Central Plains? You won't get the truth from the rumors spread by passers-by. To find out the truth, you'll have to ask someone from the extended family. Our Gu family did not send anyone there. But we're also secretly observing your situation. After all, both the Heavenly Gate and the Spirit Alliance have intervened. If our Gu family sends someone over there, it will be too obvious." Su Chen nodded. The Gu family's approach was indeed correct. So Gu Zhengwen told him about the current situation of each family. The Zhao family of Zhengzhou has joined forces with the Xie and Lei families, while the Miao family is currently being suppressed by the Tianmen and Su families. The entire family could be wiped out at any moment. The Zhang family held absolute power in this operation. After all, the Zhang family is now the Su family's lackeys. The Su family has a good relationship with Tianmen. Therefore, the Zhang family is now suppressing 4 other families. The remaining Yang family members remained neutral, and this matter seemed to have nothing to do with them. The Spirit Alliance is involved too? Su Chen frowned. Logically speaking, this matter has nothing to do with the Spirit Alliance. Why did they get involved? Because of your family, Mr. Su. Su Chen's expression changed drastically, and he immediately asked his family what had happened. It's Tianmen. After investigating for 2 days and learning your identity, Tianmen immediately dispatched a 9th-tier expert. That means Elder Tianqing plans to arrest or kill your family. For some reason, the Spirit Master Alliance has also appeared, and they are also 9th-tier powerhouses. We've saved Murso's family, and nothing has happened so far. Fortunately, the Spirit Alliance intervened, giving the 4 families of Zhengzhou a chance to catch their breath, otherwise, Tianmen would have likely annihilated them. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was furious. Unexpectedly, Tianmen still wanted to use underhanded methods against his family. Fortunately, he had the token he gave to his mother. 1383, Chapter 1383 Arrival at the Zheng family. The token must have played a crucial role. If it weren't for the token that old man Li gave him back then. This incident is absolutely unthinkable. But with the help of Tianmen and the Su family, the Zhang family currently has quite a few 7th-tier experts. Under this pressure, the other 4 companies can only barely survive. My Gu family certainly wouldn't dare to act rashly. Mr. Su, if you don't show up sooner or later, the Zhang family will devour the other 4 families. After a few seconds, Su Chen had already gotten the answer. Fortunately, although it was very dangerous, the situation was not too serious. Okay, I understand. By the way, don't reveal that I'm back yet. Before that, I have some things to take care of. After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. In just half a month, without the help of the Spirit Alliance, he would probably have lost everything. Whether it's family or business interests. With the methods of Tianmen and the Su family, they could destroy everything he owned. Su Chen put his hands in his pockets. After walking to the roadside, I hailed a car at random. After finishing his phone call with Su Chen, Gu Zhengwen reported to his father. His father had told him this before. Report any information about Su Chen immediately. Gu Yuanhang breathed a long sigh of relief upon learning that Su Chen was safe. He didn't want Su Chen to die right now. After all, Su Chen was the hope for the Gu family to become a super family. Dad, do you think we should inform his family that he's alive? Gu Zhengwen was also struggling with this issue just now. The question of Su Chen's life or death is probably what his family is most worried about right now. Logically, they should have notified Su Chen's family so they could be at ease. No. Since that kid said not to tell anyone, he must have his reasons. As long as he's alive, he'll take care of everything else. If he still contacts you, just help him if he needs it. That kid, who knows what big thing he's up to this time? Gu Zhengwen responded. Of course, he had no idea what big thing Su Chen was planning. After getting in the car, Su Chen told the driver to go to the Zhang family's house. The Zhang family is not far from the former Zhang family. The distance of 50 kilometers was covered in less than an hour, and we arrived at the Zhang family's doorstep. After getting out of the car, Su Chen slowly walked towards the Zhang family's residence. 2 security guards were standing at the entrance. They are all at the martial arts supreme level. It seems that with the Su family's help, the Zhang family does indeed have considerable confidence. Even the watchdog is a martial arts master. I'm letting you know that I have news about Su Chen. Su Chen's icy voice made the 2 bodyguards tremble. It wasn't because of Su Chen's voice, but because of the name Su Chen. Wait a minute. The 2 security guards dared not be careless. Everyone in the family knows that they've been searching for Su Chen lately. The family even arranged for hundreds of people to go to the coastline. Heavy equipment and over 100 laborers are working day and night to clear the secret passage of the Zhang family. All for the sake of finding Su Chen. Unexpectedly, the news came to us on its own initiative. One returned to the family to report, while the other kept his eyes fixed on Su Chen. The more he looked, the stranger it seemed. The more he looked, the more something felt off. What, you recognize me? Su Chen looked up at the security guard. When Su Chen said this, the security guard's expression changed drastically. You're that's Su Chen. The security guards were so frightened they kept backing away. The guy in front of them was Su Chen, whom they had seen in the photos. He never expected that a living person would be standing right in front of him at this very moment. 1384, Chapter 1384 Excuse to Escape. Su Chen sneered. Yes, I am Su Chen. The security guards retreated several meters. After the initial shock came heightened vigilance. Although he's a security guard, he's not stupid. That would make so many families mobilize so many powerful individuals to deal with it. The Su Chen in front of me is definitely not a weakling. It's definitely not something he can handle. Otherwise, how could the family have produced so many more spirit-level experts recently? Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. After saying that, Su Chen walked towards the Zhang family's gate. The security personnel behind them didn't dare to stop them at all. As Su Chen entered the gate, a large crowd gathered around him. But no one dared to make a move. They followed them all the way to the main entrance. Su Chen. What do you want to do? Zhang Lei ran out of the villa. Several more powerful individuals followed behind. So even if Su Chen comes looking for him now, he's not worried. Su Chen is indeed very strong, much stronger than him, a fact he never denies. But now the Zhang family has received help from the Su family in Tianmen. No matter how powerful Su Chen is, does he dare to compare himself to Tianmen and the Su family? What would I do? What do you think? While I was away, I heard that Patriarch Zhang attacked my friend. I just came here to ask Patriarch Zhang what he means. Su Chen put his hands in his pockets and asked in a calm tone. What do you mean? You are now an enemy of Tianmen and the Su family. They want to deal with you because those 4 families are your people. They deserved it. Zhang Lei said it without mincing words. In the past, he might have been afraid of Su Chen. But now, he has 6th level and 7th level experts by his side. Su Chen arrived just in time. If he can capture Su Chen, he will have done a great service to Tianmen and the Su family. Heh, so you think you can bully others just because you have some ability? If I had the ability, I could kill you too? Su Chen continued to ask in a calm tone. Zhang Lei sneered and said without any fear. Sure. But that's on the condition that you have the ability. After saying that, Zhang Lei took 2 steps back. Master Tianhua, and the 2 members of the Su family, this kid has appeared now, it's up to you. Zhang Lei sneered. In his mind, Su Chen was doomed today. But Tianhua's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. This wasn't the first time he had clashed with Su Chen. No one at the scene understood Su Chen's strength better than him. Even an 8th rank cultivator would die at Su Chen's hands, let alone a 7th rank cultivator like him. The same applies to the 2 members of the Su family. The first elder had already told them this when they came to the Zhang family. They came to the Zhang family to deceive Zhang Lei. I came here to enjoy life. If Su Chen really appears, the 2 of them can escape depending on the situation. Because the Grand Elder said that with Su Chen's strength, the 2 of them were probably no match for him. If a real fight breaks out, their lives could even be in danger. I suddenly feel a bit unwell in my stomach, I need to go to the restroom. Me too, I just had an upset stomach. Master Tianhua can handle him all by himself. Let's go to the restroom first. After saying that, the 2 members of the Su family clutched their stomachs, acting very seriously. Zhang Lei genuinely believed that the 2 Su family masters were truly suffering from an upset stomach. In his opinion, there was no need to put on an act when facing Elder Su Chen and his 2 elders. Old fox. Tianhua frowned. The 2 from the Su family were clearly trying to take advantage of him. You 2, as martial artists, and even at the Supreme Spirit level, how can you have stomach aches? 1385, Chapter 1385 Fleeing. You 2 aren't afraid of this kid, are you? Tianhua immediately called out to the 2 of them. Upon hearing this, the 2 men's expressions changed drastically. After stopping, the 2 took several seconds to give a reply. Hey! Master Tianhua, you are unaware of this. This kid is, after all, a member of the Su family. If he really goes too far, we certainly won't let him get away with it. But it's really hard for us to do it now. So please, Elder Tianhua, teach this brat a lesson on our behalf. Tianhua glanced at the 2 of them. He said angrily. You old fox. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. All I want is news that he's still alive. I've got the information now, whether you make a move or not is up to you. You'll have to figure out the rest yourselves. There's no way Elder Tianhua could have attacked Su Chen alone. He knew very well that it wasn't him. Even if the entire Zhang family joined forces, they probably wouldn't be a match for Su Chen. In the end, he might even die at Su Chen's hands. Zhang Lei was completely dumbfounded. Master Tianhua has left. His gaze could only fall upon the 2 members of the Su family. Although it would be best if Tianhua were to intervene. After all, he is a 7th level expert. Dealing with someone like Su Chen is a piece of cake. But now that Tianhua has left, there's nothing he can do about it. Therefore, we can only focus our attention on the 2 members of the Su family. After all, they had a contract in place, and the Su family couldn't possibly break the contract. The 2 exchanged a glance, and after receiving a response from the other, they turned to look at Su Chen. We too have no intention of being your enemy. But the Zhang family doesn't have any great hatred towards you, so I think you should leave here as soon as possible. Su Chen glanced at the two of them. These two must have something wrong with their brains. It's alright, you can be my enemies. My feud with the Su family is irreconcilable. If we don't act now, when will we? Su Chen did the opposite, taking the path that the two had taken, leaving them with nowhere to go. Su Chen's words completely shut them down. The two were caught in a dilemma. Masters, this kid is too arrogant. Kill him right now. Seeing that the two members of the Su family were not making a move for a long time, he was honestly a little worried. Only by killing Su Chen can he finally put his mind at ease. The two swallowed hard. Finally, they walked towards Su Chen's direction. Zhang Lei smiled when he saw this. He thought the two were going to attack Su Chen. But who would have thought that the two of them would pass by Su Chen from the left and right? We won't participate, we have matters to attend to in our clan, so we'll be leaving now. After saying that, the two of them didn't give Zhang Lei a chance to speak at all. His figure flashed repeatedly, and he left the Zhang family's courtyard. Zhang Lei was completely dumbfounded. They were so bewildered that they didn't even know what had happened. Tianmen left without any thought. After all, they helped him for free, so it's only right that he doesn't reciprocate. But what's the Su family up to? She clearly received so many benefits from him. The Su family's eldest elder even boasted that he would definitely protect the Zhang family. But what are we doing now? When a formidable enemy approached, the two members of the Su family actually fled. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle twice. You wouldn't really be pinning your hopes on the Su family, would you? It seems you don't know much about the Su family. Su Chen could easily tell from Zhang Lei's eyes that the Zhang family had definitely been tricked by the Su family. Zhang Lei's face turned deathly pale. They offered so many benefits, but now they're leaving empty-handed. 1386, Chapter 1386 Ridiculing. Mr. Su. Zhang Lei looked embarrassed at this moment. I never knew the Su family were these kinds of people. Mr. Su, please forgive my petty offense. I am willing to pledge my allegiance to Mr. Su and will do my utmost for him from now on. Zhang Lei was filled with remorse at this moment. The Su family actually pulled this kind of trick. But what could he do? The Zhang family is no match for the Su family, so even if they are angry, they can only hide it. Even if you want to take revenge on the Su family, you have to get rid of Su Chen first. Do you think it's still not too late? I only gave you 1 day. You made the choice you believed was right back then. Speaking of which, you're far more stupid than the Xie family. Zhang Lei's face turned deathly pale. How could he not regret it? If given another chance, he will definitely choose to follow Su Chen, just like the Xie family. Although Su Chen has two enemies, the Su family and Tianmen. But at least Su Chen treated the Xie family fairly well. He only found out about this later. They're using elixirs to train new talent and spiritual artifacts to support them. In contrast, look at the Zhang family. Not only did they spend a large sum of money, they also gained nothing from the Su family. Now it's been sold off by the Su family. It's like losing both your wife and your army. Mr. Su. Zhang Lei knelt down with a thud. Tu really didn't mean to. Please, Mr. Su, spare the Zhang family. Zhang Lei's voice was trembling with tears. At this moment, he had completely seen through the true colors and ambitions of the Su family. At the same time, I also resent myself for making that choice. He crawled on his knees to Su Chen, hoping to move Su Chen with his sincerity. But Su Chen kicked him dozens of meters away without even thinking. After getting up, Zhang Lei had a sullen face. Was it really necessary to escalate to this point? Is it necessary? Zhang Lei roared. My Zhang family has not done anything excessive to you. It's just that my son accidentally offended you. My Zhang family has already apologized, yet you're still clinging to it. Do you really think you're not being unreasonable? Zhang Lei had already realized that Su Chen was unlikely to let him go. Since pleading didn't work, he resorted to moral blackmail. "You're a celebrity, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world for doing something like this?" Su Chen stared coldly at Zhang Lei. Even now, Zhang Lei is still trying to test his patience. He had originally planned to beat the guy up. As long as Zhang Lei sincerely admits his mistake, he is not unable to forgive him. But now it seems impossible. Zhang Lei is too pragmatic, there's no way to keep someone like that around. "Shame. He. Su Chen sneered. "Since that's the case, let them laugh at us. If outsiders really want to ridicule him, will he care?" The answer is only 2 words. Suddenly, a ball of lightning crackled with electricity appeared in Su Chen's hand. "Anyone in the Zhang family who resists will face certain death. And for you, there's only one outcome." After saying that, the lightning ball in Su Chen's hand flew out. Zhang Lei looked at the not-so-threatening ball of lightning, but fear flashed in his eyes. He quickly circulated his spiritual energy to form a protective shield. But the lightning ball actually passed right through the protective shield and got close to him. How is this possible? Although his strength is inferior to Su Chen's. But facing such a ball of lightning, surely it's possible that mobilizing all spiritual energy wouldn't be completely ineffective. Su Chen smiled faintly when he saw this scene. The power of lightning itself has extremely strong penetrating power. Add to that the difference in strength, and the compression of lightning energy. Do you think you can block the lightning ball with just a protective shield? 1387, Chapter 1387 Killing the Father and Son. The next second, the lightning ball landed on Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei still wanted to resist. But a puff of white smoke instantly appeared all over his body. A lightning ball with compressed lightning energy can have an electric amplitude of tens of thousands of volts. Let's not even talk about Zhang Lei. Even those 2 elders from the Su family might not have been able to hold on. It was just a ball of lightning, with no destructive power whatsoever. But Zhang Lei fell dead to the ground. For a moment, the Zhang family members were at a loss for what to do. The Zhang family experts who rushed over were so frightened that they retreated. He wouldn't dare to make a move against Su Chen at all. Zhang Gong ran in from outside at that moment. He had just received news that Su Chen had gone to his house. He was just building along the coastline. When he returned, he happened to see this scene. "Dad!" Zhang Gong ran inside. When he got close to his father, an electromagnetic wave made it difficult for him to move. "Dad!" Zhang Gong screamed in anguish. When he arrived at his father's side, his father had already stopped breathing. "Su Chen!" Zhang Gong turned around, his blood-red eyes fixed on Su Chen. "He only has himself to blame. They've challenged my bottom line time and time again. Of course, you can come anytime you want revenge," Su Chen said coldly. Zhang Gong was also blinded by hatred. He drew his weapon and charged at Su Chen. "I will make you pay for my father's life." With an angry shout, he thrust his weapon straight at Su Chen's vitals. Su Chen made no move, and even turned his back to Zhang Gong. "Eh? I might have thought you were a tough guy before." "Since that's the case." No sooner had he finished speaking than a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. It landed swiftly, accurately, and ruthlessly on Zhang Gong. Zhang Gong's figure seemed to freeze in mid-air. "I can't move at all." After the lightning stopped, he fell to the ground. His body convulsed a few times, then he foamed at the mouth and died. Everyone from the Zhang family present. Su Chen looked at the crowd in front of him and spoke in a slightly louder voice. "If anyone still disagrees, please step forward. Who you choose is none of my business. But if they still want to help Tianmen and the Su family against me, next time it won't be as simple as just killing them, father and son." No one dared to speak. They all looked at Su Chen with fear. Although it was Zhang Lei who made the decision to seek refuge with the Su family this time. There were people who objected at the time. But compared to Su Chen, they all chose the Su family. Therefore, at this moment, they are really afraid that Su Chen will go on a killing spree and completely wipe out the Zhang family like the Pan family did. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, no one responded. Su Chen lifted his foot and left. If the Zhang family has indeed already taken action against his family and friends, that day will surely be the end of destruction. The reason he only killed Zhang Lei was because everything was still under control. Although the Zhang family is working for Tianmen and the Su family, they haven't yet extended their reach to his family. That's why he left the Zhang family a way out. Seeing Su Chen leave the Zhang family, everyone in the family breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly just now. They all thought they were doomed to die today. Soon, the news spread that Su Chen had arrived at the Zhang family and easily killed Zhang Lei and his son. After learning about this, the Lei family immediately notified Su Chen's relatives. Xiao Jiang watched over the main gate of Tianhe Villa day and night. When he heard about this, he was so happy that he cried tears of joy. He knew his master would be alright. After all, his master was the strongest, so how could those people possibly be his match? 1388, Chapter 1388 Stealing the Home. Immediately, Zhao Di led most of the families in Zhengzhou to the Zhang family. But by the time they arrived, Su Chen had already left. He still has no intention of letting the Zhang family off the hook. Since the Zhang family has the ability to suppress other families by relying on the Su family and Tianmen, and they also want to rebel against Su Chen, the Zhang family should pay the price. Zhao Di was standing next to Lei Manman at this moment. The two looked at each other and then nodded. The entire Zhang family will be wiped out, not a single one will be spared. In an instant, the Zhang family was thrown into chaos, within just 1 hour. With the four families joining forces, the Zhang family had no chance to resist and was ultimately wiped out. Even the other disciples of the Zhang family who were training outside were not spared. This is the price. The Zhang family should have anticipated this consequence when they first started suppressing them. Do they really think that by joining the Su family, they can become accomplices to evil? Don't they even consider what level the Su family is at? Would they go to such lengths to help the Zhang family just for such a small amount of benefit? Zhengzhou was thus disrupted by this incident. The city of Zhengzhou also has to pay attention to this incident. Unexpectedly, because of Su Chen, the 7 major families of Zhengzhou have all undergone changes in power. This Su Chen definitely needs to be taken seriously. When the various cities participated in the meeting, Shi Xiaowang from Mahai told him that Su Chen was definitely a rare talent. At the time, he didn't take Shi Xiaowang seriously and even looked down on her. Shi Xiaowang is only a 5th level spirit realm cultivator. As a peak 6th level spirit realm expert, how could he possibly be the same as Shi Xiaowang? Naturally, he didn't take Su Chen seriously at all. So even though he had heard of Su Tiandi before, he didn't pay any attention to him. The Pan family is indeed the most prominent family in the entire Central Plains. But at least he can still suppress them. After all, his strength is enough to suppress the Pan family. For him, Su Chen was able to destroy the Pan family entirely thanks to the help of all the families in the Demon Sea. But things are different now. Even so many families in Zhengzhou have turned against him, which makes him think deeply. However, given the existence of the Su family and the Heavenly Gate, he had no intention of becoming friends with that Emperor Su. After all, he couldn't afford to offend either of those two forces. Su Chen, who left the Zhang family, did not return to the Demon Sea. Now that the people from Tianmen have appeared in the Demon Sea, he certainly won't miss it. As for the Su family, he believed that he would soon be able to completely wipe out the Su family on his own. At this moment, the Tianmen Central Plains branch, the 7th level expert from the Zhang family, had just returned not long ago. He reported what had just happened to Tianqing. Upon hearing this, Tianqing immediately stood up. 5 8th tier members and 3 7th tier members have been assembled. Since Su Chen dared to show up, we absolutely cannot let him get away this time. He didn't know that Su Chen was the one he was fighting. If he had known at the time that the young man in front of him was Su Chen, he would have killed him at all costs. After all, Su Chen's growth rate is too fast. As one of the 3 deacons of Tianmen, he also had to consider the future development of the sect. Su Chen's talent is extremely rare, and during the high-level meeting, it was even calculated that Su Chen might become an existence that surpasses the spirit level. Such talent makes them enemies of Tianmen. In any case, Tianmen cannot be allowed to continue developing unchecked. Otherwise, once Su Chen gets back up, he will definitely become a major threat to Tianmen. Therefore, upon learning of Su Chen's news, Tianqing immediately made a decision. No matter what the cost, Su Chen must die. 1389, Chapter 1389, Luring the Tiger Away from the Mountain. As for the Spirit Alliance that helped Su Chen, Tianmen didn't take them too seriously. The strongest member of the Spirit Alliance is on par with their sect leader. Their sect leader is currently in seclusion. Once he breaks through, he will be able to completely surpass the Spirit Master Alliance. Su Chen was currently hiding in the shadows. It's not difficult to deduce this from Tianmen's methods. Tianmen would definitely send people to kill him, so by coming here on his own initiative, he was able to cleverly avoid Tianmen's experts. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Just as expected. After waiting for 5 minutes, Tianqing will lead the way. A group of powerful figures streaked across the sky, flying towards the Zheng family's direction. About 2 minutes after Tianqing and the others left, Su Chen slowly arrived above the Tianmen branch. It was Jinsong who told him about the Tianmen branch. He had wanted to come and destroy it for a long time, but he just didn't have the time. Taking this opportunity, he had to let Tianmen know that his revenge, Su Chen's revenge, had only just begun. At this moment, the branch only has 2 7th-tier troops stationed there. They also noticed the unusual weather phenomena outside. Most of the branch's strongest members had just left. How could things have changed so quickly? 2 7th-tier soldiers immediately went out to investigate. All that could be seen was dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning, beginning to engulf the entire Tianmen branch. Just like a localized rain shower, a dark mass pressed down from the center of my area. What kind of weather is this? It's so weird. The 2 searched carefully but found no trace of him, yet they still felt something was amiss. At this moment, Su Chen stood in a blind spot, his hands gathering a large amount of lightning power. Since he's going to make a move, he definitely won't give Tianmen a chance to resist. He had to wait until Tianqing and the others were far away before making a move. During his time in the secret chamber, he had already condensed hundreds of lightning orbs. With the current power of the lightning ball, completely destroying the Tianmen branch would be no problem. Something's not right. Could it be the remnants of the Zheng family? One of them suddenly recalled the Zheng family's methods. Primarily focused on lightning, possessing mastery of its power. Moreover, Lei Ting's methods far surpass those of the Lei family of Zhengzhou. Check them separately, and report any abnormalities immediately. The 2 7th-ranked individuals issued the order and then parted ways to investigate. The other strong members of the branch also mobilized. But by then it was too late. The lightning power in Su Chen's hand has reached its peak. In addition, he had completely comprehended the 3rd lightning rune, and a magnetic field had now formed on the ground. With just a wave of his hand, he could instantly unleash countless bolts of lightning. No living being in the entire Tianmen branch could survive. At this moment, Tianqing, who had been traveling far away, stopped and looked back in the direction of the branch. He could vaguely sense a surge of lightning power in the direction of the branch. It felt like a heavy rain was about to fall, or like something terrifying was about to happen. But who would dare to cause trouble at his Tianmen branch? Tianqing stared for more than 10 seconds, then his expression suddenly changed drastically. Wrong. Damn it, a diversionary tactic. Tianqing's expression changed drastically. Go back quickly. After saying that, Tianqing rushed back to the branch as fast as he could. Even if he were incredibly fast, he couldn't outrun lightning. Su Chen slowly descended from the sky. The 2 7th-level opponents quickly spotted him. Who is it? The two approached Su Chen. He. Su Chen sneered and looked at the two of them. Haven't you been looking for me? Now that I've shown myself, you want to ask who I am? Upon hearing this, the two immediately realized that the person in front of them was Su Chen. You bastard, how dare you come to my heavenly gate, you're courting death. The two immediately wanted to make a move. I'm here only to prove that your Tianmen will be destroyed by me sooner or later, and today is just the beginning. 1390, Chapter 1390. This is just the beginning. After saying that, Su Chen clenched his fist tightly. In an instant, the winds of change swept across the land. The dark, heavy clouds suddenly lit up with a blue light. One by one, fist-sized spheres fell from the sky. Hundreds of lightning orbs landed on the Tianmen branch. The situation on the ground is even worse. It's like a giant electric grid. Those who were standing fell to the ground, and when they were seen again, they were all charred black. Many people didn't even have time to react. Stop right now. The two 7th level cultivators hurriedly mobilized all their spiritual power to support them, but the lightning orbs were completely unstoppable. When the lightning ball falls to the ground, combined with the force of the ground lightning net. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions. Every shockwave from the explosion contained the power of lightning. Screams filled the air. There was absolutely no cover around. The lightning on the ground seemed to ignore conductors. You would be struck by its power no matter where you hid. Even if it flies into the air, it will be hit by countless lightning balls. They didn't even dare to go outside. Because the outside is already covered by lightning nets, if you run out, you will be immediately blocked by the lightning nets. I will make you, Tianmen, suffer the consequences of your actions. Enjoy this thunderous feast. Su Chen looked into the distance. It seems Tianqing has returned with his men. 5 8th tier individuals, plus Tianqing. Even though he had already made some breakthroughs, he dared not be careless. Since the branch was already doomed to be destroyed, there was no need for him to stay. Hateful. Su Chen, you stop right there. From afar, Tianqing's voice could be heard. He had already spotted Su Chen escaping and immediately gave chase. But Su Chen's speed was in no way inferior to his. It's obvious that Su Chen took the damn berserk pill again, so his strength might even be above his. In this state, if Su Chen still had the berserk pill to support him, he wouldn't be able to catch up at all. But the Tianmen branch in front of us is a scene of utter devastation. Seeing that he couldn't catch up with Su Chen, Tianqing had no choice but to return to the branch to help resist the power of lightning. However, those lightning orbs had already destroyed 80% of the branch. The entire branch was engulfed in smoke and fire. Most of those smoke signals were emitted by people who had been electrocuted. Of the branch staff, less than 1 in 10 survived. Even the 2 7th level beings were seriously injured under such a barrage of attacks. I'm afraid I'll never be able to serve Tianmen again in this lifetime. Su Chen. Tianqing stared, her eyes bloodshot, in the direction Su Chen had gone. He never expected that Su Chen would dare to come to his Tianmen branch. I never expected this kid to be so audacious, so crazy as to destroy his entire Tianmen branch. Su Chen. I will tear you to pieces. Unable to catch up with Su Chen, Tianqing could only roar in frustration. And Su Chen happened to be nearby at that moment. How could he possibly miss such a great show? Looking at the devastation at the branch, Su Chen sneered inwardly. He's already getting furious? Heavenly Gate. This is just the beginning. After watching the show, Su Chen turned and left. Now that we've dealt with Tianmen's troubles, it's time to turn to the Su family. After the 2 6th level members of the Su family returned, they immediately reported the news to the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, the Su family was in a complete mess. Su Chen now possesses the strength of a 9th tier warrior. If they were to actually fight, even if they won, they would likely suffer heavy losses. Under those circumstances, the Su family could no longer maintain its position as the head of the 4 major families. The Grand Elder has gathered all the elders of the family, including including Su Chen's father, Su Tianyuan. The only one who can fight Su Chen right now is Su Tianyuan. Su Tianyuan sat in the head seat, his face grave. 1391, Chapter 1391 The Prodigy Su Chen. He is very happy and delighted that his son has grown up to where he is today. But he also knew that Su Chen's hatred for his family was something he, as his father, could never resolve. Therefore, a battle between them is inevitable. However, as a father, he didn't want that kind of thing to happen. Patriarch, that rebellious son is almost at our doorstep. Are you still hesitating? The only way now is to gather the strength of Tianmen and the entire family to completely kill that rebellious son. Otherwise, our Su family will be in turmoil. The elder said anxiously. Su Tianyuan glanced sideways, his heart filled with resentment. Now that there's a problem, you expect me to step up? The Grand Elder, and the Council of Elders. Su Chen's talent could have belonged to our Su family. His reputation can also belong to the Su family. If it weren't for the Elders' Council, if it weren't for your stubbornness, Elder, the Su family might become the third power after the two major powers. His talent is unparalleled in the world today. It might even surpass the Heavenly Gate and the Spirit Alliance in the future. The elders fell silent after Su Tianyuan spoke. Su Chen hadn't reached the spirit level before. Back then, he was just a minor martial arts master. But in just a few years, this kid has already acquired combat power comparable to a 9th rank. Such talent is truly unique. If Su Chen and his mother hadn't been treated that way back then, the future honors could indeed have gone to the Su family. The Grand Elder remained silent for 2 seconds, somewhat displeased. Why are we still talking about this now? Even if you repent, it's too late. We must find a way to deal with that rebellious son now. He dared to do something so outrageous. Are you still going to protect him? Su Tianyuan looked at the Grand Elder and sighed helplessly. Even now, the Grand Elder still holds this attitude. There's no hope for him. Even if I were to take action now, I might not be his match. My strength is no greater than Tianqing's. If even Tianqing can't do anything to him, then so can I. After Su Tianyuan finished speaking, the elder's expressions changed drastically. Hoping for the Heavenly Gate? Even the Heavenly Gate itself is in dire straits. Unless all three of them at the 9th level attack together, or the Heavenly Gate Master personally intervenes. The Grand Elder frowned. He knew that what Su Tianyuan said was true. Su Chen's talent had indeed exceeded their estimates. What can we do? We can't just let that rebellious son get away with it. You are his father, go and kill him. I don't believe he would dare to resist. Su Tianyuan sighed helplessly and shook his head. Even now, the elders still have this attitude. It's beyond saving. There's only one way now. Su Tianyuan looked at all the elders. Everyone looked at Su Tianyuan, wanting to hear his so-called solution. Su Tianyuan's gaze turned to the Grand Elder. Whoever committed the crime should bear the consequences. If we can get Su Chen's forgiveness, we might be able to avoid fighting him. Otherwise, regardless of who wins, the final outcome will be unbearable for either side. These words immediately sparked a buzz of discussion among the crowd. The Grand Elder's face was grave, his expression ashen and grim. Su Tianyuan's words clearly meant that he wanted Su Chen to apologize, and might even cost him his life. After all, it was he who advocated for kicking Su Chen's mother out of the Su family. Even Zhou Jingzhu's death was related to him. 1392, Chapter 1392 Su Tianyuan's Fury. The more intense Su Chen's revenge is now, the deeper his hatred is. Under these circumstances, Su Chen had no reason to spare his life. Patriarch, are you trying to betray me? Now that the problem has occurred, it's too late to say anything. I've done everything for the sake of the family's reputation. Now we are in such a predicament, doesn't the Patriarch fear that we will be disheartened? Su Tianyuan looked at him. The Grand Elder is using this tactic again, trying to morally blackmail him. They keep saying they're thinking about the family's reputation. But the things I did back then went against the principle of reputation. How many people outside the city are laughing at Su Tianyuan? People say that Su Tianyuan is not a real man, that he can even deal with his own son, and that's how he gained fame. I'm scared, of course I'm scared. Then you guys handle this yourselves, I won't get too involved. After all, you didn't let me participate when you kicked him and his mother out of the Su family. Su Tianyuan stood up. He felt guilty. He couldn't bring himself to face Su Chen to the death. He already owed that mother and son a debt, so how could he possibly use the entire power of his family to kill Su Chen now? Master! Are you really going to just let this go? Only you can suppress that rebellious son now. If you don't do anything, it means the family will be at risk of destruction. The Grand Elder still wants to use moral blackmail. But by the time Su Tianyuan figured it out, he no longer thought it mattered. As long as Su Chen is alive, the Su family will not be destroyed. If Su Chen wanted to take his life for revenge, he would have nothing to say. All I can say is that he owes a debt to the mother and son. Now that things have come to this, it's time to pay the price. You can decide for yourselves, that's all I can say. After Su Tianyuan left, all the elders of the Su family council looked at each other in silence. They all knew that Su Chen was now unstoppable. But how could they possibly bring themselves to say something like asking the Grand Elder to sacrifice himself? The meeting is adjourned since he's unwilling to take action. Let's go find Tianmen. He, Su Tianyuan, is not the only 9th tier expert. The Grand Elder would never risk his life for this. He will make Su Chen pay the price. Let Su Chen know the consequences of going against him. At the same time, we must tell everyone that he did the right thing back then. A slut like Zhou Jingzhu should be kicked out. She, Zhou Jingzhu, is not worthy of staying in the Su family at all. While they were having their meeting, Su Chen had already killed the 2 6th tier experts. He once swore an oath. The Su family. Tianmen. He won't let them get away. Now, he is getting closer and closer to that step. The 2 Su family members acted decisively, and Su Chen left once again. He was perfectly aware that all the powerful members of the Su family and the Tianmen were looking for him. If you want to find him, then come on over. Since the Central Plains are about to undergo a complete change, let it change drastically. Su Chen traveled to several different places, constantly engaging in guerrilla warfare with the people of Tianmen. Elder Tianqing even summoned another 9th level elder from Tianmen in order to kill Su Chen. Tianqing knew very well that even an invincible 8th tier expert could not be a match for Su Chen. Only those at the 9th and 8th ranks combined could possibly kill Su Chen. Su Chen has maintained contact with Jinsong. After a year, Jinsong's intelligence network had basically covered Zhongzhou. Therefore, Jinsong could determine the location of Tianmen's team with 80 to 90% certainty. Meanwhile, Su Tianyuan also arrived in Zhongzhou. 1393, Chapter 1393 3 peak 8th tier ranks. After much consideration, the eldest elder of the Su family actually agreed with Su Tianyuan's opinion. Su Tianyuan will take him to apologize to Su Chen. If necessary, the Grand Elder can even sacrifice himself. At first, Su Tianyuan was somewhat skeptical. After all, he no longer trusted this elder. 80% of the power in the Su family is in the hands of the Grand Elder. And the elders almost entirely obeyed the Grand Elder. Therefore, the most powerful person in the Su family is not Su Tianyuan. It was the Grand Elder. So he was testing the Grand Elder the whole way. To everyone's surprise, the Grand Elder burst into tears and admitted his mistake in front of him. He even said that he was the one who led the Su family to this point. He missed out on the Su family's strongest genius in a century. Su Tianyuan had never seen the Grand Elder like this before, so he brought the Grand Elder to Zhongzhou with some skepticism. Su Chen was currently tailing 3 8th level experts from Tianmen. The Tianmen team was divided into 3 groups. A team led by Tianqing consisted of 2 8th tier warriors. The other team also consisted of 1 rank 9 leader and 2 rank 8 leaders. This one is unique, with only 3 8th tier members. Su Chen plans to start with these 3. 3 peak 8th tier fighters. He is indeed a bit tricky to deal with, but if he really goes all out, the other party is no match for him either. Elder Tianchen, what if we encounter Su Chen, with the three of us joining forces, what if? The three of them were extremely careful. The only exception was the lack of a 9th tier expert among them, so they remained constantly vigilant. What kind of super powerful being do you think Su Chen is? We are at least at the peak of the 8th rank with the three of us joining forces, we can even fight against a 9th rank. If we really do run into him, that's fine too, as long as we can stall him for a moment. Once Elder Tianchen and the others arrive, that brat is doomed. Tianchen said with absolute certainty. Although a peak 8th order cultivator might not be a match for Su Chen, delaying him for a moment is not a problem at all. No matter how strong Su Chen is, he doesn't believe he can possess the combat power of a peak 9th tier. Only those at the peak of the 9th rank can probably pose a threat to them. Yeah, I hope I don't run into that guy, or I'll tear him to pieces. Tianhai died at his hands, and I must avenge Tianhai. Tianchen waved his hand. Hurry up and search this area thoroughly. The three sped up and flew towards a small island in the sea. Su Chen immediately followed. The three of them did not stop or separate after arriving on the island. After Su Chen landed, 3 flags were planted in the ground. This is the formation that Old Man Li used before. It can block all signals, but now it's playing a huge role in his hands. Once the formation was complete, Su Chen quickly moved to find the 3 people. The formation was set up to prevent them from notifying Tianhai and the others. If Tianhai and the others arrive, he really won't be able to escape from 2 9th tier opponents. Therefore, he must isolate all signal sources. Let's go, there's no sign of that kid here either. After Tianchen finished speaking, he prepared to enter the void and leave. Since we're already here, why are we in such a hurry to leave? Su Chen appeared behind the 3 of them. The 3 of them turned around abruptly and spotted Su Chen. Su Chen! You're actually here. The 3 of them paled. Unexpectedly, they were the ones who would encounter Su Chen first. Why can't I be here? Tianchen immediately realized what was happening. He looked at the other 2. No need to think about it, he must have been squatting here for a long time. They probably want to devour the 3 of us. After saying that, Tianchen smiled faintly. Aren't you being incredibly naive? The reason we stayed together was as bait, to deliberately lure you out, and you actually showed up. 1394, Chapter 1394 Seizing the Opportunity. After saying that, Tianchen gave the elder beside him a look, signaling him to quickly inform Elder Tianxing and the others. The elder took out his communicator, ready to send a signal, but the indicator light showed no signal source. Damn it, this kid came prepared, he blocked the signal. The elder's expression changed drastically. He pressed the button several times, but there was no response at all. Tianchen's expression also changed slightly. It seems Su Chen really came prepared, he probably had been following them all along. So what, are the 3 of us afraid of just one of him? Delaying tactics, the signal jamming range shouldn't be too wide. Get as far away as possible, just get out of the signal jamming area. Tianchen had already unleashed his full power, keeping a close eye on Su Chen's every move. Su Chen sneered. Now that he's shown up, there's no way he'll let these 3 leave alive. He just took the berserk pill. He didn't want to use too many berserk pills to deal with Tianmen earlier. After all, that wasn't his true strength. The rage pill is not unlimited. He's going too far with Tianmen now, which will only anger Tianmen's top leadership. Once he runs out of berserk pills, the highest levels of the Heavenly Gate will be able to pose a threat to him. But because of the Jiang family's affair, he has been completely exposed. Knowing that he possessed combat strength comparable to a 9th tier opponent, the other party naturally wouldn't let him go. After all, most of the Tianmen members who went to the northern border to hunt him down had already been killed. The only remaining 7th tier expert who escaped was unaware of his true combat strength. Now that he's been exposed, he's naturally going to kill a few more. If possible, he even wants to find the peak 8th level expert who killed his mother. That person is considered to be at the highest level in Tianmen, and if I'm not mistaken, he should have participated in this operation as well. Split up. After Tianchen finished speaking, the three of them flew off in different directions. Clearly, they wanted to escape Su Chen's sight and spread the signal source once they left the island. But Su Chen wasn't that stupid. He spotted Elder Tianmen, who had a signal device in his hand. With a single step, his speed reached its limit. The Elder's expression changed drastically. Su Chen was actually much faster than him. In the blink of an eye, he was already behind me. His target is the signal device. Give me the signal device now. Tianchen shouted from the sky not far away. If Su Chen succeeds, the three of them will probably really have to fight a bloody battle. Upon hearing Tianchen's shout, the other party immediately reacted. While Su Chen was still about 10 meters away, he threw out the signal device in his hand. It flew towards Tianchen's location at an extremely fast speed. However, a smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Boom! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky. The next second, it hit the signal device perfectly. The signal device was smashed to pieces. Tianchen froze on the spot, looking up at the sky. It took him several seconds to realize what was happening. You did this on purpose. Su Chen chose the inevitable outcome. It was clearly impossible to catch the two of them who didn't have signal devices. As long as you catch up with the elder who has the signal device, and don't throw out the signal device, Su Chen will destroy it with his own hands. If the signal device is thrown, the lightning that Su Chen has prepared will destroy it. It has to be said, it was indeed a brilliant plan. Su Chen's speed increased dramatically once again. The elder in front of him had a livid face. He had already pushed himself to the limit. Despite this, Su Chen still managed to close the distance quickly. 1395, Chapter 1395 Instant Kill. Su Chen, how dare you! Tianchen roared and flew at full speed toward Su Chen's location. He had already realized that Su Chen was about to make a move against another elder. Once a fight really breaks out, an 8th tier peak cultivator alone probably wouldn't be able to withstand Su Chen. Why wouldn't I dare? My Heavenly Gate and I have always been sworn enemies. Su Chen moved, lightning power had already condensed in his hands. Damn it, die. The elder in front of him knew that there was no way he could escape if he kept running like this. He simply mobilized all his spiritual power, unleashing countless bursts of spiritual energy to attack Su Chen. Suddenly, explosions echoed through the sky. But nothing could stop Su Chen's progress. The next second, he felt his face being pinched by a large hand. After Su Chen grabbed the other's head, the power of lightning instantly poured in. The human brain is the most fragile thing. It simply cannot withstand such a lightning strike. At the peak of the 8th rank, when he was caught completely off guard and all his spiritual power was converted into an attack, he was directly annihilated by Su Chen's lightning power. Su Chen grabbed the other person, a smile appearing on his lips. He never expected to succeed so easily. At this moment, Tianchen and another elder arrived at a position 30 meters behind him. Seeing Su Chen kill their companion, Tianchen's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Su Chen to act so decisively. Originally, the three of them were confident they could persevere. But now it's just the two of them, and the outcome is predictable. Are you planning to attack together, or continue running? Su Chen looked at the two of them. He doesn't want to be chasing each other, it's too much of a waste of time. It would be best if the two of you went together and fought him to the death. Su Chen, you will pay the price. Another 9th tier member of our Heavenly Gate has already gone to the Demon Sea. Do you know why we went to the Demon Sea? Once your family is found, none of them will survive. If you dare to kill us, they will die immediately. Tianchen said viciously. It's obvious they're trying to threaten Su Chen in the name of his family. But this posed no threat to Su Chen at all. If his family were truly in danger, Jin Song would have notified him long ago. Very good, you found a very good reason for yourself. Since you're threatening me with my family, you might as well die. Su Chen slowly walked towards Tian Chen. However, I can give you a quick and easy chance. Choose to answer my question, and I will not let you suffer. Tian Chen had no intention of sitting idly by and waiting to die. His gaze met that of another companion. The two seemed to have reached some kind of consensus. The moment Su Chen approached Tian Chen, two enormous spiritual energies shot into the sky. The two attacked Su Chen instantly. A barrage of attacks followed. A mushroom cloud was blown up in mid-air. This shows just how hard they're working right now. As the thick smoke cleared, Su Chen was still standing inside. What? Tian Chen's eyes widened. He knew Su Chen must be very strong. But they made their move suddenly. And once they make a move, they go all out. In this unexpected situation, even a 9th-tier cultivator might be severely injured by them. But Su Chen didn't look injured at all at this moment. It seems you've made your choice. Su Chen patted the dust off his clothes. He took a step, but his figure was already 5 meters away. He first came to Tian Chen's side. Don't worry, I won't let you die so soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen's figure disappeared. The next second, Su Chen reappeared in front of his companion. 1396, Chapter 1396 Burning Essence Blood. Such terrifying speed is something that even those who have already stepped halfway into the 9th rank cannot match. Let's give it our all. Tian Chen knew that if he didn't fight now, it would be too late. Once Su Chen kills the other elder, it will soon be his turn. Elder Tian Hui used the secret technique directly. A layer of red blood light ignited around Tian Chen. Within that layer of blood-red light, Tian Chen was now infinitely close to the 9th rank. Elder Tian Hui no longer hesitated. Although doing so will come at a huge cost. But now, saving one's life is the priority, and compared to that, the price is insignificant. This is the blood-burning technique of my heavenly gate. You can't kill both of us in a short time. If too much time passes, Elder Tianqing will come over as soon as he finds out we haven't returned. Su Chen, you are going to die today. Tian Chen said with absolute certainty. He certainly didn't want to use this blood-burning technique unless absolutely necessary. Once used, your cultivation level will decrease based on the amount of essence and blood burned. At the very least, it will be downgraded by 1 level. In other words, even if they stop now, their cultivation level will definitely drop to the peak of the 7th rank. In the Heavenly Gate, strength is the only way to win. If they were only at the peak of the 7th rank, their positions as elders would not be as secure as before. Even if he could still become an elder, he would probably only be an ordinary elder in the outer sect. Furthermore, this is based on the current situation where they have stopped. If the blood-burning technique continues to burn essence and blood, the reduction in cultivation level would probably be more than 1 level. They are very likely to be demoted to the 6th, 5th, or even 4th rank or below the spirit realm. If that kind of thing really happens, they won't have a place in Tianmen anymore. Su Chen didn't speak. At this moment, he did indeed feel a bit of pressure. With this blood-burning technique, it would indeed be quite difficult to defeat the two of them in a short time. He was careless. At first, I never imagined that Tianmen would have such a secret technique. It seems he'll have to risk his life to deal with these two this time. The 5 Thunder Fist combined with the Bloodthirsty Sword. He wasn't without a chance. However, both of their strengths were already incredibly close to the 9th rank. With their combined efforts, what stood before him now was a complete 9th-tier powerhouse. The two sides became entangled, and sparks flew everywhere. The air itself vibrated. Su Chen was powerless against the two, and the two were equally powerless against Su Chen. In the ensuing back and forth, both sides suffered losses. But the most anxious one was Su Chen. He had been searching for a weakness in Tian Chen and his companion's defenses. As long as he finds even the slightest opening, as long as we kill or seriously injure someone, then this battle can be declared over. But the two of them clearly knew what he was thinking. Therefore, the two cooperated perfectly, without the slightest flaw. If we delay any longer, we'll only attract the 9th-tier powerhouse from that heavenly gate. If a 9th-tier enemy forces their way into the battle, his situation will likely become quite troublesome. Ah, kid, you can't kill us. Tianchen laughed loudly. When their life essence is burning, they can unleash their peak combat power for a short period of time. Just hold on a little longer and wait for Tianqing and the others to arrive. Su Chen wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth. He had already tried the third lightning strike, and it didn't cause much damage to the two of them. It seems we can only place our hopes on the bloodthirsty sword. Su Chen glanced at the bloodthirsty sword and already made up his mind. Although he now has control of this bloodthirsty sword. But there are also risks. 1397, Chapter 1397 Devouring Essence Blood. However, risks and benefits are directly proportional. If we can completely break the seal on the bloodthirsty sword and unleash its madness. With the demonic power of the bloodthirsty sword, coupled with his strength, killing them is not impossible. However, if that happens, he probably won't dare to use the bloodthirsty sword again for a while. Seeing that half an hour had already passed, Su Chen knew he couldn't delay any longer. With a heavy heart, Su Chen slashed open his palm. Blood spurted out. Su Chen grabbed the bloodthirsty sword with his hand, which was cut open. Moment. A heart-wrenching feeling assaulted my brain. The moment the bloodthirsty sword touched his blood, it seemed to drain him dry. Su Chen mobilized his spiritual power to protect his heart meridian. Suppress them. The spiritual energy was also mixed with the power of lightning. The bloodthirsty sword quickly quieted down. But Su Chen could sense that his spiritual power contained a demonic element. This demonic power gave him a slight boost in strength. I can't even feel where the injuries I just sustained were. Because there was absolutely no pain, I didn't know where the injury was. You. Tianchen stared at Su Chen in astonishment. You actually used your life essence to nourish the evil artifact and increase your power. Do you know that this will drive you to madness? I think you're insane. Tianchen's expression changed drastically. Su Chen's actions were simply too crazy. He never expected Su Chen to go this far. Su Chen simply smiled faintly. I've said it before, I won't let anyone from Tianmen go. I'll make you pay the price for your talents. Even if it means becoming a demon. After saying that, Su Chen swung his bloodthirsty sword. Where the sword light passed, it cleaved open a void. Tianchen frowned. This simple sword strike can generate such a powerful magnetic field. Are you out of your mind? The two of them knew that Su Chen was planning to fight to the death. Faced with Su Chen in this state, they really had no confidence that they could hold on. But in this state, Su Chen is impossible for them to escape. There's only one way now. That is war until we exhaust our life force, or war until Tianqing and the others arrive. Meanwhile, Tianqing and the others were on the coastline 50 kilometers away. This place is closest to the Jiang family castle, so the chances of catching Su Chen here are the highest. Tianqing stays in the empty sky, constantly monitoring the changes around him. The rest of the people searched the surrounding area within a 10-kilometer radius. He can spot any clues immediately. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Why is there such a strong sense of evil emanating from that spot? Could he be a heretical cultivator? If it's not a heretical cultivator, then it's an evil artifact. He remembered that Su Chen seemed to have a demonic weapon in his hand, but that demonic weapon did not have a strong demonic aura. But that direction seems to be the location that Tianchen and the others are searching. Thinking of this, Tianqing immediately had someone contact Tianchen and the other two to ask them what had happened at that location. But after 5 minutes, no one recovered. Tianqing immediately realized something was wrong. That aura might just be emanating from Su Chen. Quickly, get to where Tianchen and the others are. A celestial star soared through the sky. At his speed, he can arrive in about 10 minutes. Arriving 10 minutes later was already too late. Su Chen had already severed Tianhui's head. Even with the bloodthirsty sword unleashed, the two of them simply couldn't hold out for long. 1398, Chapter 1398. Answering your questions will give you a quick and easy solution. Because the two of them were also burning their own life essence. When the bloodthirsty sword touches the two of them, it will also absorb their life essence. Therefore, in this state, the bloodthirsty sword deals double damage to both of them. They were no match for Su Chen to begin with, and with the addition of the bloodthirsty sword, it was even more impossible for them to withstand him. Su Chen! If you dare kill me, Tianmen will never let you get away with it. Tianchen knew he was no match for them, and his life was probably in danger today. Su Chen smiled upon hearing this. He laughed loudly, pointing his bloodthirsty sword at Tianchen. Let me go? It's not like if I let you go, Tianmen will let me go. Aren't we already sworn enemies to the death? Besides, I really didn't intend for you, Tianmen, to let me go. As they were speaking, Su Chen suddenly sensed a powerful spiritual force. He looked in the direction from which the spiritual energy was coming. A massive aura is on its way, moving at great speed. It seems that Tianqing and his group discovered the battle here. Su Chen, as long as you let me go, there's still room for negotiation. Although Tianmen killed your mother, and although there were many grudges between us before. But haven't you also killed many elders and powerful figures of my heavenly gate now? When I return to Tianmen, I will step in to mediate. Perhaps then we can resolve this conflict. Tianchen also sensed Tianqing's aura approaching. All it takes now is a few minutes delay. Su Chen was injured in the battle just now. If Tianqing arrives at this moment, Su Chen will definitely not survive. What, it seems like you're waiting for someone to come and rescue you? Don't worry, you'll definitely be dead before he gets here. I just have a few questions I want to ask you. If you answer honestly, I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, even if it means encountering them, I will torture you to death. Su Chen pointed his bloodthirsty sword at Tianchen. Tianchen looked at Su Chen and paused for 2 seconds. What do you want to know? He wasn't backing down, and Su Chen could tell that too. Tianchen was trying to use the time he was taking to ask questions to buy time. Who was the 8th tier expert who harmed and killed my mother? What was his name? Tianchen frowned. So that's what Su Chen wanted to ask. He's a high-ranking member of my heavenly gate. How could I possibly tell you that so easily? Whoosh! The next second, Tianchen had one of his ears sliced off. Tianchen couldn't react at all and immediately covered his ears and screamed. I don't like listening to too much nonsense. You just need to tell me, who's heartbroken? Or you could say, you'd rather die than tell, so as not to waste everyone's time. Tianchen glared fiercely at Su Chen. Clearly, Su Chen didn't intend to let him waste too much time. Hateful. Su Chen, that bastard. If he manages to escape today, he will one day tear Su Chen to pieces. Answer me, what's his name? I'll give you only 3 seconds to think it over. After saying that, Su Chen began the countdown. Tianchen was having an internal struggle. If he doesn't talk, Su Chen probably won't kill him. But he must be missing something. But if he tells Su Chen, will he just kill him? Or perhaps Su Chen has other questions to ask him. He has held on for 2 minutes now. Just a few more minutes and you'll succeed. 1. Tianchen still did not answer. Su Chen moved with incredible speed, severing Tianchen's left hand in one fell swoop. Ah! This caused immense pain to Tianchen's body and mind. This is not just about losing an arm. 1399, Chapter 1399, Suicide. The bloodthirsty sword contains powerful blood energy, constantly absorbing his life essence. He was beset by all sorts of pain, making his suffering unbearable. Next time it'll be the other hand. Even if you want to stall for time, you need to think carefully about how long your equipment can last. Your limbs will disappear in less than a minute. Are you sure you can last that long? After saying that, Su Chen started the countdown again. Tian Chen was indeed persistent enough. Perhaps it's the fear of death. After all, Tian Chen knew that speaking out might get him killed instantly by Su Chen. He might as well continue to endure the pain and wait for Tianqing to arrive. 3 more sounds rang out. Su Chen dislocated one of his legs. Still not going to talk? Then let me see just how much blood you have left. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen began counting down. 1 hand and 1 foot. The last one. Then there are the facial features. In just over a minute, Tianchen was already riddled with holes. Su Chen frowned. Even after all that, they still managed to persevere. It seems we won't be able to get any useful information out of Tianchen. Since you're a man of some stature, I won't ask any more questions. You can go die now. The next second, Su Chen pierced his heart with a sword. Tianchen looked at Su Chen with a twisted gaze, his eyes filled with resentment. He still has eyes, and he still has internal organs. Why did Su Chen choose to kill him directly? Why not play by the rules? He could clearly feel Tianqing's aura getting closer and closer. We'll be here in less than 2 minutes. Don't go to Tianmen in your next life, or you'll die again. After saying that, Su Chen withdrew his sword. Since he hadn't gotten the information he wanted, he didn't plan to stay any longer. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a surge of energy suddenly expanded rapidly behind him. Su Chen turned around and glanced back. Su Chen, I'll make you wish you were never born. Let's go to hell together. Tianqing's body erupted with intense golden light. Su Chen frowned. This old guy was about to self-destruct. But to self-destruct now would be like throwing an egg against a rock. After burning his essence blood, Tianqing's strength has dropped to the 2nd tier. Even if self-destruction can trigger double the effect. He was still wearing level 4 armor. Even if he stood still and let Tianqing explode, it wouldn't be able to hurt him in the slightest. Seeing Su Chen's calm demeanor, Tianqing felt a surge of hatred in his heart. He knew that he was no threat to Su Chen at all. It's a pity he couldn't see Su Chen being killed by Tianqing. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. After saying this, with Tianqing at the center, a violent explosion resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. Even Tianqing, who was still 5 kilometers away, frowned. He had no idea what had happened. But he knew that if Tianqing and the other 2 really encountered Su Chen, it would definitely be a tough battle. Of course, if the 3 of them used their secret techniques, delaying Su Chen will definitely not be a problem. After glancing at the mess on the ground, Su Chen decided not to linger any longer. Before Tianqing arrived, he also broke free from the scene at top speed. About 2 minutes later, Tianqing arrived above the island. Seeing the horrific battle, his expression changed slightly. Tian Hui and another elder's body had been blown to pieces. But Tianqing was nowhere to be found. Tianqing landed in front of the corpse and looked around. The spiritual energy fluctuations here just now clearly indicate that a major battle has taken place. And the final explosion was extremely violent. 1400, Chapter 1400. The enemy is in the light, we are in the dark. However, judging from the strength, the energy of that explosion should only reach the 3rd level, or even the 4th level. He crouched down and examined Tian Hui's body. They've already used the Heavenly Gate secret technique, blood burning skill. The other person, however, did not use the blood burning technique. It was obvious that the other person was instantly killed, so he didn't even have time to use his blood burning technique. Tian Hui was also killed in one blow while using the blood burning technique. So, the explosion just now was caused by Tianqing and Su Chen? But the explosion only reached about the 3rd order. Thinking of this, Tianqing's face turned extremely ugly. He stared thoughtfully at the huge crater in the ground. I'm afraid Tianqing has already sacrificed himself. The blood burning technique likely exhausted Tianqing's life essence, causing his strength to decline. Forced into a corner, Tian Shen wanted to perish together with Su Chen, so he chose to self-destruct. Unless Su Chen is also seriously injured and unable to move, and unable to mobilize spiritual power to protect himself. Otherwise, with Tian Shen's strength at that time, he would not have been able to pose the slightest threat to Su Chen. He was still too late. But based on the explosion just now, even if Su Chen has left, he definitely hasn't gone far. He flew into the air, sensed the surrounding energy, and then increased his speed again, chasing after a certain direction. Su Chen dared not linger at all. Although he ultimately won the battle against those three. But he was still injured to some extent. The most important thing is that the spiritual energy in my body is already running out. If we encounter a celestial body at this time, it could really be a bit troublesome. The effects of the berserk pill wore off shortly after he left. The speed has also slowed down by 20%. About 5 minutes later, I could clearly hear someone chasing after me. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably Tianqing. Su Chen immediately increased his speed. But without taking the berserk pill, how could his speed possibly match Tianqing's? But to consume a berserk pill just to run away now is clearly a bit unwise. Fortunately, he was already close to the city center. Once he got close to the city center and entered the bustling area, he could avoid Tianqing. He persisted for another 2 minutes. The stars behind us were getting closer and closer, now only about 3 kilometers away. Keep in mind that 3 kilometers is only about a minute's journey for a 9th level expert. Su Chen landed in the bustling city center and quickly concealed his presence. Then they went into a shopping mall. There are huge crowds here, so as long as you don't give away your presence, it will be very difficult to find Tianqing. The enemy is in the open, while he is in the dark. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the probability of Tianqing discovering him is no more than 30%. Su Chen hid in the shadows and kept observing. Soon we saw the stars. He ended up in the bustling city center. Tianqing clearly realized that he might hide in the crowd. But with so many people in the downtown area, finding him is no easy task. Just as Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, the appearance of a group of people in the distance instantly made him tense again. The Su family. They're here too. And even Su Tianyuan was there. What are they doing here? Are they also looking for him? Su Chen frowned. Even Su Tianyuan has been mobilized, it must really be because of him. In the end, Su Tianyuan will still consider the interests of his family. He felt no regret from the moment his mother died tragically. The father-son relationship between them had long since ceased to exist. Fortunately, Tianqing and the Su family did not run into each other. Otherwise, Tianqing would probably join forces with the Su family to search for him in the surrounding area. Su Chen. As Su Chen rested and recuperated on the spot, the sound of celestial stars echoed in the sky. I knew you were here. 1401, Chapter 1401. The Ruthless Heavenly Star. Are you trying to hide in the crowd so I can't find you? Then you underestimate the power of Heavenly Gate. Tianqing's face was sinister. Suddenly, he slowly raised his hand, and a ball of spiritual energy condensed in his hand. Once you reach the 9th level, materializing spiritual power is not difficult. You have 1 minute. If you don't show up, this area will become a living hell. Tianqing's words echoed in everyone's ears. The ordinary people around all looked up at the sky. When they saw Tianqing standing in mid-air, everyone went wild. Spiritualists are the pinnacle of martial artists. What is he going to do? Is he going to attack this area? In an instant, the scene was in complete chaos. Su Chen frowned. That guy Tianqing is insane, he actually plans to destroy this place. Does Tianmen really see human life as so worthless? You have 40 seconds to consider. Tianqing's voice was icy, and the spiritual energy in his hands became increasingly solid. The Su family also noticed Tianqing. Su Chen, could Su Chen be nearby? The eldest elder of the Su family's eyes lit up slightly. He deliberately lured Su Tianyuan over in order to make contact with Tianmen. But the team was still more than 10 kilometers away from Tianmen. Unexpectedly, I ran into Tianqing chasing Su Chen here. If we really find Su Chen, killing him now would be the best course of action. You have 30 seconds left. Su Chen's expression grew increasingly solemn. Should he go out? Tianmen's actions are utterly despicable. Because of him, should so many ordinary people be implicated? If it were just Tianqing alone, perhaps he would have a chance of survival after getting out. He can still fight if he takes the berserk pill. But the Su family is here now. If they go out, their chances of survival are slim. Su Tianyuan and Tianqing joined forces, along with a Grand Elder. He has absolutely no chance of surviving. You have 10 seconds left. After saying that, Tianqing raised the spirit ball above his head. Ordinary people on the ground are like ants on a hot pan. They all fled in panic, and some children even got separated from each other. Screams echoed all around. He knew Tianqing was serious. Once the Heavenly Star's attack lands, in its condensed state, it could probably destroy an area within a kilometer radius in an instant. The flow of people here is enormous. The number of ordinary people within a 1 kilometer radius is probably in the tens of thousands. After all, there are residential areas here, and if an attack is launched, countless people will die or be injured. 3, 2. Su Chen gritted his teeth and got up. It seems we have no choice but to face it. He couldn't let so many people sacrifice themselves for him in vain. Elder Tianqing, isn't what you're doing inappropriate? Just as Su Chen was about to leave, Su Tianyuan also flew into the air. Su Chen quickly hid back inside. These are just innocent civilians. What you're doing is against all reason and justice. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At least Su Tianyuan still has a shred of conscience. If Su Tianyuan intervenes, then Tianqing will likely be unable to continue. After all, Su Tianyuan is slightly stronger than Tianqing in terms of overall strength. Oh, isn't this Patriarch Su? What, you're here to help him? Tianqing asked coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Su Tianyuan and Tianqing stared at each other for a few seconds. What's the point of asking whether to help or not? Because of him, so many innocent people were killed. Do you really think that's the right thing to do? Su Tianyuan must be furious that Tianqing can't find Su Chen. So they just wanted someone to vent their anger on, which is why they pinned the blame on him. Snort! A bunch of useless people, just kill them. What's wrong with that? 1402, Chapter 1402, Disregarding Human Life. Tianqing's words made Su Tianyuan frown. What kind of person could say something like that? Are we, as martial artists and members of the Heavenly Gate, not to regard human life as human life? No wonder the people of Tianmen tortured Zhou Jingzhu to death. No wonder Su Chen and Tianmen are irreconcilable enemies. Perhaps he has been wrong all along. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to stop you. After all, there are too many ordinary people down there. Now that I've seen it, I can't just stand by and watch it happen. Su Tianyuan also became more assertive. These words made Su Chen, who was hiding in the shadows, sneer. After all these years, has he finally had a change of heart? Or did Su Tianyuan know he was here, so he was putting on an act for him? You dare to oppose my Heavenly Gate, Su Tianyuan. Does your Su family think this is going to last forever? Even if your Su family has an alliance agreement with my Tianmen, such an agreement is completely ineffective against the powerful. You're a smart person, you should know what I mean. So get out of here right now. If I don't find that bastard today, how can I go back to the sect and explain myself? Tianqing's rage was unstoppable. They actually killed 3 more peak 8th level experts from his Heavenly Gate. Although Tianmen has 3 9th level experts. However, there are very few 8th tier experts, and it can be said that each one of them has the potential to become a 9th tier expert. Now, Su Chen has brutally killed him, which has affected the overall strength of Tianmen. If he doesn't kill Su Chen, he might as well give up his position as one of the 3 great elders of the Heavenly Gate. Elder Tianqing, please calm down. The eldest elder of the Su family also flew into the air. He had been keeping an eye on whether Su Chen would be exposed, so he didn't interrupt. But now that he sees Tianqing and Su Tianyuan getting angry, if he doesn't step forward, something bad might happen. The Su family can't afford to offend a superpower like Tianmen. Tianqing looked at the Su family's eldest elder with displeasure in his eyes. The one who has always been in contact with and cooperated with Tianmen has been the eldest elder of the Su family. Therefore, he is naturally very unhappy with the Su family's actions of obstruction. Elder Tianqing, quite a few people from our Su family have also come this time. Since that brat Su Chen is nearby, I'll arrange for the family elders to help with the search. I believe that kid will show up soon. Upon hearing this, Su Tianyuan's expression changed drastically. Elder. What did you promise me when we came out together? Su Tianyuan said in a low voice. Tianqing looked at the two of them. The Su family had obviously not come to Zhongzhou to find them. Moreover, it seems that Su Tianyuan has basically never contacted their heavenly gate. Clearly, something must have happened within the Su family. Tianyuan, the most urgent thing right now is to find Su Chen. Let's talk about other things after we help Tianmen find him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if that kid dragged so many innocent people into this mess. As the elder spoke, he winked at Su Tianyuan. Clearly, the Grand Elder wanted him to focus on finding Su Chen and not talk about anything else. But for some reason, he always felt that the Grand Elder would go back on his word. Given the Grand Elder's past behavior, and now that there are powerful figures from the Heavenly Gate here, will the Grand Elder really choose to compromise and apologize to Su Chen? Seeing that Su Tianyuan was not going to say anything more, the Grand Elder immediately ordered the other elders to enter the crowd to search for Su Chen. Seeing the Su family's attitude, Tianqing also withdrew the spiritual power in his hand. The Su family didn't dare to play any tricks in front of them. Besides, the Su family and Su Chen are enemies, so they shouldn't turn against each other. 1403, Chapter 1403 Zhang Niu. With the help of the Su family in searching for Su Chen, it will save us some trouble. Otherwise, he worried that even if he destroyed this area, Su Chen would probably continue to hide and not come out. After all, people at their level don't think too much. The life and death of ordinary people are no longer important to them. At this moment, Su Chen, who was hiding in the shadows, remained pressed tightly against the wall. The Su family members have already blended into the crowd. If he remains unmoved, they will find him sooner or later. But if we try to escape now, the chances of success are obviously slim. Unexpectedly, he managed to escape Tianmen, but not the Su family. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and several more powerful auras came from the horizon. Another 9th-tier expert from Tianmen has arrived. He was accompanied by 4 8th-rank individuals. Su Chen's expression turned even uglier. In that case, he probably won't be able to escape even if he wants to. Su Chen frowned. If he were discovered, he knew he was likely in grave danger today. Meanwhile, the elder from the Su family who was searching for him was getting closer and closer to his location. You'll find him in less than 5 minutes. The Su family elders are at least 5th-tier experts this time. Given his current state without the berserk pill, it's highly unlikely he can instantly kill his opponent. Once a fluctuation of spiritual energy is detected, those powerful figures above will notice it immediately. Su Tianyuan stood together with 2 9th-level experts from Tianmen. At this moment, Su Tianyuan's face was extremely grim. He also looked around the crowd very carefully. Faced with 2 9th-level experts from Tianmen, he could only pray that Su Chen wouldn't be discovered. Su Chen hid in an abandoned warehouse on the 3rd floor of the mall. He could clearly hear footsteps outside. It's getting closer and clearer. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to take a gamble. If the other party comes in and finds him, he will have no choice but to kill them and then run away. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped, and the Su family members outside had already grabbed the doorknob. Su Chen prepared to take out the magical dagger. The only option is to reduce spiritual power to its limit and see if I can kill someone instantly in this state. Click. The doorknob turned, and Su Chen was ready. Everyone from Tianmen. Isn't it going a bit too far for you to gather a crowd here? Suddenly, a voice came from the horizon. No sooner had the sound ended than a figure appeared in front of Tianqing and the other two. The people outside stopped turning the doorknob and looked out the window. Tianqing glanced at the other person. Yeah, you. What, you all want a medal and everything? We haven't settled our scores yet. Do you really think that we, the Heavenly Gate, are afraid of your Spirit Alliance? Tianqing and another elder stared intently at Nyeyu of the Spirit Alliance. The opponent is also a 9th tier expert. Moreover, he was stronger than them, so when Nyeyu appeared, the two of them naturally felt troubled. Nyeyu shook his head. It's not that we have to interfere. But we are the Spirit Alliance. I've heard you intend to indiscriminately kill innocent people, so naturally we must stop you, otherwise, this would violate the original intention of our Spirit Alliance. Nyeyu's momentum was overwhelming, and his aura was in no way weak when facing the two from Tianmen. The two of them were frowning at this moment. What original intention of the Alliance? What bullshit original intention? You want to save the remnants of the Su family. When he killed many of my Heavenly Gate's powerful experts, why didn't your Spirit Warrior Alliance show up? Now that my Heavenly Gate is about to capture them, your Spirit Warrior Alliance comes out and talks about your original intentions. Tiang Xingguo said angrily. He couldn't tolerate Su Chen killing several 8th level members of his Heavenly Gate. 1404, Chapter 14 for the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. In any case, he must make Su Chen pay a heavy price today. I certainly can't interfere with your grudges. But please don't harm the innocent people here. Tianqing and the other two exchanged a glance. Fine, then please stand aside and don't say another word. Once I find that kid, I'll tear him to pieces, then no one can stop me. Tianqing said angrily, while also expressing his attitude to him. Is that so? Then let me see what I've got. A woman's voice rang out from the sky. Blue rays of light appeared in the sky. The figure slowly descended and arrived in front of the group. Everyone was taken aback. Who are you? Su Tianyuan's face was filled with shock. How could he possibly forget this figure? Su Tianyuan, it's been a long time. I'll talk to you about Jingzhu later. I went into seclusion for 10 years. I never expected so many things to happen. Jingzhu's son is my son. Tianmen, if you have any problems today, come at me. After the woman finished speaking, Tianqing and the other man's expressions changed drastically. They never expected to actually force this crazy woman to come out. They weren't afraid of this woman even if the two of them joined forces. This woman is not someone to be trifled with. Nine Heavens Snow Maiden. She is also Zhou Jingzhu's sworn sister, and I heard many years ago that she had gone into seclusion. When he brutally killed Zhou Jingzhu, he hesitated the whole time, wondering if Xuenu would seek revenge. But we haven't heard anything about the Snow Woman since. Everyone thought she had failed in her seclusion and might be dead. I never expected this woman to show up again after 10 years. Moreover, his aura is significantly stronger than before. Nine Heavens Snow Maiden, you and Zhou Jingzhu are merely sworn sisters. It's not worth it for you to oppose my Heavenly Gate for her sake. You should know that my Heavenly Gate still has a sect master, someone you cannot challenge. Su Chen watched all of this, that woman who looked like a celestial being. He had seen it when he was a child, and it seemed that it had helped him a lot. A woman who treats him like her own son, just like a mother. If he hadn't appeared today, he would have completely forgotten that his mother once had such a good friend. Snort. So what, if I hadn't gone into seclusion back then, you would have already paid the price for your actions. Seeing the Snow Maiden's attitude, Tianqing and the other knew that a great battle was probably inevitable today. Tianqing sneered. No matter how strong you are, with so many of us today, you are no match for us. After he finished speaking, all the powerful figures of Tianmen stepped forward, ready to attack the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. Who said she's a person? Su Chen knew that there was no need to hide anymore. His eyes were like frost, and his whole body contained an extremely heavy killing intent. Su Chen. The moment Tianqing saw Su Chen, he was filled with rage and immediately wanted to make a move. But he couldn't possibly defeat the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens alone. Su Chen, you killed many of my Heavenly Gate's strongest warriors today, you must pay with your life. Su Chen completely ignored him. It flew directly towards the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. Shui, Aunt Shui, is it really you? Su Chen's eyes were red. He never expected that he would see his mother's best friend again. Even more unexpectedly, Aunt Shui was actually a peak expert at the 9th level. Even in the entire Great Xia dynasty, a powerhouse of this caliber would be considered a top-tier existence. The Snow Maiden looked at Su Chen in front of her and sighed heavily. Oh, child. I'm so sorry you've suffered all these years. 1405, Chapter 1405. A Powerful Woman. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens reached out and touched Su Chen's hair. Having been unborn for 10 years, she truly hadn't expected so many things to have happened. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have gone into seclusion for so long back then. Now that I've returned to the mountains, everything has changed. As long as I can avenge my mother, this little hardship is nothing. After speaking, Su Chen turned to look at Tianxing and the others. Killing those people from your Heavenly Gate is just the beginning. Tianxing was furious at Su Chen's arrogant demeanor. A sudden burst of spiritual power erupted. He could sense that Su Chen was injured. No matter how strong the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens is, she can't possibly take care of Su Chen right now. As long as he can catch Su Chen off guard, he can kill him. However, just as Tianxing was about to make his move, with a wave of her hand, the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy that flew in like a storm. The spiritual energy was also mixed with the power of frost. This is just like his power of lightning. They all belong to elemental spiritual power. With just a single, timely strike, Tianxing was knocked back dozens of meters. Everyone stared in shock at the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. I never imagined that the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens would become this powerful. As expected of the Heavenly Maiden, whose name is as cold as frost. With such strength, there are probably few who can rival him. Nyayu chuckled twice. Faced with such strength, even if he were to fight him, he wouldn't stand a chance. Tianxing looked at his frosty arms with a grave expression. He was injured with just one move. Just how powerful is this Nine Heavens Snow Maiden? Let's all go together. I refuse to believe that she can protect Su Chen by herself. Everyone at Tianmen is on high alert. Clearly, they have no intention of letting Su Chen go today. Cough cough. Gentlemen, please give this old man some face today. If you start a big fight here, innocent people will be harmed. Both sides have sustained injuries today, so let's just let this matter drop. Nyayu stood between the two sides. Besides, if you make a move here, the people below will likely suffer. Let's stop here. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens remained calm, showing no fear whatsoever of the two from the Heavenly Gate. And Su Chen was the same. If no one had helped him, he might still be hiding in the crowd right now. But now that things have turned around, how could he possibly still be afraid of these two? Unless another 9th level expert from Tianmen appears here, Tianxing definitely won't be able to do anything to him today. Nine Heavens Snow Maiden. This is a family matter for the Su family, please don't meddle in my affairs. Just as the two sides were at an impasse, the Su family's eldest elder spoke up. He knew that if he didn't speak up now, it would be too late. Today is absolutely the best time to eliminate Su Chen. If Su Chen recovers after today, his situation will be very troublesome in the future. What right do you, a mere 8th-tier cultivator, have to speak? The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens looked at Elder Su. She had never liked the Su family's eldest elder, and had even wanted to kill the old man several times. If Zhou Jingzhu hadn't stopped him, he would have said that Su Chen would have to establish himself in the family in the future. The Su family's eldest elder has died countless times already. You! Elder Su's face turned ashen. He was, after all, the eldest elder of the Su family, yet this Nine Heavens Snow Maiden showed him absolutely no respect. What? Don't even mention it, I wouldn't let Su Tianyuan off easily either. You'd better think of something to say, otherwise. Relying solely on Su Tianyuan won't be enough to protect you. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens said coldly. Elder Su was speechless. However, the most pressing issue is not the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden. 1406, Chapter 1406 Su Tianyuan, the manipulated figure. It's that kid Su Chen. Tianyuan, didn't you say before that you would join forces with Tianmen to kill this unfilial son? Hurry and make your move. Kill him, and my Su family will have peace. Upon hearing Elder Su's words, Su Tianyuan's expression changed drastically. Su Chen looked at him with a solemn expression. Elder. You actually schemed against me. Su Tianyuan then realized something was wrong. Elder Su was trying to leave Su Chen with absolutely no way out, right in front of him. What scheme against you? You said before that while you still have the strength, you must kill him, otherwise the Su family won't go far in the future. Are you afraid just because the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens is here? With the two elders of Tianmen joining forces with you, killing him won't be difficult. Or perhaps, you still have feelings for your father. If that's the case, it's alright, you just need to join forces with an elder to stop the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. As for the matter of strangling this rebellious son, leave it to us. Elder Su's words propelled Su Tianyuan to the pinnacle. Even the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens looked at Su Tianyuan with a strange gaze. Su Chen is his own son. As the saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its cubs. Could Su Tianyuan really bring himself to do it? Enough! Su Tianyuan roared. Elder, I never expected you would even scheme against me. Fine, if that's the case, then I don't need the position of head of the Su family. He is my son, I would never lay a hand on him. You'd better watch yourselves. The Su familius likely to perish. Su Tianyuan was speechless. Elder Su's hand of cards further strained his relationship with Su Chen. Upon hearing Su Tianyuan's words, Su Chen sneered. Stop pretending. If you really want to make a move, then come on. Even if I die in battle today, I won't even frown at you. Looking at the furious Su Tianyuan, Su Chen felt that the more Su Tianyuan acted this way, the angrier he became. He didn't care whether what Su Tianyuan said was true or false. Take, for example, the fact that Su Tianyuan was able to stand by and watch when his mother was humiliated a few years ago, which speaks volumes. Su Tianyuan didn't explain much, he knew that the more he said, the more mistakes he would make. Fortunately, he flew away from the scene. In this battle, he was no longer able to help either side. Su Tianyuan, you coward! Elder Su roared in anger. Since this coward is trying to run away, then our Elders' Council will join forces with Tianmen. Today, he must be left here forever. Elder Su has made up his mind. He knew very well that if Su Chen didn't die today, he would probably be the one to die in the future. Su Chen took out a berserk pill. Since it's a fight, then he'll fight to the bitter end. Aunt Xue, I'm so sorry to have held you back so long after you just came out of quarantine. Su Chen gave a wry smile. He also wanted to catch up with his Aunt Xue and tell her about what had happened over the years. But there probably isn't a chance now. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens smiled. Don't worry, Chener. They can't touch you today. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens slowly floated in front of Su Chen. He looked confidently at Tianmen and the members of the Su Family Elders Council. I, the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens, will remember this matter forever. If you want to fight, then come find me, the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly changed color. Snowflakes are falling. You know, it's the hottest time of the day right now. Snowflakes mixed with howling winds made it impossible to open one's eyes. Oh no, they're trying to escape. After realizing what was happening, Tianqing tried to make a move. 1407, Chapter 1407 Icy and Snowy Land. But the next second, the gale suddenly carried frost. It completely renders people unable to move. This is the famous technique of the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens, ice and snow. Now it seems that it is even more amazing than before. Faced with such a cold wind, Nyeyu could only cover his eyes. After the storm passed and the group recovered, Su Chen and the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens had already disappeared from the scene. Tianmen, the great revenge will one day be taken. You can have nightmares and wait for me. Su Chen's voice came from afar. Tianqing and the others immediately searched for the direction of the sound, but they couldn't pinpoint the approximate location at all. Meanwhile, Nyeyu of the Spirit Alliance also received a private message from Su Chen. Elder Nya, I remember the great kindness of the Spirit Alliance. I will definitely pay you a visit another day to express my gratitude. Until we meet again. Nyeyu smiled faintly. He rushed here because he had indeed heard that Su Chen was here. The Gu family informed him. On the surface, their Spirit Alliance cannot clash with Tianmen. But he rushed over to protect Su Chen. Now that he saw Su Chen leave safely, his mission was complete. Moreover, being able to personally witness the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens emerge from seclusion makes this trip worthwhile. Damn it, Su Chen. Don't you dare run away. Among everyone present, the most anxious and indifferent was the eldest elder of the Su family. He realized that Su Chen's growth rate was so fast that he now had the strength to kill him. If he fails to kill Su Chen this time, he will be in danger in the future. Elder Tianqing, hurry, chase them, chase them. Our Su family will definitely do everything we can to help. Elder Su said anxiously. Go ahead and chase your mother. How can we track them down if we don't even know their location? Tianqing was also extremely angry. All that effort was for nothing, and in the end, that kid Su Chen still managed to escape. Upon hearing Tianqing's words, Elder Su frowned. If he failed to kill Su Chen, wouldn't he have to live in constant fear every day and night from now on? Nine Heavens Snow Maiden. Do you really think you're invincible? Tianqing clenched his fist. If it weren't for the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens interfering. At this moment, Su Chen had already become a corpse. What to do? Su Chen has been rescued by the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. It will be difficult to find another opportunity this time. Elder Tianhu frowned. They've been searching for Su Chen for half a month. We finally seized the opportunity, and then we just wasted it. Most importantly, Su Chen's growth rate is too astonishing. The next time we meet, I might not be able to kill that kid. Tianqing frowned as well. The appearance of the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens was indeed beyond their expectations. Moreover, that woman's seclusion period allowed her to break through from the early stage of the ninth rank to the advanced stage. Their strength has clearly surpassed theirs by a large margin. Even if the two of them joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for them. In the entire Great Xiao dynasty, there are probably fewer than one person who can fight against the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. Let's go back and report. It seems we have no choice but to have Elder Tianqing handle this. Or the sect leader himself would have to take action. Tianqing had no choice but to compromise. That kid Su Chen is getting more and more difficult to deal with. Not only does she possess extraordinary combat power, but she also has the help of the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden. With Su Chen's current strength. After taking that strange pill, his strength was comparable to that of a mid-stage 9th tier cultivator. They might not even be a match for them in a one-on-one fight. Add a Snow Maiden from the Nine Heavens. It can be said that Su Chen now has the qualifications to challenge these two major forces. After all, even the Su family, the head of the 5 major families, only has Su Tianyuan, a 9th level expert. 1408, Chapter 1408 Physical Breakthrough. Not only does Su Chen possess combat strength comparable to Su Tianyuan, but he also has the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden. This level of power is still far behind their heavenly gate. But it is already stronger than the 4 major families. Elder Tianqing, you can't just let that kid go like this. Elder Su asked anxiously. As long as Tianmen is still willing to take action, there is still hope. Judging from Tianqing and the others' current state, they seem to be somewhat afraid of the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden. Nonsense. Let him go? Do you think it's possible? But now that kid has the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden by his side. We are no match for that woman, we'll need the Sex Grand Elder to intervene. After saying that, Tianqing and his companion left with all the 8th tier members. Elder Su wanted to persuade them to stay, but he couldn't. He felt a deep sense of crisis. The danger level of that kid Su Chen has exceeded anything we've ever seen before. Elder Su's body swayed precariously. Su Tianyuan. The Grand Elder roared. If Su Tianyuan had been willing to take action just now, even with the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden present, there would have been no way he would have let that brat Su Chen leave. Return to the family. We must make sure the head of the family takes this matter seriously. This is truly disappointing. With Elder Su's departure, the matter was essentially over. Meanwhile, Su Chen and the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden had already arrived at the Zhao family in Zhengzhou. This was naturally the first place Su Chen thought of. After Zhao Di led his men to overthrow the Zhang family, he gathered his forces and guarded his home. But when Zhao Di saw Su Chen appear, his face lit up with joy. They couldn't find Su Chen anywhere. I'm really worried that Su Chen might have encountered some difficulties outside. Or perhaps Su Chen was killed under the combined attack of Tianmen and the Su family. Prepare 2 rooms for me first. Su Chen clutched his chest. His injury must be healed as soon as possible. Because his injury was not an ordinary one. Aside from the external injuries caused by Tianchen and the other 2 working together. And the bloodline wounds inflicted by the bloodthirsty sword. If it is not repaired as soon as possible, his vital essence will continue to be depleted. Over time, this will have a certain impact on his abilities. Take good care of my Aunt Shui. After saying that, he turned around and looked at the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. Aunt Shui, I need to heal my wounds first. Wait for me to come out, I have a lot to say to you. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens nodded. Of course she'll wait for Su Chen to come out. She needs to know the details of how her best friend Zhou Jingzhu was brutally murdered back then. After Su Chen entered the room, he took out the rejuvenation pill. Immediately circulate the spiritual energy within your body to repair the depleted essence and blood little by little. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. It took Su Chen 2 days to recover most of his injuries. I didn't expect Tianchen and his group to be so difficult to deal with this time. It took him the bloodthirsty sword to end the battle. If the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens hadn't appeared, his situation would have been extremely precarious. This made him even more eager for strength. If his strength could be even greater, to the point that no one could challenge him. How could the people of Tianmen possibly do anything to him? He needs to mature quickly. It seems I need to break through to the 3rd tier in terms of physical strength as soon as possible. Although it won't help his current situation much, it will at least improve his strength. Next time you face a similar situation, you'll have a better chance of success. So, while recovering from his injuries, Su Chen also prepared to break through to the 3rd level of his physical body. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens has always stayed at the Zhao family. Zhao Di was unaware of the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden's identity, believing she was merely a friend of Su Chen. 1409, Chapter 1409 Kneeling in Gratitude. But since he was Su Chen's friend, he would naturally treat him with the highest courtesy. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens looked towards the location of Su Chen's room. She could sense a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. As a powerful figure who has already reached the pinnacle, she is very aware of the current situation. Su Chen is about to break through. She's heard a lot about the Zhao family these past 2 days. Su Chen suffered so much at such a young age. And all the efforts Su Chen has made over the years to avenge his mother. Especially the story of the 10,000 people offering sacrifices at the Demon Sea. Every step he took expressed Su Chen's anger. It also expresses Su Chen's longing for his mother. No wonder Su Chen was willing to take such a huge risk to kill the 8th level expert of Tianmen. She was truly astonished that someone could possess such strength at such a young age. Even if Su Chen is exceptionally talented, unlike anyone before him. But she also knew very well that no matter how strong her talent was, she could not reach the 9th level of combat power at this moment. They must have suffered terribly. Otherwise, no matter how talented one is, it would be impossible to achieve this. Looking at Su Chen's room, the Snow Maiden of the 9 heavens parted her soft lips slightly. Jingzhu. You really raised a prodigy who defies the heavens. With him here, you can rest in peace in the afterlife. The Snow Maiden of the 9 heavens felt a deep sense of regret. 10 years. They originally thought that after she came out, the two sisters would be able to gain a foothold in the market. Zhou Jingzhu can also break free from the shackles of Tianmen. And you won't have to suffer the humiliation from the Su family. But I never expected Tianmen to be so ruthless. In the end, she was too late. Because of what happened back then, Zhou Jingzhu was ultimately targeted by Tianmen. Another day has passed. Su Chen successfully emerged from seclusion. The moment his physical body broke through to the 3rd level, all of Su Chen's external injuries disappeared. He could clearly feel that his physical body was much stronger than before. However, the overall combat strength has not improved much. After all, he has been fighting far beyond his level, and his main combat strength is not just his physical body. After catching his breath, Su Chen got off the bed. If he were to unleash his full power now, he should possess the strength of a peak 7th tier expert. This is without taking the Berserker pill. If I take the Berserk pill, reaching the mid-stage of the 9th rank should be a piece of cake. But now he has fewer and fewer Berserker pills every day. Only 3 months have passed, and he only has 7 Berserk pills left. 15 Berserker pills, more than half gone. If this continues, he'll probably run out of Berserk pills in less than a year. It seems that improving one's own strength is the only way to succeed. Su Chen opened the door, preparing to go find the 9 heavens Snow Maiden. Master. As soon as the door opened, Xiao Jiang was right there in the doorway. Su Chen frowned. Why are you here? Su Chen asked in confusion. Shouldn't Xiao Jiang be in the Demon Sea right now? Tu was worried about you, Master, so I came here. Master, are you all right now? Xiao Jiang frowned and looked Su Chen up and down. Su Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Xiao Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. These days, he's been worried day and night. When he heard that Su Chen had arrived at the Zhao family, he rushed over from the Demon Sea without stopping. Mr. Su. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a crew cut walked up to Su Chen. Thump. The middle-aged man immediately knelt down. Who are you? Su Chen was somewhat confused. Master, he's my uncle, don't you remember him? Su Chen reacted instantly. It was indeed Jiang Tiangang kneeling on the ground. What are you doing? Get up. 1410, Chapter 1410 offering up the cultivation technique. Su Chen helped Jiang Tiangang up. Sir, you are truly righteous. My Jiang family will never forget this. Jiang Tiangang is about to kneel down again. He was very clear about the situation at the time. Although Su Chen is very strong, there are too many powerful experts in Tianmen. If you stay behind, it's a matter of life and death. Therefore, for their safety, Su Chen was able to choose to stay and use himself as bait. This immense kindness alone is something the Jiang family can never repay. Xiao Jiang also knelt down. Su Chen frowned. What are you doing? Even if it wasn't you, I would have taken action against anyone else. Tianmen is also my mortal enemy. That's a chance to kill them, and of course I won't let it slip by. So this has nothing to do with saving you, get up. The two stood up. Although Su Chen said that, they knew very well that he was just trying to comfort them. You look much younger with your beard shaved. Su Chen smiled. Jiang Tiangang gave a wry smile, implying that it was within the second ring road. Is he still young? More than a decade has passed since the Jiang family was wiped out. Over the years, the inner torment has left him completely broken. Even though he is still young, the gloom in his heart has prevented him from having a youthful mindset. So, what are your plans for the future? Su Chen continued to ask questions. At this point, Jiang Tiangang looked at his nephew, Xiao Jiang. Mr. Su, since you also have a great feud with Tianmen, then I have a request. I want to follow you, Mr. Su. The future of the Jiang family rests on Xiao Jiang. I know that Xiao Jiang's current situation is inseparable from Mr. Su, so I also want to join your team, Mr. Su. I hope Mr. Su will not refuse. I will do my best to help him. Jiang Tian just finished speaking, then bowed and clasped his hands in a fist salute. Refuse? Why should I refuse? With your addition, we're like a tiger with wings. I am so grateful to you. Su Chen was overjoyed. What he lacks right now is high-end combat power. Even with the help of the Snow Maiden, you are still far from enough. From the very beginning, he was thinking about whether he could win over Jiang Tiangang. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tiangang brought it up first. In that case, welcome to the team. I believe that one day, we will make Tianmen pay a heavy price. Jiang Tiangang nodded quickly. During this time, he has learned quite a bit about Su Chen. The entire Demon Sea is abuzz with stories of Su Chen's deeds. If Su Chen is incapable, why is the entire Demon Sea supporting him? And why are so many people so devoted to Su Chen? Moreover, Su Chen's selflessness alone is enough to make him follow him. Now, the Jiang family consists only of him and his nephew Jiang Yulong. Outnumbered and outgunned, they had no choice. By the way, Yulong, take out the things. Xiao Jiang responded and then took the items out. Master, this is the Jiang family's unparalleled movement technique, Thunder Strike. My uncle and I have discussed it, and we hope you can learn from Lei Dong. Su Chen's expression changed drastically. The uncle and nephew actually gave Lei Dong to him to study. He was definitely tempted. But he knew very well that he absolutely could not do such a thing. After all, this is the Jiang family's unparalleled martial arts technique. It was precisely because of this cultivation technique that the Jiang family was wiped out. If it were so easy to teach him now, wouldn't the annihilation of the Jiang family have been far too difficult? Mr. Su, please accept it. I've already heard about your talent, Mr. Su. I believe you can uncover the secrets of thunderous movement. Only when Mr. Su becomes powerful will there be a possibility of overthrowing Tianmen, right? 1411, Chapter 1411. Become stronger as soon as possible. Besides, Mr. Su, you are Xiao Jiang's mentor. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Jiang Tian put one hand on Su Chen's shoulder. In a way, we are all one family. With your character, you are qualified to learn my Jiang family's martial arts. Jiang Tiangang's tone was serious, and it didn't sound like he was trying to compromise. Su Chen frowned, hesitating for a long time. He has already taken the Thunder Spirit Pill, and if he can learn thunder movement, he is confident that his strength can be improved again. But in doing so, wouldn't he, an outsider, have learned a martial arts technique that had been hidden for hundreds of years? Master, please accept it. This cultivation technique is really suitable for you only when you become strong. Master, can you protect us? Xiao Jiang also begged Su Chen. Su Chen gave a wry smile. I can't refuse such hospitality. In that case, I'll accept it. But I swear, I will never reveal this unparalleled martial arts technique of the Jiang family to anyone. Even my closest relatives would not agree. This is the only answer I, Su Chen, can give you. Jiang Tiangang nodded in satisfaction. He knew that the possibility of the Jiang family's resurgence lay with Su Chen. Only when Su Chen truly rises to prominence will the Jiang family be able to reappear in the public eye one day. After chatting with the uncle and nephew, Su Chen ran off to find the Nine-Heaven Snow Maiden. Aunt Shui must have been waiting for him for a long time these past few days. Reaching the door, Su Chen gently knocked. Only after receiving a response did he push the door open and enter. At such a young age, he has already broken through to the 3rd level of physical body cultivation and possesses combat strength comparable to the 9th level. Shun'er, did you use some forbidden technique to avenge your mother? She has been investigating this matter for the past few days. She learned from outsiders that Su Chen's physical body was only at the 2nd level. But why is it that it can unleash such formidable fighting power? Only certain ancient forbidden techniques can achieve such a level. She's back now. I don't want Su Chen to make a desperate attempt to seek revenge and choose a path to death. Su Chen shook his head. Don't worry, Aunt Shui. He took out a berserker pill. This is a berserker pill, which I refined at a great cost. It can increase combat power by 30%. And my physical strength is the weakest. Su Chen releases his divine soul. His spiritual power has reached the 6th level of the spirit realm. Seeing this, even the Snow Maiden of the 9 heavens was surprised. Furthermore, with the blessing of the Jiang family's 5 Thunderfist, even without taking the berserk pill, my true strength is at the peak of the 7th rank. The Snow Maiden of the 9 heavens frowned. She had considered that Su Chen possessed extraordinary talent. But I never expected it to be so incredibly powerful. Without relying on external aids, his strength is comparable to that of a peak 7th tier cultivator. Now that you've broken through to the 8th rank, can you fight? Su Chen hesitated for 2 seconds, then shook his head. Early stage of the 8th rank, he can barely manage, but he's probably no match for me. The Snow Maiden of the 9 heavens walked to Su Chen's side, her gaze kind and gentle. She touched Su Chen's cheek. You've done a fantastic job, kid. If Sister Jingzhu knew, she would be very happy. When his mother was mentioned, Su Chen's eyes became somewhat lost. He really wanted to tell his mother that Aunt Shui was back. Now, I have broken through to the advanced stage of the 9th rank. I will keep you on your toes. You must become strong as soon as possible, because your enemy is Tianmen. Their sect leader is very powerful. Only by becoming stronger can you fight against him. 1412, Chapter 1412 Above the Spirit Level. The mention of Tianmen caused the Snow Maiden of the 9 heavens to look solemn. She has now broken through to a higher level and has become one of the strongest people in the world. Even though she had few rivals left, she was still unable to shake those 2 major powers. After all, both major forces have extremely powerful individuals. Aunt Shui, just how strong is the Heavenly Gate Master? What realm are those experts above the spirit level? Su Chen had wanted to ask about this for a long time. But the people around him had no idea that such a level of existence existed. I was originally thinking of asking the elders who were busy with spiritual matters. But I never had the chance. That realm has already surpassed all mortals. Do you know that the spirit level currently known in the world is only the beginning in the face of true powerhouses? Spirit level individuals are collectively referred to as spirit masters. But it also has another name. Quasi-spirit realm. The Snow Maiden of the 9 heavens explained it to Su Chen in detail. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback. Although the quasi-spirit level is already the pinnacle among mortals. But after the quasi-spirit level, there are the human spirit, earth spirit, and heaven spirit realms. Furthermore, the 2 super quasi-spirit level experts from Tianmen and the Spirit Master Alliance have already stepped into the human spirit level. Therefore, they can be said to be invincible in the world. Su Chen frowned. He was deeply shocked after hearing all this. He never imagined that there was such a vast expanse beyond the heavens. The Spirit Master is only at the quasi-spirit level. And there are so many levels above the quasi-spirit level. The spirit level is already almost capable of shaking mountains and seas. How powerful must that person be at the spirit level? What about Earth spirit level? What about the celestial spirit level? At that level, they could probably annihilate everything in the blink of an eye. All you need to know right now is the human spirit level. Once you reach the level of a human spirit, you can avenge your mother. But that's an insurmountable ditch. Because humans are spiritual beings, They need to completely transform their bloodline into spiritual power. In other words, one must be in harmony with the power of heaven and earth, and comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth, in order to enter the realm of human spirit. If we cannot achieve spiritual enlightenment, you have absolutely no chance of winning against the leader of the heavenly gate. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens frowned. This is also what's troubling her. Although she is very strong, she is still too insignificant compared to those truly powerful individuals. Su Chen was the same. Facing such an enemy, Su Chen must bear considerable pressure. But Su Chen did not become discouraged because of this. After hearing everything the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens explained, a raging fire even ignited in his eyes. That's a pursuit of ultimate power. He thought that reaching the level of the Heavenly Gate Master was the limit. I never imagined there would be so many more realms to come. What's wrong, you seem really excited? The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens smiled faintly. Su Chen nodded. Yes, an uncontrollable tremor. I think I figured out what I want to do. Su Chen's gaze hardened. He and his mother were bullied and oppressed growing up. Whoever is stronger has the right to oppress others. He will never let anyone surpass him. He will definitely climb to the top of the world and then step on the bodies of all his enemies. The idea is good, but we still need to be down to earth. You are still very weak. What you need is to improve your strength as soon as possible. Su Chen nodded patiently. Immediately afterwards, he chatted with the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens about what had happened over the years. 1413, Chapter 1413 Learning from Lei Dong. During the conversation, he repeatedly felt the temperature in the room drop to its lowest point. This is the frost power of the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. Even their emotions carry the power of frost. If the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens hadn't deliberately restrained herself, this frost power could have given Su Chen a real hard time. But Aunt Shui, you're not too angry. I have found a way to bring my mother back to life. A smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. He didn't want to talk about it before. But he believes that the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens is trustworthy. As her mother's most trusted sister, Zhou Shuinu must also desperately hope that her mother can be resurrected. What? The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens' expression changed drastically. Su Chen then took out several medicinal herbs. I prepared these medicinal herbs a long time ago. It can be used to refine the sacred medicine blood coagulation pill. This is what I used to revive my mother. It can bring the dead back to life and revive the bones. With the addition of other elixirs to nourish my soul, I believe that one day I will be able to see my mother again. As long as I am strong enough and have the ability to protect my mother, I can carry out the resurrection plan. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens frowned. She looked at Su Chen in surprise. 10 years. She hadn't seen him for 10 whole years, and she never expected that this child from back then would give her such a huge shock. They can even think of those life-saving elixirs. If outsiders were to discover the spirit-entering saint pill, it would bring bloodshed and disaster. Don't show this kind of thing to outsiders easily. You must remember this, before you reach the human spirit level, you are not allowed to have any thoughts of resurrecting your mother. Otherwise, this wouldn't be helping her, it would be harming her. Su Chen nodded. By the way, Aunt Shui, what secret does my mother have with Tianmen? So much so that Tianmen said my mother was a traitor, and even. Su Chen clenched his fists. He asked many people from Tianmen about this matter. But once this topic comes up, those people will all die suddenly. Clearly, this was top secret within the entire Heavenly Gate. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens shook her head, her face solemn. I don't know either. I only know that it seems to concern the Heavenly Gate Master. But you must believe that even if they say your mother is a traitor, she would never do anything against reason and morality. Su Chen felt a little disappointed. It turns out that even the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens didn't know about this. He certainly believed that his mother would not do anything against reason and morality. The way Tianmen operates is enough to prove what kind of organization it is. Unable to get an answer, Su Chen didn't continue the conversation. After leaving the room, he took the thunderclap and went back to his own room. Knowing the strength of the Heavenly Gate Master and the many powerful figures above the spirit level, he became even more eager to become stronger. At the human spirit level, one can be invincible in the world. What exactly is a powerhouse at the earth spirit level like? Could it be that someone has ever reached the earth spirit level throughout history? Otherwise, why would there be such a high level of title? Su Chen opened Thunderous Movement. Why is Thunderous Movement superior to 5 Thunder Fist in terms of rank? And why did Thunderous Movement cause the Heavenly Gate to open wide and slaughter the Zheng family? After reading it once, Su Chen understood the reason. This Thunderous Movement is indeed abnormally strong. Cultivating the Thunderous Movement allows one to temper their body with thunder. To give oneself a lightning-resistant body. It can be said that as long as one cultivates Thunderous Movement to the point of mastery, even at the human spirit level, the damage to him would be negligible. Not to mention those below the human spirit level, those below the human spirit level probably couldn't even scratch him. 1414, Chapter 1414 Thunderous First Level. At the same time, Thunder also includes a movement technique section. Cultivation complete. Identity can change in an instant. A single thought can travel thousands of miles in an instant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was as fast as lightning. Although it does not have the destructive power of a single target attack, the 5 Thunder Fist. But overall, it is much more practical than the 5 Thunder Fist. Even if you can't achieve great success in body tempering. Even if it's just 30% of Shi's strength, once you make contact, his defense will be absolutely formidable. It's safe to say that no one can match him. Su Chen immediately began studying. Once he masters the Thunderous Movement technique, it will definitely become a great asset to him. It even boosted his combat power by several levels. However, even the best techniques require a lot of time and effort. Su Chen began his studies a full month ago. In the past month, Tianmen has also undergone tremendous changes. After Tianqing returned, he requested that the sect leader be notified. After much deliberation, they concluded that Su Chen absolutely could not be allowed to continue growing unchecked. Even if the Grand Elder can hold off the 9 Heavens Snow Maiden right now, the task of killing Su Chen can be left to the others. But he still felt it wasn't quite right. I have a feeling that Su Chen will still escape. Therefore, the safest method is to let the sect leader come out of seclusion. With the sect leader taking action, Su Chen is doomed. But the Grand Elder disagreed with his opinion. The moment of becoming the sect leader is the crucial one for his seclusion. This seclusion is also destined to surpass the leader of the Spirit Alliance. This is a matter of life and death. Disturbing the sect leader at this critical moment would be counterproductive. However, Su Chen's situation cannot be delayed any longer. Continuing to delay and wait for this child to grow up will eventually become a hidden danger. Even if the sect leader eventually comes out of seclusion, he will still be able to kill him. However, during the time that the sect leader was not out of the mountains, Su Chen, along with the 9 Heavens Snow Maiden, would indeed give the Heavenly Gate a headache for a long time. Therefore, the Grand Elder had no choice but to consolidate the power of Tianmen. All experts of the 7th rank and above have returned to headquarters. Currently, there are 13 people remaining in the 7th rank of Tianmen. There are still 5 people in the 8th tier. There are 3 at the 9th rank. In addition, there is a Grand Elder at the advanced stage of the 9th rank. Such power is absolutely terrifying in the entire world. But compared to before, it has shrunk too much. The reason it was scaled down was entirely because of Su Chen. Su Chen has killed too many 8th level experts from his Heavenly Gate during this period. This undoubtedly weakened the power of his Heavenly Gate. This resulted in the core strength of his Heavenly Gate falling behind that of the Spirit Alliance for a time. So how could Tianmen possibly ignore such a deep-seated hatred? After consolidating their forces, the Grand Elder decided to take action personally. No matter what, Su Chen must be killed in Zhengzhou. At the same time, some people were also sent to the Demon Sea. Isn't Wanyao Company Su Chen's pillar of support? Before he could take action against Su Chen, he would have eliminated Su Chen's mental support. With Tianmen's intervention, Wanyao Company was once in trouble. Overnight, no one dared to buy Wanyao Company's products. Many orders have even been cancelled. Xiao Ningning was instantly overwhelmed. Su Chen was naturally unaware of these things. At this time, he was focused on studying thunder. After a month, he finally comprehended the first level of thunderous movement. He slowly rose, his mind racing. In a flash, he arrived at the door of the room. At a distance of tens of meters, lightning struck wherever it passed. Su Chen looked behind him, quite satisfied. Although it was only the first level, it greatly improved his defense and agility. Given his current condition, he should be able to handle the early stages of the 8th rank. By sheer chance, it could even be fatal. 1415, Chapter 1415 Relocation to Central Plains. And during this month, many families in the Demon Sea also took this opportunity to relocate to the Central Plains. The Xiao family. The Lu family. White-faced owl. Wanyao Company has also secretly moved here. This can be seen as consolidating forces to prepare for Su Chen to provoke a battle with Tianmen. Although their overall strength is currently far inferior to that of Tianmen. But concentrated strength is naturally stronger than dispersed strength. And the headquarters is the Zhao family. By the time Su Chen learned of all this, Zhao Di and Xiao Ningning had already made all the arrangements. Even Huang Xiong followed. Now he has decided to follow Su Chen wholeheartedly. With his 6th tier combat strength, he was an invaluable helper to Su Chen. Su Chen was very pleased to hear about this after he came out of seclusion. The intelligence network of the Demon Sea has now been taken over by Jingsong. Therefore, the Central Plains are of paramount importance. After they completed all the relocation work, Jingsong was surprised to find that Tianmen had actually sent people to kill them. The Hai family, who moved in later, suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the Hai family father and son had arrived ahead of time. We lost some martial arts grandmasters, martial arts supreme masters, and a portion of our assets. But this is the smallest loss for them. When Su Chen heard about this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Fortunately, Xiao Ningning and Xiao Tianzi made the right choice from the start. They moved all the families to Zhongzhou. Otherwise, Tianmen might really succeed this time. It seems that Tianmen has made a decisive move. Since the last battle, Tianmen will probably have to pay any price to eliminate him. However, now that he is here, how could Tianmen possibly be so easily manipulated? Even though he doesn't have many berserk pills left. But now he also has Jiang Tiangang, a peak 8th level expert, by his side. There is also the top tier 9th rank 9 Heaven Snow Maiden. If it weren't for the intervention of the Heavenly Gate Master. If Tianmen wanted to swallow him up without permission, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. With such power, he already had the qualifications to eliminate the Su family. But Su Chen didn't rush to do that. First, a temporary halt. Instead, let the Su family suffer first. Brother Tiangang, I'm leaving this matter to you. Make sure to exert sufficient pressure on the Su family. The first thing Su Chen did after emerging from seclusion was to apply medicine to the Su family. What can the Su family do to him now? On the contrary, it's the Su family who will be in trouble if Tianmen doesn't help them. Now we're probably just at his mercy. Jiang Tiangang is at the peak of the 8th rank, and he also possesses lightning magic. Their overall strength is naturally superior to that of the Su family's Grand Elder. He asked the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens to accompany him on this trip. Even if Su Tianyuan took action, he ultimately couldn't shake them at all. Jiang Tiangang smiled and agreed. He loves taking on these jobs. So many years. The Jiang family can finally appear in the public eye. Moreover, the Su family is the one mentioned above. You should know that those are the 4 most famous families in Longdu. 20 years ago, the Jiang family was on a downward spiral. They are simply no match for the Su family. The Jiang family and perhaps the Su family wouldn't dare to provoke them in the past. But later on, the Su family became someone the Jiang family dared not provoke. But now the tables have turned. Even if only 2 people are left in the Jiang family, now the Su family is destined to be trampled under their feet. It's because there are still members in the Jiang family. It's all because his nephew Jiang Yulong has Su Tiandi as his master. Aunt Shui, I'll have to trouble you to come with me. Su Chen smiled and looked at the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens. The Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens says she's fine. But what if the people from Tianmen come here, can you handle them? Su Chen nodded. I'd love for them to come. 1416, Chapter 1416. Nobody visits without a reason. Su Chen looked completely confident. Besides, Jiang Tiangang only has a day to take his men to the Su family, which is more than enough time. Alright, then be careful in your actions. The Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens got up and let everyone out. White-faced owl, did you pick up the person I asked you to? Su Chen looked at the white-faced owl not far ahead. We've received Mr. Su. The old gentleman has already been settled in the courtyard by Patriarch Zhao. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately asked Zhao Di to take him there. If Tianmen really sends someone over, besides Zhou Tianxuanu and Jiang Tiangang, he also has Old Man Li to rely on. Although the old man's strength was only at the 5th level. After a year of getting to know him, he had a general idea of the old man's abilities. Not just a master forger. And he's a master of formations. The arrays in the old man's hands are definitely not just those 2 arrays that conceal his aura. He had 2 reasons for having the white-faced owl bring the person over. One reason is for the old man's safety. Another reason was to get 2 formations from the old man for protection. Besides, Old Man Li needs him too, since he's probably used up almost all of his soul-nourishing pills. Even if he doesn't look for Old Man Li will probably look for him after a while. Su Chen strode into the room. At this moment, Old Man Li was sitting in front of his wife. He quietly went inside. Hey kid, don't bother my wife. Old Man Li said coldly. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Now, Old Man Li's wife has a rosy complexion and can even sense a trace of soul power. This is a phenomenon of souls gathering. Could it be that Old Man Li's method could really bring the dead back to life? He also really wanted to see a cautionary tale from Old Man Li. Because it concerns the hope of resurrecting his mother in the future. Su Chen walked to the bedside and reached out to feel the pulse of Old Man Li's wife. Although the pulse was weak, it was a huge change compared to before when there were no signs of life at all. Now that the phenomenon of soul gathering has occurred, what needs to be done is to nourish the soul. In this way, Old Man Li no longer needs to worry about the 3-month deadline. After all, the 3-month period has now expired, and he has successfully saved his wife. I don't know how long it will take for him to fully wake up. But it's better than having no hope at all. Congratulations, Old Man Li, I never thought you'd actually pull off something so rare. To be honest, Su Chen's excitement was no less than Old Man Li's. Old Man Li smiled with satisfaction. During this time, he lived a more fulfilling life every day. He used to have no hope. I feel like a zombie every day. But now, all his emotional support is in his wife. As long as his wife can come back to life, he'll do anything for her. You wouldn't come here without a reason. They must have gone to great lengths to bring me from the Demon Sea, surely they meant more than just these 2 sentences. Old Man Li asked with a smile. Su Chen also noticed the change in Old Man Li. Compared to when he first met Old Man Li's emotions are much more normal now. Back then, Old Man Li was very strange. If it weren't for his alchemy skills, Old Man Li probably wouldn't have paid him any attention. Su Chen chuckled softly. I want you to teach me 2 formations. Ideally, it should be able to deal with 9th order formations. Upon hearing this, Old Man Li was speechless. To deal with a 9th order formation? You think those formations are as common as cabbages on the street? If I had that kind of formation, would I be asking you for help, kid? 1417, chapter 1417 using the spirit nourishing array. He's capable of dealing with 9th tier formations, let alone him. Even Chu Feng, the master of formations in Longdu, might not have it. Those are even rarer than pills that can help one enter the spirit realm. Su Chen was somewhat discouraged. I had originally thought I would receive a pleasant surprise from Old Manly. It seems that formations are indeed rarer than elixirs. But, just as Su Chen was about to give up, Old Manly said, however. This instantly perked Su Chen up. The fact that the old man said those 2 words is enough to show that he definitely has a solution. Don't be so happy, kid. I truly do not possess a 9th order formation. But it can be nurtured with a spirit array. Su Chen was taken aback, not understanding what Old Manly meant. What does it mean to nourish an array with spirit? Su Chen immediately asked. It's about using extremely powerful magical artifacts to set up the formation. To make up for the shortcomings of the formation, thereby enabling the formation to achieve a qualitative leap. As long as the magical artifact is strong enough to maintain the great formation, it can naturally also deal with 9th rank enemies. However, there are very few forces in the world today that can gather so many spiritual artifacts. Old Manly sighed. Clearly, this step was extremely difficult. If we want to reach a level 9 formation capable of dealing with a 9th order formation, for level 8 spiritual artifacts are needed. If it's level 7, then there are 24 items. Use 24 magical artifacts to set up the God-slaying formation. With 4 level 8 spiritual artifacts, the 4 beasts formation can be set up. Su Chen gasped. 4 level 8 spiritual artifacts? Or perhaps 24 level 7 items. Neither of them is something he can handle. Even the 4 great families of Longdu, with their centuries-old traditions, probably couldn't produce 4 level 8 items or 24 level 7 items. The only ones we can offer are probably Tianmen or the Spirit Alliance. He faced death so many times while out there. A level 7 spiritual weapon is nothing more than the bloodthirsty sword in his hand. Not to mention level 8. That's still too far off for him in his current state. Is there no other way besides this? Su Chen frowned. Any one of these level 8 spiritual artifacts is an absolute treasure. Don't say others aren't selling. Even if they were to sell, I doubt anyone could afford it. An 8th grade spiritual weapon is worth trillions. For a level 7 scenario, the minimum conservative estimate is at least 800 billion or more. Even if he went bankrupt, he still couldn't buy it. Old Manly shook his head. This is the only way, there is no other way. Su Chen fell silent. It seems I need to change my strategy for setting up the formation. After leaving Old Manly's room, Su Chen still made a phone call to Gu Zhengwen. He asked the Gu family to keep an eye out for any level 7 or 8 magical artifacts. Coincidentally, the Gu family claims that they have one in their own home. And they were just about to make a move. If Su Chen wants it, we can sell it to him first. However, when Su Chen asked about the price, it turned out to be 920 billion. This exorbitant price is far beyond Su Chen's means. Gu Yuanhang happened to be nearby, and when he heard Su Chen back down, Gu Yuanhang immediately realized what was going on. Su Chen didn't not want to buy it, but the price was too high. Gu Yuanhang then asked him what he intended to use it for, whether it was for temporary or long-term use. Su Chen didn't completely trust the Gu family, so he didn't say much. Gu Yuanhang then offered the second option. The magical artifact can be leased to Su Chen for 50 billion per year. Su Chen calculated it carefully. 50 billion a year, that's only 500 billion in 10 years. If he can't reach the peak of the 9th rank in 10 years, then there's no point in talking about revenge. 1418, Chapter 1418 Renting a Spiritual Artifact. He understood Gu Yuanhang's thoughts perfectly. This is a form of support for him, and it's also equivalent to investing in him. After all, with their current level of power, 50 billion a year is just a number. Although Wanyao Company has only just recovered from the scandal of his purchase of Bloodgrass. But 50 billion a year is really nothing for Wanyao Company. Su Chen agreed. It's better than nothing. It's still a long way from having 24 level 7 weapons, but having hope is better than having no hope at all. Mr. Su really needs a large number of level 7 spiritual artifacts? Gu Yuanhang asked in confusion. This was the first time he had ever seen someone rent a level 7 spiritual weapon under such conditions. Even if someone is incredibly wealthy, they wouldn't rent such an expensive magical artifact in this way. Yes, if you still have any, you can rent them to me. After careful calculation, if we could rent a level 7 spiritual weapon for 50 billion per year. 24 rounds, that's just over $1 trillion a year. Although that was difficult for him. But if we can really gather all the spiritual artifacts needed for the grand formation, even $1 trillion is not impossible. How much do you need? Su Chen pondered for a few seconds. 20 or more, the more the better. Su Chen's words made Gu Yuanhang gasp. More than 20? For a moment, Gu Yuanhang was also very puzzled. Why would Su Chen need so many level 7 spiritual artifacts? Or, if you can gather 4 level 8 weapons, that's fine too, you can decide on the price. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Several seconds passed before Gu Yuanhang's voice slowly rang out. All I can say is that I'll do my best. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yuanhang's expression turned serious. What exactly does Su Chen want to do with all those magical artifacts? During this time, he also inquired about the forces around Su Chen. As a 9th-rank cultivator, the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens should have no shortage of level 8 spiritual artifacts. Su Chen himself seems to possess an evil weapon that is no weaker than an 8th level spiritual weapon. The only one who might be of use is probably Jiang Tiangang from the Jiang family. But Jiang Tiangang doesn't need 4 level 8 swords by himself. Dad, what should we do? Should we help him look for it? Gu Zhangwen frowned. A few seconds later. Gu Yuanhang nodded. Look for it, of course we're looking. My Gu family has 2 level 8 spiritual artifacts. Take the items over there yourself in a few days, and also keep an eye on what he's going to do with these weapons. Gu Zhangwen was immediately surprised. Dad! Take both of our only 2 level 8 swords? What if our family encounters some danger? Gu Yuanhang reached out and interrupted his son Gu Zhangwen. Of course he knew what Gu Zhangwen was going to say. But sometimes, that's just how risks and benefits are. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. It's truly time for a change in the weather in the Great Xia dynasty. Otherwise, remaining content with the status quo will only bring them harm and no benefit in terms of family-orientedness. However, if you want to change the situation, you must take certain risks and pay a certain price. Several hours later. The Su family of Longdu. At this time, the Su family was on high alert all day. Ever since returning from Zhangzhou, the Grand Elder has been unable to sleep day or night. I'd been feeling anxious the whole time. He even contacted Tianmen several times, wanting to go to Tianmen headquarters to hide. However, not just anyone can go to the Tianmen headquarters. No one can go to the entire Tianmen headquarters unless they have reached the 8th level. Non-Tianmen members are not allowed to go. That's why, apart from the highest levels of the Heavenly Gate, no one in the world knows where the Heavenly Gate headquarters is located. Elder Su's plan to escape to Tianmen was doomed. 1419, Chapter 1419 Unrepentant. But he knew that Su Chen would come knocking on his door sooner or later. And that day is not far away. After all, Su Chen now possesses the power to crush his Su family. It's all because of the appearance of the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens. In addition, Su Chen himself also possesses 9th level combat power. Left with no other choice, the Grand Elder had to put pressure on Su Tianyuan. He instructed Su Tianyuan to negotiate with Su Chen in his father's name. We're all one family, it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. Faced with Elder Su, who was now afraid of death, Su Tianyuan felt both helpless and angry. Elder Su probably never dreamed he would end up like this. Patriarch, you must handle this matter, or the entire Su family will be destroyed. You must understand the seriousness of this matter. That kid is not the same kid he used to be, only you can stop him. Elder Su spoke with absolute confidence. It was as if it wasn't him who provoked Su Chen back then, but Su Tianyuan, the father. If you don't join forces with Tianmen to kill him, there might still be a sliver of hope. But Elder, you stabbed me in the back right in front of him. Do you think he will still believe a single word I say? Su Tianyuan said angrily. We had originally planned to go apologize to Su Chen. But Elder Su only wanted to take Su Chen's life while he was injured. Now that their conspiracy has failed, they want to turn around and seek peace. The first elder of the Su family. No. It must be said that the Su Family Elders Council has always been doing things that benefit the family, such as having someone serve as a bedmate. Tu was only thinking of the family. Elder Su still wants to argue. Bang. Enough. Even now, Elder, do you still have this attitude? And all of you elders, look at your current state. Do you still have any semblance of what an Elders Council should be like? Your hearts are set on the interests of the Presbyterian Church. The power and influence of the family has been outside your calculations for several years now. Now that you've caused this mess, you're trying to push others out to protect your Elders Council. Su Tianyuan was furious. This is anger that has been building up for many years. He's been wanting to explode for a long time. But he knew that the Elders Council was always good at moral blackmail. He didn't care about the so-called position of family head. But as a member of the Su family, he didn't want to be branded with bad reputation. Just as Su Tianyuan was getting angry, a powerful aura erupted from the doorway. The Su Family Elders Council and Su Tianyuan, get out here. The sounds outside carried with them waves of lightning. Elder Su's face changed drastically in fright. Could it be Su Chen who's come to kill us? Why did he arrive so quickly? It wasn't him. Su Tianyuan stood with his hands behind his back. Who's making such a racket in front of my Su family's house? Su Tianyuan's figure disappeared from the spot, and he appeared in mid-air above the Su family's residence. Elder Su breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that it wasn't Su Chen. If it were Su Chen, he really wouldn't dare to stay here any longer. So the elders followed them out. I thought it was someone else, Zhang Tiangang. After 12 years, has your Zhang family chosen to reappear in Su Chen's name? Su Tianyuan slowly descended. If it were just Zhang Tiangang, he wouldn't be afraid. The only thing he feared was the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. It's not that the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden's strength is superior to his. The guilt he felt when facing the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. After all, the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens was a good friend of Su Chen's mother. And he was Su Chen's father, who had failed to protect the woman he once had. 1420, Chapter 1423 Day Deadline. Snort! Where's that old bastard Su Chen? Tell him to get out here. Zhang Tiangang completely ignored Su Tianyuan. Su Chen didn't send him here to cause trouble for Su Tianyuan, he mainly came to see Su Chen. Su Tianyuan blocked the doorway. Zhang Tiangang, when did you become that Su Chen's dog? Su Chen felt emboldened when she saw that Su Chen really hadn't come along. He strode out and said arrogantly. Zhang Tiangang wasn't angry at what Su Chen said. Mr. Su has been kind to the Zhang family, so say whatever you want. I'm here today for only one thing. Zhang Tiangang glared at Su Chen with murderous intent. Su Chen sneered. What, you, a mere PK Thorder cultivator, think you can challenge my entire Su family? Who gave you that confidence? With Su Tianyuan around, Su Chen naturally had no fear whatsoever. After all, no matter how powerful Zhang Tiangang is, he is definitely no match for a 9th level opponent. Enough with the nonsense. Mr. Su said he'll give you 3 days to consider it. He wants to see the person he wants to see, and he'll pay with your life, otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Su Qian's expression changed drastically. He understood what Su Qian meant, of course. His son. That is, the current god of war of the north. After he pushed Su Qian down from his pedestal, he arranged for his own son to take his place. Surprisingly, Su Qian still remembers this after all these years. Pay with my life? Don't go too far. He is, after all, a member of the Su family. He and my son are brothers. Is he really going to do something so ruthless as to wipe them all out? Su Qian clenched her fists. He never expected that Su Qian wanted not only his life, but also his son. Ha ha ha. To exterminate them all? You should ask yourself that question. I have delivered the message, go to Zhongzhou in person within 3 days, or else. Zhang Tian just stretched out one hand. Suddenly, inside the Su family castle, a building that was 20 meters tall collapsed instantly. The entire scene shook violently. Su Tianyuan didn't even have time to stop him. You! Su Qian's face flushed red. It seems Su Qian is serious this time. His face darkened for a few seconds. Then he looked up at Zhang Tiangang, who was about to leave. Since you're already here, why not stay for a cup of tea? Su Qian's hands, which were behind his back, formed blades, and he channeled and gathered spiritual energy into them. Su Tianyuan frowned and glanced at Su Qian. At this point, does Su Qian still intend to fight back? Want some tea? You are a lackey of Tianmen. Tianmen and my Jiang family have an irreconcilable feud, so there's no way I'd sit down and have tea with you. Su Qian waved his hand, and the elders of the council sprang into action, surrounding Zhang Tiangang. What if I insist on inviting you in for this cup of tea today? Su Qian said sternly. Zhang Tiangang slowly turned around with a relaxed expression. Before he could even speak, the temperature around him suddenly plummeted. This drastic change caused Su Qian's expression to change drastically. 9 Heavens Snow Maiden. Although he hadn't seen the person yet, he was already very clear that this was the power of the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens. I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy this cup of tea today. The Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens slowly walked over from afar. With every step you take, frost forms under your feet. That chilling aura forced the elders of the Su family to retreat in defeat. Facing a 9th-tier advanced stage expert, let alone them. Even Su Tianyuan was no match for him. Su Tianyuan took 2 steps back. Why did this woman follow us here too? And why didn't it appear in the first place? If it had appeared from the beginning, he wouldn't have done this at all. 1421, Chapter 1421. Nowhere to escape, even at the ends of the earth. Su Tianyuan also frowned. Just what I feared most has come to pass. He sensed something was wrong from the very beginning. Zhang Tiangang is very strong. But against the entire Su family, a peak 8th level cultivator was clearly no match. But Zhang Tiangang still dared to face them alone. Clearly, someone is backing you up. This guy was prepared to play dumb from the start. It was all to make the Su family act first, so that they could be punished. Su Qian was instantly embarrassed. The elders also withdrew. What, does the Su family intend to keep me here as well? The Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens coldly looked at everyone present. The chill emanating from his eyes sent shivers down everyone's spines. Su Qian quickly shook her head. Misunderstanding, I really just wanted to invite you for a cup of tea before you left. Since you two insist on leaving, I won't keep you any longer. Su Qian changed her tune. The Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens has already appeared, how dare he try to stop her, wouldn't that be courting death? Just as he was focused on seeing the guests off, a beam of white light unexpectedly pierced into the center of his door. Su Qian's body trembled slightly twice. The next second, he touched his brow. He could clearly feel a mysterious power emerging in his mind. Remember what Zhang Tian just said, or I'll come looking for you myself. Don't even think about running, you can't escape. No matter where you are, I'll know where you are. After saying that, the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens had already disappeared from everyone's sight with Jiang Tiangang. Su Qian's expression changed drastically. That white light just now was emitted by the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. The goal is to implant the mark into his mind. In this way, he had no way to escape the pursuit. Just as the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens said. No matter where he goes, the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens will know his location. In an instant, Su Qian lost all hope. Even if you can't beat him, you can still run away. Even if it's just to go to the Tianmen branch. In short, the world is so big, he believes there must be a place for him to hide. If all else fails, you could go to his son's place. But now all hope is probably dashed. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens has imprinted the mark on his body, making it even less likely that the people of Tianmen will take him in. After all, no matter how strong Tianmen is, it is still somewhat worrying to face a powerhouse like the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden. Su Tianyuan sighed helplessly. Make the arrangements. Bring Su Bin back tomorrow. Su Tianyuan spoke slowly, then returned home. Master! Su Qian shouted. Those are the future hopes of our Su family. That's my only son. Do you really want to sacrifice my son and me to protect you? Su Qian's eyes were red. Su Tianyuan stopped in his tracks. If only I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. All of this is the result of your past actions. After saying that, he left directly. Hearing these heartless words, Su Qian's body went limp and she sat down on the ground. Was he really wrong? Is it really his fault? Everything he did was simply to preserve the Su family's reputation. Moreover, the Su family cannot fall into the hands of the offspring of a lowly woman. Is there something wrong with his starting point? The other members of the Elders' Council also had other thoughts on their minds at this time. None of them dared to persuade Su Qian, much less offer comfort. At this time, in Zhengzhou, Su Qian has already reviewed the integrated forces in general. The current low-end combat power is sufficient. However, their high-end combat capabilities seem somewhat lacking in confidence. 1422, Chapter 1422 Integrating Zhengzhou. There are only a dozen or so people who have reached the spirit level. This includes all the heads of aristocratic families. Those with combat power of level 6 or above can be counted on one hand. With such limited strength, trying to fight against Tianmen is indeed like throwing an egg against a rock. Currently, only he and the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden possess 9th tier combat power. Jiang Tiangang also showed signs of advancing to the 9th rank. With Jiang Tiangang included, his 9th tier combat power was barely enough. Therefore, his focus now is on 7th and 8th tier combat power. It's incredibly difficult to cultivate 8th tier combat power in a short period of time. It's even more difficult to make than an 8th level spiritual weapon. Mr. Su, we can pool the resources of all the powerful families and recruit strong individuals from outside. I believe that as long as the compensation is generous enough, reaching the 8th rank is not difficult. Xiao Tianzi said calmly. He's currently handling all the mundane tasks around Su Qian. He naturally had to take this matter of recruiting talented people to heart. Hearing what Xiao Tianzi said, Su Qian frowned. To be honest, he didn't want to exploit the financial and human resources of the various families too much. He knew that these people genuinely wanted to follow him and help him. But in doing so, the burden on his shoulders will be much heavier. Mr. Su, don't worry, just say the word, and the Zhao family will go through fire and water for you. Zhao Di stood up and was the first to express his opinion. My Hai family is the same. Hai Pengshan echoed in agreement. And my Lei family too. Me too. In an instant, everyone stood up and expressed their opinions. Although they didn't have much contact with Su Qian. But Su Qian has always been generous, and they are well aware of that. If it weren't for Su Qian, their family's overall strength wouldn't have increased. Even if Su Qian really wanted to annex them, they wouldn't have anything to say. At least Su Chen won't be like the four major families, who would devour all the original members once they were acquired. Seeing everyone's attitude, Su Chen hesitated for a moment. The final decision was made. Alright, since you all think so highly of me, I certainly won't let you down. Starting today, anyone who joins the ranks can try all the pills from Wanyao Company for free. Tian Su, you take charge of the arrangements. You can draft the benefits package for anyone willing to join my Wanyao Company. Su Chen handed the matter over to Xiao Tianzi. He must now focus on studying the Five Thunder Fist and Thunder Movement. As for the trivial matters around him, he could only leave them to Xiao Tianzi. In this way, Su Chen also knew very well that the entire central continent would definitely undergo earth-shattering changes. The 7 major families, including the Zhang and Pan families, were destroyed. The remaining 5 companies, 4 of which are now under his control. The combined strength of the 4 families is still not as great as that of the 4 major families in Longdu. But in terms of financial resources, it surpasses any other company. Xiao Tianzi and Xiao Ningning cooperated. Support from both inside and outside. One side is responsible for preparing for Wanyao Company's recruitment of talent. One party is responsible for drafting the benefits and compensation package. The news quickly spread throughout the Central Plains. Even many powerful figures from outside Longdu have heard about this. Even Chen Zixuan heard about this. She continued to cooperate with the Xie family during this time. This can be considered as indirectly joining the camp of Wanwan Pharmaceutical Company. But she was far from at ease with this. After all, Xiao Ningning is the president of Wanyao Company, and even Su Chen, who is just a gopher, has a position there. Despite being a strong, capable woman, she was relegated to the role of a subordinate to a subordinate of Wanyao Company. She wasn't even considered a partner or collaborator, which made her extremely dissatisfied. 1423, Chapter 1423 Chen Zixuan's Little Scheme. So, Chen Zixuan went to find the Yang family. Yang Tianyu, the eldest son of the Yang family. Throughout the entire Central Plains, only the Yang family has not joined the Wanyao Company's camp. Therefore, Chen Zixuan did not want to stay under the Xie family's control and compromise with Wanyao Company. Originally, she did all this in order to climb over Xiao Ningning and Su Chen and tell them that she, Chen Zixuan, was the strongest and most capable woman. However, if she continues to stick to the old ways and cooperate with the Xie family, she will never have a chance to surpass Xiao Ningning's achievements in this lifetime. The Yang family is now in a very passive position. After all, in the entire Central Plains, only the Yang family did not have a faction that had sided with Emperor Su. It can be said that the Yang family has been separated from the government. At this critical juncture, they must make the right choice. Yang Tianyu's father, Yang Jia, is ready. Choose to side with Emperor Su, otherwise the Yang family will definitely become cannon fodder in the Central Plains under these circumstances. Regardless of which side Emperor Su gets into a fight with, the Yang family will likely be the ones who suffer the most damage in the end. Brother Yu, this is the contract. My Chen family only needs 20%. I hope brother you can vacate 30% of the storefronts in the market for my Chen family to operate. That was exactly what Chen Zixuan was planning. Using a shareholding structure is too conservative and outdated. What she needs is to manage it herself, only when it's in her own hands can she do her best to create profits. Yang Tianyu glanced at the contract. Having been involved in business with his father and elders since childhood, how could he not see through Chen Zixuan's thoughts? He glanced at Chen Zixuan with a hint of amusement. Are you trying to compare yourself to Wanyao Company? Chen Zixuan was silent for a few seconds. Then she told him about her relationship with Xiao Ningning. She also said that no matter what she did, she would not offend Emperor Su because of her relationship with Xiao Ningning. She also said that she had some connection with Emperor Su and that it would not implicate the Yang family. Yang Tianyu was somewhat surprised by this. Is there a relationship between Chen Zixuan and Emperor Su? He had genuinely never heard of this before. Alright, since that's the case, you can come to the banquet hosted by my Yang family tomorrow. Emperor Su will also be there if possible. I will sign a cooperation agreement with you on the spot. I believe my father will not refuse. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Chen Zixuan's eyes. Will Emperor Su Tian also attend the Yang family banquet? In that case, wouldn't she be able to see Emperor Su himself? Okay, I'll definitely go. Chen Zixuan was unaware that the Yang family was hosting the banquet in order to gain the support of Emperor Su's Wanyao company. At this moment, Chen Zixuan didn't care about those things. All she knew was that she would see Emperor Su at the Yang family's banquet tomorrow. This was something she had wanted to do for the past 2 years, to see Emperor Su in person. Chen Zixuan left the club and prepared to leave. But just as she was about to get into the car, she saw Su Chen. Su Chen and Xiao Ningning walked towards her. Zixuan, let's just ignore him like a persistent ghost. Who knows where he'll be going with Xiao Ningning to show off again. Li Qingxue sat in the car with her arms crossed and said calmly. In this short period of time, she recalled things from the past and felt that something was not quite right. I don't know why, but every time I run into Su Chen, something bad always happens. So when she suddenly encountered Su Chen here, her first instinct was to leave. No, I want him to know that he's not the only one who can curry favor with Emperor Su. After today, I, Chen Zixuan, will stand in a position even higher than him. 1424, Chapter 1424. I didn't agree to your participation. Chen Zixuan opened the car door and got out, walking towards Su Chen's location. Xiao Ningning was the first to see Chen Zixuan. She and Su Chen came here today at the invitation of the Yang family. Yang Jia and his family are preparing to seek refuge with Su Chen. However, he said there were some details that needed to be discussed privately with Su Chen, and that this matter was rather special. If it weren't for that, Su Chen wouldn't have come here just because of a single sentence. Seeing Chen Zixuan approach, Xiao Ningning sighed helplessly. The Chen family has also moved to Zhongzhou recently. I just didn't expect them to meet again so soon. What, are you freeloading off Ningning again? Chen Zixuan crossed her arms. Su Chen glanced at her but didn't say anything. Su Chen, what are you acting so arrogantly for? To tell you the truth, Emperor Su will be attending the Yang family banquet tomorrow. As long as I can see Emperor Su, the first thing I'll do is make him kick a piece of trash like you, who only knows how to flaunt his power, out of Wanyao company. Su Chen stopped in his tracks. He really had no interest in getting entangled with a woman like Chen Zixuan. But these women often have mental illnesses. I always want to compete with him. Did I agree to see you? And even if you see me, what can you do? You don't actually think you're worth anything to me, do you? Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Zixuan smiled. She had expected it from the start. Su Chen was at it again. Whenever Su Tiandi is mentioned, Su Chen always thinks it's talking about himself. Heh, I'm too lazy to argue with you, we'll see. I'll make you regret it, regret that you bewitched my grandfather. Then I'll make sure you and your adoptive mother sever all ties with my Chen family. Without the Chen family, you are nothing. Chen Zixuan said with great confidence. She's determined to win this time. She just felt like she was missing an opportunity. If she could meet Su Tiandi herself, given her circumstances, she would definitely be in a higher position than Su Chen. What abilities does Su Chen possess that would earn him the favor of Emperor Su? He's just a liar who knows how to fool people. But Su Chen can fool others, but he can't fool her. Is not so easily fooled. Yeah? You just said you'll be attending the Yang family's banquet tomorrow, right? Su Chen smiled faintly. Since that's the case, I won't be here tomorrow. Let's see if you can still attend this banquet. Chen Zixuan was stunned for a moment. Even Li Qingxue wondered if she had misheard. Where did Su Chen get his confidence from? How could someone say something like that without even blushing or panting? Shameless. Su Chen, I didn't expect that after divorcing me, you'd be bragging so much that you'd practically be all the rage in Longdu. You've got the ability to brag all the way to Zhongzhou. The Yang family is so prestigious, they've invited Emperor Su to their banquet. Do you really think you're Emperor Su? You wouldn't even be qualified to carry Emperor Su's shoes? Li Qingxue clearly couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately strode up to Su Chen, saying with great dissatisfaction. However, Su Chen didn't speak to her. Smack! There was a loud smack. A crisp, resounding slap landed on Li Qingxue's face. Xiao Ningning stood in front of Su Chen. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are to interrupt Su Chen because of his status? Chen Zixuan is still his current wife, so she has some say in the matter. You'd better shut your mouth, or I won't hesitate to have you thrown out of Zhengzhou. Xiao Ningning was extremely domineering at this moment. 1425, Chapter 1425 The Domineering Xiao Ningning. Even Su Chen was somewhat surprised. This is still Xiao Ningning. Xiao Ningning is not easily angered. Li Qingxue probably didn't expect Xiao Ningning to make a move. At this moment, she was completely bewildered, covering her cheek, which was burning hot from being hit. You! Chen Zixuan quickly walked to Li Qingxue's side, frowning as she looked at Xiao Ningning. Chen Zixuan, don't say I'm not giving you face. Taking her away from here is me being generous to you. Xiao Ningning's tone was icy. Chen Zixuan and the other person were speechless at this moment. Su Chen and his group might still be able to make a few sarcastic remarks. But Xiao Ningning is indeed a favorite of Emperor Su. And he's also the president of the headquarters of Wanyao Company. With such a status, not only them, but no family in Zhengzhou would dare to offend them. After all, it seems that most families in Zhengzhou have now become affiliated with Wanyao Company. Who dares to say anything more about the president of Wanyao Company? Fine, Su Chen, I'll make you regret this. Chen Zixuan dragged Li Qingxue away. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance at Chen Zixuan. Watching the two women leave, Xiao Ningning gave a cold snort. She doesn't get angry easily. If it were just Chen Zixuan making sarcastic remarks to Su Chen, that would be one thing. After all, they are a married couple. But who is Li Qingxue anyway, that she dares to speak up? As the woman beside Su Chen, how could she possibly tolerate it? I am sorry, I interfered in your affairs. Afterwards, Xiao Ningning looked at Su Chen somewhat awkwardly and said, I've rarely seen you so domineering. Xiao Ningning felt her cheeks flush slightly. Was she assertive just now? After Chen Zixuan and the other woman got back into the car, Li Qingxue finally screamed angrily. As a woman, she believed she was no less capable than anyone else. But just now, she was slapped by Xiao Ningning just now and didn't even dare to say a word. Su Chen, it's Su Chen again. A piece of trash who only dares to hide behind women. Li Qingxue was furious. As a woman, who wants to be worse off than others. She had only insulted Su Chen a couple of times, yet Xiao Ningning dared to lay a hand on her. Did she say something wrong? Su Chen is nothing but a good-for-nothing who only knows how to live off women. Sister Qingxue, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault, I was the one who went to find them. Chen Zixuan felt a little guilty. She knew Xiao Ningning wouldn't lay a hand on her. Because she and Xiao Ningning used to be extremely close friends. She is also Su Chen's wife in name only. Xiao Ningning has no right to interrupt. But she didn't expect that Xiao Ningning would act without hesitation after Li Qingxue spoke. Li Qingxue remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. After a few seconds, Li Qingxue seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head and whispered in Chen Zixuan's ear. Su Chen and his companion did not go inside after reaching the entrance of the club. Su Chen thought for 2 seconds and decided not to see the Yang family. Tell them to cancel the banquet. I don't want to see people I don't want to see. Su Chen left with his arms crossed. Xiao Ningning immediately realized what was happening after hearing that. She didn't try to persuade Su Chen. Because she also didn't want to see Chen Zixuan and that Li Qingxue. The young father and son waited at the club for a long time, but Su Chen never showed up. In the end, I could only cautiously call Zhao Di, who had arranged the itinerary. Zhao Di received Su Chen's notification from the beginning, so he also informed the Yang family with the same message. Yang Jia was completely bewildered by Zhao Di's words. Someone Su Chen doesn't want to see? He only invited all the families in Zhengzhou and the people around Su Chen to this banquet. 1426, Chapter 1426 Cancellation of the Banquet. Could it be that someone among these people has offended Su Chen? Yang Jia frowned. If Su Chen doesn't attend the banquet, it means they don't want his young family to join. Things naturally became somewhat complicated. Dad, do you think it might be because of the Chen family? Yang Tianyu suddenly remembered what had just happened. He had just invited Chen Zixuan to a banquet, and then he received this notification. And Chen Zixuan seems to have come from the Demon Sea as well. Who knows, maybe they offended Su Chen before. But Chen Zixuan's status in the Demon Sea doesn't seem high. How could someone at that level have the right to offend Su Chen? You must know, that's the mighty Emperor Su. How could a woman possibly offend someone who dares to challenge even the four great families of Tianmen and Longdu? Upon hearing this, Yang Jie's expression immediately turned serious. Investigate immediately. Even if they felt Chen Zixuan wasn't qualified, Yang Jie gave the order. They couldn't overlook any details. What if it really is because of Chen Zixuan? After Yang Tianyu responded, he immediately arranged for people to investigate whether Chen Zixuan had offended Su Tiandi. After returning to the company, Chen Zixuan told her family the news. After emergency treatment, Chen Gu's condition has now stabilized. This person is much weaker than they appear at first glance. He asked Chen Zixuan if she had gone to see Su Chen recently. Chen Gu knew he probably couldn't hold on for 2 years. During this time, he only hoped that his granddaughter could see her place clearly. At the same time, I can see Su Chen for who he really is. He knew that the hope for the Chen family's protection lay with Su Chen. Only by making his granddaughter take things seriously can he possibly win Su Chen back. Alright, Grandpa. Focus on your recovery. I'll bring Su Chen back as soon as possible. Chen Zixuan said softly. Last time in the hospital, Grandpa was critically ill. To appease her grandfather, she promised to persuade Su Chen to come home and to live a good life with him in the future. But the situation was critical at the time, so she just agreed casually. Unexpectedly, after being discharged from the hospital, Grandpa often brought up this matter. Should she beg Su Chen to come home? Absolutely impossible. Who is Su Chen? Just then, Chen Zixuan's phone rang. It was Yang Tianyu calling. After showing her grandfather a smug look, Chen Zixuan answered the phone. Young Master Yang, is there anything else? A cold tone came from the other end of the phone. I heard you offended Emperor Su. He had someone announce the cancellation of tomorrow's banquet. I need an explanation from you. These words were like a bolt from the blue. Did she offend Emperor Su? How could that be? Emperor Su already had a good impression of her, so how could she possibly offend him? How is this possible? Is there some misunderstanding? Chen Zixuan simply couldn't believe she had offended Emperor Su. Could it be that I offended Su Chen just now? But it shouldn't be like that. Su Chen is not Emperor Su. It's impossible for Emperor Su to cancel the banquet just because of Su Chen's words. Su Chen doesn't have that much influence with Emperor Su. Misunderstand? These were said by the Zhao family head himself, and even President Zhao of Wanyao Company said the same thing. Chen Zixuan frowned. Could it really be because of Su Chen? No, that's impossible. Young Master Yang, wait a moment, I'll call President Zhao and ask. Yang Tianyu hung up the phone in great dissatisfaction. He didn't realize that he simply thought Chen Zixuan was a smart woman. 1427, Chapter 1427. Good words are hard to persuade, that damn it. In addition, the pharmacy that Chen Zixuan runs is doing quite well under the Xie family's management. It would be a good choice for collaboration. But I never expected it would cause so much trouble for my family. If Chen Zixuan cannot resolve the conflict and it affects the Yang family's reliance on Emperor Su, he will absolutely not let Chen Zixuan go. Looking at the phone that had been hung up, Chen Zixuan looked solemn. Things seemed to be getting a bit complicated. She knew that nothing good ever came of meeting Su Chen. Chen Zixuan found Xiao Ningning's phone number and dialed it. Xiao Ningning, do you guys have to go this far? Could you help me contact Emperor Su? I want to speak to him in person. Chen Zixuan said sternly. Xiao Ningning knew from the start that Chen Zixuan might call her. But I didn't expect them to have this attitude when they called. He probably doesn't want to answer your call. Xiao Ningning glanced at Su Chen, who was sitting across from her eating. You guys are really making a mountain out of a molehill. At least, Emperor Su was someone who had a good impression of me. Su Chen is such a useless, fussy old woman, let's just forget about him. After all these years of being sisters, don't you know what kind of person I am? You went to Emperor Su to complain and get the Yang family to cause trouble for me, is that really necessary? Chen Zixuan went out with her phone in her hand. She didn't want her grandfather to hear anything about Su Chen at this time. Xiao Ningning sighed. You can't reason with a damned devil. You say I know you well, but to be honest, I really don't. Chen Zixuan, keep treating Su Chen the way you always have. Sooner or later, you will regret everything you've done, and you might even want to die. After saying that, Xiao Ningning hung up the phone. She felt there was no need for her to waste any more words with Chen Zixuan. She used to think that Chen Zixuan would definitely become a strong woman in the future. Because Chen Zixuan was smart from a young age, she had a business mind that was beyond the reach of ordinary people. The facts have proven that if Chen Zixuan hadn't been so arrogant, she would have achieved more than her. But it's because Chen Zixuan is too arrogant and always thinks she's right. Therefore, when looking at Su Chen, they were blinded. Chen Zixuan was a little confused when she saw the phone call that had been disconnected. What does Xiao Ningning mean? She actually said she would regret it, and that it was about Su Chen. What a joke! Even if he regrets the beggar on the street, he will never regret Su Chen. What did Su Chen do that she should regret? In her opinion, Su Chen wasn't even a man. What a trivial matter, why did you run to Emperor Su to complain? Now her relationship with the Yang family has become strained. If we can't salvage our relationship with the Yang family, then our plans to cooperate with them will probably fall through. Mom and Dad, I'm going out for a bit. Chen Zixuan has no intention of sitting idly by and waiting for her fate. Upon returning to the Zhao family, Su Chen simply instructed that he didn't need to be notified about the banquet the next day, and then resumed practicing his martial arts. It's afternoon. Yang Jia and his son came to visit in person. They also sent someone to tell Su Chen that they had cancelled their invitation to the Chen family and asked for his forgiveness. But Su Chen was practicing his martial arts at the moment, and not only Zhao Di, but even Xiao Ningning could not easily disturb him. Mr. Xiao, I know Mr. Su is angry, please inform him for me. The reason I spoke with Mr. Su privately before was because I wanted to offer him a magical artifact. Yang Jia took out a letter. He believed that Su Chen would be interested after seeing it. 1428, Chapter 1428, Send. Xiao Ningning took the letter, somewhat puzzled. What could possibly interest Su Chen? She rarely hears this. Sure, but you'll be responsible for any consequences. After Xiao Ningning finished speaking, she took the envelope given to her by Yang Jia and went to the training room to think about Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen is teaching Xiao Jiang. After obtaining the Jiang family's top-level martial art, Thunderous Movement, Xiao Jiang has been in the process of comprehending it. I've grasped about 70 to 80% of the first level. However, as strength increases, combat capabilities must also increase. He usually doesn't have time, so Zhang Tiangang takes over the guidance. But Zhang Tiangang has also been in seclusion for the past 2 days. Since Su Chen healed Zhang Tiangang's injuries, Zhang Tiangang has suddenly become much more enlightened. Their own strength has also been improved. It's already incredibly close to the 9th rank. Once you break through the barrier of the 9th rank, you can fully enter the 9th rank realm. In addition, there's the Jiang family, who broke through to the next realm using the Thunder Dao. Anyone within the same realm can be crushed. In other words, as long as Zhang Tiangang can break through to the 9th rank, his strength will be almost comparable to the mid-stage of the 9th rank. In the early stages, they probably had no rivals at all. Therefore, Su Chen also hoped that Zhang Tiangang could make a breakthrough as soon as possible. The master and disciple were fighting when Xiao Ningning walked in from outside. The Yang family says they have a magical artifact for you. Would you like to take a look? Xiao Ningning stood at a distance, not daring to approach. Although the two are currently only fighting with the strength of martial arts supreme masters, she, a weak woman, naturally dares not approach them. Even the aftershocks of a martial arts supreme being's battle could severely injure her. Su Chen stopped after taking Xiao Zhang's punch. Xiao Ningning walked over and handed him the envelope. The Yang family is going to give him a magical artifact? What kind of magical artifact could a mere Yang family possibly possess? If it were just a level 3 or 4 spiritual weapon, he wouldn't even look at it now. After all, he has Old Manly. With that old guy's strength, he could easily use a level 5 spiritual weapon. So how could he possibly be interested in level 3 or 4 spiritual artifacts? But when he finished reading the contents of the letter, a look of joy flashed in his eyes. You keep practicing, I'm going out for a bit. Su Chen put on his coat and left the training room with Xiao Ningning. Xiao Ningning was somewhat shocked, not expecting that the letter Yang Jie gave her would actually pique Su Chen's interest. Yang Jie and his son were waiting anxiously. They were also worried that Su Chen wasn't interested in that magical artifact. Of course, what they were worried about was not whether they could continue to survive in Zhengzhou. The real question is whether Su Chen will give them a chance to survive. After all, most of the major families have now joined Su Chen's Wanyao company. The Yang family is the only one without a clan. If Su Chen wanted to, he could wipe out the Yang family in an instant if he wanted to, given the current power of Wanyao company. They don't want to become the third family like the Zhang and Pan families. Therefore, becoming a subordinate family of Su Chen is naturally the best choice. In fact, he had initially considered whether to seek refuge with the 4 major families of Longdu to protect himself. But the Zhang family has already set an example. The only possible outcome is annihilation. He couldn't even imagine what would happen to the Yang family if they truly relied on the 4 major families. Dad, Mr. Su is here. Yang Tianyu looked intently in the direction from which Su Chen and the other person had come. As Su Chen approached, the father and son immediately clasped their hands and bowed in greeting. Greetings, Mr. Su. Su Chen nodded and then sat down. I heard that your Yang family possesses an 8th level spiritual weapon? Su Chen frowned and asked calmly. 1429, Chapter 1429 Level 8 Spiritual Weapon. Yang Jie glanced at Xiao Ningning, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. Go ahead and tell me, she's one of us, don't worry. Clearly, Yang Jie was worried that Xiao Ningning might leak the news. After all, once the news of the level 8 spiritual weapon gets out, his entire Yang family will be plunged into dire straits. There was once only one powerful family in Longdu, second only to the 4 major families. Later, by chance, I obtained an 8th level spiritual artifact. Overnight, the entire family was wiped out, with not a single survivor. Therefore, high-level spiritual artifacts have become a secret among the powerful. Even if they truly possessed high-level magical artifacts, they dared not reveal them. Otherwise, you'll attract trouble instead of glory, and even bigger trouble, the kind that could wipe out your entire family. The Yang family has had an 8th level spiritual weapon for over a decade. For more than a decade, they have never dared to show their faces, much less tell anyone that the Yang family possesses such a treasure. Having the goods in their hands is not a good thing at all, on the contrary, it's a burden. They were destined to receive it, but not destined to use it. Furthermore, even an 8th level spiritual weapon is not something an ordinary person can wield. Because an 8th level spiritual weapon requires at least a 7th level or higher expert to wield. The strongest member of the Yang family is only at the peak of the 3rd rank. Even if he breaks through to the 4th rank one day, he will naturally not be able to exert a powerful effect against an 8th level spiritual weapon. Level 8 magical artifacts are indeed powerful. However, without matching strength, it might be better to use a level 4 or 5 spiritual weapon. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Yang Jia handed over a document. Su Chen glanced at it briefly. The above displays information about the magical artifact. Level 8 weapon, the Panlong Staff. It belongs to the superior level of the 8th grade spiritual artifact. Tell me, what are your Yang family's conditions? Su Chen asked very calmly. He's already interested in the Panlong Staff. The Gu family has already helped him resolve 2 issues. And now another one has arrived. In other words, in just a few days, he only needs to obtain one more level 8 item to set up the 4 beasts formation in the way Old Man Li did to fight against the Heavenly Gate. Mr. Su, my Yang family doesn't have any grand demands. I only hope to be able to rely on Mr. Su, and at the same time, I would like to get some help. The Yang family is willing to offer an 8th level spiritual weapon, but we hope that Mr. Su can provide our 5 spiritual level experts with 4 4th level spiritual weapons and 1 5th level spiritual weapon. Yang Jia looked at Su Chen nervously and asked. He didn't think his demands were excessive. After all, that's an 8th level spiritual weapon. Level 4 and level 5 magical artifacts are far inferior. Anyone would find it impossible to resist such a temptation. He dared to come to Su Chen because he felt that Su Chen was trustworthy. After all, so many families joined Su Chen's group, and Su Chen didn't treat them too harshly. Otherwise, he could have handed over this level 8 spiritual energy to the 4 major families in exchange for everything he wanted. But if that happens, those ambitious families might take action against the Yang family. Therefore, under these circumstances, he decisively chose Su Chen's side. Is that all you ask for? Su Chen asked calmly. Yang Jia nodded without hesitation, indicating that he had no other requests. Okay. I agree. In addition, I can provide 10 spirit-breaking pills. It will help your Yang family's earthy mortal realm expert break through to the spirit realm. After saying that, Su Chen took out the spirit-breaking pill. Yang Jia's eyes lit up. 10. In other words, the Yang family can instantly gain 10 more spirit-level experts. This is the basic reward for joining my Wanyao company. After all, it's so that you can better help me with my work. Su Chen tossed the spirit-breaking pill to Yang Jia. Yang Jia never expected that simply joining would bring him such enormous benefits. 1430, Chapter 1430 Panlong Staff. During this period, Su Chen refined a lot of spirit-breaking pills. Each of the 4 families in Zhengzhou received 10. Even the Kai family received 10. Needless to say, the Demon Sea family. After all, that was the place that had helped him from the very beginning, so he had given back quite a bit. After receiving the spirit-breaking pill, Yang Jia expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Mr. Su, I think it would be better if you went to retrieve the level 8 spiritual artifact yourself. After all, such a valuable item is beyond the capabilities of my Yang family to safely acquire. Su Chen thought about it and realized that what Yang Jia said was true. The Yang family really didn't have the ability to deliver the spiritual artifact to him safely. So he got up and followed Yang Jia and his son. Just as Su Chen reached the door, he ran into Kai Kuan. He strode up to Su Chen with a solemn expression. Mr. Su, the Kai family is in trouble, please help us. Su Chen glanced at Kai Kuan. Now that the entire Central Plains is under their control, what difficulties could the Kai family possibly face? Are you in a hurry? If not, I'll go out for a bit and we'll talk when I get back. Or, you could go find Zhao Di and the others first and see if they can resolve this. Kai Kuan thought for 2 seconds and then nodded in agreement. After following the father and son to the secret chamber of the Yang family, Su Chen saw the coiled dragon staff. The entire stick is golden yellow. They've been well taken care of by the Yang family over the years. Su Chen reached out and grabbed the Panlong staff. Instantly, the entire secret room began to tremble. A tremendous aura emanated from the Panlong staff. Even Su Chen was shocked. This dragon-shaped staff has actually begun to develop its own consciousness. In other words, the Panlong staff already possesses a certain level of thought. So when Su Chen grabbed it, it resisted. Hee, this is interesting. Su Chen sneered, and his spiritual power suddenly erupted. The young father and son instantly retreated dozens of meters. The two powerful auras collided, and the secret chamber almost couldn't withstand it. Suppress them. Su Chen stomped his foot, and the ground sank deep. The aura of the Panlong staff was gradually suppressed, and it eventually returned to being an ordinary-looking staff. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The aura of this dragon staff is indeed not weak. If his self-control were a little stronger, he might not be able to subdue it. Great weapon. Su Chen waved his hand gently, and the surrounding air seemed to swirl around him. Congratulations, Mr. Su. Yang Jia quickly clasped his hands in a fist salute and said with a smile. Actually, there's another reason why the Yang family can't use the Panlong staff. Even with the combined strength of the entire Yang family, no one could wield this weapon. The Panlong staff, which has developed its own consciousness, must be used to overcome strength. Normally, they would keep the Panlong staff as a sacred object. Anyone who touched it would be committing suicide. Alright, I got the stuff, I'll be going now. Su Chen didn't linger any longer. Upon exiting the secret chamber, 100 members of the Yang family respectfully saw them off. Although Su Chen did not reveal any aura, everyone in the Yang family could feel a sharp and fierce aura. That fierce aura made them dare not approach at all. A dragon among men indeed. The world in Zhengzhou has completely changed. The entire Great Xia dynasty may be about to undergo a dramatic change. Because of this young man, the future of martial artists in the Great Xia dynasty may be reshuffled. Yang Jia exclaimed. No wonder the Lei and Zhao families are so devoted to Su Chen. The more he learned about Su Chen, the more alarmed he became. The more he learned about Su Chen, the more he understood why those families followed him. 1431, Chapter 1431. The Kai family in trouble. It would be foolish not to seize the opportunity to cling to such a powerful figure destined to stand at the top of the world. Give the order to select the 10 strongest members of the clan who are at the land immortal realm. Yang Jia said to his son, Yang Tianyu. Yang Tianyu's face lit up with joy. If we're talking about 4 terrestrial immortals, perhaps he'd be included. Although he had only broken through to the level of a terrestrial immortal a few years ago. But in terms of talent, he can be considered one of the best in the entire Yang family. At the same time, the Xia family, the Lei family, the Zhao family, and the Miao people. Since receiving the spirit-breaking pill from Su Chen, they have also arranged for the terrestrial immortals in their family to go into seclusion to break through their limits. Once everyone successfully breaks through, there will be dozens more spiritual practitioners in an instant. Su Chen also plays a significant role with these spiritual beings. Back at the Zhao family home, Kai Kuan was still in the main hall. Zhao Di and Lei Manman were there too. Su Chen went inside and asked them what had happened. What, you can't solve it either? Su Chen asked in confusion. Zhao Di gave a wry smile and shook his head. Mr. Su, this matter is probably not up to you to handle. This concerns the Chu family, one of the 4 great families. This is why Zhao Di and his team couldn't handle it. After all, none of the 4 major families are easy to mess with. The Chu family is second only to the Su family, and there is also a 9th-level early-stage expert in the clan. No family in Zhengzhou would dare to provoke the 4 great families. Su Chen was taken aback and looked towards the Kai family. The Kai family couldn't even get past the threshold of the 7 major families in Zhengzhou. How could such a small family have offended the Chu family? Could the enemy Kai Yongfang once spoke of be the Chu family? Thump! Kai Kuan suddenly knelt down in front of Su Chen. Mr. Su, please help the Kai family. Just then, a figure ran in through the door. Kai Yongfang also rushed to Su Chen's side, ready to kneel down. Su Chen quickly helped her up. What are you doing? Get up right now. Su Chen forcefully pulled the father and daughter up. Su Chen, Mr. Su. Kai Yongfang was about to speak when Su Chen stopped her. If you're going to call me sir, then Dante, when did we become so distant? Kai Yongfang was stunned for a moment. Her father nudged her arm, and she immediately realized what was happening. Su Chen clearly didn't want things to become awkward between them. He was giving her face. Su Chen. Please help us. Hearing that the way she was addressed had returned to normal, Su Chen asked her to explain the situation in detail. Kai Yongfang originally wanted her father to explain, but her father told her to talk to Mr. Su instead. After all, Su Chen often did it out of consideration for his daughter, Kai Yongfang. Kai Yongfang nodded and then recounted what had happened. The Kai family once obtained a magical artifact from the Chu family by chance, and has never returned it. In that era, magical artifacts were the easiest to covet, so the magical artifact that the Chu family had left behind in the Kai family was stolen. Therefore, the Kai family offended the Chu family. Over the course of 8 years, the Chu family repeatedly demanded compensation from the Kai family. But the Kai family has also paid compensation many times. The compensation amount may not be several hundred billion, but it should be at least 100 billion. But the Chu family was not satisfied at all. We have to ask them for it almost every year. This time it's even more outrageous. We'll make them pay another 200 billion in compensation, and that'll be the end of it. Otherwise, we'll wipe out the Kai family. What level was that magical artifact back then? Su Chen asked calmly. Level 2 weapon. Kai Yongfang frowned. Because of this level 2 spiritual energy, the Kai family was drained of its resources by the Chu family. 1432, Chapter 1432, The Despicable Chu Family. Now it's even more than 200 billion. In other words, the Chu family wanted to extort 300 billion from that level 2 weapon. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. A level 2 weapon costs 300 billion, the Chu family is truly ambitious beyond measure. Hey, Mr. Su, this kind of thing has happened more than once or twice. My Xiao family has also fallen victim to this before. Fortunately, our Xiao family later obtained a level 2 spiritual artifact, plus 100 billion in compensation, which finally made the Chu family settle the matter peacefully. Xiao Tian's words shocked everyone. The Chu family, one of the 4 great families of Longdu, actually did such a despicable thing. Kai Kuan sighed. As for the Xiao family, perhaps the Chu family will try to settle things peacefully. But the Kai family hasn't been so lucky in recent years. They've been kept under constant surveillance by the Chu family. What time limit did they give you? Su Chen looked at Kai Yongfang and asked. They'll send someone over in 2 days if we don't pay. Kai Yongfang frowned. The Kai family had no other choice, otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered Su Chen. 2 days from now, is that right? Come and let me know in 2 days. I want to see just how bad-tempered the Chu family really is. Su Chen said coldly. Originally, as one of the 4 major families in Longdu, he did not want to provoke the Chu family too much. After all, he has made too many enemies now, and it would be no good for him to continue to provoke powerful forces. But now that the Kai family is in trouble, and Kai Yongfang has come to him for help, how could he just stand by and watch? Moreover, the Kai family has now joined his camp. If I don't step in, it might dishearten my family. If they can't even handle a small Chu family, how can they possibly deal with Tianmen? Okay, thank you, Mr. Su. Kai Kuan said with great gratitude. Kai Yongfang quickly said thank you. Having received Su Chen's affirmative reply, Kai Kuan felt more confident. This time, we must settle things with the Chu family. After the Kai family father and daughter left, Su Chen began to tinker with the Panlong staff in his hand. In fact, the power of this dragon staff is definitely no less than that of his bloodthirsty sword. The bloodthirsty sword is filled with a chilling aura, and prolonged use will cloud one's mind. The Panlong staff is more suitable as a weapon. Moreover, he also has a very suitable set of staff techniques. Previously, without weapons like sticks, it was impossible to use this technique. This dragon-shaped staff was perfectly tailor-made for that set of staff techniques. However, if this level 8 Panlong staff is used as one's weapon, the 4 beasts formation is still lacking a level 8 spiritual weapon. This puts Su Chen in a dilemma. Su Chen simply gave up on further research. Xiaoshan, we notified the Su family before, but they haven't responded? Su Chen looked at Hai Xiaoshan, who was standing not far behind him, and asked. Hai Xiaoshan shook his head. There has been no response so far. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. It seemed that Su Qian was not prepared to suffer a quick death and apologize with his body covered in thorns. Since that's the case, then he can't let Su Qian and his son live. Not only should they not be allowed to live, but they should also be tortured to death. Let them experience the pain he and his mother once went through. Meanwhile, the Su family. Su Tianyuan looked at the father and son in front of him. One is the eldest elder of the Su family, who has worked diligently for decades. Although the decision made by Su Chen and his mother was a major mistake. Even in their later years, they experienced psychological distortions. However, Su Qian's contributions to the Su family during his youth were undoubtedly enormous. To be honest, he couldn't bear to hand Su Qian over to Su Chen. As for Su Qian's son, Su Tian, he didn't have much to say to his second son. Ambitious and ruthless. 1433, Chapter 1433. Su Chen is also my son. 8 words are enough to describe it. Therefore, his idea was to first send Su Tian to Su Chen and see if he could turn this matter into a minor one and then resolve it all together. At least if we can save Elder Su's name, it will be worth it. But Su Qian disagreed completely. He only had this one son in his entire life. He could no longer live if he was brought before Su Chen. Master, please reconsider. Xiao Tian is now the lord of the Northern Territory. He controls 70% of the power in the Northern Territory, which can be considered another part of our Su family. If Xiao Tian doesn't survive, the Northern Territory will fall back into Su Chen's hands. Su Qian knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. He never expected that after working so hard for the family for so long, he would end up bringing about his own destruction, and even implicate his son. Su Tianyuan's eyes had turned icy cold. No longer as indecisive as before. So what? The North, once ours, truly belonged to him. How many despicable means did you two, father and son, use to bring him down from his pedestal in the North? Shouldn't we return everything that belongs to him now? Su Tianyuan's words have already made his meaning clear. Su Qian and his son's eyes were filled with hatred. There were many times when Su Tianyuan was able to kill Su Chen, but Su Tianyuan always acted on his emotions. Now they want to pay with the lives of him and his son. Su Tianyuan, he is my son, I absolutely will not allow you to do this. The responsibility for not killing Su Chen back then lies entirely with you. Why should we, father and son, pay for it with our lives? Su Qian was furious, and he pointed at Su Tianyuan. My achievements are unparalleled in the entire Su family. When your father and I were building the Su family business, you were just a kid. How can you face your father when you meet him in the afterlife with the way you are now? Su Tianyuan never expected that Su Qian would still have this attitude even now. He stood up. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes. All you know is that he is your son. All you know is that you can't bear to send him to his death. But you know that's my son. You made me kill my son with my own hands. Su Qian, are you getting senile? If my father could know what happened this time, and if he blames me, may his soul be scattered and I will surely atone for it. Capture Su Tian and send her to Zhengzhou. Also, take Su Qian with you. Protect him if you can, but if Su Chen insists on killing him, then kill him. As the last 2 words fell, Su Qian collapsed to the ground. He knew that Su Tianyuan had made a complete decision. The father and son are likely doomed to die. Su Tian clenched her fists tightly, her anger barely contained. Su Qian lowered her head and shook her head at her son. Several powerful members of the Su family put spirit-sealing handcuffs on the 2 of them and then took them away. All the elders of the Su family watched this scene in silence. They desperately wanted to plead for them. But they also know that with the current trend, the Su family is no longer a match for Su Chen. Even pleading won't help. It might even anger the head of the family, and implicate them as well. Everyone watched helplessly as the father and son were forced onto the plane. Watching the plane depart from afar. Seeing this, Su Tianyuan sighed. He naturally didn't want to do this, but Su Chen's momentum had already been established. He knew all along that if Su Chen were to grow up, he would eventually face the same situation he was in today. I just didn't expect you to arrive so early today. Su Qian and his son were sitting facing each other on the plane. 1434, Chapter 1434 The Ruthless Su Qian. The people escorting them were also members of the Elders' Council. The third elder is one of the strongest experts in the entire Su family. Peak of the 6th rank. Hey, elder. I really want to let you go, but... The third elder frowned. He knew very well that if he let the grand elder go, his own life would be in danger. Su Qian didn't say a word, her head was down. The plane quickly flew away from Longdu. The atmosphere on the plane was very oppressive throughout the journey. Just 10 minutes after leaving Longdu, Su Qianhuan looked up. Su Tian was the same. The third elder suddenly sensed a murderous aura. Elder, what are you doing? Don't do anything foolish. Even if you wanted to run, you couldn't. Yuri wearing spirit sealing handcuffs. As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit sealing handcuffs on Su Qian's hands automatically fell off. The third elder's expression changed drastically. It's time to put on the handcuffs. Someone in the family deliberately loosened Su Qian's handcuffs, otherwise, no one would have been able to break free. With a wave of her hand, Su Qian also loosened the handcuffs on her son, Su Tian. Elder, why are you doing this? If you run away, what will happen to the family? Su Qian sneered. Family? Can't the family escape Su Qian's clutches? So what if that's the case? For the sake of the family, you're sacrificing my son and me. Third brother, I won't make things difficult for you, you can go now. Since the family can't keep me in honor, I'll make my own way. One day, I will kill Su Chen. Also, Su Tianyuan, tell me when you get back that I won't let him get away with this. The third elder sighed helplessly. He couldn't fight the grand elder. Besides, even if he did make a move, he knew very well that he would only be instantly killed. Left with no other choice, the third elder had to open the hatch and let the father and son go. After the father and son disembarked, they remained suspended in the air. Suddenly, a wicked smile appeared on Su Qian's face. His hand slowly reached out towards the departing fighter jet. Dad, you. Before Su Tian could finish speaking, Su Qian clenched her fist. Bang! A violent explosion resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. The entire fighter jet exploded in mid-air. Su Tian stared at her father in shock. There were also 3 elders inside. Why did his father take action immediately? Even the Lord of the North shows this kind of expression. Have you been the Lord of the North all these years for nothing? Don't worry, the third brother won't die with his strength. Besides, I'm doing this for his own good. Su Tian suddenly realized. If the third elder returns unharmed, Su Tianyuan might very well believe that the third elder deliberately let him and his son go. On the contrary, if the third elder were to return injured, Su Tianyuan would have nothing to say. Where do we go now, Dad? Su Tian frowned. He never imagined that he and his father would be abandoned by their family like this. Where to? Of course, we're going to the north. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that the north is indeed the only place they can go. Hurry up, if Su Tianyuan finds out, we might not be able to leave. After saying that, Su Qian quickly left with Su Tian. After the explosion subsided, the third elder emerged from the blast wave covered in blood. One of his eyes was injured in the explosion. The third elder watched the father and son leave into the distance, a look of indescribable expression on his face. He never expected the grand elder to be so ruthless, actually taking action against him. Although he knew that the grand elder did this so that he would have an explanation when he returned. But at least let him know if he hadn't reacted immediately, he'd probably be crippled by now. Half an hour later, the third elder returned to Dragon Capital. 1435, Chapter 1435 Tracking down the father and son. He was helped into his home, covered in injuries. Patriarch, elder, he's escaped. Su Tianyuan's expression changed drastically. A powerful aura enveloped the entire Su family. The immense pressure made it hard for the third elder to breathe. The spirit-sealing handcuffs have sealed his spiritual power, and you're telling me he escaped? Su Tianyuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This has nothing to do with me, Patriarch. Yes, it was the person wearing handcuffs, or someone unlocked his handcuffs during the process. He hadn't gone far from the dragon's lair when he broke free of his handcuffs. I was no match for him and could only watch him leave. The third elder finished speaking. Several beams of light fell. Two of Su family's subordinates were enveloped in the pillar of light. The powerful aura caused the two of them to kneel on the ground. You were the ones who put the handcuffs on me, weren't you? Speak, why did you let Su Qian and his son go? Both of them coughed up blood. They were merely cultivators at the spirit realm, and faced with such immense pressure from Su Tianyuan, they were utterly powerless to resist. Su Tianyuan suppressed some of his aura, and only then did the two catch their breath and have a chance to speak. The Grand Elder made us do this. He threatened us with the lives of our families. Yes, my wife and parents are in his hands. If I don't do as he says, he will kill my family. The two of them also confessed the truth. Su Tianyuan was furious. He regained his composure and sat back down with a solemn expression. Search. Block the airport leading from Longdu to the northern border and find that father and son. If anyone dares to resist, they will be executed on the spot. The elders stared at Su Tianyuan in shock. The Su Tianyuan of today is no longer the Su Tianyuan of the past. Su Tianyuan's decision now is so decisive. It's clear they've given up on giving the Grand Elder any hope of survival. Aren't you going to take action yet? Su Tianyuan unleashed his killing intent. If anyone dares to let him go, I, Su Tianyuan, will absolutely not show any mercy. The elders immediately mobilized, and no one dared to be negligent. Seeing all the elders mobilize, Su Tianyuan's aura weakened. It's completely different from what it was before. He was very disappointed. If he had been as tough as he is today back then, Su Chen and his mother might not have had to endure that pain. They will certainly not stray from the Su family and become strangers. Zhou Jingzhu won't lose her life because of this. So in the end, all the problems actually lie with him. He realized it too late, he understood it too late. No matter how decisive you are now, it's too late to change anything. All he could do was try his best to make amends to Su Chen and try to reduce Su Chen's resentment towards him as her father. But is such a thing really possible? By nightfall, the entire Su family had searched but could not find any trace of Su Qian and his son. And this news also reached Su Chen's ears. It turns out the Su family had already sent the people over, but Su Qian ran away with Su Tian halfway there. It's easy to imagine where Su Qian could go. Su Qian didn't take it too seriously. Because he will go to the north sooner or later, even if Su Qian runs to the north, he will only be able to prolong his life for a while. Even if Su Qian has already left the Su family, and is even being tracked by the Su family, he still will not let the Su family go. Although Su Tianyuan didn't harm him or his mother back then. However, as the head of the Su family, Su Tianyuan is also to blame, and he still cannot let Su Tianyuan and everyone in the Su family off the hook. 2 days later, Kai Kuan arrived at the Zhao family early in the morning. Today is the day the Chu family will arrive. 1436, Chapter 1436 The Arrival of the Chu Family. What, the Chu family has already arrived? Su Chen walked into the hall from outside and asked. Kai Kuan nodded. They should be here soon, so I came to ask Mr. Su to help me out. Zhao Di and the others followed. Mr. Su, should we follow them? Su Chen shook his head. No need, I'll go take a look. After saying that, he left with Kai Kuan. As soon as they reached the main gate, a powerful aura surged into the sky from inside the Zhao family's villa. Even Kai Kuan, a second-tier spiritualist, was so frightened that he took several steps back. Why is there such a powerful aura? What happened to the Zhao family? Turning back to look at the location of the aura, Su Chen smiled faintly. This is a sign that someone has made a breakthrough. Judging from this aura, who else could it be but Jiang Tiangang? From this moment on, Jiang Tiangang has officially entered the ranks of the 9th level. Let's go! Su Chen wasn't too surprised. After all, it was only a matter of time before Jiang Tiangong's strength broke through to the 9th level. The Kai family is about 50 kilometers away from the Zhao family, which takes about an hour by car. Su Chen dozed off for a while after getting into the car. Half an hour later. Kai family villa. 5 people from the Chu family have arrived. The one leading the charge was still an 8th level expert from the Chu family. The 5 men were very arrogant. After entering the Kai family, the gatekeeper tried to stop them, but the Chu family easily killed them. 2 days have passed. It seems your Kai family intends to put up a stubborn resistance. The Kai family was in a state of panic. They all gathered in the hall. Where is that old man Kai Kuan? Is he planning to abandon his wife, daughters, and entire family and run away? Kai Yongfang's face turned ashen. Father went to pick up Su Chen early this morning and hasn't returned yet. But now the Chu family is already at the door. If Su Chen doesn't come soon, the Chu family might really do something. Elder Chu Lin of the Chu family is here. Everyone from the Kai family, come and kneel down. A young man, sword in hand, spoke with murderous intent. Elder Chu, my father will be back soon, please wait a moment. Kai Yongfang stepped forward voluntarily. Now, she's the only one in the entire family who can speak up. If the Chu family were to start a massacre right now, no one in the Chu family would be able to stop them. Oh my, the Kai family actually has a little beauty. After seeing Kai Yongfang speaking, the young man walked up to her with a sly look on his face. Kai Yongfang instinctively stepped back. What, I am Chu Feng of the Chu family. Is the future successor of the Chu family not good enough for you? Why are you hiding from me? Chu Feng is a notorious playboy throughout the entire Dragon capital. Now that he has seen Kai Yongfang's beauty, he is even more tempted. Young Master Chu, please have some self-respect. Kai Yongfang lowered her head and backed away. However, Chu Feng had no idea what self-respect meant. Seeing Kai Yongfang's delicate and charming appearance, he was even more captivated. Since your dad isn't back yet, let's have some fun. Who knows, we might even be able to put in a good word for your family later. Chu Feng reached out and lifted Kai Yongfang's chin with one hand. Kai Yongfang was so frightened that she ran away immediately. But this appearance did not stop Chu Feng. Instead, it aroused the desire in his heart. Xiao Feng, we need to focus on important business. Since Kai Kuan isn't home, tell me your choice. Give me money, or wipe out my entire family. Chu Lin said coldly. He was already furious enough about this mission. He is the dignified elder of the Chu family. They've actually been reduced to collecting money. Generally speaking, this kind of thing is usually done by the younger generation in the family. But the head of the family said that the Central Plains were not peaceful at the moment, and it would be more prudent for him to take charge. 1437, Chapter 1437. Taking a flirt with Kai Yongfang. Left with no other choice, he had to lead the team over himself. But the Kai family is a third-rate family. The strongest among them is only a second-tier spirit master. Such a weak family, how could anything possibly change? Let's hurry up and wipe out the Kai family, complete the mission, and go back as soon as possible. Elder Chu, please wait a moment, my father will be back soon. Kai Yongfang frowned, glancing at the main entrance every now and then. Actually, she was a little uneasy at this moment. She hadn't expected the Chu family to send even this senior elder. It is said that this elder is the second strongest in the Chu family, a super strong expert of the 8th rank. Although Su Chen is powerful, his strength does not reach the 8th rank. Even if Su Chen came, he probably wouldn't be able to stop the Chu family's elder. Wait a moment, what kind of class does the Kai family have that they make us wait? Chu Feng's face turned cold instantly. I'll give you two choices, either play with me or wait for your dad to come back. Either the elder destroys your Chu family instantly. Upon hearing this, Kai Yangfang's expression changed drastically. This Chu Feng is really a terrible person. Just when she was still thinking that the elder of the Chu family could make Chu Feng restrain himself, Elder Chu Lin shook his head helplessly, letting Chu Feng do as he pleased. My beauty, don't resist anymore. The fate of your family is in your hands now. Chu Feng rubbed his hands together and walked towards Kai Yangfang. Taking advantage of Kai Yangfang's momentary lapse in attention, he grabbed her shoulders with both hands. Kai Yangfang was instantly terrified. I don't know where they got the courage from. Smack! A resounding slap landed on Chu Feng's face. After the attack, Kai Yangfang realized something was wrong. She actually hit the eldest son of the Chu family. Young Master Chu, I didn't mean it, please have some self-respect. Kai Yangfang frowned. Chu Feng smiled coldly at the sudden slap. From childhood to adulthood. Besides my dad, who dares to hit me, no one else dares to lay a finger on me. Chu Feng's tone also turned icy. Very good. Suddenly, Chu Feng's face darkened. Smack! This time, an even louder slap landed on Kai Yangfang's face. You're asking for it, aren't you? It's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to you. You have to dare to do it today, whether you like it or not. I'm going to mess with you in front of all these people. Even if your dad comes back, let's see what he can do. Rip! After saying that, Chu Feng used all his strength to tear Kai Yangfang's clothes to shreds. Large swathes of Snow White exposed to the air. Luckily, she was wearing a tank top underneath, otherwise she would have been in a terrible state. Even so, Kai Yangfang already sensed that a nightmare was about to begin. No. Please don't. Kai Yangfang cried in despair. She never expected to face such humiliation today. She would rather die than suffer such humiliation. If I don't get you today, I'm not a man. Chu Feng reached out again, ready to strip Kai Yangfang completely naked. However, the Kai family's powerful members couldn't hold back any longer. Many powerful beings at the land immortal realm rushed forward. 7 or 8 powerful men, armed with weapons, were ready to deal with Chu Feng. They were all Kai Yangfang's confidants. Now that they see Kai Yangfang in trouble, they naturally won't sit idly by and wait to die. The rest of the Kai family didn't even dare to show their faces. I'm afraid the troubles of the Chu family will fall on them. Attack together, kill this bastard. Someone in the Kai family shouted that. Chu Feng didn't care at all. 1438, Chapter 1438. A woman who has never been a woman. His mind was completely focused on Kai Yangfang. A bunch of ants. Chu Feng, the elder of the Chu family, simply waved his hand. The 7 or 8 terrestrial immortals who stepped forward were instantly annihilated. Not even a dreg was left. In this situation, no one in the Kai family dared to utter a single word. Some people were so scared that they trembled all over. Young Master Chu, wait a minute. But just then, a glamorous woman walked out from the crowd. She's dressed very sexily. Chu Feng glanced at it, quite intrigued. The woman in front of me is not the same type as Kai Yangfang. But her looks are also quite good. Kai Yangfang frowned. Her sister had been hiding perfectly well, so why was she coming out now? Chai Rim walked up to Chu Feng in her sexy high heels. Young Master Chu, shall I keep you company? She's inexperienced, what's so fun about her? Chai Rimmi said with a smile. She leaned against Chu Feng, her breath warm against his ear. Chu Feng smiled. Yeah? If that's the case, then this is very interesting. Chu Feng shoved Kai Lin away. I've had my hands on way too many pieces of junk like you. Things that are inexperienced are the most interesting. Get the hell out of my way, I'm not interested in you. To everyone's surprise, Chu Feng didn't play by the rules and completely looked down on her. Seeing that Chu Feng was about to harm her sister again, Kai Lin didn't know where she got the courage. He pressed his whole body against it. Oh dear, their kung fu is excellent, doesn't young Master Chu want to experience it for himself? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Feng's expression changed drastically. I said get lost, didn't you hear me? Chu Feng's expression had completely lost its patience. Chai Rim frowned. Just as Chu Feng turned to look at Kai Yangfang. Suddenly, a gleaming dagger appeared in Chai Rim's hand. Chai Rim is just a martial arts master. Even a sneak attack wouldn't harm Chu Feng, a spiritual practitioner, in the slightest. The dagger in his hand was thrust directly into Chu Feng's back. But the dagger was blocked by a layer of air barrier. It was only 1 millimeter away from Chu Feng's back before it could advance any further. Chu Feng slowly turned his head. You motherfucker! Bang! Chu Feng slapped him across the face. That slap was enough to kill an ordinary person. Chai Rim was sent flying. Sister! Kai Yangfang felt a black light flash through her mind. After that slap from Chu Feng, do you think my sister is still alive? Chai Rim flew dozens of meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Kai Lin, lying on the ground, had blood continuously gushing from the corner of her mouth. He lost consciousness and it was unclear whether he was alive or dead. Sister! Kai Yangfang was about to run over and check on Kai Lin's condition. But Chu Feng grabbed him. You have successfully tested my patience. Chu Feng stretched out his hand, and a powerful force grabbed one of the elders of the Kai family from a distance. My patience has its limits. If you don't take your clothes off, I'll kill someone every minute. Chu Feng was gripping Kai Yangfang's third grandfather's neck, ready to strangle him at any moment. Kai Yangfang never expected that she would encounter such a thing after the Chu family came. Young Master Chu, just kill me. You can kill me, but spare my family. Kai Yangfang knelt on the ground. She would rather die herself than watch her family die. Chu Feng didn't say anything. After a minute, Chu Feng exerted force on his hand without saying a word. With a crack, he snapped the neck of Kai's third maternal grandfather. No! Kai Yangfang's desperate cry. At that moment, Su Chen, who was only 3 kilometers away from the Kai family, suddenly opened his eyes. 1439, Chapter 1439 Arrival. Not good. Su Chen's tone was icy. The Chu family has arrived. At this speed, several more people will probably die. Kai Kuan's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Why did the Chu family arrive so quickly? After Su Chen had the driver stop the car, he took Kai Kuan back to the Kai family home as quickly as possible. Even after the death of Kai's third maternal grandfather, Chu Feng did not stop. He looked at Kai Lin lying on the ground not far away. She's your sister? He seems to still have a breath left. If we can get treatment quickly, he might still have a chance. Chu Feng grabbed Kai Lin again. Timer starts, 1 minute. Kai Yangfang looked at Chu Feng in despair, her eyes filled with undisguised hatred. The dignified Chu family has turned out to be so despicable. As a woman, she wouldn't allow herself to be so despicable. But if she doesn't do as Chu Feng says, her sister will die. This incident has already claimed many lives in the Kai family, and she doesn't want any more pointless sacrifices. Okay, to promise you. Kai Yangfang responded with a voice filled with grief and indignation. Let go of my sister. Chu Feng smiled smugly and casually tossed Kai Lin to the ground. Then I looked at Kai Yangfang, whose face was covered in tears. Hurry up, if you're trying to mess with me, next time I'll just kill 2 people. Kai Yangfang has been driven to a dead end. At this moment, she had no choice but to do as Chu Feng said. A hand slowly reached towards the shoulder strap. If she really suffered such humiliation in front of so many people, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Kai Yangfang spoke in a low, deep voice. But these words had no effect on Chu Feng whatsoever. No, don't. Little sister, no. Kai Lin regained a sliver of consciousness and grabbed Chu Feng's hand. Sister. Kai Yongfang was sobbing. Don't. Seeing that Kai Lin was hesitating again, Chu Feng immediately lost his patience. It seems you think you have a lot of family members. If that's the case, then die. Chu Feng raised his leg high. He slammed his foot down hard. That kick would definitely kill Chai Rim. No! Kai Yongfang screamed in despair. However, just as Chu Feng's foot was about to land on Kai Lin, a powerful aura locked onto Chu Feng. The next second, a stick gleaming with golden light flew in. He smashed the stick into Chu Feng's thigh. Chu Feng felt his body lose its balance and fell to the ground. A few seconds later, a sharp pain came. Ah! My leg. My legs. Chu Feng's heart-wrenching wail. The Chu family elder's expression changed drastically as he looked in the direction from which the stick had come. Who is it? How dare you harm a member of the Chu family? Elder Chu Lin asked sternly. At this moment, Su Chen had just reached the front door. Linner. When Kai Kuan saw his daughter lying on the ground, his expression changed drastically, and he rushed in. Kai Kuan, how dare you? Does your Kai family want to bring about your own destruction? Chu Lin narrowed her eyes slightly. What a magnificent display. The Chu family, one of the 4 great families, actually resorted to such petty theft and robbery. Su Chen walked in from outside. Chu Lin glanced at Su Chen. Because he is the senior elder of the Chu family, he basically doesn't concern himself with family matters. Naturally, they were unaware of Su Chen's meteoric rise to fame during this period. You little brat, you're asking for it. Go, elder, quick, kill him. My legs are ruined. Quickly, kill him. Chu Feng clung to a leg. 1440, Chapter 1440. What counts as a trump card? The excruciating pain was becoming almost unbearable for him. You could faint at any time. Youngster, do you know who we are? You will pay the price for your ignorance. Suddenly, Elder Chu Lin's aura surged. Su Chen didn't care at all. His gaze fell on Kai Yongfang, and he slowly walked over. He took off his coat and draped it over Kai Yongfang's shoulders. I'm sorry, I thought they wouldn't be able to come for the time being, so I'm late. Kai Yongfang shook her head and didn't say anything. She is very worried about her sister Chai Rim's injury. Don't worry, with me here, she'll be fine. As he spoke, Su Chen took out a healing pill. Thank you, Mr. Su. After Kai Kuan took it, he stuffed the pill into Kai Lin's mouth. Kai Yongfang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing, we Kai family are already very grateful that you came. Kai Yongfang was sobbing. As long as Su Chen comes, the Kai family should be fine. Su Chen smiled and nodded, then turned to look at the Chu family. I never imagined that the Chu family, one of the 4 great families of Longdu, would be doing these things behind the scenes. This has truly broadened my horizons. Chu Lin frowned. He could sense that the young man in front of him was no ordinary person. He had already unleashed his full power, but the young man in front of him remained completely unmoved. Who are you? Which family do you belong to? Chu Lin asked in a cold voice. Su Chen shook his head. I am not from any particular family. I am Su Chen, or you may call me Emperor Su. Now that you've already made your move, let's talk about the Kai family. Chu Lin's expression changed slightly. He didn't know Su Tiandi, but that didn't mean he hadn't heard of him. The young man before them was none other than Su Tiandi, the one who dared to challenge Tianmen and the Su family. So you are Emperor Su Tian. Okay, tell me how you want to negotiate. As long as Kai Kuan can hand over 200 billion right now, we'll let this matter drop. From now on, all grudges between our 2 families will be wiped clean, and we won't make them repay that magical artifact. Chu Lin's words made Su Chen realize what shamelessness truly meant. They can even say such things with such high-sounding dignity. The Chu family is so adept at doing such despicable things. You seem to have misunderstood the situation. What I'm saying is, you should compensate the Kai family for what you've done to them over the years, and for what happened today. Chu Lin was stunned for a moment. I immediately and angrily refused. Impossible. Emperor Su, is it? I know you're something. But the Chu family isn't one to tolerate heat. You're just a third-tier expert. Even if someone helps you, do you really have the confidence to stand against my Chu family and Su family? The Central Plains is such a small place, how much power could you possibly have? All the spiritual practitioners in the Central Plains combined probably don't exceed 20. Do you know how many people are in my Chu family? Chu Lin said confidently, not taking Su Chen too seriously at all. You must do as I say today, or the Kai family will be in turmoil. If you, Emperor Su, wish to stop me, then let me see what trump cards you have up your sleeve. Seeing Chu Lin's attitude, Su Chen smiled. Unexpectedly, among the 4 great families of Longdu, there is someone who dares to provoke him. I wonder if Chu Lin is truly confident, or if he's just a frog in a well with a limited perspective. Su Chen reached out his hand. The dragon-coiled staff flew back from afar. Bang! The dragon-shaped staff slammed heavily into the ground. Does this count as a trump card? Chu Lin glanced at the stick. 1441, Chapter 1441. Countless powerful individuals breakthrough. A level 8 spiritual weapon. Chu Lin saw it at a glance. It can emit such a powerful aura, it must be an 8th level spiritual weapon. Heh, so what if it's an 8th level spiritual weapon? You, a 3rd-tier expert, probably can't control it. Why not? Greed gleamed in Chu Lin's eyes. As an elder of the Chu family, he was only using level 6. If he could obtain this level 8 spiritual weapon, and unleash his full power, ordinary level 8 experts would be no match for him. But at that very moment, suddenly, a beam of light appeared on the distant horizon. Chu Lin glanced at it and suddenly burst out laughing. What? Could this be one of your trump cards too? Someone has advanced to the spirit realm. A level 1 spirit realm is indeed quite impressive. Chu Lin seized the opportunity to mock him. However, the words had barely left his mouth. Another beam of light. Same direction. Chu Lin was taken aback for a moment, but then smiled. 2 spirit cultivators, looks like you've gained 2 more helpers, ha ha ha. Su Chen also looked in that direction. It's in the direction of the Zhao family. The forces have now been consolidated. Currently, all those who have taken the spirit-breaking pill are in the Zhao family, so the strange celestial phenomenon naturally appears in the Zhao family as well. You don't actually think someone of this level of weakness can pose a threat to my Chu family, do you? Unless there are hundreds, I will kill as many of these trash as they come. Boom! The 3rd one yet. This. Chu Lin was somewhat puzzled. How did you break through 3 spirit levels in a row? The 4th one. The 5th course. The 13th one. As Chu Lin watched the increasing number of beams of light, his expression grew increasingly grim. What on earth is going on? Why did this happen? In just a few minutes, so many people broke through to the spirit level at the same time. And this situation doesn't seem to be stopping yet. For a moment, the scene fell silent as everyone watched the shocking moment. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept in. A light screen also appeared at the Kai family's residence. Someone has broken through here too. Chu Lin blinked, wondering if he was hallucinating. He was somewhat at a loss for words to describe his feelings at that moment. He had never seen such an unprecedented scene in his life. In the blink of an eye, 40 beams of light had appeared. Chu Lin swallowed hard. Have all the powerful figures in Zhongzhou gone mad? How is it possible to achieve this level of skill? As agreed, shall we break through together? A lightning tribulation for 40 people? Moreover, there are several members from the Kai family as well. So, is this what you call my confidence now? Su Chen asked coldly. Chu Lin frowned. So what? A bunch of first-tier spirit practitioners, do you really think they're a match for my Chu family? Chu Lin said sternly, still not taking Su Chen seriously. Since that's the case, let me test the might of your Chu family. Boom! A thunderclap exploded in the sky. A bolt of lightning struck the Kai family's courtyard. The light was so dazzling that everyone almost couldn't open their eyes. After the lightning subsided, a middle-aged man stood where the lightning had struck. And who are you? Chu Lin frowned. Even he felt a little uneasy about the person who descended with the lightning. This person's strength is definitely above his. That's definitely not something he can handle. Zhang Tian had just broken through to the next level when he heard that Su Chen was coming to help the Kai family solve their problems. There was a high chance of encountering 8th or even 9th level experts, so he followed along. He strode quickly towards Su Chen. Mr. Su, I'm late. Zhang Tiangang clasped his hands and bowed in greeting. Chu Lin was shocked to see this. 1442, Chapter 1442. What face does your Chu family have? The person before me possesses at least the strength of the peak of the 8th rank. He actually bowed and saluted Su Tiandi, a junior. Just who is this Emperor Su, that such a powerful figure would show him such respect? It's nothing. What brings you here? Su Chen asked calmly. I heard about what the Chu family did, so I rushed over. I never expected to actually witness such a good show. Teach me now. Su Chen didn't say anything. He originally intended to do it himself. Now that Zhang Tiangang is here, it's better to save him the trouble. Zhang Tiangang has now made a breakthrough. We fear no one when it comes to the Chu family. Even if the head of the Chu family were here now, he wouldn't stand a chance against Zhang Tiangang. After all, Zhang Tiangang's strength is greater than that of ordinary experts of the same level. Brother, why would someone as strong as you need to do his bidding? My Chu family is one of the 4 great families of Longdu. Give me some face, this matter has nothing to do with you. Chu Lin clasped his hands in a fist salute. He had just done some mental calculations, and if a fight really broke out, he certainly wouldn't be a match for him. So he simply brought the Chu family into the open. Throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty, apart from the Heavenly Gate and the Spirit Alliance, everyone had to give the Chu family some face. Even if the Su family were here, they wouldn't dare to say they wanted to completely break ties with the Chu family. Who do you think you are? It seems my Zhang family has been in decline for too long. Do you really think I would give face to your Chu family? Besides, your Chu family does nothing but petty theft and thievery, so what right do you have to talk about face? Chu Lin's face turned ashen. The other party clearly wasn't buying it. You say you're from the Zhang family that was wiped out? Chu Lin asked instinctively. If it really is that Zhang family, then things are going to be quite difficult. After all, the Zhang family is notorious for its barbarity and possesses thunder magic, which allows them to completely crush those of the same level. In this way, he is even less of a match for Zhang Tiangang in front of him. Why bother? Your Zhang family is almost wiped out. Why would you help this kid? Come to my Chu family. My Chu family can offer you the best treatment. This kid doesn't deserve your help at all. As long as you are willing to come to my Chu family will treat you with the highest honors. Resources, women, even the entire Great Xia dynasty, you can have anything you want. Chu Lin's words were full of temptation. In his view, as long as he successfully instigated Zhang Tiangang, then Emperor Su was nothing. However, Chu Lin's words almost made Su Chen laugh. Brother Tiangang, please come back. Su Chen took 2 steps forward. Since he looks down on me so much, I'll show him what I'm not worthy of your help. Su Chen is going to take action himself. Zhang Tian just glanced at Chu Lin. He sighed helplessly. If it had been him who did it, Chu Lin might have died a quicker death. But now that Su Chen has made his move, Chu Lin has chosen the most difficult path. If you cannot defeat me, then everyone in your Chu family present here today will have to pay for the Kai family's lives. Come on, let me see what tricks your proud Chu family really has up their sleeve. Su Chen pulled out the dragon pattern staff from his hand. Chu Lin was overjoyed. This is definitely an opportunity. As long as he unexpectedly kills Su Tiandi, Zhang Tiangang won't dare to say anything. After all, it was Emperor Su who wanted to challenge him. Can you guarantee he won't interfere? Chu Lin looked at Zhang Tiangang and said, if you need his intervention, your entire Chu family will probably be wiped out. Chapter 1443 Two Inseparable Individuals. Chu Lin completely ignored what Su Chen said. If even a mere Zhang Tiangang could destroy the Chu family, then the Chu family's century-old foundation is far too fragile. Okay. Kid, you asked for it, don't blame me. Chu Lin also took out his level 6 spiritual weapon. Compared to magical artifacts, Chu Lin's is significantly weaker. You're only at the 3rd rank, so what if you get an 8th level spiritual weapon? With your strength, can you unleash its power? Having said that, Chu Lin's aura had already moved forward. Su Chen, a weakling, only needs 2 moves from him. However, Su Chen stood still, seemingly oblivious to Chu Lin's charge. Just as Chu Lin was about to reach him, the Panlong staff in Su Chen's hand unleashed an aura. A magical artifact that resembles a golden dragon. Perfect timing to try the dog beating stick. The dragon-shaped staff in Su Chen's hand suddenly came to life. The entire stick seemed to have gained its own consciousness. Every strike was aimed at Chu Lin's midsection. This is the essence of the dog beating stick. As the saying goes, a head of bronze, bones of iron, and a waist of tofu. Don't hit a big dog where there are bones. The waist is the most vulnerable part. People are like that too. You actually treated me like a dog. Chu Lin was furious. You little brat, you'll regret what you said. Chu Lin unleashed his power. He wielded his twin swords in rapid succession, attacking Su Chen. Su Chen's Panlong staff was equally impressive. Although his strength is still no match for an 8th tier expert. But with the support of the Panlong staff, he has the power to fight even at the early stage of the 8th rank. It just so happens that Chu Lin is at the early stage of the 8th rank, so it's a good idea to use Chu Lin to test his current strength. The two fighters were locked in a stalemate for a time. Neither of them can win. However, the Kai family's buildings suffered continuous damage. But Kai Koan wasn't upset about it. All he wants now is for the Chu family to die. As long as the Chu family can be destroyed, it doesn't matter if the Kai family villa is destroyed. Kai Yangfang was stunned for a moment when she saw that heroic figure. Chai Rim has now recovered most of her health. She thought she was going to die. Unexpectedly, Su Chen saved him at the crucial moment. The two fought so fiercely that they ended up right above the villa. Su Chen became more and more relaxed as the fight progressed. Chu Lin, however, became increasingly shocked as the fight progressed. Su Chen only has the strength of the 3rd rank. How can they possess such formidable combat power? They were actually able to stand on equal footing with him. If this continues, he might not be able to beat this kid. He knew very well that it was definitely not caused by an 8th level spiritual weapon. An 8th level spiritual weapon might allow someone to fight beyond their level. He had never heard of anything that involved crossing 5 levels. If things continue like this, and he doesn't unleash his full power, he might really lose. Kid, you've successfully got me all hyped. Since stepping down from family affairs, it's been a long time since I've needed someone like you who can stand against me. Chu Lin was panting heavily. I originally wanted to finish off Su Chen in 2 rounds. I never expected to end up in such a sorry state. I'm about to unleash my true power, so be prepared. A burst of light erupted from Chu Lin's body. His aura also directly reached the critical point of the early stage of the 8th rank. It's even incredibly close to the mid-stage of the 8th rank. That old guy Chu Lin was actually hiding his strength just now. The dragon-coiled staff in Su Chen's hand trembled. The next second, a layer of blue lightning appeared on the staff. Since it was his first time using the Panlong staff, he would naturally need to familiarize himself with how to maximize its power. You've been talking too much nonsense. If that's all you've got, you're not good enough to take me down. 1444, Chapter 1444 Wooden Vine Seal. Chu Lin looked at Su Chen with a serious expression. I never expected someone so young to have such strength. No wonder he has achieved such power in Zhengzhou. Even Jiang Tiangang from the Jiang family is willing to work for him. This child's talent far surpasses that of his peers. Based on Su Chen's own strength alone, plus Jiang Tiangang, they certainly have the qualifications to contend with the Chu family. But it's unlikely that he'll easily admit defeat today. Otherwise, how will the Chu family establish itself in the Great Xia dynasty? Thinking of this, a square box suddenly appeared in Chu Lin's hand. The box flew into the air and quickly grew larger. Suddenly, countless vines flew out of the box. Su Chen was stunned. This is a high-grade spiritual artifact. It's at least level 7. I never expected Chu Lin to have such a treasure. He truly deserves to be the elder of the Chu family. The flying vines seemed to have eyes. He grabbed Su Chen and the Panlong staff. Su Chen tried his best to break free. But the vines were far more resilient than he had imagined. Even with all my strength, I couldn't break free. These vines are quite interesting. The coiled dragon staff was already entangled and could not break free to help him. Left with no other choice, Su Chen had to summon the bloodthirsty sword. The moment the bloodthirsty sword was drawn, its powerful aura thinned the surrounding air. Su Chen mobilized his spiritual power to control the bloodthirsty sword. The bloodthirsty sword has now reached the peak of level 7. Under the same level, the bloodthirsty sword can crush all other spiritual weapons of the same level. It's even comparable to the Panlong staff. Under the power of the bloodthirsty sword, countless attacks landed on the vines. Finally, 2 vines were cut down. Taking advantage of this opening, Su Chen suddenly unleashed his power. Bang! The remaining few vines burst open instantly. Su Chen also successfully escaped. But Su Chen dared not linger. It would be terrible if the bloodthirsty sword were also bound by the vines. Su Chen quickly pulled out the Panlong staff and left the scene. The vines behind quickly caught up, creating a chase. Snort! Don't run away if you dare! Chu Lin roared. The vines have already stretched for a full 800 meters. The entire sky was covered by countless vines. Just as Su Chen was feeling somewhat helpless about how to deal with these troublesome vines. Suddenly the vines stopped tracking, stopping exactly at a distance of 800 meters. It seems the vine's maximum distance is 800 meters. Su Chen finally probed. He had been running in a straight line just now to test the distance of the vines. He had initially thought it was an infinite distance, which he found rather troublesome. But now it has finally stopped. So what if you find a weakness? Under this wooden vine seal, you still cannot defeat me. Chu Lin said proudly. At first, I thought Su Chen was a bit troublesome. He's finally managed to save face a little. However, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. A wisp of lightning appeared on his hand. You want to use the power of lightning to attack the vines? Nukara, the attack will be ineffective. Just as Chu Lin said, lightning really cannot penetrate vines. After all, vines don't conduct electricity, so their nature cannot be destroyed. Kid, show me your other tricks. Su Chen tried other methods. Even the third lightning pattern was tried, but it was still ineffective. Su Chen also felt a headache coming on. I never imagined that the wooden rattan seal could be this strong. This kind of magical artifact would indeed be a good thing if it could be used by oneself. Su Chen immediately had an idea. 1445, Chapter 1445 Infinite Bombing. Kid, don't waste your time. Lightning cannot break through my wooden vine seal. Just admit defeat and apologize to me. Chu Lin shouted loudly. He knew that with Jiang Tiangang around, it was highly unlikely that he could kill Su Chen. But getting Su Chen to apologize shouldn't be a problem. After all, it was Su Chen himself who wanted to challenge him. Su Chen remained silent. If even a small wooden vine seal could stump him, then he would be unworthy of the title of Emperor Su. A ball of lightning appeared in his hand. Although the power of the lightning ball is definitely not as great as that of the third raven. But their attack methods are different. The third lightning strike pierces through the enemy with the power of lightning, maximizing the attack's effectiveness. The lightning orb is the essence of compressed and condensed lightning power. Wood-type vines might not be afraid of conductive attacks. But that doesn't mean it's not afraid of explosions. Su Chen threw the little thunderball out. Having been unaffected by the powerful attack just now, Chu Lin paid even less attention to this tiny ball of lightning. Instead, they were secretly mocking them. Ha ha ha, have you run out of tricks? Is this little gadget your trump card? Bang! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the lightning ball touched the vines and exploded violently. Although the explosion was small, everyone saw a significant effect. The vines were blasted open at least 2 meters. Chu Lin was initially shocked, not expecting that the small ball of light would produce such a huge explosion. However, after calming down a bit, he felt relieved. Even if you can destroy the vines, so what? My vines can regenerate and grow indefinitely. I can't handle that kind of attack. How many more can you do? Chu Lin was naturally full of confidence. Just then, Su Chen's lips curled up in a smile. Suddenly, hundreds of lightning balls appeared behind them. I can't speak for other things, but when it comes to thunderballs, he can have as many as he wants. He had already spent time condensing thousands of them. Now, a mere 100 or so is nothing to worry about. Chu Lin's jaw dropped when he saw the ball of light appear. How did Su Chen manage to condense so many light spheres at once? Many people felt their scalp tingle. So many orbs of light formed from the concentrated power of lightning. What if they accidentally fall from the sky? Wouldn't all those people below them be like ants on a hot pan? If 1 isn't enough, then 10 will do. If 10 aren't enough, then 100. If 100 won't work, then 1,000. Since you want to play, I'll play along to the end. Su Chen finished speaking the last few words with an air of dominance, and then countless lightning balls flew 30 meters in front of him. As long as the wooden vine mark dares to come closer, the lightning ball will automatically move forward and explode. For a time, explosions echoed throughout the sky. And the distance between Su Chen and Chu Lin is getting closer and closer. Chu Lin's expression changed slightly upon seeing this scene. He tried to change the direction of the wooden vine seal to attack Su Chen. But there were just too many lightning orbs around Su Chen. It's completely enveloped from all sides, but it will explode when you get close. From 800 meters away to 700 meters away. 500 meters. 300 meters. 50 meters. Su Chen was about to reach them. The supply of elastic woodwoven prints also seems to be somewhat insufficient. Even if it could recover indefinitely, it couldn't withstand the sheer number of lightning balls from Su Chen. As Su Chen got closer, the Panlong staff and the bloodthirsty sword flew out from his hands. 2 incredibly powerful magical weapons flew out, heading straight for Chu Lin. Chu Lin naturally dared not be careless in the face of Su Chen's attack. 1446, Chapter 1446 Sumeru Cudgel. However, he was only slightly distracted when Su Chen appeared right in front of him. Because of his distraction, he was unable to fully control the wooden vine seal. The wooden vine imprint suddenly shrank, and all the vines were recalled. It slammed directly at Su Chen. The material of a level 7 spiritual weapon is inherently very hard. If that hits, Su Chen will be badly injured, even if he doesn't die. But Su Chen was also on guard. As a level 8 old fox, his combat experience is definitely higher than his. Therefore, he was always on guard. As expected, Chu Lin's methods did not disappoint him. Seeing the wooden vine imprint flying from behind, Su Chen stopped instantly. Suppress them! The dragon Pandaying staff instantly flew back into his hand. He smashed the wooden rattan seal directly with the stick. A level 7 spiritual weapon is utterly powerless against a level 8 spiritual weapon. With just one strike, the wooden vine seal was smashed directly into the ground. Furthermore, the rattan print was damaged. What? Chu Lin's expression changed drastically. Su Chen actually found out. Moreover, Su Chen destroyed the wooden rattan seal. Old man, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Su Chen sneered, and the stick in his hand suddenly grew larger. Now I'll let you taste the Sumeru staff. This is the staff technique that Su Chen mentioned before. This staff technique allows the staff to change size at will. At the same time, its power has also increased to varying degrees. The larger the stick, the greater its power. But when the Sumeru staff knocked the wooden vine seal off, its size instantly returned to normal. Before Chu Lin could react, the Sumeru staff was right in front of him again. The staff rose into the sky and then fell heavily back down. Chu Lin's expression changed drastically. He could no longer escape. Because at this moment, he is being suppressed by the bloodthirsty sword. It's practically impossible to avoid it. We have no choice but to tough it out. Chu Lin mobilized all his spiritual power. The defenses were suddenly fully activated. He didn't find this trip difficult, so he didn't bring many magical artifacts with him. I never expected to run into someone like Su Chen. But when the Panlong staff struck Chu Lin, the surrounding world lost its color. The aftershocks of the collision caused everything around to tremble. Some of the Kai family's old buildings have also collapsed. A figure plummeted downwards at breakneck speed. A muffled explosion was heard. Chu Lin was slammed into the ground. The aftershocks radiated outwards from the center of the explosion. A gust of wind has been stirred up. And at that moment, the battle returned to calm. Everyone in the Chu family stared at this scene in astonishment. Their Chu family's elder was actually defeated. No, it's impossible. How is this possible? Chu Feng watched this scene in horror. He had completely forgotten about the injuries he was currently suffering. They even forgot about the pain. He could imagine what would happen to him if he failed to become an elder. Time passed second by second. The pit where Chu Lin fell slowly began to react. A figure covered in blood crawled out of the deep pit, looking extremely miserable. His clothes were tattered and he was covered in blood as he looked toward where Su Chen was. He lost. And they lost completely. I never expected him to be the dignified elder of the Chu family. The second strongest member of the Chu family. They actually lost to a junior, a rising star. After staring intently for several seconds, Chu Lin collapsed to the ground. He looked up at the sky, panting heavily. I lost. After saying that, Chu Lin collapsed heavily to the ground. He still vividly remembers that attack. 1447, Chapter 1447 The Mad Kai Lin. That attack just now was overwhelming and terrifying. It's likely that only a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th rank could safely block that attack. Su Chen's strength has far exceeded his imagination. He is no match for him, he is definitely no match for him. Seeing Chu Lin collapse to the ground, unable to get up, Chu Feng's face turned deathly pale. Su Chen fell from the sky, and at the same time, a flash of lightning and a clap of thunder appeared. What, is the Chu family so great? Su Chen's gaze fell on Chu Feng. In that instant, he had already sensed the presence of death. My dad is a 9th level expert, you can't kill me. Chu Feng dragged himself backward. At that moment, all he wanted was to escape. He absolutely did not want to stay here any longer. He no longer had any intention of spying on Cai Yangfang. Oh? A 9th tier expert, is that powerful? Or do you think I just used my full strength? So what if your dad comes? You treat human life like dirt, you should know what your fate will be. Su Chen said coldly. He doesn't consider himself a good person. But at the very least, he wouldn't do anything that would disregard human life. However, Chu Feng just now made him realize that his life was his life. Other people's lives are of no importance to the Chu family. No, that's not it. Chu Feng quickly braced himself and knelt down. I was wrong, I'll never do it again. Even when faced with death, Chu Feng was still afraid. The family had told them long ago that they should avoid provoking Su Tiandi if possible. But at the time, she didn't care at all. They're just trash from Zhengzhou, how can they compare to the Chu family? He simply refused to believe that if Emperor Su stood in front of him, he would still look up at him even once. But now he realizes how insignificant he is. Faced with absolute power, I am still far too weak. So weak that they had no chance to fight back. Then you'd better be careful in your next life. After all, I've made this kind of basic mistake before in my life. Su Chen reached out, and a dagger from one of Kai family bodyguards flew into his hand. Patriarch Kai, shall we send you, or shall I take your place? Su Chen looked at Kai Kuan and asked. Kai Kuan hesitated. After all, that's the Chu family. The man in front of them, Chu Feng, is the heir of the Chu family. If he dies in the Kai family, the Chu family will definitely not let him off the hook. Don't worry, as long as I, Su Chen, am here, if the Chu family dares to come, I'll make sure they never leave. Su Chen made a solemn promise. In fact, he didn't need to offend the entire Chu family because of the Kai family. After all, his enemies are powerful enough now. But the Chu family's actions were already astonishing. Using this pretext, it can be considered as eliminating a scourge for the people. However, Kai Kuan was still somewhat uneasy. After all, Su Chen can protect them for a while, but not forever. Just as Kai Kuan was hesitating. Having recovered, Chai Rim suddenly walked to her father's side. He grabbed the dagger that Su Chen had thrown on the ground. His eyes blazed with anger as he strode toward Chu Feng. What are you going to do? You dare. If you dare to kill me, my Chu family will never let you get away with it. However, before she could finish speaking, Chai Rim showed her decisive side. She grabbed Chu Feng's hair and, gritting her teeth, forcefully twisted his neck. There was a loud sizzle sound. Chai Rim actually slit Chu Feng's throat. Large amounts of fresh blood gushed out. Many people at the scene gasped in shock. They never expected that it would be Kai Lin, the eldest daughter of the Kai family, who would make the move. 1448, Chapter 1448, Doing One's Best. But Chu Feng, whose life was not yet completely over, struggled desperately. Chai Rim would never give him that chance. He forcefully plunged the dagger in his hand straight into the center of Chu Feng's heart. In an instant, Chai Rim's entire body was stained with Chu Feng's blood. When Kai Kuan, as a father, saw the scene, he couldn't help but frown. Kai Yangfang couldn't help but shed tears. She knew that her older sister was always more decisive than she was. But she never expected her sister to be so angry today. After a dozen seconds, Chu Feng completely lost his life. He stared wide-eyed at Chai Rim. Clearly, he died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Throughout his life, which woman didn't beg for mercy at his feet? But now, he has died at the hands of a woman. Is this what they mean by the wheel of fortune turning? Seeing Chu Feng's unseeing eyes, Kai Lin reached out and closed them. In your next life, you'd better not underestimate women. How dare you bully me and my sister? You deserve to die. Chai Rim's tone was icy. After doing all this, she staggered away from the scene. Sister. Kai Yongfang frowned. She knew that it was indeed her sister who had saved her today. If it weren't for my sister stepping in and risking her own life to stop it. She has probably already embarrassed herself in front of her whole family. If that kind of thing really happened, she probably wouldn't be living in this world with any shame. Su Chen looked at Kai Lin. This woman still had a shred of conscience. No matter how much the two sisters used to clash. At least for now, this kind of thing is happening, and it's enough that the sisters are of one mind. What about them? Suddenly, Su Chen's gaze fell on the other members of the Chu family. Those guys almost peed their pants in fright. They followed without saying a word, watching as the elder was defeated and Chu Sha was killed. Now they will probably not escape death either. Su Chen, why don't we just let them go? After all, they did their best. Kai Yongfang quickly said. The Kai family has already suffered enough deaths, she doesn't want to see anyone else leave. Kai Yongfang's words caused the remaining three to kneel down. We really don't want to do this kind of thing with the Chu family. They forced us to do it all, please spare our lives, sir, we will never dare to do it again. All the three of them knew at this point was to beg for mercy. They knew very well that if they didn't beg for mercy, they would definitely die here today. These people in front of them are not afraid of the Chu family at all, otherwise, how could they have killed Chu Feng, the most important person in the family? Since Fan Fang has already spoken, then let's just forget about it, Mr. Su. Kai Kuan clasped his hands in a fist salute to Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at the three of them, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. The three men trembled with fear, and their crotches suddenly felt hot. Get out of here, if I ever see you swaggering around with the Chu family again, you'll face the consequences. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the three of them immediately kowtowed in gratitude. The three of them scrambled away from the Kai family home. This time, the Chu family has really bitten off more than they can chew, they've even lost their own air. They had never had this kind of problem before, so they were blatantly arrogant and domineering wherever they went. But after this incident, they would never dare to do that again. Back to the Chu family. No. They dare not go back. Once they return, even if the Chu family doesn't kill them, we'll make them do this kind of thing again in the future. This kind of hitting a brick wall situation only needs to happen once. If it happens a second time, the consequences will be something they cannot afford. 1449, Chapter 1449. Thanks to you. Su Chen also had no intention of letting go of the Chu family's elder. Chu Feng is dead, and the Chu family will surely become his enemies. Although Chu Lin's strength posed no threat to him. But he is still an 8th level being, posing a huge threat to his family and friends. Therefore, when Su Chen used the Sumeru staff just now, he had already destroyed all of Chu Lin's internal energy. In other words, even if Chu Lin survives, he will ultimately be nothing more than a cripple. Mr. Su, thank you so much this time. Kai Kuan looked at Su Chen, his tone expressing deep gratitude. That's right, Su Chen, if it weren't for you, the Kai family would be in unimaginable trouble today. Kai Yongfang observed the scene. Several members of the Kai family have died, including a third grandfather. No need for thanks, since your Kai family is willing to follow me, I will naturally protect you. You'd better move to the Zhao family's place as soon as possible, otherwise if the Chu family comes knocking, I won't be able to respond immediately. Kai Kuan nodded quickly. After this incident, Kai Kuan certainly dared not continue to be careless. They should have moved there a long time ago. Later, he figured the distance wasn't too far, so he didn't move at the time. Thinking back on this decision now, I feel deep regret. If we had moved to the Zhao family's house sooner, none of this would have happened. His third uncle will not lose his life because of this. Brother Tiangang, now that you've broken through, why don't you stay here for now and wait for Kai Kuan to move into the Zhao family's house? Su Chen looked at Zhang Tiangang. He was also somewhat worried that the Chu family would send someone over immediately after hearing about this. In the event of an emergency, he simply won't have time to come to the rescue. Therefore, leaving Zhang Tiangang here is the safest option. Zhang Tiangang nodded. Don't worry, even if the head of the Chu family comes, he won't be able to go back. Su Chen gave a wry smile. Chu Feng's father probably wasn't that angry. If nothing unexpected happens, the 4 major families of Longdu should all know about the relationship between the 9 Heaven Snow Maiden and him. Unless one is blinded by anger, they wouldn't rashly come here. After giving his instructions, Su Chen left the Kai family. Kai Yangfang looked at Su Chen flying into the sky, a complex emotion in her eyes. What kind of woman is worthy of a man like this? Stop looking at Fang Fang, he's destined to be from a different world than you. Eh? Kai Kuan knew what his daughter was thinking. But Su Chen is destined to be a dragon soaring through the heavens, and his life is destined to be extraordinary. Go see your sister first. I'm worried that this incident will leave a lasting shadow on her heart. Upon hearing Kai Kuan's words, Kai Yangfang immediately remembered her sister's current condition. He quickly put on Su Chen's clothes and rushed to his sister's room. Meanwhile, Chu Lin, who was in the deep crater of the battlefield, looked up at Su Chen flying over from the horizon. He knew Chu Feng was dead. He hasn't left the mountain for so many years. This was my first time leading a mission out of the mountains, and I'm already facing such a huge failure. Thinking of this, Chu Lin spat out another mouthful of blood. Now, even though I'm at the 8th level, my Dantian has been destroyed, and I'm a cripple. He no longer knew how he would explain himself when he returned. In this central plains, such an extraordinary young man has actually appeared. After returning to the Zhao family and changing his clothes, Su Chen took the Panlong staff and the 2 level 8 spiritual weapons sent by the Gu family to find Old Manly. When the 3 level 8 spiritual artifacts were placed in front of Old Manly was filled with shock. You little brat! Old Manly was extremely surprised. In such a short time, I actually got 3 level 8 weapons. How did Su Chen manage to do that? 1450, Chapter 1450. Did you kill and rob someone? Where did you get so many level 8 certifications from, kid? You didn't kill and rob, and wipe out the 4 major families of Longdu, did you? Old Manly looked at Su Chen in surprise and asked. After all, 3 level 8 spirit grade weapons. Let alone this master blacksmith. Even among the 4 great families of Longdu, none of them could possibly produce 3 level 8 weapons at the same time. Unless Su Chen really wipes out all 4 major families. Wrong. Or did you get it from a 9th level elder of the Heavenly Gate? Old Manly realized a terrifying possibility. There are 3 9th level experts in the Heavenly Gate. And the weapons these 3 were equipped with were indeed level 8 spiritual artifacts. Tianmen has a grudge against Su Chen. Who knows, Su Chen might have killed some elder and obtained an 8th level spiritual weapon. Su Chen's face darkened. He wanted to kill the elders of Tianmen, and even more so, he wanted to obtain their level 8 spiritual weapons. But is that a likely possibility? Those elders of Tianmen, unless you encounter them alone. Otherwise, if he encounters 2 or more, it would be quite good if he could escape unscathed. So Su Chen told Old Manly about the origin of the Panlong staff. He was also told that there were 2 other level 8 spiritual weapons that he had borrowed from the Gu family. After hearing this, Old Manly suddenly realized what was going on. So that's how it is. No wonder Su Chen was able to gather so many level 8 spiritual artifacts in such a short time. But we're still missing one item. Do you have any other ideas? Old Manly looked intently at Su Chen and asked a question. After all, he also wanted to see how powerful the 4 beasts formation was. If he can successfully set up the 4 beasts formation, then his trip will not have been in vain. However, Su Chen shook his head. Do you think level 8 spiritual artifacts are as common as cabbages on the street? 3 times is my absolute limit now. Su Chen said helplessly. He was able to get 300 thanks mostly to the Gu family, otherwise, he probably would have only gotten 1 Panlong staff. That won't do. The minimum standard for the 4 beasts formation is 4 weapons, and none can be missing at the same time. It's impossible to use a level 7 weapon instead. Su Chen was certainly aware of this condition. Then what should we do, old man? As a master blacksmith, can't you think of a solution? Su Chen was speechless. Logically speaking, someone of Old Man Lee's level should have 1 or 2 top-tier magical artifacts. But apart from the level 6 broadsword that was given to him before, it seems that Old Man Lee doesn't have any other high-level spiritual weapons. Old Lee frowned when this was mentioned. He sighed. It's not that there aren't any, but rather that they've all been left with the Chu family. He was a master forging craftsman of his generation. Even if I can't forge it myself, it's impossible for me to have no collection. However, in order to extricate himself from the Chu family unscathed, he had already left behind all of his most precious spiritual artifacts with the Chu family. When the Chu family was mentioned, Su Chen suddenly thought of something. By the way, old man, take a look and see if this thing can be repaired. Or rather, replace an 8th level spiritual weapon. Su Chen took out the wooden vine seal that he had taken from Chu Lin. When he saw the wooden rattan seal, Old Man Lee's expression changed slightly. Where did you get this thing? After confirming that it was a wooden rattan seal, Old Man Lee immediately asked questions. Su Chen then recounted everything that had happened that day in detail. Old Man Lee then understood why. This is a wooden vine seal, a masterpiece of the 7th level, but it is still not at the 8th level and cannot be used as a substitute. Hearing what Old Man Lee said, Su Chen was immediately disappointed. But it can rival the Panlong staff. Its strength is also astonishing. Old Man Lee gave a bitter smile. 1451, Chapter 1451 Method for activating the wooden vine seal. Kid, I know way more about this than you do. After saying that, Old Man Lee formed a hand seal. Suddenly, the wooden vine imprint flew into the air. The next second, the wooden vine seal shattered. It went from one large cube to hundreds of smaller cubes. Old Man Lee performed another series of actions. The small squares gradually gathered together and formed a large square. But at this moment, the wooden rattan seal had actually regained its previous luster. In just a few quick movements, the wooden vine mark was repaired. This rattan seal has 3 uses. Each attack is unique. Su Chen looked at Old Man Lee with surprise. Why is he so familiar with the wooden rattan seal? Seeing Su Chen's expression, Old Man Lee smiled. No need to think anymore, just as you imagined, this wooden vine seal is indeed a spiritual weapon I forged. It can be said to be one of my 2 greatest masterpieces. Although I had already thought of it. But when I heard this, I couldn't help but be surprised. The wooden rattan seal was actually a magical treasure that Old Man Lee forged when he was with the Chu family. I never imagined that fortune would turn around and fall into your hands. Since you are destined to be with him, I will teach you the 3 ways to use the wooden rattan seal. Old Man Lee waved his hand. Many vines flew out from the wooden rattan seal. This is the first type, entwined with vines. It also inherits the wood attribute binding ability of the wood vine seal. Su Chen was no stranger to this move. Because Chu Lin had used the same method to deal with him before. Seeing that Su Chen seemed to have learned it, he began to use the second method. The appearance of the wooden rattan seal is forged using extraterrestrial meteorite iron. Its toughness is absolutely no less than that of an 8th grade spiritual weapon. That's why you said it can rival an 8th level spiritual weapon. Meteorite iron not only makes the surface extremely hard. It also comes with the added ability to strengthen the vines inside. Therefore, the second method of the wooden vine seal is to attack directly with its own body. If it can hit the enemy, its damage will be no less than the full force attack of an 8th level expert. Su Chen was also familiar with this move. Because Chu Lin ultimately wanted to use this method to defeat him. At the time, he just thought Chu Lin was trying anything out of desperation. I never expected that using the main body to attack is also one of the ways the wood vine seal attacks. What about the third one? Su Chen couldn't help but become curious about the third one. The destructive power of this wooden rattan seal should not be underestimated. Although it didn't reach level 8, it was comparable to level 8. The third type is the most powerful one. He retrieved the wooden vine seal. At the center of this wooden vine seal, I originally set up hundreds of small formations. Although they are all small-scale formations. But the core of the array contains a level 7 spiritual weapon. Su Chen gasped. This is a vessel within a vessel. Old Li really went all out. There are more magical artifacts stored within magical artifacts. Once you encounter someone unmatched, all you need to do is chant the incantation to destroy the wooden vine seal. At that time, the formation inside will be activated. The 7th level spiritual weapon within the wooden vine seal will then be born, carrying the power of hundreds of arrays. With the time compression factored in, the initial strike of that magical weapon upon its emergence is estimated to be equivalent to the strike of a 9th tier expert. After Old Manly finished speaking, his eyes trembled uncontrollably. That's why he dares to say it's one of his masterpieces. Because the wooden vine mark is not just an external feature, but primarily a third ability. 1452, Chapter 1452 Azure Flame. In order to preserve the wooden vine seal, he did not leave behind the third method of attack when he left. Otherwise, Su Chen wouldn't have obtained the wooden vine seal so easily today. A 9th tier expert unleashes a full force attack. Su Chen's eyes widened. What kind of incredible thing has that Old Manly researched and invented? Hearing what Old Manly said, he couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. If Chu Lin had known this move back then, given his condition at the time, he wouldn't have been able to defend against an attack from a 9th tier expert. Fortunately, Old Manly had a backup plan, otherwise he would probably be dead by now. Nice one. Overall, Su Chen was also very pleased. At the same time, I'm also very glad that I brought this wooden vine seal back with me. I never imagined that something I casually took would turn out to be such a priceless treasure. However, it still hasn't reached level 8, so you'll have to think of another way. Old Li shrugged helplessly. He originally aimed to forge an 8th level spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, my abilities are insufficient to forge it to level 8. That's enough, I'm completely satisfied. Su Chen accepted the wooden vine seal. He wasn't greedy, he was already satisfied with such incredible abilities. Didn't I already destroy the wooden vine seal before? Why didn't the thing inside fly out? Su Chen was immediately puzzled. You idiot! I told you, without the incantation, even if you smash it to pieces, it won't help. Because the contents are stored in a small, carefully designed space. Su Chen suddenly realized, so that's how it is. After the initial joy, a headache followed. Old man, can't you think of a solution? After all, we're only one level 8 weapon away from being complete. Old Man Li's face darkened again. Su Chen just said that level 8 spiritual weapons aren't as common as cabbages on the street, and now he's saying something like that to me. I have already left the Chu family, I have no other choice. Judging from Old Man Li's appearance, he really didn't want to lie. Su Chen was at a loss for words. An 8th level spiritual weapon, I have one here. Just when Su Chen felt hopeless, a female voice rang out. Su Chen turned to look at the doorway and could clearly feel the temperature in the air dropping rapidly. Aunt Shui. Su Chen smiled with delight. I happen to have an 8th level spiritual weapon here, take it if you need it. As she spoke, the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens walked in from outside. At the same time, a long sword gleaming with a cold light appeared in his hand. This is an 8th grade spiritual artifact nurtured by spiritual energy. Old Manly could sense the power of the longsword at a glance. The longsword suddenly slipped from the Snow Maiden's hand. It darted around the house, swaying left and right. This. Su Chen frowned. The spiritual power of this longsword is even higher than that of the Panlong staff. Xinger, come back. The Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens reaches out her hand. The long sword returned to the hands of the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens. From now on, you'll stay with Xinger, it's family to you too. The long sword suddenly trembled twice. He is Jingzhu's son, you must listen to him. Su Chen frowned. The Cyan longsword trembled twice before calming down. Then it slowly flew to Su Chen's side. Su Chen stretched out his hand, his expression solemn. For some reason, he felt a very close relationship with this sword. And it seems like I've seen it before. Aunt Shui, whose sword is this? Su Chen asked with a solemn expression. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens has no intention of hiding it. This sword is called Azure Flame. Over the past 10 years, my spiritual power has nurtured an even stronger spiritual consciousness. 1453, Chapter 1453 Mother's Sword. Before this, it was your mother's sword. It's just that its spiritual awareness wasn't that strong back then. Upon hearing the last two sentences, Su Chen looked at Qing Yan. When he reached out his hand, the azure flame spontaneously appeared in his hand. My mother's sword. After the azure flame fell into Su Chen's hands, it remained motionless and extremely gentle. Now that I'm giving it to you, I'm fulfilling the promise I made to your mother. Su Chen nodded. Since it was his mother's sword, he would cherish it. This must be the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. He is indeed a top-tier expert rarely seen in the world, and I didn't expect him to be so young. Old Man Li spoke up at this moment. He had long heard of the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens, but had never seen her before. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens revealed a slight smile. I've heard of Master Li, the national-level forging expert, for a long time. Between you and me, we each have our own domain. I hope you can help my son Chen'er as much as possible. I will try my best to meet any needs he may have. In the midst of the conversation, with a wave of her hand, the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens sent out a beam of light radiating powerful spiritual energy. A beam of light shot into the space between Old Man Li's wife's eyebrows. This is... Old Li was taken aback and turned to look at his wife. Aunt Shui. Su Chen had no idea what the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden had done. Thank you, Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens, I will do my utmost, even if it means going through fire and water. Old Li's attitude suddenly changed, and he clasped his hands in a very respectful gesture. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens nodded. Alright, I've delivered the magical artifact, you two can chat now. After saying that, the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens left the scene. Su Chen was still completely confused and had no idea what had just happened. He looked at Old Man Li. Kid, this time we really owe you a debt of gratitude, ha ha ha. Old Li rushed to his wife's side. Su Chen followed as well. Only after getting closer did he realize that Old Man Li's wife's soul was much stronger than before. Could this be caused by my Aunt Shui? Old Man Li nodded. That's right, the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens used her innate spiritual power to nourish my wife's soul and accelerate her recovery. Su Chen gasped. It's amazing that one can nourish the soul with their innate spiritual power. Only someone as strong as her could achieve this. It's clear that Old Man Li is very happy. He never expected to have such a haul today. There are several ways to nurture your soul. One of them is to take the soul-nourishing pill. The best and fastest way is for a 9th-level expert to use their innate spiritual power to nurture it. But how could he possibly know a 9th-tier expert? Even if you know them, why would they help you unless you have an extremely close relationship? Just like when he was in the Chu family, the head of the Chu family was also a 9th-level expert. But can he actually get them to come? The result is obvious. But today he received help from the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. This is definitely much more powerful than the Chu family patriarch's attack. Firstly, the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens is quite powerful. Secondly, the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens is also a woman, and her spiritual power is relatively gentle, making her more suitable for nurturing the soul. That's why he said it was a blessing Su Chen brought him. Alright, you've got your benefits, but don't forget what you promised Aunt Shui. For Beast's formation. Su Chen winked and said. Old Li gave a wry smile and nodded. Okay, no problem, I mean what I say. Give me 3 days to prepare, then I'll set up the formation immediately. At this time, Xunanda of the Chu family had just received news of the team's failure in their mission to Zhongzhou. At first, he didn't take it seriously, failure was failure. After all, the Central Plains of today is not the Central Plains of the past. 1454, Chapter 1454 The Angry Chunanda. But when he heard that his son Chu Feng had been killed, Chunanda could no longer remain calm. The entire Chu family was now shrouded in gloom. Chunanda's rage sent shivers down the spines of the entire Chu family. In front of Chunanda, Chu Lin sat in a wheelchair, seriously injured. He glared angrily at Chu Lin. If Chu Lin were just a nobody in the Chu family, he would probably have been killed by Chunanda hundreds of times over by now. Chu Lin was well aware of Chunanda's anger. Chu Lin let out a long sigh. Emperor Su is indeed very strong. I am no match for him, so. And Zhang Tiangang from the Zhang family. Zhang Tiangang now possesses combat strength of at least the 9th rank. Nanda, you need to think this through calmly. Chu Lin knew Chunanda was furious. After all, she had lost her only son. Anyone in that situation would be unable to think calmly. But the current Emperor Su is not someone the Chu family can afford to offend, so sometimes they have to be patient. Elder. You want me to calm down and think this through? How to stay calm, how to think. If you're not his match, you could have taken your men and left. Why let Fenger die at their hands? Chunanda asked sternly. Since it wasn't Chu Lin's son who died, Chu Lin could naturally ignore it and stay out of it. But Chunanda only had one son, and now he was dead at the hands of Emperor Su. How could he think calmly? Your son insisted on touching that Kai family girl and even insulted her. Do you think I can leave safely with Fenger in front of Emperor Su and Zhang Tiangang? Don't you know what kind of education your son received? He nearly killed the entire Kai family, and even his 2 daughters almost died at his hands. Chu Lin was also somewhat angry. If Chunanda hadn't let Chu Feng run wild outside all the time, this wouldn't have resulted in such a huge failure. To tell you the truth, if he really kills those 2 girls. Not to mention me back then, even you now, and the entire Chu family, will be wiped out by Emperor Su and his men. The Kai family has completely joined Emperor Su's camp. We shouldn't take action against them. Cough, cough, cough. After saying that, Chu Lin coughed violently. Chunanda gritted his teeth. He was well aware of the meaning behind Elder Chu Lin's words. But his son died inexplicably at the hands of Emperor Su, leaving him to swallow his anger? Impossible, he absolutely couldn't do that. If he has to swallow his pride like this when facing Su Tiandi, then the Chu family can withdraw from the ranks of the 4 great families of Longdu. Contact Tianmen and the Su family for me. Chunanda said in a low voice. Upon hearing Chunanda's words, the elder's expression changed slightly. Nanda, are you deliberately trying to be confused? Even if we contact the Su family, would it be of any use? Su Tianyuan of the Su family is the father of that heavenly Emperor Su. He won't make a move. Tianmen is ambitious, can't you see that? Chunanda looked at Elder Chu Lin, paused for a few seconds, and then asked in a low voice. Then what do you mean, Elder? Chu Lin spoke slowly. We have no choice but to bear with this. If Tianmen really manages to reach Emperor Su in the future, then we'll make our move. Otherwise, our Chu family will have no chance and will have no choice but to endure. Chu Lin's words deflated Chunanda. Although Chu Lin's words made him feel very aggrieved, he also knew that this was the reality. Chu Lin was thinking of the entire Chu family, and he knew it. 1455, Chapter 1455 Collecting the Son's Corpse. Now that things have come to this, I have said what I needed to say, that Emperor Su is no ordinary person. The choice is yours. But your decision concerns the entire Chu family. You must make the right choice, or the Chu family will be doomed. After saying that, Chu Lin waved his hand. I am now severely injured and I am afraid I will no longer be able to help the family. Please allow me to take my leave. A few seconds later, Chunanda waved and ordered someone to push Chu Lin down. The words the elder had just spoken kept echoing in his mind. If they truly oppose Emperor Su, the Chu family will only have 2 possibilities for the future. Or perhaps they have been devoured by Tianmen, and they must seek revenge by relying on Tianmen's power. Or perhaps their entire family was wiped out by Emperor Su. Therefore, neither possibility is something the Chu family can afford to accept. Bang! Thinking of this, Chunanda was furious. The table and chairs in front of him were smashed to pieces in his rage. No one dared to speak. Saying anything now would only add fuel to the fire. One wrong move and you could even get yourself into trouble. After a long while, Chunanda sighed. He's thought it through. Like Chu Lin, his decision concerns the entire family. He couldn't act recklessly, even if it was his son who died. Even if his son is dead, his body cannot be left to rot in the wilderness. Get back to what you were doing, meeting adjourned. After saying that, Chunanda had already disappeared from the scene. He rushed to Zhongzhou at an extremely fast speed. No matter how much of a scoundrel his son was, he would still give him a proper burial. At this moment, the Kai family was packing their luggage and shipping it to the Zhao family with bags and packages. In about 2 hours, most of them have been delivered. However, they are not planning to move there today because several people in their family have just died, and they have to wait until the funeral is over before they can move to the Zhao family's house. Dusk. The entrance to the Kai family's house is already covered with white cloth and white lanterns. Many younger generations have already put on mourning clothes. Zhang Tiangang was assigned to the best room. The Kai family's affairs plunged them into silence. Just as the Kai family was tidying up the third master's clothes, Zhang Tian appeared at the Kai family's gate, his gaze fixed on the sky. Even Su Chen, who was in the Zhao family, sensed this aura. 9th rank. And it was heading towards the Kai family's house. Su Chen didn't take it too seriously. It's obvious without even thinking that it should be Chunanda, the head of the Chu family. I guess they came here to collect his son's body. With Zhang Tiangang there, he wasn't worried. Chunanda is nothing to Zhang Tiangang on his own. Master Jiang, what's wrong, what happened? Kai Kuan looked at Zhang Tiangang and asked in confusion. The Chu family is here, be on your guard. Zhang Tiangang had his hands behind his back. Upon hearing that it was another member of the Chu family, Kai Kuan's expression changed drastically. Don't worry, with me here, no matter who comes from the Chu family, I'm all alone and can't hurt you. Zhang Tiangang said with great confidence. After all, he is now a 9th level expert, and in a one-on-one situation, Chunanda is no match for him. Now that Chu Lin has been crippled by Su Chen, Chunanda is the only high-level combatant left in the Chu family. He's just a beginner-level 9th tier expert, he poses no threat to him whatsoever. 3 minutes later, a figure appeared in the sky. Chunanda gazed down at the Kai family below. His gaze then fell on Zhang Tiangang. Just as Elder Chu Lin said, Zhang Tiangang has already reached the 9th level and is also in the Kai family. Since you're here, why stand so far away? 1456, Chapter 1456 Compensation of 10 billion. Come down if you need something, otherwise please leave. Zhang Tiangang's words entered Chunanda's mind. Chunanda clenched his fist. With the Kai family right in front of him, he really wanted to make a move. I really want to wipe out the entire Kai family in one blow and raze them to the ground. But he knew that with Zhang Tiangang around, it was impossible for him to destroy the entire Kai family in one move. He also thought a lot on the way here. Now is definitely not the time to be enemies with Emperor Su. He slowly descended from the sky. Looking at the white cloths hanging all over the Kai family's house, he frowned. What brings Patriarch Chu here, revenge, or to cause trouble? Zhang Tiangang said in an icy tone. I've come to pick up my son and take him home. Chunanda stiffly squeezed out a few words. Where is his body? Since both sides have suffered losses, let's just drop this matter. As he said this, Chunanda gritted his teeth inwardly. How can a mere member of the Kai family compare to the Chu family? Even if 100 or 1,000 members of the Kai family die, it still wouldn't be as bad as his son alone. A corpse? It's already thrown away, find it yourself. Zhang Tiangang said coldly. Upon hearing this, Chunanda's expression changed drastically. How could you treat him like this? He's still a member of the Chu family. Chu Nanda could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. His aura suddenly exploded. What, if it were your Chu family who committed the murder, would you have given them a proper burial? I'm afraid your Chu family is already being generous by not desecrating the corpse, or do you think that the Chu family should be disrespectful to others? Jiang Tiangong's aura also erupted instantly, directly suppressing Chu Nanda. Chu Nanda was also somewhat alarmed. I've long heard that Jiang Tiangong's strength is unmatched among those of the same level. I was surprised to see that it truly lives up to its reputation. It seems that, just as Elder Chu Lin said, he is no longer a match for Jiang Tiangang. Chu Nanda clenched his fists, his anger ready to explode at any moment. After thinking it over again, he managed to suppress his anger. Fine, you guys win. Then please tell me where I threw it. Jiang Tiangang was quite surprised. How could Chu Nanda actually hold back? That's quite surprising. Chu Nanda's patience is not bad. Throw it in. Kai Kuan was also somewhat frightened and immediately wanted to tell Chu Nanda the location where the body had been dumped. But Jiang Tian stopped him, a faint smile on his face. You're here just in time. Let's not talk about your son's location yet. Let's talk about the losses first. This time, your Chu family took the initiative to cause trouble, resulting in heavy losses for the Kai family. I won't charge you for buildings and items. A total of 8 members of the Kai family died. And your Chu family only lost Chu Feng. Don't you think you should compensate us? Chu Nanda was stunned for 2 seconds. The heir of the Chu family died. What kind of family is the Kai family, and who were those 8 people who died? How can he be compared to the Chu family? Jiang Tiangang is actually here talking to him about compensation. If we don't offer compensation, then it seems we have no obligation to tell you where Chu Feng is. This is what Su Chen told him before he left. If Chu Nanda dares to come, then make him pay compensation. After all, Chu Feng has already been killed, so it's impossible for the relationship with the Chu family not to deteriorate. Besides, he wouldn't even bother to befriend a family like the Chu family. Since there's no need to be on good terms, it's better to completely offend them. The best course of action is to thoroughly offend Chu Nanda and make him take action on the spot. If we can take this opportunity to kill Chu Nanda, that would be the best outcome. 1457, Chapter 1457 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Jiang Tiangang, don't go too far. Does the Kai family deserve your help like this? I asked angrily. Jiang Tiangang just chuckled twice. Whether it's worth it or not isn't up to you. I only listen to Su Chen. If he asks, I won't let you touch even a beggar on the street, let alone the Kai family. After he finished speaking, a trace of lightning appeared on Jiang Tiangong's fist. This is undoubtedly a threat to Chu Nanda. This is a clear message to Chu Nanda: if you're going to take action, then be prepared. For a moment, Chu Nanda dared not say anything more and could only continue to endure. Okay, tell me what you need, or do you already have a compensation plan? Hearing Chu Nanda's words, Jiang Tiangang felt somewhat disappointed. Having just broken through to the next level, he longs for a thrilling and exhilarating battle. Chu Nanda is undoubtedly the best opponent. It's truly disappointing that this old man could tolerate the murder of his own son. Based on the number of people, let's say 100 million. But your Chu family is extremely ruthless. Although Chu Feng is dead, he still has a complete corpse. Your Chu family didn't even leave anyone a complete corpse, so the compensation should be doubled. Chu Nanda remained unmoved. Double it, is that right? No problem, it's only 200 million. Chu Nanda spoke with great generosity. However, Jiang Tiangang shook his head. You've probably misunderstood me. I'm not talking about doubling it, I'm talking about 100 times, which is 10 billion. As soon as Jiang Tiangang finished speaking, Chu Nanda's face turned extremely ugly. Fortunately, he's regained some of his senses now. From the moment he left until now, he has already sensed Jiang Tiangong's various actions. It was clearly an attempt to provoke him, it was far too obvious. It's estimated that Emperor Su or the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens are not far away at this moment. If he makes a move, those two will probably show up instantly and leave him here forever. Emperor Su is so ruthless. So, if he doesn't leave behind 10 billion today, all he'll have left is his life? Or perhaps, let the wind leave the corpses to rot in the wilderness. Okay, 10 billion, no problem. To be honest, this matter is indeed a problem of my Chu family. 10 billion is 10 billion. Not only that, my Chu family is also offering a magical artifact as compensation to express our apologies for this incident. After saying that, Chu Nanda threw a check for 10 billion yuan and a black longsword to Jiang Tiangang. Holy crap! Is this Chu Nanda a ninja? He's incredibly patient, he's already provoked us so much, yet Chu Nanda still hasn't made a move. It seems this guy discovered he did it on purpose. After receiving the magical artifact and the check, Kai Koan was somewhat panicked and had no idea what to do. He dared not take anything from the Chu family again, otherwise who knew if they would continue to extort them in the future. Take it since it's the Chu family's gesture, and after all, it was their family that was in the wrong. Who told them to produce a good-for-nothing like Chu Feng in their family? He actually died and someone still came to collect his body. If you ask me, that little scum should be torn to pieces by wild beasts. Why bother taking him in? Aren't you afraid that taking it back will make your front door dirty? Seeing that Chu Nanda had given up, Jiang Tiangang still refused to let it go. They directly targeted Chu Feng, giving a good scolding to a dead man. Of course, he didn't intend to insult Chu Feng, but rather to provoke Chu Nanda by using the pretext of insulting Chu Feng. But for some reason, Chu Nanda was unusually calm at this moment. 1458, Chapter 1458. Pay for my son's life. He deserved to die for doing something like that. But he still carries the blood of the Chu family, so naturally we must collect his body. Now that the compensation has been paid, please tell me where we threw him away. Jiang Tiangang glanced at Chu Nanda. This old guy isn't just a ninja anymore, he's practically a teenage mutant ninja turtle. Now that the compensation has been paid, I hope you all won't go back on your word. After all, Emperor Su was a figure of considerable importance. Please inform him. Chu Nanda's attitude was much better now than before. Jiang Tiangang was left speechless. He felt bad if he continued to make things difficult for him. Go find the mass grave yourself. Left with no other choice, Jiang Tiangang had to reveal Chu Feng's whereabouts. Thank you. Chu Nanda clasped his hands in a fist salute, and then flew towards the mass grave in Zhengzhou at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Tiangang watched Chu Nanda leave and gave a helpless, bitter smile. What an old turtle, he can still tolerate this. After leaving, Chu Nanda was filled with rage. His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his fists were bulging. If Jiang Tiangang were here right now, he would definitely be able to clearly feel the anger in his eyes. The Kai family. Emperor Su. Jiang Tiangang. None of you will escape. I will make you pay the price, and make you pay for my son's life. Chu Nanda was filled with impotent rage. He knew perfectly well that this was just how the world was. Survival of the fittest. If only I had known that Emperor Su would become my enemy and kill my son. He will definitely kill Su Tiandi before he rises to power, at any cost. But it's too late to say anything now. He used to be the one who was strong, and he bullied and oppressed others. Now, someone is bullying him. Although he clearly felt the oppression, he did not want to experience that feeling. Since Emperor Su doesn't give the Chu family any face, and he can't win in a direct confrontation, he'll resort to underhanded tactics. Su Chen was also keeping an eye on the direction of the Kai family. If a battle breaks out, he will definitely be able to feel the intensity of the fight at close range. But right now, the Kai family's direction is completely calm. Clearly, Chu Nanda wasn't too angry after arriving because of Jiang Tiangang. Chu Nanda's calmness disappointed Su Chen as well. With Qin Yan by his side, Su Chen had the Zhao family arrange for a fighter jet. He traveled to the Demon Sea with the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens to visit his mother. At the same time, he also has one more thing to do. Retrieve mother's remains. He was preparing to resurrect his mother. Since old Li's wife is recovering better every day, it means that no accidents will happen. Furthermore, the idea of nourishing the soul with spiritual power made him even more eager to resurrect his mother. Now that the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens has joined him, he believes that as long as the sect leader of the Heavenly Gate does not show up, he is no longer afraid of the Heavenly Gate. The fighter jets were very fast, and in about an hour they traversed over 1,000 kilometers to reach the airspace of the Demon Sea. Although the Hai family has now moved to Zhongzhou as well. But Wanhe Zhuanyuan did not waste his talent. There are still countless heavily armed soldiers guarding it. But as soon as Su Chen and his group arrived at the Demon Sea, they sensed several auras. Su Chen stood up, his expression suddenly changing slightly. The location of those auras is at Wanhe Manor. Not good. Su Chen instructed the captain to open the cabin door. He had a bad feeling. At this moment, in Wanhe Manor, many of the Hai family's remaining experts were resisting the outsiders. 3 fifth-tier powerhouses. 1459, Chapter 1459 Flowers Like Snow. And a 7th tier. The 4 of them walked step by step toward Zhou Jingzhu's grave. It's Elder Zhou and the others. Wei Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw it. It's been a year. It's been a whole year. If Su Chen hadn't had his men constantly pulling them back from the brink of death, they would have been tortured to death here long ago. Seeing that someone had come to rescue them, the group's eyes were filled with excitement, but also with anger. If they can get out of here, they will definitely make Su Chen and his family pay the price. Even if they can no longer kill Su Chen, they can still find Su Chen's family and use his family and friends to torture him. The guards of Wanhe Manor have been wiped out. They soon arrived at Zhou Jingzhu's grave. So this is where you were locked up. After the 7th-ranked man entered, he noticed Wei Xiao and the others kneeling on the ground. Elder Zhou, you finally arrived. With a wave of his hand, Elder Zhou unlocked the spirit-sealing handcuffs on the men's hands. The moment their spiritual energy was released, the group felt a sense of relaxation throughout their bodies. After being tortured like this for so long, the group could feel that their injuries were very serious. Su Chen. It's been a year. It's been a whole year. I'll make you pay the price. Wei Xiao was furious. He looked up to the sky and roared. At that moment, his breath reached its critical point. After such a long period of compression and accumulation, it actually broke through to the 4th level. Wei Xiao's anger didn't stop there. He gazed intently at Zhou Jingzhu's grave. Let us kneel here in remorse for a whole year. Are you qualified? Since your death has enraged him so much, then I will utterly destroy you. Let's see what he can do. As he spoke, Wei Xiao stretched out his hand, and a powerful burst of spiritual energy shot out. Then they directly blew up Zhou Jingzhu's tombstone. Seeing the tombstone shatter into dust, Wei Xiao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. After you return from Zhongzhou, I'll make sure you can't even find your mother's remains. Another burst of spiritual energy blew the grave open. The coffin inside was exposed. Does a despicable person like you deserve such a fine coffin? You're better suited for those filthy, smelly mass graves. But it doesn't matter anymore, Yuri going to be smashed to pieces anyway, and I won't leave him any hope. Wei Xiao continued to extend his hand. A sharp aura was aimed at Zhou Jingzhu's coffin. Disappear completely. However, just as he was about to make his move, suddenly, thunder roared in the sky. A tornado-like bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. If you dare, your whole family will perish. Su Chen's voice came through. Wei Xiao's expression changed drastically. Today, those who have come. Destroy. Just one simple word. In an instant, the 3 fifth-tier experts from Tianmen were instantly turned into a bloody mist. The 7th-ranked man frowned. The sword in his hand transformed into countless flying swords, ready to attack Zhou Jingzhu's coffin. Their mission this time is not to rescue Wei Xiao and the others. Wei Xiao and his group haven't reached that level of influence in Tianmen yet. Their real target is Zhou Jingzhu's remains. However, at that moment, a clear female voice rang out. The snow was once as beautiful as flowers. Today the flowers are like snow. The few words spoken slowly caused a change in the surroundings. All the lotus flowers around seemed to come alive. It all turned into snow, and then into solid ice. In an instant, it stood like an iceberg in front of Zhou Jingzhu's grave. This is... The next second, the figure of the Snow Maiden appeared before everyone. Next up was Su Chen. 1460, chapter 1460 arriving just in time. Su Chen. The moment Wei Xiao saw Su Chen, his eyes were filled with terror. Why is Su Chen here? Didn't they all move to Zhongzhou? At this moment, Su Chen's eyes were cold and devoid of any emotion. He stared intently at Wei Xiao. Suddenly reaching out, Wei Xiao's body was instantly pulled uncontrollably towards Su Chen. You're really asking for it. Su Chen grabbed Wei Xiao by the neck. With a single glance, Wei Xiao's outstretched hand exploded into a bloody mist and dissipated into the air. Wei Xiao gritted his teeth. It's not that it doesn't hurt, it's just that he's gotten used to it. Compared to the torment of the past year, what is the pain of losing an arm now? Ha ha ha. Instead of screaming, Wei Xiao burst into laughter. Su Chen. Your mother died and you still can't rest in peace. If you had come any later, I would have made sure you never even saw her ashes. Wei Xiao has completely lost his mind. He was mentally prepared. Now that Su Chen has appeared, he has absolutely no chance. Rather than let Su Chen continue to torment me, I'd rather die a quick and painless death. Just as Wei Xiao was trying to provoke Su Chen, the rest of Tianmen were preparing to run away. Anyone who dares to escape will be sent to experience hell on earth. Su Chen glanced at the others, then his gaze returned to Wei Xiao. You think I have no way to deal with you, right? Su Chen felt extremely frightened. If he had arrived 3 seconds later, even if it were only for 3 seconds, his mother's remains would probably be lost. Now there is hope of reviving his mother. If the remains are destroyed, then everything will be for naught. Therefore, Wei Xiao must die. Moreover, they must pay a terrible price before they die. He wanted to show Wei Xiao that even if he were to be reincarnated as a human in his next life, he should never mess with him. Go ahead and kill me if you dare, I'm already sick of all the tormenting tricks you know. Can't you try a different approach? Your mother's life was far more miserable than ours. Wei Xiao continued laughing loudly, clearly he really didn't want to live anymore. Su Chen didn't say anything, and threw Wei Xiao heavily to the ground. With a gentle stroke of his hand, Wei Xiao's limbs were crippled. He'd cut him off completely, he wanted to see how Wei Xiao would recover this time. Immediately afterwards, a flame appeared in Su Chen's hand. I'll grant your wish. After saying that, Su Chen threw the flames at Wei Xiao. Suddenly, flames erupted from Wei Xiao's body. The flames adhered to the skin, but the clothes couldn't burn. Moreover, this flame can be controlled manually. It's a malevolent fire meant to injure rather than kill, used specifically to torment people. This was also a trace of evil fire that he extracted from the bloodthirsty sword. Wei Xiao rolled on the ground in agony. At this point, even if he wanted to commit suicide, he couldn't. Su Chen, you fucking coward, you don't have the guts to kill me. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. Wei Xiao screamed in pain and raged in a fit of impotent rage. Su Chen completely ignored him. Letting Wei Xiao die so easily is too good for him. Originally, he brought the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens back with the intention of killing these people, which could also be considered as a sacrifice to his mother's soul. I never expected this to happen. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if he had come back any later. So under these circumstances, how could he possibly let Wei Xiao go? Just now, you seem to have made a move too, didn't you? Su Chen looked at the 7th-ranked person. If An Shui hadn't intervened, he might not have been able to stop that 7th-tier attacker's attack. So, that 7th-ranked person also got a share. 1461, chapter 1461 completely powerless to resist. The 7th tier expert took 2 steps back. Be ready to fight with all your might at any time. Even if it costs me my lifeblood, even if it costs me all my strength, as long as I can escape. But even he knew that his hopes were extremely slim when he faced the Snow Maiden of the 9 heavens. I'll give you a chance. Take 3 of my moves, and I'll let you leave. Su-Chen said coldly. The 7th tier expert's eyes lit up. It's only 3 moves. Even if Su-Chen is too strong, he should be fine after 3 moves if he tries his best to defend. I hope you'll keep your word. The conditions set by Su-Chen for the 7th tier expert. Immediately, he took out all the magical treasures he possessed. No matter what, he has to survive these 3 moves. Su-Chen remained expressionless. The dragon staff had already appeared in his hand. Of course I mean what I say, but you might not even get 3 moves. Holding the dragon coiling staff, Su-Chen slowly rose into the air. Immediately, he raised the dragon-shaped staff in his hand into the air. The dragon-shaped staff, pointing skyward, rapidly grew larger, and in the blink of an eye, it had become a pillar supporting the sky. The 7th level elder's jaw dropped. He was completely dumbfounded. The Great Sumeru Cudgel. The stick was transformed to its maximum size, and then it was smashed directly down on the 7th level expert. The 7th tier expert finally realized what was happening and hurriedly activated all his spiritual treasures. He originally wanted to escape from this move, but by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. Within the range of the Sumeru staff, he had no time to escape. We can only defend ourselves using all our strength and means. Countless spiritual energies surged from the 7th tier expert. But that Sumeru cudgel directly crushed the layers of defense of a 7th level expert. Before the Sumeru staff, those defenses were completely fragile and had no ability to resist. The sound of shattering glass rang out. The 7th tier expert looked at the approaching Sumeru staff with a sense of despair. In just 3 seconds, all his magical treasures combined only lasted for 3 seconds. No! A desperate cry from a 7th tier powerhouse. Su-Chen's actions were too unfair. He didn't play by the rules. The first and second moves should have been just probing attacks. But Su-Chen immediately unleashed his ultimate move. Boom! The entire Wanhezhuan Yuan was almost completely destroyed. The area where the Sumeru cudgel was located had already collapsed several meters away. When it hit the ground, it even caused a minor tremor. That 7th tier expert had completely vanished. Everyone stared in shock at the bottom of the Sumeru staff. They all choked with emotion, completely at a loss for words to describe the situation. It was a single strike that instantly killed a 7th tier opponent. Su-Chen's cold gaze remained unchanged. With a gentle lift of his hand, he put the dragon-coiled staff back in. Under the dragon-piercing staff, the 7th tier expert had been crushed flat and was beyond dead. The only word to describe the rest of the Tianmen group was shock. Su-Chen's strength has actually grown to this level. One strike, just one strike, and it instantly killed a 7th tier opponent. The same applies to the others. If you can withstand 3 moves, I can let you go. Su-Chen looked at the others from Tianmen. However, no one else dared to respond. Faced with that shocking attack, they wouldn't last even half a second, let alone 3 moves. Puff! Suddenly, one of them plunged a dagger into his own heart. They've had enough. I absolutely don't want to be tormented by Su-Chen anymore. So now that they still have the ability to commit suicide, they must act quickly. Otherwise, you'll be tortured. 1462, Chapter 1462 Burning Evil Fire. Wei Xiao is the best example right now. They don't want to be treated like this. I'd rather do it myself. One person started it, and the rest of them followed suit and committed suicide. Although they didn't die in battle, it was worth it to die by their own hand. After all, compared to Su-Chen's torture, they would rather die by their own hand. Nobody needs to worry about him. I will torment him with evil fire. Burn him for 49 days. Su-Chen spoke to the guards of Wanhezhuan Yuan. Su Chen did not stop the other Tianmen members from committing suicide. Because of the people who attacked his mother's grave just now, he only saw the 7th level expert and Wei Xiao. Wei Xiao is already bearing the bitter consequences he deserves. As for the others, they're dead, so be it. He felt no regret whatsoever as long as they were from Tianmen. After doing all this, Su Chen turned around and looked in the direction of his mother's grave. The Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens also waved her hand and wiped away the Ice Mountain shield. Zhou Jingzhu's grave has been destroyed beyond recognition. Thankfully, the coffin was intact and there were no problems. Su Chen walked to the grave and knelt down heavily. "Mom, I'm sorry. I almost made you suffer again. But don't worry, it won't happen again, we'll be reunited soon." Su Chen smiled slightly. "Oh, right, Aunt Shui's back, she came back with me to see you. You'll be very happy when you're resurrected." The Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens was standing right next to Su Chen. Her gaze was fixed on Zhou Jingzhu's coffin. No one knew Zhou Jingzhu's scent better than her. After examining the coffin for a while, she couldn't help but frown. He still held on to hope that the person inside the coffin wasn't Zhou Jingzhu. That way, there would be no need to resort to resurrection. Even if they could be resurrected, recovery would take a lot of time. But after checking it, she shook her head helplessly. The remains inside the coffin were indeed Zhou Jingzhu's. This also means that Zhou Jingzhu is indeed dead. It seems that the only way to revive Zhou Jingzhu is through the method Su Chen suggested. Although it goes against the laws of nature, she doesn't care about them. In this world, whoever is stronger is the law of nature. Su Chen entered the tomb and personally carried out his mother's coffin. The reason he wasn't too angry was that he had come back to retrieve his mother's coffin. So it doesn't matter if the tombstones and burial mounds are blown up, as long as his mother isn't hurt. Otherwise, the pain Wei Xiao endured would definitely be much more than this. "Aunt Shui, let's take my mother back to Zhongzhou. I really want to restore her physical body as soon as possible." The Snow Maiden nodded, then protected Su Chen as they boarded the fighter jet again. The fighter jet sped away, and Wei Xiao could only watch Su Chen leave in anguish. No matter how much he shouted, no matter how much he provoked Su Chen simply wouldn't kill him. Moreover, he had just vaguely heard Su Chen say that he wanted to restore Zhou Jingzhu's physical body. Although he was shocked, he had no time for doubt or shock at that moment. The evil fire caused his skin to burn away little by little, without harming his vital organs. Brother, do me a favor. Kill me, just kill me. I will repay you, I will give you all my assets. As long as you can kill me, I'll give you everything. Hurry up. I can't take it anymore." Wei Xiao kept rolling around. It was as if he was trying to extinguish the flames on his body by rolling over. 1463, Chapter 1463. Everything is ready. When the guards of the manor saw Wei Xiao, who was now burned beyond recognition, none of them dared to approach him. Wei Xiao still wants to beg them, does he even have the guts? Su Chen has already given the order, if they dare to take action on their own, they're asking for death. After returning to Zhongzhou, Su Chen took advantage of the fact that the Four Beasts formation had not yet been set up to refine some soul-nourishing pills. At the same time, the medicinal liquid needed for the blood-clotting pill was extracted. Once the Four Beasts formation is set up, he can begin his plan to restore his mother's physical body. He was really looking forward to that day. For the next 2 days, Su Chen focused almost entirely on refining medicine. As for his mother's remains, he always kept them with him. Nourish it with spiritual energy anytime, anywhere. This is what Old Man Li told him. The remains that were nurtured with spiritual energy recovered even more noticeably. Therefore, Su Chen directly used his purest spiritual power to nourish it. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. But when the door to the alchemy room was knocked on, Su Chen knew that Old Man Li was ready. He had previously given orders that, unless it was something particularly important, only Old Man Li could knock on his door. So if someone is knocking on the door now, there are only 2 possibilities. Something life or death had happened, or perhaps Old Manly had already become truly awesome. Su Chen got up and opened the door. Sure enough, Old Manly was standing at the door. "Kid, come out and witness a miracle." Old Manly was holding a flag, along with another material. "Like blood." "Old man, is this blood?" Su Chen asked in confusion. Old Manly nodded. "For beast blood." Su Chen stared at Old Manly in shock. The 4 beasts correspond to the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, respectively. What Old Manly held in his hand was actually the blood of 4 beasts. He won't talk about the White Tiger and the Black Tortoise. Perhaps we can find those 2 mythical beasts if we try our luck. But he had never heard of the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird ever existing anywhere in the world. Seeing Su Chen's shocked expression, Old Manly was speechless. "Don't look at me like I've never seen anything like this before. Do you really think it's the blood of those 4 ancient mythical beasts? Azure Dragon, use snake blood instead. Replace the Vermilion Bird with a rooster. The White Tiger's blood was replaced with wildcat blood. As for the Black Tortoise, you should be able to guess it." Su Chen immediately understood. So that's how they replaced it. He said, "How could we possibly find the 4 divine beasts? Black Tortoise is simple, turtle blood." Su Chen immediately spoke up. He might not know anything else, but there's no way he wouldn't know about Xuan Wu. "Alright kid, hurry up and choose a spot to set up your formation. The entire formation can cover a distance of 1 kilometer. Therefore, the center of the formation is very important. You must think this through." With a distance of 1 kilometer, Su Chen thought of a place. That's the room of the Snow Maiden of the 9 heavens. That's the only place that's suitable. He has now integrated all the families in Zhengzhou, and almost all of them have moved to the Zhao family. Therefore, the Zhao family's territory is already severely insufficient. During this period, we are also working hard to expand. Based on the location of the expansion, the central location is in the direction of the 9 heavens Snow Maiden. Are you sure? The 2 arrived at the door of the 9 heavens Snow Maiden's room. Once a decision is made, there's no going back, otherwise, the effectiveness of the formation will be greatly reduced. Su Chen nodded with absolute certainty. Of course he won't go back on his word. His original intention in establishing the 4 beasts formation was to protect his family and friends. He plans to arrange for all his family and friends to live in this area in the future. So as long as the location is within the area covered by the formation, it's fine. Since that's the case, then I'll begin setting up the formation. 1464, Chapter 1464 Formation complete. After saying that, Old Manly spun around and flew into the air, arriving on the roof of the 9 heavens Snow Maiden's house. The sky doesn't turn, the earth doesn't turn. Yin and Yang, 5 elements, the 4 beasts occupy the 4 elements. As he chanted the incantation, the flag in Old Manly's hand stirred. He stained the white flag with a drop of snake blood. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, Azure Dragon meets White Tiger. The White Tiger has returned to its place. The white flag in his hand suddenly flew out. After the flag flew out, it was planted in the soil in a corner of the south. Azure Dragon, descend from the heavens. The second flag flew out as well. At the same time, a shadow of a blue dragon and a shadow of a white tiger were projected into the 2 flags. Water and fire give rise to yin and yang. 2 principles give rise to 4 elements. The 4 beasts gather. Black Tortoise shield. The soul of the Vermilion Bird. 2 more shadows. When all 4 flags are planted in the ground, it means that the formation is half successful. Boy, unleash your magical weapon. Old Manly shouted. Su Chen immediately understood. The magical weapon that had been prepared beforehand was thrown at Old Manly. Under Old Manly's control, the Panlong staff flew towards the Azure Dragon seat. While hovering in the air, the Azure Dragon position actually emitted a faint blue light. The Azure Flame swords flew towards the White Tiger position, emitting a white light. The same applies to the remaining 2 level 8 weapons. Su Chen looked down at his feet. The formation is indeed taking shape little by little. When the spiritual artifact of the Xuanwu position arrives, the array pattern of the Great Formation will be completely engraved. Old Man Li flew back. Is it okay now? Su Chen asked in confusion. Old Man Li shook his head. No, we're still missing the most crucial step. Old Man Li looked at Su Chen with a half smile, then took Su Chen's hand. Drip blood, confirm the formation. Blood flew towards the center of the attack. The next second, the array that was originally emitting white light suddenly burst out with a fierce golden light. Another beam of light flew out from the golden light and directly entered Su Chen's mind. This is the mark used to control the 4 beasts formation. If danger arises, it can be controlled in 2 ways. The first possibility is that someone enters the center of this formation and manipulates it by chanting incantations. The second method is to control it directly using the markings in your mind. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. There's even this way. I must say, it is indeed very convenient. Old Li, you've got some skills after all. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Don't be fooled by how easy the formation process seemed. But he also observed subtle movements. As Old Man Li chanted the incantation, he kept gesturing with his hands. The hand gestures being made were for depicting a formation. The incantation is simple, the materials are simple, and finding a suitable location is equally simple. However, it is extremely difficult to depict such a complex formation. The difficulty of this task is absolutely no less than his search for those 4 level 8 spiritual artifacts. Compared to my forging skills, my expertise in formations is actually far greater. However, there aren't many places where such a large formation can be set up. Looking at the 4 beasts formation beneath his feet, Old Man Li was also very excited. This was the first time he had ever set up such a large-scale formation. This can be considered as Su Chen fulfilling a small dream for him. Of course. He put so much effort into setting up the formation for Su Chen, but he also had his own selfish motives. After all, his wife is with the Zhao family now. For his wife's safety, he also had to prepare some measures. Otherwise, if we keep relying on Su Chen, what if Su Chen isn't at the Zhao family and the people from Tianmen come to kill us? Kid, you really killed Chu Feng? After finishing his business, Old Man Li suddenly thought of the Chu family. Su Chen shook his head. That kind of person isn't worthy of my attention. It was Kai Kuan's daughter, Kai Lin, who killed him. 1465, Chapter 1465 Seeing Through. What's wrong? You can't kill him. Old Man Li gave a bitter smile. What's there to be incapable of? That kind of scum deserves to be killed. Good riddance. Mentioning Chu Feng, Old Man Li was filled with rage. Back when he was still with the Chu family, Chu Feng was already causing trouble everywhere. They even forcibly abducted women. As long as Chu Feng takes a liking to a woman, it doesn't matter whether she's a virgin or a married woman. Chu Feng would act directly, with only one goal, to obtain the other party. The servants in the house are even worse. Even though he is the Gu family's forging master, he is a figure revered by thousands even outside. But Chu Feng also showed him no respect, and sometimes even treated him like a servant. Of course. As the blacksmith of the Gu family, he naturally wouldn't bother with a scoundrel like Chu Feng. The person was killed now, and they deserve to die. Old man, I want to resurrect my mother's body in a couple of days. Wonder if you have any experience with this? Just to be on the safe side, Su Chen decided to ask Old Man Li for help. Old Man Li must be present at the time. He absolutely could not allow the slightest mishap in resurrecting his mother. Even a 1 in 1,000 chance of an accident is unacceptable. I don't have much experience, I'll just observe from the sidelines. But you little brat. Did you secretly keep a portion of the ingredients for the blood-clotting pill before? Old Man Li pointed at Su Chen. Su Chen had told him back then that he had used it all up. But it can still be refined now. Seeing Old Man Li's appearance, Su Chen gave a wry smile. I had no choice but to do this. From now on, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Besides, didn't I provide you with the soul-nourishing pill for free? Do we need to be so formal with each other? Su Chen, for the first time ever, made a joke. He knew that the ingredients for the blood-clotting pill were extremely precious. It can be described as extremely expensive. The ingredients for the berserk pill are even more expensive. Because the ingredients for the blood coagulation pill can only be used to refine one blood coagulation pill. However, 3 to 5 berserker pills can be refined. This makes the ingredients for the blood clotting pill extremely expensive. You little brat, all you do is spout nonsense. Alright, since you're a filial son, I'll take it. But if I ever ask you for anything in the future, you can't refuse. Upon hearing Old Man Li's words, Su Chen quickly patted his chest and agreed. He also knew that Old Man Li must have paid a huge price to preserve the ingredients for the blood-clotting pill. Given Master Li's forging skills, the only way to accumulate wealth is by forging magical artifacts. But the highest level of spiritual artifacts that Old Man Li can forge is only the peak of level 7. However, each of the peak 7th level spiritual artifacts is worth hundreds of billions. Moreover, not every item forged by Old Man Li is level 7. Most of them are level 5 or 6. If it's only level 5 or 6, the price will be significantly reduced. Therefore, he had to admire Old Man Li's determination and perseverance in accumulating 2 sets of blood-clotting pill medicinal materials. Since they're willing to give him something so extravagant, he would never forget what needs he might have in the future. On the other side, Su Tianyuan of the Su family also learned about Su Chen's feud with the Chu family. He couldn't help but curse Su Chen inwardly for being so foolish. The existence of Tianmen is already giving Su Chen a headache, yet he still dares to provoke the Chu family. That Chu Nanda was at least a 9th level expert. If they were to join forces with a 9th level elder of the Heavenly Gate, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Nanda had just contacted him, and was even thinking of joining forces with him to deal with Su Chen. But he rejected her. 1466, Chapter 1466 Extremely Deep Schemes. But Chu Nanda did not give up when the Su family rejected him. He went to Tianmen. He originally intended to remain patient and wait until the future, when the battle between Emperor Su and the Heavenly Gate was at its most intense, before taking action. But his son's death has become a shadow in his heart. When he saw his son dumped in a mass grave, piled up among the already stinking corpses, his overwhelming rage could no longer be contained. Therefore, he must take revenge, and he must make Su Chen pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, Su Qian and Su Tian from the Su family have already arrived in the Northern Territory. In this chaotic place, Su Qian was filled with emotion. He could have been the revered elder of the Su family. Because of Su Chen, we've ended up in this small place in the Northern Territory. We also have to live in tents with these people. Dad, I had the camp built a year ago, and I believe it will be finished soon, just be patient. Su Tian also knew that such a huge difference would be hard for her father to bear. But that's just how it is in the north. Today you might be in a palace-like place, but tomorrow you could be secretly blown to smithereens by an unknown enemy. His camp was like that before. That was a castle-like mansion he built using materials from within the Great Xia dynasty, costing him $1 billion. But after only 2 short years, it was bombed into ruins. Su Qian didn't say anything. He didn't want to say anything more. In a place like the north, even if he lived in a palace, he wouldn't feel attached to it. There is only one thing he wants now. Su Chen should be killed by Tianmen as soon as possible, so that he can return to the country. He believed that even if Su Chen died, the Su family would still need him. Su Tianyuan naturally wouldn't pursue his escape too much. As long as Su Chen is alive, Su Tianyuan will put pressure on him as soon as he reappears. That evening, Su Tian, beaming with joy, went to find his father, Su Qian, with the good news. After Su Tian finished speaking, Su Qian's face lit up with joy. Is the information reliable? Su Tian nodded quickly. This is what my informant in the Su family told me. Chu Nanda has already gone to find Tianmen. Su Tian glanced at her son in surprise. They actually planted spies within the family. Since spies have already been planted, why didn't this kid run away when the patriarch sent people to the northern border? Dad, do you really think I'm stupid? No matter how smart Su Tianyuan is, he's already old. I went back this time for two reasons. First, I wanted to see what he was up to. Second, I actually wanted to kill Su Chen myself. That's why I deliberately didn't know the family had sent someone. Otherwise, do you think those people from the Su family could take me away? You should know that this is my territory. Looking at her confident son, Su Qian paused for a few seconds and then burst into a satisfied laugh. Ha ha ha. Good. Su Qian shouted loudly. This is my son. All those years you spent in the north were worth it. He has demonstrated both courage and wisdom. Su Qian patted her son on the shoulder. Actually, he was a little disappointed before. Even as his son was being escorted to Su Chen, he still felt that his son was no match for Su Chen. That distance felt like an eternity to him, as a father. He even wondered if supporting his son to become Lord of the North was a mistake. After all, Su Tian at that time was like a blank sheet of paper, completely lacking the ruthless and ambitious demeanor a man should have. But now that Su Tian has fully recovered, he, as her father, finally understands. It was all his son's doing. 1467, Chapter 1467. A breath of relief. He endured hardship and bided his time. Hurry up and help me contact the Chu family. If possible, I will head to the Chu family immediately. With you in the north, I feel at ease. I'm more suited to staying in China. Su Qian spoke slowly. He believed that if Chu Nanda really wanted to deal with Su Chen, he would definitely accept him. After all, they all share the same goal. Of course, he also believed that Chu Nanda would definitely deal with Su Chen. After all, that was a blood feud that would cost him his child. If Chu Nanda can tolerate this kind of thing, then he doesn't need to be the head of the Chu family. Su Tian did not refuse. He knew his father's heart was not in the north. Since that's the case, he won't insist. Anyway, with his father's strength, even if he can't kill Su Chen, he can definitely protect himself. Su Chen has been spending all his time refining pills lately. The Four Beasts formation is complete. His most urgent task now is to hurry up and refine the blood coagulation pill. At the same time, we also need to refine some high-grade pills and deliver them to the Wanyao company for sale. He had promised Gu Yuanhang when he traded those two level 8 spiritual weapons with the Gu family. They can refine 2 spirit-entering pills for the Gu family's auction house to sell. It can be considered as the final item to be auctioned by Gu family auction house. Wanyao company has not launched any new products for a long time and is also very eager to have high-grade pills to make a name for itself in Zhengzhou. Xiaoningning has also expanded the catering business of Mahai here. Although Mahai only has one main store, business is booming. Putting everything else aside, there's only one reason why the flagship store is so popular. It's using the name of Wanyao company. This is the main reason. Secondly, there is another minor reason. The ingredients at Wanyao restaurant contain some of the medicinal effects of elixirs. The prices are also quite affordable, so Wanyao restaurant is very popular with the public. We're almost always fully invested. Unfortunately, there isn't enough dregs from the medicinal herbs, so there's a limit to the number of people we can receive each day. We can only accommodate 30 tables a day. Furthermore, the portions of the designated dishes are limited. This kind of restaurant is surprisingly popular with the general public. So after moving to Zhengzhou, Xiaoningning followed the same approach and planned to develop the restaurant thoroughly. Once it reaches a certain scale, the profits will be considerable. However, if they really intend to develop a restaurant, the dregs of the medicine become a problem. At first, she even thought of adding the pills directly to replace the dregs. However, once the quantity increased, the amount of pills became insufficient to support it. Very few employees at Wanyao company are qualified pharmacists. Relying solely on Xingluan to refine high-level pills is becoming increasingly difficult. So after discussing it with Su Chen, Xiaoningning decided to recruit alchemists on the spot. Let's see if we can recruit a level 7 or 8 alchemist. Putting everything else aside, being able to reach level 7 is enough. You don't even need to be stronger than Xingluan. After refining the medicine for 10 days, Su Chen finally succeeded in refining the blood coagulation pill at the last moment. When Su Chen saw the blood clotting pill, he breathed a long sigh of relief. This feeling is completely different from when I was helping Old Manly refine his skills. When I was helping Old Manly refine the medicine, he was in a relatively relaxed state. After all, at that time, his relationship with Old Manly was only one of mutual benefit. Whether Old Li's wife can be brought back to life or not will not have much to do with him. At most, he just wanted to see if the blood coagulation pill could revive the dead, those who had turned into skeletons. However, this time, the blood clotting pill he refined was to revive his mother. There is no room for error. 10 days have passed, a full 10 days. His heart was constantly in his throat, and he didn't relax for even a second. They were also highly focused. 1468, Chapter 1468 Recruiting Alchemists. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to refine the blood coagulation pill in just 10 days. At the previous pace, it might take at least 15 days. Because he is terrified of failure. We can't afford the consequences of failure. That's why he could only finish it in one go. As long as the machine keeps running, the error rate will be greatly reduced to the limit. As it turns out, he succeeded. He did not disappoint himself, nor did he disappoint his mother in the afterlife. Looking at the blood coagulation pill, which was dark red in color, Su Chen smiled faintly. He had already prepared over 100 soul-nourishing pills beforehand. Most of them were prepared for his mother. Some were prepared for Old Manly. Su Chen, go out and check it out. A powerful alchemist has arrived, and it seems he's here to cause trouble. Xiao Ningning pushed open the door and said hurriedly. Normally, Xiao Ningning wouldn't be so reckless. The fact that Xiao Ningning looked like this meant things were in trouble. What kind of alchemist dares to show off at Wanyao Company? After packing up the blood coagulation pill, Su Chen and Xiao Ningning headed towards the Zhao family's main hall. Before Wanyao Company's Zhengzhou branch has even set up its office space. Xiao Ningning arranged all personnel and office work, as well as work policies, at the Zhao family's place. Zhao Di naturally cooperated fully. In the main hall of the Zhao family, a middle-aged man was playing with a yellow flame in his hand. He looked down on everyone present, including Xingluan, who was in charge of the assessment. Is she the most important alchemist here? This level of quality is enough for Wanyao Company to thrive? Looks like your Wanyao Company isn't all that great after all. A little girl can become a chief alchemist. I was originally thinking about whether it was worth joining, but it looks like I'm going to be disappointed. The middle-aged man stopped, and the yellow flames disappeared immediately. Xingluan looked at the middle-aged man in front of her with a rather unpleasant expression. The other party's alchemy skills are about the same as hers. However, the other party actually possessed the heavenly fire seed. Anyone who is a master alchemist knows this. To refine a good elixir, controlling the heat is extremely important. To achieve perfect control over the heat, one needs exceptional mental strength. In addition, there is another condition that makes it easier to control the heat during alchemy. That was the spark. However, the source of fire is extremely scarce. Even after hundreds or thousands of years, it is not certain that a single spark of fire will be seen. But today, the spark appeared before her eyes. That's why she was no match for her opponent. It's not that she's not good enough. In terms of pure alchemy skills, the other party is not necessarily stronger than her. She didn't lose to the opponent, but to the spark that ignited within them. But that's how it turned out. The spark is in their hands. That's also partly about luck, so we'll still count her number. She didn't want to make too many excuses. Don't get too cocky, there are always people better than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. Kai Yangfang stepped forward and said with dissatisfaction. She knew that Su Chen could also refine pills. She also wanted to loudly proclaim that the owner of Wanyao Company could also concoct elixirs. However, she was unaware of just how skilled Su Chen was in alchemy. What if Su Chen's alchemy skills are not stronger than the other parties after he makes such a boast? So in the end, she refrained from mentioning Su Chen's name. But that doesn't mean she'll swallow her anger. She had already helped their family so much, so she couldn't let such a person come to their door and trample on Su Chen's face. What, you're that person from beyond the heavens? 1469, Chapter 1469 Challenging Wanyao Company. There are so many men at Wanyao Company. Are they all women? They actually let 2 women speak up. What, is no one here? If no one's here, kneel down and beg for mercy. I can consider letting you go and not telling anyone about what happened today. Otherwise, if the world knew that your Wanyao Company was all talk and no action, and that it was all supported by a little girl, who knows how much they would laugh at you. The middle-aged man said smugly. But no one dared to speak at the scene. If it were a contest of martial arts prowess, they might step forward even if it meant getting beaten up. But things are different now. That's related to alchemy. They simply cannot, and should not, get a word in edgewise. Martial arts are martial arts. Alchemy is alchemy. There are different solutions, they are not the same. It seems that the entire Wanyao Company is full of useless men. After saying that, the middle-aged man stood up, seemingly preparing to leave. After all, none of the men at Wanyao Company dared to say a word, so there was no point in him staying any longer. Moreover, he had already achieved his goal, to slap Wanyao Company in the face. Who said there's no one here? You should have thought about the consequences before you challenged them. Su Chen walked over from the backyard. A man and a woman, their presence is truly impressive. The middle-aged man looked at Su Chen in surprise. Just now it was a little girl, and now it's a young little boy? I said. You older generation, all you know how to do is cower like turtles? You old folks are still breastfeeding, aren't you, letting the kids handle everything? The middle-aged man pointed at all the men present who were middle-aged or older. Zhao Di and the others were speechless. Is it that they don't want to go? They're just not capable of doing it. Just as the middle-aged man was pointing at the crowd and shouting insults, a shocking scene unfolded. There were at least 20 or 30 people present. 20 or 30 people all faced the direction the young man had come from. Good morning, Mr. Su. Welcome back, Mr. Su. Everyone spoke in unison, perfectly in unison. The middle-aged man looked at the young man with surprise. He's just a young man, are these people out of their minds? Why be so respectful to a young man? Enough, you don't need to fool me into acting. You're not trying to tell me that this young man is Emperor Su, are you? I've heard that Emperor Su is very young, but it can't be that exaggerated. The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Judging from the expressions on everyone's faces and the way they addressed him just now, he confirmed his thoughts a few seconds later. Is it really Emperor Su? The middle-aged man frowned, his tone questioning. The fact that no one spoke was enough to say everything. Cough cough cough. Fine, it's okay even if you're the original Body Annie. Even if you are Emperor Su, you are still a martial arts expert. You're still a novice when it comes to elixirs, you have no right to speak. The middle-aged man spoke without fear. He wasn't worried that Su Chen would bully him with his martial arts skills. Because that's the rule. The Tao of Alchemy should be communicated through the Tao of Alchemy. Martial arts should interact with other martial arts. Unless Su Tiandi is a treacherous and cunning person who lacks martial ethics, then it's more likely. But as a native of Zhengzhou, he had heard long ago that Emperor Su was a capable person. Not only is he exceptionally talented, but he also has impeccable character. Therefore, he believed that Emperor Su would not do something like using martial arts to bully alchemy. Yeah? Su Chen sneered. Since you're here to apply for the position of alchemist at Wanyao Company, shall we begin now? 1470, Chapter 1470 Gambling on Reputation. Upon seeing Su Chen arrive, Qingwan voluntarily gave up her seat. Su Chen sat down at the table. The middle-aged man gave a disdainful sneer. I've lost interest. Besides, there's no one better than me, so how can they help me with the assessment, and how will they arrange my position? I applied for a job at Wanyao Company to learn. If my purpose here is to teach you, then what is the point of me being here? Su Chen sized up the middle-aged man. He saw the other side's fire just now. Those who possess the fire seed are destined to be accomplished in alchemy. Therefore, he was determined to accept this middle-aged man's offer. This will be of great help to Wanyao Company in the future. Aren't you being too confident? Or do you think you're invincible? You possess the fire seed, which is indeed quite good, but who says that possessing the fire seed makes you invincible in the world? Since you're so confident, how about we take a gamble? Su Chen sneered and began to set a trap for the other party. The other person was significantly older than him, and also possessed the fire seed. His arrogance far exceeds that of ordinary people. I'll gamble on nothing else but alchemy. My chief alchemist at Wanyao Company has already lost to you, so let me, the boss, compete with you. If I lose, then my Wanyao Company will publicly declare that we are inferior to you. I think this announcement will greatly help your reputation, and some powerful families might even be willing to pay a lot of money to hire you. Su Chen's words also piqued the middle-aged man's interest. It has to be said that Su Chen was telling the truth. Wanyao Company's reputation is now comparable to that of some world-class pharmaceutical companies. High-grade pills are constantly emerging, and those who can achieve this level are all large corporations in the world. Although he possesses the spark, it doesn't mean that many large corporations will be interested in him. After all, his alchemy skills can only reach the supreme level. Once it comes to large companies and conglomerates, the supreme alchemist is just the beginning. Only powerful spirit-level alchemists who can refine spirit-infused pills can be considered true powerhouses. However, even though he possesses the fire seed, he hasn't reached that level yet, so his advantage isn't that great. But what if he wins against Wanyao Company today, and then Wanyao Company announces that he is inferior to Wanyao Company? But it was of great help to him. With Wanyao Company's certification, many world-class families and corporations would probably contact him proactively. How do you want to bet, today, I, Lu Chai, will make you, Wanyao Company, lose convincingly? Lu Chai immediately agreed. This is definitely an opportunity for him. A chance to make a name for yourself. If you lose, you'll sign a 5-year unpaid labor contract with my Wanyao Company. Lu Chai was stunned. 5 years without compensation? Has the owner of this pharmaceutical company gone mad? What's wrong, afraid to gamble? As an alchemist, you should be very clear that risks and rewards are directly proportional. Lu Chai frowned. Just as Su Chen said, risk and reward are directly proportional. If the owner of Wanyao Company is willing to gamble with the reputation of the entire company, then he must also gamble with his own value. So, when it comes to terms between the two sides, he actually came out on top. After all, he was virtually unknown to the outside world, and his reputation was not as well known as that of Wanyao Company. The value he can bring to Wanyao Company is not proportional to the value Wanyao Company brings to him. After thinking for a few seconds, Lu Chai agreed. Okay, don't regret it. 1471, Chapter 1471 Huan Yen Yen. A smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. As long as Lu Chai agrees, everything will be easy. This is Wanyao Company's territory, you set the rules, so you won't accuse us of bullying you. Su Chen handed the decision over to Lu Chai. If he decides, even if Lu Chai loses, he will definitely be very dissatisfied. But if Lu Chai set the rules himself, then there's no question of whether he accepts them or not. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Chai hesitated immediately. He's not stupid. The fact that Wanyao Company has grown to its current state is certainly not solely due to that chief alchemist named Qingwan. Now that the boss behind the scenes has come out, it's clear that he has complete confidence. It's likely that Su Tiandi, the boss, is the real master alchemist behind the scenes. If victory were simply determined by the level of crafting, he might still be worried. But now that he sets the rules, the scales of victory have undoubtedly tipped in his favor. Alright, then let's use level 7 pills as the standard. Whoever produces the highest quality 7th grade pills wins, right? Su Chen sneered inwardly. He knew Lu Chai would choose this method. And this is exactly the method he needs Lu Chai to choose. Only in this way can Lu Chai accept defeat wholeheartedly when he loses in the end. Let's begin, as you have said. Su Chen did not refuse. Once the two had made their decision, Lu Chai immediately began to take action. He wielded the fire in his hands with unparalleled skill. The precious medicinal herbs quickly turned into medicinal liquid when they encountered the fire in Lu Chai's hand. Su Chen couldn't help but take a second look. He also did some research on fire. It is divided into earth fire and heaven fire. There are 13 types of earth fire. 8 types of heavenly fire. Heavenly fire above earthly fire. Every type of heavenly fire is stronger than any type of earthly fire. If I'm not mistaken, the earth fire seed in Lu Chai's hand should be Huang Yanyan, who was ranked 9th. I really don't know where Lu Chai got this earth fire seed from. This kind of thing is extremely tempting to alchemists. What, you're not completely dumbfounded, are you? You've never seen a fire in your life, have you? Seeing Su Chen's shocked expression, Lu Chai felt extremely satisfied. Since obtaining the fire, he has often received such amazed expressions. Every time I see it, I can't help but feel very proud. It never fails. The spark is excellent. However, keeping it in your hands would be a real waste of its potential. Su Chen's words surprised Lu Chai as well. I almost thought I'd misheard. Is it a waste to have the fire in his hands? This was the first time he had ever heard such words. You. Lu Chai was a little angry and originally wanted to argue back. But at this moment, Su Chen had already begun to make his move. Su Chen operated with one hand, and although there was no fire, the speed at which the medicinal herbs melted was no slower than Lu Chai's. Lu Chai was not surprised. He had already heard that Su Tiandi of Wanyao Company was very strong in martial arts. Alchemists with martial arts talent can usually use powerful spiritual energy to refine medicinal herbs. Even if the effect is not as good as the fire seed, it is definitely far superior to the ordinary alchemist's method of refining medicinal materials. Snort! Then I'll show you what real alchemy is. Lu Chai was extremely dissatisfied. In an instant, the flames enveloped Lu Chai. Within that flame, wisps of yellow lotus flowers appeared. This is the most primitive and purest state of the fire. It seems Lu Chai is now completely serious. 1472, Chapter 1472 Reaching the Peak. Everyone watched the scene in utter astonishment. Many of them were seeing all the fire for the first time. They had never heard of the original state of the fire before. However, Su Chen seemed unsurprised and unmoved, showing no shock whatsoever. Admit defeat, you're no match for me. Lu Chai said confidently. He has already used the original state of the fire seed, and he can refine the highest level of pills of the same level. But Su Tiandi had no fire. Secondly, the technique was also very careless and casual. It was better to give up than to try dying. Since you're already planning to give up, you might as well just admit defeat now. Fine, it seems you won't stop until you're completely convinced of your defeat. Lu Chai accelerated his alchemy process. The time continued until evening. The pills in Lu Chai's alchemy furnace were just beginning to show signs of condensing. He smiled with satisfaction. I have purified the medicinal herbs to their purest state, and the resulting pills will definitely be of the highest quality. What do you have to compare with me? Get ready to deliver on your promise. Lu Chai burst into laughter. Just then, Su Chen's pill also began to condense, and the blue light that appeared was no weaker than Lu Chai's. Lu Chai's smile vanished instantly upon seeing this. What the hell is going on? How could Su Chen's casual pill refining produce pills of the same quality as his? Moreover, Su Chen doesn't even have a spark, which makes no sense at all. Impossible. Lu Chai's expression turned serious, and he began to take the matter very seriously. To reach such a state without any kind of fire, Su Chen must have extraordinary abilities. No wonder Su Chen dared to set him up for a bet. If they had been more serious, Su Chen might have actually won the bet. If he loses, he'll have to work for Wanyao Company for 5 years on a voluntary basis. Thinking about this, Lu Chai felt a chill run down his spine. That's simply impossible. How old would he be in 5 years? Promote him. Lu Chai roared, displaying his fire control skills to the fullest. The quality of the elixirs is also developing in an extremely terrifying direction. Su Chen remained calm and composed, showing no arrogance or impatience whatsoever. About an hour later, Lu Chai's pill had condensed. The final step is to wait for the cauldron to be opened and the elixir to be completed. Lu Chai watched as the flame in his hand was gradually withdrawn, and the fragrance of the elixir from the furnace filled the air. Everyone around said the pill smelled very good. Oh no. Qing Luan frowned. Several people around her asked her what was wrong. Su will probably lose. Lu Chai's pills have reached the highest quality, considered to be the pinnacle of the 7th level. Although Commander Su can refine even spirit-entering pills, 7th grade pills also have different qualities. Xiao Ningning also frowned. As a pharmacist, she naturally understood this principle. If Su Chen's pills don't reach the peak of the 7th level, then he's definitely going to lose. Moreover, even if they reach peak quality, and both sides are at the same quality level, Su Chen still cannot win. The elixir is complete. When the fire was completely extinguished, Lu Chai smiled with satisfaction. The alchemical cauldron was also opened at this time. The elixir slowly flew out from inside. The luster of that pill was incomparable to that of ordinary pills. Their exteriors are all enveloped in a layer of slightly yellow energy. And this energy is Lu Chai's earth fire seed, Huang Yin Yin. Stop resisting. Can you surpass this quality of pill? Ha ha ha. Lu Chai burst into confident laughter. 1473, Chapter 1473 Lightning Tempering. But Su Chen didn't care at all. Is it the highest, pinnacle quality? This is indeed a tricky situation. But the more difficult the situation, the more he wanted to acquire Lu Chai, this talented individual. If Lu Chai joins, Wanyao Company's control over Dan medicines will definitely reach a new level. A drop of spiritual energy flew out from Su Chen's hand. That's the state of liquefied spiritual energy. Go! With a wave of his hand, Su Chen sent the spiritual liquid flying directly into the embryonic pill. Spiritual liquid assistance? Lu Chai immediately saw through Su Chen's methods. So what? At most, your spiritual liquid can only help the pill reach its peak level. Based on what I just said, even if the quality is the same, you still can't beat me. Lu Chai remains full of confidence. In his view, Wanyao Company was doomed to lose today, and it wouldn't matter who came. However, the next second, a cloud appeared in the sky. Everyone stared at this scene in astonishment. What's going on? Everyone looked up at the sky, wondering where the lightning had come from. This is Danlei. Lu Chai was shocked. Qingluan also felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. No, this shouldn't be the case. Danlei, a type of spiritual energy cultivation pill, can only produce this. They only refined a level 7 pill this time, so in theory, it should be absolutely impossible for it to produce pill lightning. It's just a coincidence. I guess it's going to rain. Lu Chai realized that it must have been a coincidence. Otherwise, how could such a perfect coincidence happen? Su Chen's lips curled into a cold laugh. Danlei? That's right, it really is Danlei. However, the thunder didn't appear on its own initiative. It was the power of lightning that he summoned. The quality of the elixir has now reached its limit. It's unlikely that ordinary methods will be sufficient to improve quality. Upgrading can only be done through special methods. Lightning tempering is the most suitable. Because pills refined by lightning can develop certain pill patterns, thus enhancing their efficacy. Looking at the lightning in the sky, Su Chen waved his hand, and the pill flew out of the pill furnace, hovering in mid-air. The next second, lightning struck the pill. Depend on. Lu Chai shouted in shock. Are you crazy? This is the power of lightning. If you recklessly accept lightning like this, the pill will definitely be ruined. Lu Chai frowned. They actually used the power of lightning to refine pills. This Su Chen is truly insane. Of course, the idea is good, but the risks are also enormous. One wrong move and the elixir will be shattered by lightning. It has to be said that although Su Chen did not have the fire source, his methods were much more insane than Su Chen's. Don't think you're so smart. Let's see how you make it survive the lightning. Lu Chai simply did not believe that Su Chen could make the pill withstand the lightning. It will definitely be completely crushed, and that will be when he wins. However, such a thing could never happen to Su Chen. It's very simple. He controls the power of lightning himself. You can infuse as much lightning power as you want. How could there possibly be any claim that lightning is too powerful? Lu Chaiwe was increasingly surprised as he read on. He never expected that something like this would happen. The violet lightning in the sky was like it had gone mad. But the lightning that struck the pill was only a tiny wisp. It's like being afraid of damaging the elixir, so you let it be absorbed little by little. Lu Chai swallowed hard, looking at Su Chen with a surprised expression. How exactly is this technique achieved? Seeing Su Chen's actions, Xingwan also smiled. She had completely forgotten that Su Chen also possessed the power of lightning. 1474, Chapter 1474 Danwen. Su Chen, who can control lightning, has no worries about quality. How is this possible? How did you do that? You used underhanded tactics. Lu Chai was immediately indignant. The quality of pills refined by lightning is absolutely no worse than those refined by fire. Meanwhile, Su Chen gradually withdrew the pills. Under the tempering of lightning, the pill had already faintly revealed traces of black lines. Crimson pattern. Even the pill patterns have appeared. Lu Chai's face was grim, but also filled with surprise. Su Chen had even managed to refine the pill patterns. If the quality can also reach its peak, and if it also has lightning patterns, then Su Chen can be said to have won this alchemy competition. Despicable tactics? What makes it so low class? If I asked you to temper it with lightning, would you dare? Or rather, can you do it? Or are you saying that since you can't do it, but others can, you're accused of using underhanded methods? Su Chen's words left Lu Chai speechless, unable to utter a single word. Both pills are of top quality, but mine has lightning patterns. I wonder what you think of that? Let's find a master appraiser to authenticate it. Lu Chai frowned. He never expected it, he absolutely never expected it. I had already refined the pill to its peak condition, yet I still lost. They had victory in their grasp, but unexpectedly, the level 7 pill produced pill patterns. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Chai sighed. I lost. You're amazing, I'm completely convinced. Seeing Lu Chai's disheartened look, Su Chen knew that Lu Chai had given up. But what a strong person fears most is having their confidence shaken. Su Chen walked up to Lu Chai. You'll have plenty of learning opportunities at my Wanyao company in the future. You didn't lose unjustly today. Because I am a spirit entry-level alchemist, my strength is greater than yours. In addition. As he spoke, lightning appeared in Su Chen's hand. The lightning made Lu Chai suddenly realize what was happening. What? You attracted that lightning yourself, and you said you're an alchemist? How old are you? Lu Chai's expression changed drastically. He spoke confidently just now, but he was actually still somewhat unconvinced. They thought Su Chen was just lucky, he knew how to use lightning to refine pills and just happened to encounter lightning. But he never expected that all of this was Su Chen's own meticulously planned scheme. When Lu Chai heard Su Chen's age, his surprise was like a surging river, never ending. I'm convinced, I'm truly convinced. Lu Chai shook his head with a wry smile. The last vestige of self-respect in my heart has vanished. Such pride means nothing in the face of absolute power. Su Chen possesses such formidable alchemy skills. No wonder Wanyao Company has reached this level today. I hope you will continue to guide me, Mr. Su. I kept my word and worked for 5 years without pay. Lu Chai is certainly brave enough to take responsibility. Su Chen shook his head. Offering it for free was just a joke. What I really want is to bring in talent like you. How about you come to my Wanyao Company as the chief alchemist, share the pressure with Qingluan, and receive the same compensation as her? Su Chen did not want to exploit a talented alchemist. Otherwise, even if the other party does compromise and agree, their deal will only last for 5 years. Once the 5-year period is up, the other party has fulfilled their promises and it will be impossible for them to stay any longer. 1475, Chapter 1475 Winning People Over with Virtue. Only by winning people over with virtue can long-term transactions be achieved. We already said it wouldn't cost any money, it was unpaid labor. It's not a good idea to bring up money again now. Lu Chai gave a wry smile and said. Su Chen shook his head. Now that I've won, it's my decision to decide. After speaking, Su Chen looked at Qingluan. Take him to the company for a look around, and let him familiarize himself with our company's rules and regulations. Qingluan nodded. Looking at Su Chen's expression, Lu Chai sighed helplessly. Just as Su Chen said, whoever wins gets to decide. After arranging Lu Chai's whereabouts, Su Chen continued his seclusion. He has already mastered the second level of thunderous movement. If he can reach the great perfection, his strength will definitely be improved again. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 6 months, Su Chen has been in seclusion. And Tianmen and the Su family also quieted down for a while. The Su family is ruined because of Su Qian, the instigator and the elder who broke away from the Su family. Tianmen is because of the Spirit Alliance. During the Tianmen period, they sent people again, and many members of the Zhao family were injured that day. Even Zhao Di's wife was affected and became disabled. Later, it was her mother, Wang Wenlan, who used a token to summon a 9th-level expert from Tianmen, which forced the people of Tianmen to retreat. Later, because a 9th-level expert from the Spirit Alliance stayed at the Zhao family's house for a period of time. 9 Heavens Snow Maiden, Jiang Tiangang, and the 9th-tier powerhouses of the Spirit Alliance. 3 9th-rank experts are in the Zhao family. Faced with such power, Tianmen naturally had no choice. When Su Chen heard about this after emerging from seclusion, he was filled with gratitude. Several times, if it weren't for the Spirit Alliance, his family and friends would probably be in danger. Therefore, Su Chen was extremely grateful to the Spirit Alliance. When Su Chen emerged from seclusion, the second level of thunderous movement had already reached its peak. His physical strength has also reached the peak of the 3rd tier. With his current full power unleashed, without taking berserk, reaching the mid-stage of the 8th rank is not difficult. Even an 8th tier advanced stage cultivator should be able to put up a fight. Old Fu. I, Su Chen, will definitely pay you a visit in person another day. Before that, I have more important things to do, and I hope Mr. Fu will understand. I will never forget the kindness of the Spirit Alliance. Su Chen clasped his hands in a fist salute and addressed the white-haired old man before him. Now that he has emerged from seclusion, the elders of the Spirit Alliance have no more concerns, so they have chosen to leave the Zhao family. You little brat. Alright, I know you're busy. I'm not helping you for your own sake after all. There's a 3-summon agreement with the token, so you don't need to feel pressured. Su Chen didn't say anything. He knew that old Master Fu didn't want him to feel too indebted. I'm leaving. I hope you can get through this. After saying that, old Fu had already disappeared into the horizon. Watching old Master Fu leave, Su Chen sighed with emotion. Although he faced many enemies on his way back. But at the same time, there were many people who helped him. He will never forget those who treated him cruelly. He will not forget those who have helped him. One day, I will repay kindness with kindness and avenge wrongs. Chener, now that you've emerged from seclusion, what are you going to do next? Continue your seclusion to increase your strength. I recently heard that the Chu family has joined forces with Tianmen. And your Jin Song subordinate informed me that Su Qian has returned to the country. Su Qian somehow managed to contact the Chu family. They're currently at the Chu family's house. Su Tianyuan even went to ask for the person back, but Chu Nanda refused to hand him over. 1476, Chapter 1476. The two family heads talk. Hearing this news, Su Qian was not shocked. He shook his head. Ignore these people for now, they pose no threat to me whatsoever. There's one more thing I absolutely must do. Su Qian looked towards the horizon. He has been waiting for this for many years. Ready to begin? The snow maiden of the nine heavens smiled faintly. Su Qian nodded. Yes, we're ready. Now that I have the strength to protect my mother, it is time to resurrect her. He had been waiting for this day for 2 years. We had been planning to take action for 6 months. But at the time he thought it best to wait until the situation stabilized a bit more. In addition, they wanted to allow their mother's remains to be preserved for a longer period of time. So he waited a little longer. Now his strength has increased further, and with the heavenly gate no longer daring to easily invade. So the time is up. He couldn't wait to see his mother. When will it begin? I will use my primordial supernatural powers to assist you. There's a small chance I might be able to recall Jingzhu's spirit. He paused for 2 seconds. Let's start tomorrow. After agreeing on a time, Su Qian went to find Old Manly. Old Manly knows best what needs to be prepared for resurrection. On the other side, Su Tianyuan was refused entry to the Chu family 3 times. Su Qian is hiding in the Chu family and refuses to come out. They even said the Su family had violated ancestral teachings and were ungrateful. Elder Su Qian worked hard all his life, but now he's ended up like this. Therefore, Su Qian harbored hatred in her heart. After contacting Chu Nanda, he immediately used the Chu family's special methods to return to Longdu from the northern border. However, the Su family has also had a very clear grasp of the information about the northern border entering Great Xia during this period. So they knew immediately that he had returned to the Great Xia. Su Qian didn't show up even though I came twice. Su Tianyuan was also turned away by Chu Nanda. But Su Tianyuan was naturally unwilling to give up so easily. Su Qian must leave the Chu family. This is no longer just a matter between Su Qian and himself. Currently, the Su family only has him as a 9th level expert. Based on overall strength, the Chu family's elder has also been crippled, so their overall strength is still weaker than that of the Su family. However, if Su Qian joins the Chu family, it would mean that the Chu family would become the head of the 4 major families in Longdu. That's why he wanted to kick Su Qian out of the Chu family. Even if Su Qian returns to the northern territory, she absolutely will not allow him to go to the Chu family. Having been turned away at the door, Su Tianyuan returned to the Chu family once again. The 2 patriarchs faced off in the main hall. Patriarch Chu, do you think someone like Su Qian is trustworthy? He's a member of the Su family, yet he's betraying the family for the sake of the clan. If he can betray my Su family, he can certainly betray your Chu family too. Does Patriarch Chu really think he'll wholeheartedly serve the Chu family? After all, he's surnamed Su. Su Tianyuan sat opposite Chu Nanda and said calmly. Despite Su Tianyuan's words, Chu Nanda remained calm. He only heard him chuckle softly. He. I remember that Emperor Su also seems to have the surname Su, so he's also a member of your Su family. But now, haven't they also become the Su family's greatest enemy? Patriarch Su should also understand that there are no eternal enemies, only friends with whom there is mutual benefit. If my Chu family can provide him with the benefits he desires, why wouldn't he help my Chu family? Chu Nanda knew what Su Tianyuan was thinking. After all, in terms of overall strength, the Chu family, with Su Qian's help, has already surpassed the Su family. 1477, Chapter 1477 Resurrecting Zhou Jingzhu. Su Tianyuan was naturally very worried. But even so what? As long as Su Chen is eliminated, as long as Su Chen's existence is gone. From now on, the Chu family will be in charge of Longdu. Even if Su Tianyuan is slightly stronger than him, he will not be able to pose a threat to the Chu family. Chanan. I've told you nice things so many times. Su Qian is now a fugitive from my Su family. Are you really planning to protect him? When Su Tianyuan realized that his soft approach was ineffective, he had no choice but to bring up the fact that the Su family was a fugitive. Chu Nanda had anticipated that Su Tianyuan would use this excuse from the beginning. A fugitive, if you're a fugitive, you should call the police, not be shouting here. If you want to fight, I'm ready. But I can't determine whether what you've done constitutes burglary or robbery. Or is it that Patriarch Su wants to go through legal procedures? After all, this is a society governed by the rule of law. Clearly, Chu Nanda had already prepared all his arguments. In short, Su Tianyuan cannot take Su Qian away. Su Tianyuan clenched his fists, extremely angry. That old bastard Chu Nanda knew that from a moral standpoint, there was no way he could keep Su Qian. So let's talk about it from a legal perspective. After all, Su Qian was a fugitive from their Su family, not from the great Xia dynasty. That's why Chu Nanda used the so-called law to protect Su Qian. But the law had little binding force in the eyes of these martial artists, and they never expected that this method would be used at this time. Alright, Chanan, I hope you believe you've made the right decision. That Su Qian is definitely a scourge that could bring disaster to the family. Don't blame me for not warning you. After saying that, Su Tianyuan stood up. He knew that continuing to talk about it today would be pointless. Chu Nanda has clearly been fooled by Su Qian. He could roughly guess Su Qian's purpose. They wanted to use the Chu family to deal with Su Qian. As long as Su Chen was eliminated, Su Qian could rightfully stand back in Longdu. He even used the name of the Elders' Council to return to the Su family. But even if that day really comes, Su Tianyuan will not let such a thing happen. Su Chen has been completely blinded by greed. There are only two possible outcomes for someone like that. Either get rid of them, or they should repent and reform. But for Su Qian, the latter is no longer possible. The best solution is to completely eliminate it. Even though Su Qian had made great contributions to the family, that can absolutely not be an excuse to create a deep-seated feud for the family. Chu Nanda didn't say anything, but simply had someone see the guests out. Su Tianyuan was afraid that the Chu family would surpass the Su family, so he would do everything he could to sow discord. Would Chu Nanda fall for such a trick? The next day. Su Chen, Nine Heavens Snow Maiden, Old Manly. The three of them stood side by side in Su Chen's alchemy room. Here are the spirit-entering pills refined by Su Chen. There's also the spirit-gathering formation set up by Old Manly. At the same time, the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden's primordial spiritual power enveloped everything. The spiritual energy in the entire room had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even Old Manly said that once the physical body is resurrected, the soul might also recover part of it. After all, it has so many advantages. Even with the soul-nourishing pill, Su Chen used the pill to refine liquid to soak his mother's remains. Under these circumstances, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his mother's resurrection will certainly be very successful. Su Chen opened the coffin. Skeletons have been discovered. Su Chen took the blood coagulation pill and, following Old Man Li's instructions, directly liquefied its spiritual essence. The blood-clotting pill, transformed into a medicinal liquid, dripped onto Zhou Jingzhu's remains and instantly merged into them. 1478, Chapter 1478 Vortex Thundercloud. At first, the skeleton did not react at all. About half a minute later, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly became even more abundant. The sky had already darkened. The dark clouds in the sky pressed down as if the sky itself were collapsing. The atmosphere around them was rather somber, even somewhat eerie. Su Chen frowned and looked at Old Manly. Don't worry, this is normal. The very act of bringing someone to life is defying fate. This is the rule of heaven and earth, so it is normal for there to be repulsive phenomena in the world right now. Old Man Li's words reminded Su Chen. This approach truly defies fate. He had victory firmly in his grasp, but for some reason, because of the rule of defying fate, he felt that something was not right. A few seconds later, on Zhou Jingzhu's remains, the number of bones began to rise rapidly at a visible speed. First, the feet. Then come both hands. Zhou Jingzhu was completely enveloped in a ball of spiritual energy. Su Chen's expression gradually calmed down. At least for now, everything is moving in a positive direction. Soon, Su Chen could see the outline of his mother's head. Su Chen's eyes had turned bloodshot. He saw it. He saw it again. His mother is back. Looking at his mother's face, Su Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. No matter what we did before, no matter what we did in the past, it was all worth it. As he laughed, tears streamed down Su Chen's face. Mom! Mom! Su Chen murmured to himself. My heart is filled with countless emotions. He wanted to shout mother. Right now. He also really wanted his mother to see what he looked like now. He also longed to see his mother standing before him. Boom! Bang! Sky! Thunder roared. It was as if the sky had been blown open. The thunderclap terrified many people. In the entire Central Plains, such thunder has never been heard in the past 100 years. Originally, it was the height of summer. But it was shrouded in dark clouds and turned pitch black. What's going on? Old Li frowned, walked to the door, and looked up at the sky. Su Chen also realized that something was wrong. Old Li has experience, so why did he make that expression? Kid, come out here. There was a hint of anxiety in Old Man Li's voice. Su Chen strode out. Kid, this is bad. After Su Chen went outside, he also saw a huge vortex appear in the sky. That vortex was made up of rolling black clouds. At the center of the vortex, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The rage was intense. It is 1,000 times more terrifying than the 5 thunder fists that Su Chen used. Why? Su Chen asked in confusion. Do you see the swirling thunderclouds? Those are the rules of heaven and earth. But I've never seen such terrifying rules before, they're just too violent. I'm afraid the outcome will be. After Old Man Li finished speaking, he hesitated, as if he wanted to say something more. But Su Chen had already guessed what Old Man Li was going to say. No. Su Chen retorted seriously. There is no other way, today I must resurrect my mother. Old man, if you're truly sincere, then help me. Old Man Li froze in place when he saw Su Chen's determined look. If you don't help me, I'll do it even if it costs me my life, no matter the cost. Eh? Old Man Li sighed helplessly. Fine, if that's how it is, I'll go crazy with you. After saying that, Old Man Li returned to his room. Kid, I might use the 4 beasts formation next. But even the 4 beasts formation might not be able to hold out for long against such world-destroying lightning. You need to make all the plans and be mentally prepared. 1479, Chapter 1479 Rules of Heaven and Earth. Looking at Old Man Li's appearance, Su Chen paused for a few seconds before nodding. He had no other choice. Now, success is the only option, failure is not an option. I will do everything I can to help you. The Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens spoke softly, revealing a kind smile. And me, so what if it's thunder? The Jiang family has never been afraid of anything. Jiang Tiangon's voice came from outside. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will do my best to resist. Su Chen, who had been feeling suppressed, finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how it ends, at least so many people are with him. Thank you all. After saying that, Su Chen took out all the spiritual treasures he had on him. These were all spoils from the people who killed Tianmen, the Su family, and his enemies outside. Today, even if it means destroying everything, he will still break this so-called rule of heaven and earth. Here we go. After seizing the opportunity, Old Manly formed hand seals and began to activate the four beasts formation. The world-destroying lightning in the sky, like a thunder dragon, slowly emerged from the vortex. There was even a pair of eyes that glowed red. It glanced down, as if it had found the target to be punished. It flew out of the vortex, crackling with lightning. Four beasts, emerge. Old Manly commanded the four beasts to fly towards the thunder dragon. The four beasts combined are comparable to a ninth-tier powerhouse. But now, facing that thunder dragon, it seemed so small. With a flick of its tail, the thunder dragon shattered the white tiger. The azure dragon and the thunder dragon were intertwined. The vermilion bird and the black tortoise were also circling around. This has temporarily restrained the thunder dragon. But the thunder dragon seemed to be playing with the three beasts as it roamed through the air. About 2 minutes have passed. Su Chen hoped the three beasts would continue to stall. Once his mother's physical body is fully restored, the matter can be resolved. The idea was good, but the reality was quite cruel. Thunder Dragon seemed to have had enough fun, and with a roar, thunderclouds spewed from its mouth. They wiped out the Xuanwu with the strongest defense. The dragon claw grabbed the azure dragon again, and the powerful lightning instantly shattered it. The remaining vermilion bird had no chance to resist. Not good. Old Manly's mouth was bleeding, and his breathing was extremely unstable. Su Chen could also see that Old Manly and the four divine beasts had now become one. The damage to the four beasts is equivalent to the damage to Old Manly. When Qinglong was captured and exploded, Old Manly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Su Chen frowned. "All right, old man. Leave the rest to me." Su Chen drew his bloodthirsty sword. A berserker pill also appeared in his hand. He swallowed the berserk pill and soared into the sky. Zhou Jingzhu is currently recovering her internal organs. "Kid. It will take another 20 minutes for a full recovery. You must persevere." Old Manly was exhausted after he finished speaking. "Unfortunately, we had no choice but to withdraw the only remaining vermilion bird." Su Chen's expression turned serious. 20 minutes. Normally, it would pass in the blink of an eye. But at this moment, it was extremely difficult to endure. Even so, he knew he had to persevere. Su Chen soared into the sky, but a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Mr. Su, let me go first. Our last hope rests on you." Zhang Tiangang had already approached the Thunder Dragon first. "Brother Tiangang." Su Chen's face darkened. Judging from its performance just now, that Thunder Dragon's strength is definitely not bad. Under such immense pressure, it's uncertain whether Zhang Tiangang's life will be in danger. "Don't worry. I have already learned the first level of thunderous movement. My physical body has been greatly strengthened, I can do it." 1480, Chapter 1480. I'll go first. Zhang Tian had just finished speaking when he tentatively exchanged blows with Lei Long. However, the immense power of the lightning directly numbed Zhang Tiangang's body. After all, this is a power that surpasses the 5 Thunder Fist by 100 or 1,000 times. It can be said that at this moment, Lei Yun's strength has surpassed the spirit level in terms of human power. Even the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens was shocked by what she saw. Can these people alone really stop the Thunder Dragon from destroying Zhou Jingzhu's resurrection? Zhang Tiangang, who was numb and falling, quickly regained his senses. No wonder they're from the Zhang family. Their tolerance to lightning is far, far greater than that of ordinary people. He shook his hand and looked at Lei Long with a serious expression. His body blocked the view of the houses below. "If you want to get past me, you'll have to get past me first." Countless bolts of lightning also erupted from Zhang Tiangang's body. But this lightning is insignificant and minuscule compared to the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon seemed to be enraged as well, and roared. The roaring aura was also filled with lightning. Zhang Tian was desperately trying to hold on. 1 second. 3 seconds. 8 seconds. 30 seconds. The mere aura of the Thunder Dragon was enough to force Jiang Tiangang into a complete retreat. At this moment, Jiang Tiangang was still persisting. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Tiangang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was clearly injured at this point. Brother Tiangang. Su Chen wanted to step forward. No need to come. Jiang Tiangang reached out to stop him, a slight smile appearing on his lips. I can still do it. Su Chen frowned. He knew very well that Jiang Tiangang was truly risking his life to help him. But what merit or ability does he possess? He only saved Xiao Jiang and taught him some lessons. Jiang Tiangong's strength has reached its peak in this great Xia. Even without following him, you can thrive wherever you go. Now he has to risk his life to save his mother. I can still do it. Jiang Tiangang roared, unleashing his full power. Despite the Thunder Dragon's roar, it held on for another minute. But at this moment, Jiang Tiangong's shirt had already been blasted to shreds by lightning. Enough, enough. Su Chen spoke in a low voice, his hand gripping the bloodthirsty sword tightly, veins bulging. Brother Tiangang, I've said enough. Su Chen whispered again. But Jiang Tiangang is still persisting. He knew that every second he held on would give Su Chen and the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden a better chance of survival. After all, there are still more than 17 minutes left. If he can only hold on for 3 minutes, then Su Chen and the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden will have to endure for 17 minutes. It would be impossible for the two of them to finish in such a long time. But he also knew he was nearing his limit. If this continues, I'm afraid my body will really break down. Seeing that Jiang Tiangang was determined to persist, Su Chen could no longer bear to watch. He desperately wanted to save his mother. But if Jiang Tiangang is implicated because of his own affairs, the guilt in his heart will never be erased, even if he spends his whole life. After all, Jiang Tiangang also had a lot of blood feuds on his side. Jiang Tiangang also has a great grudge to avenge, so he cannot die easily either. I've said enough. Su Chen roared. In a blur, Su Chen had already arrived behind Jiang Tiangang. Brother Tiangang, thank you, I am satisfied with 3 minutes. Su Chen put one hand on Jiang Tiangong's shoulder. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Tian just turned around and looked at Su Chen. He sighed. I already told you I'm fine. Su Chen shook his head. I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. You may leave. After saying that, Su Chen raised his arm and shouted. They kicked Jiang Tiangang out immediately. 1481, Chapter 1481 Perseverance. The roar of the Thunder Dragon instantly reached Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen couldn't avoid it, because his mother was right behind him. If he moves aside, his mother's body will be struck by the thunder. Therefore, he couldn't avoid it. The bloodthirsty sword in his hand also released a surging killing intent. However, the killing intent of the bloodthirsty sword had no effect on these rules that had no consciousness. Therefore, in front of Lei Long, the bloodthirsty sword was just a level 7 peak spiritual weapon. The third thunder pattern of the 5 thunder fist. Earth-shattering. The second lightning pattern. Boom. Double lightning patterns unleashed simultaneously. The lightning in the sky became even more violent. But after Su Chen released the 5 thunder fist, he was surprised to find that the power of the Thunder Dragon had weakened. It's as if some of the lightning he summons comes from a Thunder Dragon. That's why the power of the Thunder Dragon was weakened and transformed into his own power. For a moment, Su Chen saw hope, and his physical strength was also stronger than Jiang Tiangong's. So I held on for 5 minutes. The Thunder Dragon also seemed a little impatient. This human being in front of me has actually managed to hold on until now. The Thunder Dragon stopped its thunderous roar and opened its blood-red maw. He charged straight at Su Chen. It seems the Thunder Dragon is going to change its attack methods. This time, Su Chen did not resist. As long as the Thunder Dragon's target is his mother, he has no choice but to take the hit. But since the Thunder Dragon's current target is him, he should try to dodge as much as possible. But Lei Long wasn't as simple as Su Chen had imagined. After Su Chen dodged, Lei Long charged straight towards Zhou Jingzhu's location without stopping. Su Chen's expression changed drastically. Is this thunder dragon a living being or an evolution of the laws of nature? It actually possesses a certain level of intelligence. Thunderous movement, first level of movement technique. Lightning flash. The thunder dragon was about to charge down. Su Chen flashed forward, appearing in front of the thunder dragon as if by teleportation. Get back there. Su Chen's thunder fist clashed directly with the thunder dragon. The next second, the lightning from the thunder dragon blasted Su Chen's arm until it turned a bright blue. My wrist is bleeding uncontrollably. Faced with this situation, Su Chen nearly frowned. At this moment, Su Chen had held on for 5 minutes. 12 minutes left. However, Su Chen unleashed his full power from the very beginning, and at this point, he had already exhausted most of his spiritual and physical strength. But he knew that 5 minutes was still not enough. He needs to hold on for at least 7 more minutes. Only in the remaining 5 minutes will the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens have any hope. Although he knew that the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens was much stronger than him, how could he, as her son, not fight to the death? Give it back to me. Su Chen roared angrily. He still didn't loosen his grip on the thunder fist. Even the thunder dragon was shocked. What's wrong with this human in front of me? Why persist in such powerful rules? Su Chen gritted his teeth, even though he was in excruciating pain. Even though his arm was about to shatter, he still didn't back down. If your left hand doesn't work, use your right. If my left and right hands don't work, I still have my legs. No matter what, today, I will not allow you to come even a step closer to my mother. Su Chen was raging hysterically. Under the dark sky, Su Chen's figure and the thunder dragon stood out. Su Chen's power has been pushed to its limit. After persisting for 8 minutes, he was already starting to feel exhausted. His injuries were getting worse and worse. Even the hand bones were exposed. But in order to persist, he kicked the thunder dragon with his leg. Everyone from the Zhao family who witnessed the scene from afar couldn't help but gasp in shock. 1482, Chapter 1482, The Life-Devouring Curse. Looking at Su Chen's injuries, they couldn't help but admire his inner fortitude. How could an ordinary person endure such an injury? But Su Chen is still persisting. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens had already asked Su Chen to let go so she could take over, but Su Chen was still insisting. His idea was very simple. If he is capable enough, he doesn't want to drag anyone down with him. But he knew that even if he fought to the death, he couldn't hold on until the end. So he could only do his best to persevere. The longer you hold on, the less pressure the Snow Maiden faces. Because he knew that the closer they got to the end, the more ferocious the Thunder Dragon would become, and the more difficult it would be. After all, there was plenty of time at the beginning, and Lei Long made his move with a playful attitude. But with that mindset, Zhang Tiangang only lasted 3 minutes. It's easy to imagine how terrifying the power the Thunder Dragon would unleash if it got serious. With continued perseverance, Su Chen lasted for 12 minutes, with only 5 minutes remaining. In the final 5 minutes, the Thunder Dragon felt tired and also somewhat angry. It could actually speak human language. Humans! You have completely enraged me. Humans! I'll show you what despair truly is. You have violated the rules of heaven and earth. A person afflicted by the life-devouring curse can never be resurrected. She must vanish completely. Thunder Dragon spoke, startling many people. Even Su Chen was completely shocked. This lightning energy entity, materialized into a Thunder Dragon, not only possesses intelligence but can even speak human language. Most importantly, what is this life-eating curse it's talking about? Su Chen frowned, completely baffled by Lei Long's words. All he knew was that he had reached his limit. Alright, leave it to me. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens could no longer bear to watch. She knew that things would get even harder from here on out. In his current state, Su Chen would probably be killed by the Thunder Dragon in less than 10 seconds. An Shui, I've dragged you into this. But I really want to save my mother. You must save her. If you can save her, I will repay you with my life. After Su Chen finished speaking, his body swayed precariously and he began to fall towards the ground. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens sighed helplessly. Zhao Di and the others quickly flew over and caught Su Chen. Chener, she is your mother, but isn't she also my family? Don't worry, I will definitely hold the last line of defense. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens gaze calmed down. Thunder Dragon, you've seen his determination. Why not step back and allow the mother and son to see each other? Thunder Dragon remained silent for a few seconds. Impossible. The rules of heaven and earth are supreme and cannot be violated. Lei Long's words made Su Chen feel somewhat desperate. The Supreme One. What does it mean to be the Supreme One? In other words, they are mortals who cannot disobey them. If mortals cannot defy it, then can those who transcend mortals defy it? It seems that, whether it's rules or ordinary people, everything is determined by strength. Human, will you help him too? Cultivation is not easy, be careful not to lose your foundation. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens did not speak, but an ice-blue longsword appeared in her hand. The longsword flashed, its chilling aura gleaming. She is my sister. If you want to stop her from being resurrected, then ask my Snowfrost sword. Seeing the Snow Maiden's determination, Thunder Dragon became even more furious. It doesn't understand what these humans are really like. For the sake of a human who had been dead for several years, they actually did something that defied fate. This is absolutely unacceptable according to the rules of heaven and earth. 1483, Chapter 1483. Su Chen in despair. Get out of my way. Don't even think about stalling for time. Today, she will be destroyed. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens and the Thunder Dragon were locked in a fierce battle. Her strength has always been relatively high. They were quite adept at dealing with the Thunder Dragon. Su Chen endured the pain and looked up at the sky. After taking the blood-replenishing pill, my condition improved somewhat. Old Man Li walked up to Su Chen, his face extremely grim. Su Chen also sensed something was wrong, and he asked Old Man Li what had happened. Old Man Li sighed. Su Chen, it will be very difficult to revive your mother. At first, I didn't know your mother was under the life-eating curse. I never imagined it was the life-devouring curse that could condemn the dead to eternal life, preventing them from entering the cycle of reincarnation and forcing them to suffer endless torment. Su Chen's expression changed drastically. Even Old Man Li showed this expression. It seems this life-devouring curse is really serious. Old man. You're kidding me. Impossible. You said it would be foolproof. What kind of bullshit life-eating curse is that? I don't care, I just want my mother to come back to life. Su Chen grabbed Old Man Li, completely ignoring his own injuries. Old Man Li was speechless at this point. Indeed, what he said to Su Chen was not a big problem. But now this has happened. Moreover, if Zhou Jingzhu cannot be resurrected, she may truly vanish from this world. Forget about resurrection, even if we find a way to reincarnate, it will be of no use. Say something. Su Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Su Chen, calm down. Xiao Ningning came to Su Chen's side, and she could sense Su Chen's despair. But getting so agitated right now isn't a solution. Calm? How can you expect me to calm down? That's my mother. My mother is about to leave me forever. How can you expect me to stay calm? Su Chen roared. The only way now is to stop the Thunder Dragon. If we can stop the Thunder Dragon, your mother's body can be restored. Even finding a sliver of her soul would preserve her body. We'll have to think of other solutions. However, the Thunder Dragon is now in a berserk state, and it will be very difficult for the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden to stop it successfully. Su Chen's gaze returned to the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. Just as Old Man Li said, even the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens was having some difficulty. 3 minutes have passed. That means there are 2 minutes left. If we can just hold on for these 2 minutes, even if Zhou Jingzhu can't be resurrected right now, restoring her body won't be a problem. But the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens was already seriously injured. In its berserk state, the Thunder Dragon's strength has definitely surpassed that of a human at the spirit level. Even if the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens is strong, she is only at the high stage of the 9th rank. Being able to maintain full strength for 3 minutes is already quite an achievement. Human woman, you are strong, but you have successfully enraged me. No one can disobey the rules. Suddenly, hundreds of thunder dragons appeared. It's just that its size isn't as large as before. Let's see how you resist. Seeing this, the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens did not hesitate and immediately took action. A world of ice and snow. Suddenly, the entire building was frozen solid. Su Chen and the others reacted quickly and immediately flew into the air. Countless little thunder dragons desperately tried to squeeze inside. However, the Snow Maiden's ice and snow world is a ranged defensive technique, and the thunder dragon was blocked outside. Hateful. You forced me to do this. With only a little over a minute left, Lei Lan was getting anxious. 1484, Chapter 1484 Absolute Zero. It is a creation of heaven and earth. The mission is also to destroy those who violate the rules of heaven and earth. Defying fate and altering destiny is absolutely forbidden in the face of the rules of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth condensed it, so it must complete its task. Otherwise, it will be lost to the world. But I didn't expect to encounter such a few tough people. It withstood its inherent power of lightning time and time again. All for the sake of resurrecting that woman who wanted to defy fate. Now there's only 1 minute left, it must destroy that woman, and there can be no room for error. The Thunder Dragon flew straight into the sky, returning to the center of the vortex. Thunderclouds are descending again. The vortex was almost touching the area where Su Chen and the others were. This Thunder Dragon wants to reassemble its power and destroy Zhou Jingzhu in one fell swoop. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens knew that it was time for her final attack, and she brandished her frost sword. A few seconds later, a formation the size of a human appeared. After the Thunder Dragon reassembled its lightning power, a huge lightning pillar, as wide as 1 meter, shot down from the vortex. Aunt Shui, no! Su Chen scrambled forward, trying to help the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. But he's in such a precarious state that he can barely take care of himself, so how could he possibly help others? Don't worry, I'll be fine. They have a trump card, and so do I. But, I might not be able to help you anymore, Chener. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens turned her head and smiled slightly at Su Chen. That smile made Su Chen feel her determination. Even if it means death, we are determined to go to the very end. Don't want. Su Chen knew that the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden would definitely risk her life. Although he desperately wanted to save his mother, he also didn't want to lose the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. The lightning pillar was only about 30 meters away from the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. The array in front of him erupted with a burst of intense cold air. Suddenly, the Snow Maiden's frost sword shattered on the ground. Absolute Zero. 4 words were softly uttered from the mouth of the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. The surroundings froze instantly. The formation itself emitted bursts of intense cold air, as if it could freeze everything in the world. The next second, Lei Zhu also stopped. Everyone watched the scene in astonishment. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens' move, Absolute Zero, is incredibly powerful. It can even freeze lightning from energy bodies. The Thunder Dragon in the sky was also shocked. That was its last and most powerful force, yet it was blocked by this human woman in front of it. Faced with this raging power, nothing in the world can stop it. But the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens actually blocked it. The Snow Maiden turned around and looked at Su Chen with tender eyes. My spiritual energy is exhausted, I can't continue. I am sorry, Chener. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens fell from the sky. I still couldn't hold on for you until the very end. After she finished speaking, the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens was caught by someone. Thunder Dragon was extremely agitated at this moment. Why am I being blocked again and again? What's the deal with that woman? It actually blocked its energy with the strength of a human. Human, you are beyond saving. No one can stop me now. She will be destroyed. Although Lei Long was furious, the troublesome woman had already fallen to the ground, and now he could complete his mission with peace of mind. A powerful bolt of lightning swept down from the Thunder Dragon. Just when Su Chen was in despair, Huang Xiong, wielding his battle sword, actually used his own body to block the lightning bolt. Who the hell do you think you are? I haven't even made a move yet. Get out of here, you vile bug. 1485, Chapter 1485. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, Huang Xiong's attempt to block with his body was utterly futile. He hasn't even reached the 6th rank, yet he wants to withstand a power that even the 9th rank can't contend with. When Lei Long's lightning power touched Huang Xiong froze and fell from the sky. Brother Huang. Su Chen frowned. Although Huang Xiong delayed for a few seconds, he still managed to block one attack. However, it had little effect on such a powerful Thunder Dragon. Because there's still a full half-minute left. They have been completely wiped out. No one can withstand the Thunder Dragon. Next, he can only watch helplessly as the Thunder Dragon destroyed his mother's body. Su Chen felt resentful, angry, and helpless. Having come this far, is it still impossible to overcome the rules of heaven and earth? Almost there. It was so close. 20 minutes, and they were just 30 seconds apart. Human power cannot possibly overcome the laws of heaven and earth. Humans, accept your punishment. The Thunder Dragon launched an attack. Su Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Lei Long. One day, I will find you, this rule, and destroy you. And also, the life-eating curse. No matter who did it, I will make their whole family pay the price. Blood trickled from the corner of Su Chen's mouth as he roared angrily. He wanted to move, even just to continue shielding his mother, but he had no strength left. It could be said that the surrounding lightning was too dense and the magnetic field was too strong. My exhausted body was numb from the magnetic field and I couldn't move an inch. Lei Long completely ignored Su Chen, who said those words. The attack was once again aimed at Zhou Jingzhu's body. At this time, Zhou Jingzhu's body had recovered to 98%. You can see almost the entire person. But even so, it's about to be destroyed. Mom! Su Chen reached out, wanting to touch his mother, but the mere 3 meters felt like an insurmountable gap between heaven and earth. Are the rules of heaven and earth truly unbreakable? The Thunder Dragon has burst out of the vortex. Now, all hope has been shattered. Thunder Dragon is unstoppable. Lei Long, accompanied by Long Ming, was rapidly approaching Zhou Jingzhu. But at that moment, a crack appeared on the horizon. A long sword appeared with lightning speed, slicing through the sky. Let me have a go at you. A man's voice rang out. Then, a figure stood in front of the Thunder Dragon. The long sword, carrying unstoppable force, blocked the Thunder Dragon. Everyone below watched the scene in astonishment. 9th rank. It's the 9th rank again. But who is this 9th rank expert? Everyone in the audience looked on in confusion, unable to recognize who it was for a moment. Only Su Chen. When Su Chen heard that voice, he immediately recognized who it was. The same applies to the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens. Her eyes fell on Su Chen. Faced with this situation, Su Tianyuan actually came to help. But the hatred between Tianyuan and his son Su Chen cannot be resolved. Will Su Chen appreciate this favor? At this moment, Su Chen was indeed frowning, and even clenching his fists. The last person he wanted to see was Su Tianyuan. He only wanted to save his mother using his own strength. Then he'll seek revenge on the Su family. But now he knows he has no other choice. It seems that my mother's life or death really depends on this man. If he were to stand his ground and tell Su Tianyuan to get lost, then his mother would only be destroyed. So he held back. Regardless, saving my mother is the priority now. He would swallow his anger no matter who it was, as long as his mother could be brought back to life. 1486, Chapter 1486 The Key Person. Damn humans! The mission is almost complete. Another human has appeared. It completely blocked its last moments. If the task cannot be completed before the deadline, it will definitely be severely punished. Only 20 seconds left. Thunder Dragon explodes in fury. The entire sky was filled with lightning. Zhangzhou. Originally, it was brightly lit. However, the entire city was plunged into darkness by the raging lightning of the Thunder Dragon. The only thing visible was that lifelike Thunder Dragon in the sky. Have your men lend me a hand, and I'll hold them off. Have them transfer all their spiritual power to me. Su Tianyuan looked down at Su Chen. Su Chen remained silent at this moment. Before he could even speak, someone had already made the choice for him. Xiao Ningning instructed Zhao Di and all the other spiritual practitioners to do as she said. In an instant, hundreds of spiritual practitioners from the entire Zhao family took action. She didn't know who the person who suddenly appeared was. He could also sense that something was wrong with Su Chen's expression. The person who suddenly appeared was definitely someone Su Chen didn't want to see. Otherwise, Su Chen wouldn't have hesitated at such a crucial moment. But she knew that Su Chen had already said that 2 years ago. No matter the cost. They must all resurrect Mother. So when Su Chen was confused, at this critical moment, he had to help Su Chen make a choice that he wouldn't regret in the future. After all, besides Su Chen, perhaps only the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens and she could give this order. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens had a similar expression to Su Chen, which clearly indicated that she also had a problem. Following Xiao Ningning's order, everyone poured all their spiritual power into Su Tianyuan. Su Chen's expression softened as well. He glanced at Xiao Ningning. To just think that saving your aunt is the most important thing right now. Xiao Ningning said with a somewhat apologetic expression. Su Chen shook his head. You don't need to blame yourself, thank you. You helped me make the right choice. Su Chen knew that he was in no condition to speak just now. It's even less likely that we'll compromise with Su Tianyuan. Xiao Ningning gave him a way out. So no matter what, he has to thank Xiao Ningning. Hearing this, Xiao Ningning smiled. As long as Su Chen doesn't blame him for giving the order rashly, that's fine. With the support of spiritual energy, Su Tianyuan has reached the peak of his life. That Thunder Dragon has also gathered all its thunder power. This strike will undoubtedly be the strongest one. It's very possible that Su Tianyuan might die here. Su Chen frowned. Although he wanted to kill Su Tianyuan many times. To be honest, he didn't want Su Tianyuan to die in this condition. Su Tianyuan must die at his hands, that's the hatred between them. If Su Tianyuan died here to save his mother, how could he possibly accept such an outcome? Instead, he not only avenged his great grudge but also owed Su Tianyuan a great debt of gratitude. You'd better not die here, or I won't even spare your corpse. Su Chen murmured to himself. Although the voice was soft, Su Tianyuan heard it. He smiled slowly. No matter the outcome, even if I owe you and your son, whether I live or die. After saying that, Su Tianyuan pushed the sword in his hand out. However, when the 8th level peak spiritual weapon in his hand touched the Thunder Dragon, it actually made a cracking sound. In just 3 seconds, it shattered into pieces. Su Tianyuan was greatly surprised. Such terrifying power. Even a peak level 8 spiritual weapon couldn't withstand the slightest damage. Frowning, Su Tianyuan could only form hand seals. 1487, Chapter 1487 Belated Guilt. A golden barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. The barrier actually blocked the lightning power of the Thunder Dragon. But the golden light gradually began to fade. This is the Su family's strongest defensive measure. Spirit Shield. By gathering spiritual energy to form a shield, this defense is known as absolute defense. It can block everything, even the extremely penetrating power of lightning. Of course, once you encounter a powerful attack, you can only maintain the effect through spiritual power. Although Su Tianyuan has now activated his spirit shield, he cannot maintain this state for long. The Thunder Dragon's lightning power is too strong. Unless Su Tianyuan can maintain the supply of spiritual energy until the very last second. But is it simply impossible to achieve under such circumstances? It consumes almost 1/10 of Su Tianyuan's spiritual power every second. In other words, even the Su family's strongest defensive spirit shield could only last for 10 seconds in front of this Thunder Dragon. This is not surprising, because the Thunder Dragon is now completely enraged. Given the current state of the Thunder Dragon, it would be impossible for the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden to completely withstand it, even if she were to recover to her best condition. All of you, continue to provide him with spiritual energy. The voice of the Snow Maiden from the Nine Heavens echoed throughout the scene. He also channeled the rest of his spiritual energy into Su Tianyuan's body. It was another scene where hundreds of people gathered to pool their spiritual energy. The spirit shield, which was almost dissipating, ignited its light once again. Thunder Dragon desperately tried to shatter the spirit shield in front of him. He only has 10 seconds left. Success is just around the corner. The shield regained its light for only 3 seconds. Suddenly, I heard a sound like breaking glass. The spirit shield shattered. The Thunder Dragon charged towards Zhou Jingzhu without stopping. Su Chen closed his eyes and clenched his fists. At the crucial moment, they still couldn't intercept it successfully. Time passed by, and everything around seemed to quiet down. After about 10 seconds, Su Chen reluctantly opened his eyes. What comes into view? Su Tianyuan stood in front of Zhou Jingzhu with his arms outstretched. That's how they blocked the Thunder Dragon. But at this moment, Su Tianyuan's fate was unknown. Thunder Dragon failed to complete its mission and, as time passed, vanished into the sky. Zhou Jingzhu's body has also fully recovered. Su Chen frowned upon seeing this scene. He didn't know whether he should be happy or angry. To his delight, his mother's health had finally recovered. Although it is difficult for the soul to return due to the life-eating curse. But at least if the body recovers, there is hope for everything. And the anger stems from oneself. Because of his own incompetence, he can only watch helplessly as Su Tianyuan made his move at the crucial moment. Su Tianyuan even risked his life to achieve his current success. But the person he least wanted to owe was Su Tianyuan. Regardless of the past, present, or future, the father-son relationship between him and Su Tianyuan can never go back to what it was before. So, what he hates is his own uselessness. If I were strong enough to handle the situation on my own, I wouldn't be in so much danger. Get stronger. After getting up, Su Chen had already set his sights on a goal. Only by becoming stronger can you control everything. As the lightning dissipated, Su Chen gradually regained his ability to move. As Su Chen got up, Su Tianyuan collapsed to the ground. A ball of spiritual energy appeared in Su Chen's hand. He knew Su Tianyuan was not dead. The spiritual energy in his hand flew out and merged into Su Tianyuan's body. Su Tianyuan collapsed because his spiritual energy was depleted. After the spiritual energy flowed into Su Tianyuan's body, he regained a bit of mobility. The next second, Su Chen threw over the rejuvenation pill. 1488, Chapter 1488 What I Should Do. I don't want to owe you anything. But I will also remember what happened today. You can go now. Su Chen said calmly. After Su Tianyuan took the rejuvenation pill, his complexion improved somewhat. He sighed softly. I owe you all, but you never owe me anything even if I die. This is what I should do today. Su Chen suddenly turned his head to look at Su Tianyuan, but did not say anything. What should be done? He didn't want to waste any more words with Su Tianyuan. If he hadn't been injured while saving his mother today. Given Su Tianyuan's current condition, he could easily kill him. But he knew in his heart that his mother would not allow him to do this even if she found out. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Su Tianyuan could only leave through the sky. Of course he knew what Su Chen wanted to say. He really did it too late. If I had known what I should have done in my younger years, perhaps this tragedy would not have happened. Fortunately, he did something meaningful today. Let's just consider it as making up for a slight regret in my heart. Su Chen staggered to his mother's side. Looking at my mother's appearance before she passed away, tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Because she had no soul, Zhou Jingzhu's face was completely bloodless. Chun'er, your mother's situation is more complicated than we thought. We must find her soul now, otherwise her body will also dissipate. You two are of one mind, mother and Sony must entrust the task of finding his soul to you. During these 10 years of seclusion, I also comprehended a trace of netherworld power, which can briefly help you enter a state of emptiness and tranquility. Once we've recovered our strength to its peak, you can begin your search for your mother. Su Chen nodded. This was indeed the most urgent thing to do. Otherwise, if their mother's body were to dissipate, everything they had done today would have been in vain. Ningning, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to take care of my mother for a while. Su Chen stood up and looked at Xiao Ningning. He definitely wouldn't trust anyone else with this. The only people he could trust were Xiao Ningning and Qingluan. Yes, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of your aunt. Xiao Ningning said with absolute certainty. Su Chen turned around and gave his mother a gentle look before returning to his room to begin recovering from his injuries. He must find his mother's soul as quickly as possible and calm her down. However, the news that Su Chen's 9th-tier combatant was injured reached Tianmen. In a short time, Tianmen sent 3 elders to Zhongzhou. Upon arriving in Zhongzhou, Elder Tianqing set his sights on the Zhao family. Without pausing, the 3 9th-level elders arrived above the Zhao family and instantly killed many people. Su Chen, you're delusional to think you can bring Zhou Jingzhu back to life. You have violated the rules of my heavenly gate, and today is surely your death day. Elder Tianqing stood in the sky above, below the Zhao family, where the crowd was in complete chaos. They never expected that Su Chen would find a way to revive the dead. Zhou Jingzhu has always been a traitor that Tianmen has been hunting down. Furthermore, Su Chen is now an enemy of their heavenly gate, so naturally they cannot tolerate someone like Su Chen resurrecting a traitor of the heavenly gate. Su Chen had only recovered 60% of his strength at this point, and he had heard the sounds outside. Just as he was about to go out and face Elder Tianmen, the voice of the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens rang in his mind. You focus on recovering, I'll go hold them off for now. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot into the sky. Su Chen frowned and fell silent again. After taking the rejuvenation pill and blood replenishing pill, the injury is healing rapidly. 1489, Chapter 1489. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune. This experience of being overloaded by lightning made him even more sensitive to its power. He had a feeling that he had grasped the 4th thunder pattern in the 5 thunder fist. If he can comprehend the 4th lightning rune, his strength will definitely increase significantly. However, comprehending the 4th lightning pattern is not something that can be done overnight. It will probably take at least several months. It's unrealistic to expect to grasp it immediately. But there is one way to quickly restore and enhance our strength right now. Raise your physical strength to the 4th tier. He is now on the verge of reaching the peak of the 3rd tier. If you break through to the 4th tier, your body's condition will be restored to its best state. As a result, his overall strength will also be improved to a certain extent. He originally intended to continue consolidating his peak 3rd tier strength. But the current situation makes it impossible for him to wait any longer. Above the Zhao family, the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens stood before the 3 elders. When Tianqing saw the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens, his expression also turned slightly unpleasant. Wasn't it said that the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens was also seriously injured? How come it looks like it's completely unharmed? 9 Heavens Snow Maiden, you cannot afford to offend my heavenly gate. Are you sure you want to offend Tianmen because of Su Chen and Zhou Jingzhu? You should know that the Heavenly Gate Master is not someone you can deal with. Tianqing looked at Zhou Jingzhu and said coldly. Zhou Jingzhu didn't speak, but the air around him was chilling, which was a way of expressing his determination. You go and deal with Su Chen and his mother. Leave her to me. The one who spoke was Tian Tong, the Grand Elder of Tianmen. Throughout the entire Heavenly Gate, he was second only to the Emperor and above all others. Her strength is comparable to that of the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden, and she has entered the advanced stage of the 9th rank. Tian Tong, it's been 10 years, and you're still aiding and abetting evil at Tianmen. The Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens looked at the Heavenly Child, her expression not pleasant. With Tendo present, today's battle will likely be extremely difficult. Tian Tong's strength is no less than hers, and there are also Elder Tianxing and others. She probably can't stop 3 people by herself. But since she had already promised Su Chen, she naturally wouldn't let Tianqing and the other person go. Aiding and abetting evil? What do you know? Only Tianmen truly understands what we martial artists need. Only by following Tianmen can I reach the limits of this world. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tianqing and his companion prepared to bypass the 9 Heavens Snow Maiden and track down the location of Su Chen and his mother. Where do you want to go? The Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens waved her hand. 2 ice walls appeared in front of the two, blocking their way. The world is vast, and the people of Tianmen can go wherever they want. If you want to control the people of Tianmen, you'll have to rely on your abilities. Tian Tong also waved his hand, and the 2 ice walls shattered instantly. Tianqing and the other person quickly left. The Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens stopped talking and immediately took action. He arrived in front of Tianqing and the other two with even greater speed, and knocked them back with a single move. But then Tian Tong suddenly appeared behind her. With a single palm strike, the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens was instantly injured. Go quickly. The Heavenly Child blocked the way for the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens. The Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Snow Woman, leave those two to me. Suddenly, Zhang Tiangang rushed up from below the Zhao family, but a bolt of lightning blocked the two of them. Although Zhang Tiangang has appeared, he has not yet recovered to his best condition. The Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens also sensed that Zhang Tiangang's aura was unstable, and that forcing a fight would likely worsen his injuries. Don't worry, I can manage, it's just a matter of dealing with 2 brats. 1490, Chapter 1490 Snow. Zhang Tiangang adjusted his breathing. Zhang Tiangang is under immense pressure, facing both Tianqing and Tiangui. Let's not even talk about the fact that he's currently injured. Even if he wasn't injured, he would still face considerable pressure dealing with these two alone. You remnant of the Zhang family, I'll just take you back today. Your Zhang family's unparalleled martial arts techniques are destined to belong to my Heavenly Gate. When Tianqing saw Zhang Tiangang, he sneered. We've tried to arrest Zhang Tiangang several times but haven't had the chance, now he's come to us willingly. Snort. The grudges between us and Tianmen will be settled sooner or later. Until then, don't even think about setting foot here. Zhang Tiangang temporarily suppressed his anger. He knew this was not the time to act impulsively, he had to protect Su Chen and his mother below. As for the hatred between him and Tianmen, he believed that as long as Su Chen was around, revenge would not be difficult. Heavenly Demon, let's take care of him first, but don't kill him. He possesses the Zhang family's unparalleled martial arts techniques. Tianqing looked completely confident of victory. The two attacked Zhang Tiangang from both the front and the back. Zhang Tiangang didn't linger in the fight, he simply hovered around the two men. As long as their target isn't Su Chen and his mother, it's fine. For a time, the battle was at a stalemate. But the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens was at a disadvantage at this time. After all, she was already injured, and she simply couldn't continue for much longer. Tianxue, why help such a young boy? With your current status, you are perfectly capable of taking the second-in-command position upon returning to Tianmen. What harm would it do to give you my position as the Grand Elder? Tendo's words surprised many people below. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens is actually from the Heavenly Gate. Moreover, it once held a very high position in Tianmen. Upon hearing Tian Tong's words, Zhou Tianxuanu's expression changed slightly. Stop spouting nonsense. I must have been blind to join a place like Tianmen back then, and now you want me to go back? Dream. Besides, don't even mention that I'm from Tianmen, I can't bear to lose face like that. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens said sternly. And then Tian Tong burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. It's just self-deception. The people of Tianmen killed his mother. And you were once a member of Tianmen. If he knew about this, do you think he would consider you an enemy or family? Tendo had a smile on his face. It's clearly an attempt to sow discord. The Snow Maiden's expression grew increasingly grim. She also knew that the feud between Su Chen and Tianmen had deteriorated significantly. It's a fight to the death. If Su Chen really knew that she had joined Tianmen, would he deal with it rationally or be furious? So you have no choice but to return to Tianmen if you know what's good for you. Only the Heavenly Gate is your true home. The Heavenly Child continues to bewitch the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. But the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens is no less powerful than him, so she is naturally not susceptible to his bewitching. Shut up! The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens immediately made her move, and the two instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Of course she knew that it was impossible to go back to Tianmen. It's impossible in this lifetime. Even if Su Chen is angry because she joined Tianmen, she will never go back to Tianmen, which has deviated from the rules and is devoid of humanity. Anger means you already know the outcome, and at the same time, you want to cover up the truth. But the facts are the facts, and you can't escape them. While fighting against the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens, the Heavenly Child continued to bewitch her. At this critical moment, Su Chen also reached a crucial point. He has reached the peak of his breakthrough and can step into the fourth tier in just one step. 1491, Chapter 1491 Breakthrough to the Fourth Tier. The people of Tianmen also noticed the signs of rioting below. It looks like someone is about to break through. However, the breakthrough aura wasn't very strong, probably only around the fourth level. But Tianqing's expression grew increasingly grave. Given Su Chen's personality, he would never hide and act like a coward. Moreover, when they fought before, Su Chen's physical strength seemed to be at the peak of the third tier. The current breakthrough below is approaching the fourth level. Not good. Heavenly Ghost, don't get entangled with him. The person breaking through next might be Su Chen. We absolutely cannot let this kid break through, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Tianqing had fought against Su Chen and was very clear about Su Chen's potential. Although Su Chen's strength increased significantly after taking the medicine. But there's no guarantee that Su Chen might still have that kind of medicine. Otherwise, once Su Chen breaks through, coupled with the aid of medicine, the recovered Su Chen might actually be able to defeat them now. Even the Heavenly Demon was somewhat baffled. Is Su Chen really that scary? Is its deterrent power even greater than Zhang Tianyang's? Tianqing seized the opportunity and rushed towards Su Chen's position. But how could Zhang Tiangang possibly give him that chance? A flash of lightning, and the person appeared in front of Tianqing. Did you get my permission? Tianqing frowned. Zhang Tiangang was clearly deliberately obstructing them. Ming is now buying time for Su Chen's breakthrough. Heavenly Demon, stop him with all your might. Tianqing whispered to Tiangui, who was rushing up behind him. Tiangui rushed forward quickly, doing everything in his power to stop Zhang Tiangang. Tianqing found an opening and rushed out again. Zhang Tiangang wanted to defeat Tiangui to stop Tianqing, but in his current state, facing Tiangui's full force attack, he couldn't afford to be distracted. Su Chen, today is the day you and your son die. Tianqing roared and kicked the door open. Seeing Su Chen breaking through, Tianqing strode in. Die. Bang. However, a violent explosion occurred in the room. Tianqing flew backwards from inside, reaching a distance of tens of meters. Everyone stared in astonishment. Zhao Di and the others also arrived during this time. Everyone drew their weapons and pointed them at Tianqing. They were no match for Tianqing. But even if it can help Su Chen stop him a little, it would be fine. Step back, leave him to me. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Although his aura was still somewhat unstable, he had clearly already entered the 4th level of physical strength. Since you're here today, don't leave. Su Chen swallowed a berserk pill. Tianqing's expression changed drastically. Despite rushing, I was still late. How did Su Chen break through to the 4th rank so quickly? Su Chen slowly stood up. Looked towards Tianqing. It wasn't that he broke through quickly, but that he had no other way. He had already sensed the battle raging outside. The two of them were injured while protecting him. If he doesn't break through soon, there may be casualties. So, having no other choice, he had to resort to methods that damaged his meridians to force a breakthrough. This could cause some damage. But his successful breakthrough naturally relieved the pressure on the two of them. Su Chen. Tianqing's gaze met Su Chen's. Su Chen was now putting pressure on him. Su Chen simply reached out his hand. In the distance, the coiled dragon staff flew towards them. The 4 beasts formation was damaged in order to withstand the thunder dragon. He can still use the Panlong staff before it's repaired. Because the bloodthirsty sword was damaged when it was blocking the thunder dragon, its power is naturally not as great as the coiling dragon staff. That kid. Seeing Su Chen's condition, the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens guessed the general idea. This is really going too far. 1492, Chapter 1492 Forced Breakthrough. Su Chen was far too impulsive to do something that damaged his meridians. This will not only damage your tendons and veins, but also your future prospects. Although Shi and Jiang Tiangang are currently at a disadvantage, they are not about to be defeated immediately. Even if Jiang Tiangang was unable to get away just now, she was already on her way. Su Chen had absolutely no need to do something that would damage his meridians. Having broken through to the 4th rank, and with the addition of the berserk pill, Su Chen had now reached the mid-stage of the 9th rank. It's more than enough to crush Tianqing. Upon sensing this aura, Tianqing immediately felt something was amiss. Su Chen's strength far exceeded his expectations. At the mid-stage of the 9th rank, he was no match at all. Immediately, he turned his gaze to the location of the heavenly demon. Heavenly Ghost, capture Jiang Tiangang immediately and retreat. That kid has already broken through, we can't defeat him. Tianqing had no choice but to make other plans. The two attacked Jiang Tiangang instantly. You're asking for it. Thunderous movement technique, 2nd level. In the blink of an eye, a flash of lightning and a clap of thunder, Su Chen had already arrived beside Jiang Tiangang. Then several afterimages appeared behind them. 5 Thunder Fist. Earth-shattering. A few simple words, yet they made the surrounding energy feel extremely oppressive. The combined attack of Tiangui and Tianqing was directly blocked by Su Chen's 5 Thunder Fist. It even made people's minds go numb. Brother Tiangang, you go and heal your wounds first, leave this to me. They can't escape. Su Chen pointed his dragon pattern staff at the two of them. The two men's faces darkened, and they slowly retreated. It failed. Their mission today has been a complete failure. Su Chen's strength has increased once again. With Su Chen's current strength, it's likely that only Elder Tiantong could defeat him. However, Tiantong was restrained by the 9 Heavens Snow Maiden and had no way to attack Su Chen. Boy, are you sure you want to be an enemy of my heavenly gate? Do you know who she is? The child in the distance spoke up, pointing at the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens, a smile appearing on his lips. Tiantong, how dare you? The Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens had a solemn expression. She knew exactly what Tiantong was going to say, so she immediately launched an attack to disrupt Tiantong's words. What, are you worried about her finding out your secret too? But the more you worry, the more he'll find out. Today I'll see whether his kinship outweighs his hatred, or his hatred outweighs his kinship. With a single palm strike, Tiantong repelled the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens. Tiantong, shut up. The Nine Heavens Snow Maiden's strength is no match for the heavenly child. They were already seriously injured before, and now they can only barely resist. With a wave of his hand, Tian Tong created an invisible barrier that directly blocked the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. Don't you resent the people of Tianmen? But did you know that she has another name? Your mother's name used to be Tianju, and her name is Tianxue. Both of them are key figures in my heavenly gate. As Su Chen listened to these stories, he only glanced at the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. You disapprove of Tianmen's actions and threaten to overthrow the entire Tianmen. As a member of Tianmen, shouldn't you kill her first? And your mother, she shouldn't be alive either. The fighting at the scene quieted down, and only Tendo's voice remained. After Tian Tong finished speaking, Su Chen looked at Zhou Tianxuanu. Sha Nur. Your mother and I left Tianmen precisely because we discovered their various actions and were unable to stop them. You must not let his words influence you. 1493, Chapter 1493 Provocation Fails. After defeating Tianqing, Su Chen slowly flew towards the location of the Nine Heavens Snow Maiden. His face was as cold as frost. Sha Nur. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens frowned. She had no idea what Su Chen was planning to do. Have they really been bewitched into wanting to harm him? The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens was completely unprepared. She firmly believed that Su Chen wouldn't turn against her over something like this. When Su Chen arrived in front of her, the serious expression on his face softened. He simply waved his hand. They blocked Tendo's attack. You old dog from Tianmen, do you think telling me this will make me hate them? I can distinguish between friend and foe. After saying that, Su Chen took out 2 blood restoration pills and handed them to the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens. Aunt Shui, you recover for now, I'll hold him off. Seeing Su Chen's attitude, the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens smiled gently. Tian Tong looked furious. I originally wanted to sow discord between them. Unexpectedly, Su Chen was not provoked. Boy, I see you don't just see the Tianmen people as enemies, you see us as enemies. Since that's the case, then I can't let you live today. The child stretched out his large hand, and a black palm descended from the sky. Su Chen brandished the dragon pattern staff in his hand. The stick suddenly grew larger. Sumuro cudgel. The coiled dragon staff slammed heavily onto the black palm. 2 energies collided. The collision produced a fierce burst of light. Tiandong's eyes changed slightly. Su Chen's golden staff can actually unleash such power. Able to withstand his giant black demonic hand. Smash it! As the coiled dragon staff pressed down, cracks actually appeared in the giant black demon's palm. Su Chen exerted his strength once again. Bang! A violent explosion erupted at the scene. The aftershocks spread out instantly. They repelled everyone. Zhang Tiangang also took the opportunity to meet up with Su Chen and the other person. Tian Tong's expression was rather unpleasant. He never expected that Su Chen would be able to unleash such formidable fighting power. He originally thought that no matter how talented Su Chen was, he could never be his match. He has personally taken action, so dealing with Su Chen will be a piece of cake. But Su Chen's combat prowess at this moment had exceeded his expectations. Although Su Chen could not defeat him, he would probably have to put in a lot of effort to kill Su Chen. You two hold them off, I'll kill this brat. Tian Tong has already decided to kill Su Chen. Su Chen's talent is too strong. If we don't kill him now, it might be too late once Su Chen surpasses him. Aunt Shui, be careful, I'll try my best to hold Tian Tong off. See if you can find an opportunity to kill Tian Gui or Tian Xing. The Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens nodded and told Su Chen to be careful. She knew that Su Chen was now capable of standing alone. Even if we can't defeat Tendo, we can still hold out for a while. Of the 3, defeating just one will end this battle. And the key point lies with her. With her strength, she only needs to kill one of the heavenly demons or the heavenly stars. Even though she is injured now, she is definitely not someone Tianqing and the others can withstand. Moreover, she had already taken the rejuvenation pill, and her injuries had improved to some extent. Boy, prepare to die. Tian Tong quickly pulled Su Chen closer and slammed the snare in his hand down on Su Chen. The dragon-shaped staff in Su Chen's hand immediately grew larger and was placed in front of him. Its defensive capabilities are absolutely no less than those of an ordinary 9th-tier warrior. But Tendo's attack is not so easy to block. The punches from the black rings even had hidden force. It struck him directly through the coiled dragon staff. 1494, Chapter 1490 for the Morality of Tianmen. Su Chen was knocked back dozens of meters. However, most of the force had been blocked by the Panlong staff, and very little of the penetrating internal force remained. Su Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Tian Tong truly lives up to his reputation as the second strongest in Tianmen. His strength is absolutely top tier in this world. If someone at the advanced stage of the 9th rank is this powerful, just how powerful must an existence that surpasses the spirit level be? The sect leader of that heavenly gate is said to be in seclusion. Otherwise, once he emerges from seclusion, there will likely be very few in this world who can oppose him. Now, even facing Tendo is under immense pressure. I wonder how he will defend himself if the Heavenly Gate Master stands in front of him. Seeing that Su Chen had only suffered minor injuries, Tian Tong was secretly surprised. To be able to react in such a short time. Su Chen's talent is truly heaven-defying. The stronger Su Chen became, the more he wanted to kill him. This child must not be allowed to live. On the other side, the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens chased after Tianqing all the way. Zhang Tiangang, due to his injury, fought Tian Gui to a standstill. Therefore, the only breakthrough lies with the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens. At this moment, Tianqing dared not confront the Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens head-on. Of the three, the key figure is Tian Tong. As long as Tian Tong can kill Su Chen, the remaining Zhang Tiangang and Zhou Tianxuanu will be defeated without any further attack. Therefore, Tian Tong acted without hesitation. The speed was pushed to its limit. In the blink of an eye, they were right behind Su Chen. Thunderous movement technique, 2nd level. After realizing what was happening, Su Chen instantly teleported away. Faced with the relentless pursuit of Tian Tong, Su Chen had no choice but to repeatedly use the thunder movement technique. The sky was radiant with light, and only the afterimages of people could be seen. Su Chen knew that he was no match for Tian Tong in a head-on confrontation. Therefore, he must look for an opportunity. Until an opportunity is seized, we can only temporarily avoid confrontation. Kid, all you can do is hide. Tian Tong couldn't catch Su Chen even after 3 attempts, and he started to lose patience. Su Chen is such a slippery guy, like an eel. Old man, grab me first and then we'll talk. Kid, you forced me to do this. Tian Tong stopped in his tracks. He knew that continuing like this would definitely not allow him to catch Su Chen. Su Chen's movement technique is actually no weaker than his own, a 9th level advanced stage cultivator. He couldn't wait any longer. The Snow Maiden of the 9 Heavens' suppression of Tianqing has begun to become increasingly apparent. If this continues, once Tianqing is defeated, they will have no chance left. After Tian Tong stopped, the sky changed color. The trap in Tian Tong's hands keeps getting bigger and bigger. Kid, keep hiding, I won't stop you if you want to. But if you dodge now, the people below will be in trouble. Tian Tong sneered. Su Chen frowned. How could Tian Tong be so despicable? Unable to hit him, they turned on others. You old dog Tian Tong, you want to drag innocent people into our mess, is this how Tianmen does things? The heavenly child is silent. This is exactly the effect he wanted. As long as Su Chen can be made to surrender. Otherwise, capturing Su Chen might be quite difficult. Besides, that's just how Tianmen does things. To achieve one's goals, any means necessary. Regardless of whether they are ordinary people or not, in the eyes of the people of Tianmen, these ordinary people are just stepping stones. Tianmen, is not so merciful, killing someone is no big deal. Su Chen stared directly at Tian Tong. That old guy really intends to take action against the Zhao family's castle. Kid, you'll pay the price. Tendo's trap came crashing down. Even Su Chen couldn't remain indifferent. The Great Sumuru Cudgel. Su Chen quickly arrived above the Zhao family's residence. 1495, Chapter 1495 Clash of Spiritual Weapons. The dragon-shaped staff in his hand grew larger again and landed in the Zhao family's courtyard. The ground trembled slightly from the shock. The coiled dragon staff blocked the way in front of the gauntlets. The aftershocks from the collision of two high-level magical artifacts are something that ordinary people cannot withstand. Everyone, immediately go to defense. Su Chen's voice echoed in the ears of everyone below. Zhao Di immediately gave the order to activate the family's defensive formation. At the same time, everyone mobilized their spiritual power to set up a defense. Nevertheless, the aftershocks of the battle also shattered the family's defensive formation. This shows just how powerful the aftershock energy from the collision of the two magical artifacts was. Secondly, it is also related to family background. The Zhao family can only be considered a small family after all. They still have some strength in the Central Plains. But they are nowhere near comparable to the four great families of Longdu. Moreover, what lies before us is the Heavenly Gate, which even the four great families cannot compare to. If it weren't for Su Chen's intervention, anyone from Tianmen could easily destroy the Zhao family and the entire central state. Let's see how many times you can withstand this. Tendo's boxing gloves came crashing down again. Su Chen frowned. He could barely withstand such an attack. But those below couldn't hold out for long. After all, the aftershocks alone are enough to give others a hard time. Once. Twice. 3 times. On the 3rd time, everyone in the Zhao family is injured. Su Chen knew he couldn't continue like this, or his men would suffer heavy losses. You old dog, stop right there. Su Chen roared. But his roar only made Tian Tong even more excited. Su Chen's anxiety means that the treatment has been effective. Ha ha ha. I've said it before, offending Tianmen will come at a price. This is the 4th time. This time, everyone below coughed up blood due to the aftershocks of the collision. If Su Chen comes a 5th time, they will all be seriously injured. Su Chen retrieved the Panlong staff. It seems he'll have no choice but to tough it out from here on out. Otherwise, probably not even 1 in 10 of the people below would survive. Mr. Su. You don't need to worry about us, we can still hold on. Zhao Di also knew why Su Chen did what he did. He immediately shouted at Su Chen. Su Chen turned to look at Zhao Di, a smile appearing on his face. Alright, I appreciate your kind intentions, and you've done more than enough. Su Chen watched the fist slowly descend, his eyes showing no fear whatsoever. You old dog, you will pay for everything you've done today. Just as that enormous fist came crashing down, Su Chen turned around. Everyone, get down. He yelled, and then a fist landed on him. But the next second, Su Chen suddenly disappeared from the spot. Tian Tong's expression also changed slightly. Not good. Heavenly demon, beware. Tian Tong realized what was happening. Unbeknownst to them, Tian Gui, who had been fighting Zhang Tiangang, had become very close to Su Chen. Su Chen, who just disappeared, was clearly heading towards the heavenly ghost. Too late. Tian Gui's expression changed drastically at this moment. He only felt a chill down his back. The next second, a monstrous surge of blood energy appeared behind him. A black and red longsword easily pierced through his defenses and went straight into his back. Finally, an opportunity has been found. Su Chen sneered. At the same time, that huge fist had already landed in the Zhao family compound. A series of explosions suddenly erupted. But Zhao Di had already ordered his men to lie down, so fortunately only a few people were injured. Su Chen. Tian Dong gritted his teeth. He's been tricked again. Su Chen was actually feigning to let him attack, but in reality he was looking for an opportunity to ambush Tian Gui. It's likely that Su Chen had been planning all this since just now. 1496, Chapter 1496 Killing the Heavenly Demon. Tian Gui looked at Su Chen with resentment. He never expected that he would be ambushed, and he never expected that he would become Su Chen's weak point. He was on the verge of victory. Zhang Tiangang is already injured, and in the current situation, he is no match for him at all. However, the result was not as expected. Zhang Tian deliberately revealed a flaw, leading him step by step into Su Chen's trap. Get lost, if you die, your heavenly gate will only have 3 9th-tier combatants left. Su Chen sneered. For him, the more Tianmen members die, the less pressure he will face in the future. The bloodthirsty sword, which was originally damaged, has now absorbed such pure power. For a moment, it seemed to have gone mad, wanting to devour the human powerhouse in front of it completely. Su Chen. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Tian Gui looked at Su Chen with resentment, his eyes beginning to twist. At this moment, Tian Tong also arrived at Tian Gui's side and reached out to knock Su Chen back. Then he wanted to pull out that evil weapon. But when his hand touched the bloodthirsty sword, it seemed as if his own blood energy was being drained. What kind of evil artifact is this? Elder. Avenge me. Only he, the heavenly ghost, could clearly sense death. The bloodthirsty sword is rapidly draining his life force. At this rate of absorption, even the Grand Elder couldn't save him. So he had given up all hope and only wished that the Grand Elder could avenge him. In about 10 seconds, the heavenly demon had already lost its breath. Tian Tong's face turned ashen. That kid Su Chen, he's so ruthless. Su Chen. How dare you kill a 9th-level expert of my heavenly gate? Seeing that the heavenly demon had already stopped breathing, the heavenly child had no choice but to throw him down. Tianqing's expression also changed drastically. The situation in the battle has changed so unexpectedly. Although Su Chen and the other two were not at their peak strength. But now that Tian Gui is dead, he and the Grand Elder are no match for these three. Tianqing seized the opportunity and came to Tian Tong's side. Heh, it's just a mere celestial demon, next time it might be you, old dog Tian Tong. Su Chen sneered. He had originally thought that all he had to do today was withstand the attacks of the three of them. I never expected such a huge gain. Any 9th-tier being is of paramount importance to the heavenly gate. Even for a powerful force like Tianmen, a 9th-tier combat power is extremely precious. As for the 8th rank, perhaps with a long period of training, it is still possible to barely cultivate a portion of them. But the 9th tier is different. Every single one of the 9th level experts is an exceptionally talented individual. Only those with exceptional talent have a chance to reach the 9th rank of strength. That's absolutely incomparable to an 8th tier talent. Tian Tong, I will definitely avenge everything that Tianmen has done to me. And let me tell you, the Heavenly Gate Master, that strength alone does not grant you the power to control everything. Su Chen had no intention of getting entangled with the remaining two any longer. He could clearly sense that the condition of Zhou Tianxuanu and Zhang Tiangang was rapidly deteriorating. If the fight continues, Tian Tong and Tianqing might also be seriously injured. It's even possible that they might leave Tianqing behind. But they will also pay a heavy price. Therefore, he was unwilling to choose such a risky approach. Besides, he's already made a profit today. Being able to kill a 9th tier opponent is just incredibly lucky. Su Chen. Don't be so arrogant. Tianqing was so angry that he wanted to attack again. 1497, Chapter 1497 Overcoming the Difficulties. Tian Tong quickly stopped him. He had calmed down by now and knew that this was not the time to make a move. Even in a 3-on-3 situation, Su Chen can always find a way to kill one opponent and turn the tide of battle. Now there are only two of them left, and who knows what kind of tricks Su Chen is up to. If another Tianqing is lost, then the overall strength of Tianmen will be greatly reduced. It might even be inferior to the Spirit Alliance. This led to them being surpassed by the Spirit Alliance. In that case, he would be the Grand Elder of Tianmen, the second in command. How are we going to explain this to the sect leader? If the sect leader were to blame him, he probably wouldn't be able to pay for it even with 10 lives. I have to admit, you are indeed very talented. But you shouldn't have made an enemy of Tianmen. You have successfully angered a super sect. Boy, next time you come, it will probably be the Heavenly Gate Master himself descending. How many chances will you have then? In the face of such absolute power, can you still try to be clever? Tendo spoke these words calmly. He also knew that things were now beyond his control. There's no way to take down Su Chen and these people in front of me today. He will lose his best conditions after that. Once the Snow Maiden of the Nine Heavens recovers, her strength will be on par with his. In addition, there's Su Chen's ability to fight opponents of higher levels. Unless the sect leader personally takes action, Tianmen will no longer be able to contend with Su Chen. So once he gets back, he will report it to the sect leader immediately, and the sect leader will personally destroy it. Tian Tong grabbed Tian Xing. The green hills remain unchanged, and the clear waters flow on forever. Kid, just enjoy the few good days you have left. Su Chen frowned. We finally managed to stop this attack. But this also served as a reminder to him. The time when the sect leader of that sect emerges from seclusion will probably be earlier than expected. If he truly surpasses the spirit level, then he will naturally have nothing to fear. However, it will take him a long time to surpass the spirit level. It could take as little as 8 to 10 years. It could take decades, or even centuries. He might be able to wait, or he might be able to escape. But what about the people around him? Even those around him couldn't withstand a mere 9th rank opponent, let alone someone beyond the spirit level. Thinking about these problems, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It seems he really needs to seriously examine this issue. Aunt Shuet, brother Tiangang, you two need to hurry up and recover from your injuries. Leave the scene to me. The two nodded and went back to their rooms to recover from their injuries. Su Chen arrived on the ground and looked heavily at the Zhao family's ruins caused by Tian Tong. Although there were no casualties, many people were injured. Su Chen inquired about the losses. Ningning, Wanyao Company must take full responsibility for all the losses. Furthermore, the injured and their families should be treated with the highest level of care. Xiao Ningning nodded. She knew Su Chen's way of doing things. Therefore, naturally, those other people who were implicated would not be neglected. Notify everyone to attend the meeting in a week. You can make the arrangements. Su Chen looked at Zhao Di and said calmly. Zhao Di nodded. With such a significant event occurring this time, everyone should indeed be alerted and on high alert. But in reality, Su Chen didn't just intend to be on guard. The Heavenly Child has already shown him the true realm. The current Tianmen is not scary and poses no threat to them. The truly terrifying one is the leader of Tianmen. It's fine if the Heavenly Gate Master doesn't go into seclusion, but if he does, it could cause a major disaster. 1498, Chapter 1498 Su Chen's decision. Especially those who are helping him now. After arranging everything, Su Chen went to his mother's room to rest. Seeing his mother's expression, Su Chen smiled gently. Mom, I'll take you away from here in a while. We will return to the north, and I will take you there to see the glory of our former son. Don't worry, I will find your soul, no matter the cost. After chatting with his mother for a while, Su Chen consolidated his own strength. The meridians he injured from the forced breakthrough also required immediate repair. Otherwise, once an old injury develops, it will be too late to repair it. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chen has recovered from his injuries. Meanwhile, Jiutian Xuenu and Zhang Tiangang have also recovered to their peak condition. If things had been like they are today, Tian Tong and his 2 companions would certainly not have returned alive. As soon as Su Chen opened his eyes, Xiao Ningning and his adoptive mother Wang Wenlan walked in from outside. Xiao Ningning looked at Su Chen with a pang of heartache. She knew that Su Chen had indeed suffered a lot during this time. Mom, what brings you here? Su Chen looked at Wang Wenlan and asked with a smile. I came to see you, and also to see Jingzhu. Child, don't work too hard. Jingzhu is starting to get better now. Wang Wenlan was unaware that Zhou Jingzhu's complete resurrection required the collection of her soul. In her mind, all she knew was that Zhou Jingzhu would need some time to wake up. Okay, you've arrived just in time. I have something I need to tell you. Su Chen walked to the door and closed it. He told his mother and Xiaoningning that he might leave Daxia. They might return in a few years, and during that time, Wanyao Company might announce a change of ownership. What? Xiaoningning's expression changed drastically. Wanyao Company has always been under Su Chen's control. Moreover, Su Chen has always been the behind-the-scenes boss of Wanyao Company. Why is it suddenly changing hands? Ningning, I will sell Wanyao Company to the Gu family, along with all the staff. Don't blame me. Su Chen has already thought of all the possible solutions in the past 2 days. To better protect Xiaoningning and the others, the only option is to find a safe haven. The Gu family is a prominent auction family among the 4 major families of Longdu. Not only do they have international protection, but the Spirit Alliance will also step in at crucial moments. Therefore, as long as he sells Wanyao Company to the Gu family, it will be difficult for Tianmen to cause trouble. Su Chen, what exactly happened? You could have told me, and we could have solved it together. Telling me this now is too sudden. Xiaoningning frowned, her eyes red-rimmed. She never expected Su Chen to tell her these things today. It's been a long and arduous journey for Wanyao Company to grow from a small town like Jiangqing to what it is today. We've overcome tremendous difficulties. Now Su Chen actually wants to sell the company, and even sell them, his employees. She simply couldn't understand why Su Chen would do that. Su Chen turned around and looked at his birth mother. I just wanted to take my mother for a walk somewhere far away, to see the sights. Su Chen smiled faintly. When Zhou Jingzhu was mentioned, Xiaoningning felt somewhat helpless. Even so, you don't need to sell the company. What will we do if you sell the company? Haven't you thought about it? Xiaoningning stood up, somewhat angry. Su Chen sighed. I've made up my mind, and I've already discussed this with the Gu family. 1499, Chapter 1499 Selling Wanyao Company. Xiaoningning looked at Su Chen in silence. She could see a resolute attitude in Su Chen's eyes. It seems that Su Chen has really made up his mind. So, you want to part ways with us? Su Chen remained silent. Of course, he didn't want to part ways. But if he doesn't do this, once the leader of Tianmen comes out of seclusion, he will be powerless to protect everyone around him. At that time, everyone around him will be implicated. Su Chen, what you've done has really gone too far. Xiaoningning stormed out in a huff. Wang Wenlan watched Xiaoningning leave inside. Child, I know you must have your reasons for doing this. But you should talk to her properly. Should we discuss it? Su Chen had thought about this question at first too. But over the years he has come to understand Xiaoningning's personality. Given Xiaoningning's personality, if he were to discuss it properly, she definitely wouldn't agree. Therefore, he only needs to make a decision with a tough stance. What about the Chen family? What do you plan to do about them? Although the Chen family doesn't have a good impression of us. But Chen Zixuan is still young. If you really don't come back for several years, I think you should break up with her completely. Su Chen nodded. He had considered this matter as well. He will definitely cut ties completely with Chen Zixuan. Although he doesn't care what others think of him. But he didn't want to leave and cause trouble. Okay, Mom, I'll go talk to her and explain. After receiving Su Chen's response, Wang Wenlan got up to leave. Wang Wenlan stopped when she reached the door. My child, whatever decision you make, I will support you. I'll return to Jiangqing then, and wait for you to come back. After saying that, Wang Wenlan left. Su Chen looked at his adoptive mother, his eyes stinging with tears. He really wanted to bring his adoptive mother along. But right now, he lacks the ability. Bringing my birth mother along is already the limit. If he takes his adoptive mother with him, he won't be able to take care of himself if they encounter danger. Mom, don't worry, I'll have someone protect you. Fortunately, Tianmen has never taken his adoptive mother to heart all these years. He'll then have his adoptive mother hide away under an assumed name. As long as he succeeds in surpassing the spirit level in the Northern Territory, then, he could rightfully return to the Great Xia and completely overthrow the Heavenly Gate, this super sect. 3 days later, the entire Zhao family, including all its members, gathered at the scene. Everyone was talking about why Su Chen had asked them to come to the meeting. Many people are asking what happened to Xiao Ningning. But Xiao Ningning refused to reveal a single word. He just replied with a grim expression that Su Chen would inform them. Faced with Xiao Ningning's attitude, everyone seemed to sense that something was wrong. The next day, everyone was there. The heads of all the families entered the arena. About 10 minutes later, Su Chen walked in. All the heads of the families rose and bowed. After Su Chen took the seat of honor, he asked them to sit down. Everyone, I've called you all here today to announce something important. Su Chen looked at the scene with a serious expression. From the former Jiangqing to the present Zhangzhou. From a martial arts grandmaster to a martial arts supreme. The current spiritualists. He is well aware of how his power has grown step by step to where it is today. He also knows that some of these people have sacrificed a lot for him. The Lu family of Jiangcheng. The Demon Si family. And the Zhao family of Zhangzhou. And there's the Xiao family of Yaozhou. These families have all made indelible contributions to his success today. 1500, Chapter 1500 Disbanding the Force. But now, for everyone's safety, he has to make the choice he has to make now. Effective immediately. Wanyao Company has been acquired by the Gu family. At the same time, all families have absolutely no connection with me, Su Chen. Go back to where you came from. Boom! This news came like a bolt from the blue. The explosion made everyone's heads buzz. They all looked at Su Chen in disbelief. They even wondered if they had misheard, as if Su Chen was saying something like he wanted to disband them. I know that this is hard for you all to accept at first. When I've made up my mind. At that time, Wanyao Company will provide you with some pills and funds as a token of our gratitude for your help during this period. Su Chen looked at everyone in front of him, completely bewildered. He knew very well that this decision came too suddenly. Some people might even have their lives changed because of his decision. But if he has the ability, he will naturally help as much as possible. Mr. Su, you mustn't. Zhao Di quickly spoke up. That's right, brother. If you do this, where will we go, what else can we do? Hai Xiaoshan frowned and quickly said. They've gotten used to Su Chen's sudden disbandment. Even after the Hai family returns to the Demon Sea, they might still be the richest family in the Demon Sea. But even so, does that mean we're destined to live a life confined to a place like the Demon Sea? Mr. Su, please reconsider. Now that the situation has taken hold, if we disband, our families will likely suffer a catastrophic blow. Zhao Di frowned. He never expected that Su Chen would bring up this matter. He was there when Tianmen was attacked that day. He could vaguely guess the reason why Su Chen said this. If there are any problems, the Zhao family is willing to face them with Mr. Su, even if it means sharing life and death. My Hai family is willing too. And my Lu family too. My Xiao family can do the same. In an instant, all the families responded. Perhaps they had all guessed the reason, otherwise, now that the situation had been settled, Su Chen would not have disbanded them for no reason. Seeing everyone's attitude, Su Chen also felt a little regretful. Perhaps that's what his trusted men were like when he was in trouble in the north. Everyone, I've made up my mind, so there's no need for you to try to persuade me anymore. Thank you all for your help during this time. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will repay you. Su Chen stood up. This was the first time he had ever referred to himself as a boy among these people. Because in his presence, if it weren't a matter of strength, most of them would be his elders. In the past, when he was in charge of these people, he needed to be authoritative, so he couldn't be humble. But now, he needs to thank these people, and naturally no longer needs any so-called authority. I will be leaving the Zhao family in 3 days. If you need any help during this time, please come to me. After saying that, Su Chen left his seat. Mr. Su. Mr. Su, you mustn't. They all wanted to refuse, yet none of them could refuse. Because the decision was made by Su Chen. What right do they have to refuse Su Chen's choice? Xiao Ningning sighed. These people probably won't be able to accept it for a while. After all, so many days have passed, and she still can't accept it. After all, she and Su Chen have come this far step by step. They suddenly made her work for the Gu family. To be honest, she couldn't accept it. 1501, Chapter 1501. The Astute Zhao Di. Mr. Xiao, you should try to persuade Mr. Su. Lu Xuanhu looked at Xiao Ningning and said. He also knew that Su Chen might only listen to what Xiao Ningning said. However, Xiao Ningning gave a bitter smile and shook her head. Do you think it will be useful for me to say it now? He not only sold Wanyao Company, but he even sold me, the president, to the Gu family. I was one of them, and I had no choice. Xiao Ningning stood up. If she could stop Su Chen, she would have done so long ago. But she knew Su Chen's personality very well and knew he couldn't stop her at all. As the two left, the scene fell into silence. Su Chen's departure means they have lost their pillar of support. Everyone, please disperse for now. I'll find a chance to ask Mr. Su. Zhao Di also left. Of course he's going to find Su Chen. He had to ask Su Chen if his decision was as he suspected. If it was, then he had nothing more to say. After all, Su Chen's approach might be the best choice. Back in his mother's room, Su Chen sighed. Mom, do you think my decision was right? Will they blame me? As soon as she finished speaking, Qingluan walked in from outside. She looked at Su Chen with a serious expression. Commander Su, I'll follow you wherever you go. I know you'll return to the Northern Territory sooner or later. She had a strong feeling when Su Chen announced his departure. That man is coming back. He wanted to return to the place where the whole world once belonged to him. Lord of the North, God of War of the North. Su Chen nodded. I do intend to take you with me. Hearing this, Qingluan laughed happily. As long as he can take her with him, she'll agree to whatever choice Su Chen makes. Then what about me? Can't I take you with me? Xiao Ningning followed in, her face grim. Does Su Chen really not care about her at all? Su Chen would rather take Qingluan with him than her. Mr. Xiao, please don't pressure Mr. Su. Perhaps he has his reasons. Zhao Di stood at the door. Mr. Su, is it because of the leader of Tianmen? Su Chen's gaze fell on Zhao Di. Zhao Di has always been a smart person. Moreover, Zhao Di was present at the scene that day and heard Tian Tong's words very clearly. It's no surprise that we could have guessed this outcome. Mr. Su, I know you've always been a very steady person, and you certainly wouldn't do something you weren't sure of. Are you doing this to protect us? Zhao Di walked in. You all go out first, I want to talk to him alone. Su Chen looked at Qingluan and Xiao Ningning. There are some things that are not suitable for Xiao Ningning to hear. He knew how Xiao Ningning felt about him. He didn't want Xiao Ningning to develop too many feelings for him after he left. After all, he didn't intend to get involved in romantic relationships until his mother was resurrected. Xiao Ningning knew that Su Chen was avoiding her questions. After the two women left, Su Chen looked at Zhao Di. What makes you think I would make this decision because of you? You don't actually think that I, Emperor Su, would take you seriously, do you? Su Chen's lips curled up, revealing a cold smile. Zhao Di frowned after hearing Su Chen's words. Could it be that he guessed wrong from the start? Su Chen could never make such a decision because of them. Don't flatter yourself. Just like Tianmen, the weak have no choice. I just don't need you anymore. Faced with a powerful enemy like Tianmen, what role did you play? Think about it yourself. 1502, Chapter 1502. The task given to Zhang Tiangang. Su Chen's words stunned Zhao Di for a few seconds. Upon reflection, Tannin's abilities were indeed quite limited when facing the attack of the 3 9th-level experts from Tianmen. It could even be said that not only did they not help, they almost became a burden. Is this really the reason why Su Chen decided to disband them? Mr. Su, I don't believe you are that kind of person. Perhaps you have other reasons, or maybe what you're saying is true. But I've been following you for a while now, and I know exactly what kind of person you are. Whatever decision you make, I will not resent you. As long as you are willing to come back, the Zhao family will be waiting for you anytime, anywhere, Mr. Su. Zhao Di didn't intend to say much. Su Chen's attitude just now already gave the answer. So there was no point in asking any further questions. After saying that, Zhao Di clasped his hands in a fist salute and left the room. Watching Zhao Di leave, Su Chen shook his head helplessly. He knew, of course, that his actions couldn't be hidden from everyone. I just hope they can be smarter, otherwise even if they disband all the families, Tianmen will probably come knocking on their door in the end. Zhao Di left, and Xiao Jiang and his nephew followed closely behind. Especially Xiao Jiang. He felt that his master was going to abandon him too. But Su Chen didn't intend to abandon Xiao Jiang. After all, Xiao Jiang's talent could lead him to the pinnacle of the world. We must receive the best guidance. Although Zhang Tiangang can also guide Xiao Jiang. But the result may not be as expected. Zhang Tiangang is strong, and his talent is not weak either. However, Zhang Tiangang's talent in the 5 Thunder Fist and Thunder Movement techniques is really limited. Perhaps only he could give Xiao Jiang the best guidance on these 2 cultivation techniques. That's why Xiao Jiang planned to take him to the northern border. Brother Tiangang, I'd like to ask you for a favor. After all, Xiao Jiang is my apprentice, and you are his uncle. We re practically family. Families don't talk about dividing the family property. Besides, even if we sever ties, Tianmen will obviously not let your Jiang family off the hook. Zhang Tiangang nodded. That's exactly what he meant. That's why he came here to tell Su Chen that the disbandment of the other families was fine. But the Jiang family uncle and nephew insisted on staying by Su Chen's side. What do you want to do? Su Chen waved to him. After speaking, Zhang Tian hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, this mission will be accomplished. The Chu family is nothing to worry about. Zhang Tiangang said with absolute certainty. As long as the other party is not from Tianmen, they pose little threat to him. Even if Su Tianyuan of the Su family personally attacked him, he would pose almost no threat to him. Not to mention the Chu family. Brother Tiangang, don't be careless when facing the Chu family. They might have already joined forces with Tianmen. If that happens, remember, never confront them head-on. Zhang Tiangang nodded. I'd better not run into that Su Qian, or I'll kill him for you. Only when Su Qian was mentioned did Su Chen remember her. It seems that Su Qian has already joined the Chu family and become the second in command. That old man used to cause him a lot of trouble. He also believed that Su Qian's return from the northern border must have something to do with him. Although Su Qiankai is only at the peak of the 8th rank. But it's inevitable that Su Qian will resort to underhanded tactics to harm those around him after he leaves. It seems that Su Qian needs to be dealt with thoroughly before heading to the northern territory. 1503, Chapter 1503. Concealment. Otherwise, keeping Su Qian would likely pose a huge hidden danger to him. As for Xiao Ningning, he didn't explain or say much. Staying in Daxia and at Wanyao Company is definitely the best choice for Xiao Ningning. Moreover, Wanyao Company does indeed need Xiao Ningning's management. The next morning, Su Chen contacted Gu Yuanhang. He had already discussed this matter with Gu Yuanhang before. Gu Yuanhang did not refuse at the time, and even said that Su Chen's decision was probably the right one. If it weren't for the sect leader of Tianmen, Su Chen's current strength might already be enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tianmen. However, because of the existence of someone like the Heavenly Gate Master, the only way to contend with the Heavenly Gate is for him to break through his own limitations. Otherwise, the sect leader of Tianmen could kill him instantly with a wave of his hand. It doesn't matter if he dies, but the people around him are innocent. He and Gu Yuanhang agreed to meet in Longdu in 2 hours. Su Chen was also heading to Longdu just now. After changing his clothes, Su Chen asked Zhoutian Xuannu to take care of his mother, and then went to Longdu himself. 2 hours in Longdu Gujia. Gu Yuanhang and his son Gu Zhanwen were waiting for Su Chen at the auction house. To ensure absolute privacy during his conversation with Su Chen, Gu Yuanhang arranged for it to be held in the auction house's highest-class private room. After Su Chen arrived, someone guided him here. It hasn't been easy for Wanyao Company to grow to where it is today. Father, is Su Chen really planning to sell us all at once? Gu Zhanwen was utterly incredulous upon hearing this news. After all, with Su Chen's current power, he has completely surpassed any of the 4 major families in Longdu. As Su Chen's biggest source of income, Wanyao Company shouldn't be sold. Generally speaking, capable people don't usually care about immediate gains. I heard he plans to leave Daxia. He's already used up all the profits from Wanyao Company, so of course he'll sell it. Gu Yuanhang sneered. He didn't tell his son the truth. This was something Su Chen specifically instructed me to do. The fewer people who know, the better. If necessary, we might even ask him to help spread the news by taking care of his family. On this day, he is usually the most active among the younger generation in Longdu. Telling the news to his son is equivalent to the other 4 major families in Longdu knowing about it. Gu Zhangwen looked at his father, and for some reason, he felt that something was amiss. Some of these results clearly don't seem to reflect reality. But he also knew that his father wouldn't lie to him about Su Chen. Soon, Su Chen arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Chen asked Gu Yuanhang for his offer. Gu Yuanhang agreed to Su Chen's offer of 700 billion to buy Su Chen's Wanyao Company. All branches nationwide, and all current Danish formulas and technologies. There's also the need for personnel and equipment. Su Chen agreed to the price without even thinking about it. When Gu Zhangwen saw his father and Su Chen start signing the contract, he had no choice but to believe that this was the real result. Alright, Zhangwen, you can go out now. I have some personal matters I'd like to discuss with Xiao Su. Gu Zhangwen nodded, greeted Su Chen, and then left the private room. After Gu Zhangwen left, Su Chen smiled faintly and thanked Gu Yuanhang. You don't need to thank me right away, there's only so much I can do. This method can only buy you a few years. Given enough time, Tianmen will inevitably discover that you are behind this. After all, they've now decided that you're their mortal enemy. 1504, Chapter 1504 The Empty Shell Plan. Su Chen nodded. He knew that too. His relationship with Tianmen was one of irreconcilable conflict. Even if he leaves, Tianmen will probably investigate everything about him thoroughly. Even the future financial situation of Wanyao Company. If he has any further connection with the company, Tianmen will likely take immediate action against Wanyao Company. Don't worry, I've already arranged the fake accounts. I'll handle it myself. But the Gu family hopes to be friends with you, Xiao Su, forever. Gu Yuanhang stood up. Su Chen glanced at Gu Yuanhang. He knew exactly what Gu Yuanhang was thinking. This person is extremely cunning and calculating. He couldn't become too close to Gu Yuanhang, but he also knew that Gu Yuanhang was genuinely trying to please him. No. It's inappropriate to say that I'm trying to please him at this moment. It's not that he's a person with unlimited potential for the future. Gu Yuanhang had accurately predicted his future potential, which is why he agreed to this empty shell plan. Otherwise, the Gu family, one of the 4 great families of Longdu, would not have needed to take such a huge risk to play along with him in this charade. Are you aware of what's going on with the Su family? After discussing the company's concubines, Gu Yuanhang brought up the topic of the Su family. Su Chen shook his head and asked him what had happened to the Su family. Su Tianyuan used forceful methods to remove the Elders' Council from existence. Now, the Su family is truly under his sole control. Su Tianyuan has also made an important decision. All members of the Su family sever all cooperation with Tianmen. Anyone found to be colluding with Tianmen will be subject to family discipline. Upon hearing this news, Su Chen was stunned for 2 seconds. A few seconds later, Su Chen let out a cold laugh. Isn't it too late to do these things now? Su Tianyuan is finally showing the courage a man should have. But so what? If Su Tianyuan had had this attitude when he was a child, the Su family wouldn't have ended up like this today. Kid, if you're willing to use the Su family's resources, perhaps you can overcome this difficulty more easily. After all, the title of head of the 4 major families in Longdu isn't given lightly. The Su family's resources are such that even the Heavenly Gates leader would have to think twice before making a move. Su Chen shook his head resolutely. The great Xia dynasty is vast, and so is the world. Even if he were to beg anyone, even a beggar on the street, he would never beg Su Tianyuan. He was also well aware that the Su family had a strong foundation. That profound foundation would move even the sect leader of the Heavenly Gate. If it weren't for his strong foundation, how could Su Tianyuan have dared to openly sever all cooperation with Tianmen? Alright. Don't advise others to do good if you haven't experienced their suffering. That's between you and the Su family, I shouldn't interfere. If you want to contact me after you go to the north, just do it the same way as before. Since we're going to keep it hidden, we absolutely cannot let the people of Tianmen find out. Otherwise, the consequences. Su Chen nodded. Of course he knew the consequences. At that time, it will probably not just be Wanyao Company. Even the Gu family will suffer as a result. The Gu family is not like the Su family, they do not have such a strong foundation to make the Tianmen sect master think twice. Therefore, even if Gu Yuanhang knew about the whole plan, he would have to use special means to contact Gu Yuanhang. After reaching an agreement with Gu Yuanhang, Su Chen took out the 2 level 8 spiritual weapons. Now he has decided to disband his forces, since level 8 spiritual artifacts are meant for setting up formations. If the grand formation is useless, then naturally the magical artifacts are also useless. After all, he was no longer with the Zhao family and had left behind the formation, so Tianmen could easily detect the clues. 1505, Chapter 1505 Hand over Su Qian. That's just burying your head in the sand. Su Chen originally wanted to give the money to Gu Yuanhang, but Gu Yuanhang refused. 100 billion is nothing for the Gu family. However, it will require a huge financial investment in the future, and Gu Yuanhang said that it would be considered as a donation to Su Chen. Little did Gu Yuanhang know that this very 100 billion would soon bring about the annihilation of the Gu family. Su Chen didn't refuse after